6 p.m. in Kotzebue, Alaska. It means absolutely nothing because in Kotzebue, it's always either very bright or always very dark. That's really not a metaphor. This is not something deeper. It's always either sunny all day long until you drive yourself crazy at night because you need to block out any light that's coming in through the window so that you can fall asleep at 11 p.m. Or you get 3 hours of sunlight the entire day and then you just live in perpetual darkness. There is no middle ground like most places. To give you a point of reference, in New York City during the summer, you get about 14 hours of sunlight. During the winter, you get closer to 10 hours of sunlight. But it is pretty standard. Usually during the winter, the sun sets at 5 p.m. During the summer, it's closer to 8 p.m. That's not what happens in Kotzebue. Kotzebue is above the Arctic Circle, which means the winters are almost pitch black all night, all day long.
But it's in the U.S.?
Yeah, in Alaska.
Oh, okay.
It's actually closer to Russia than it is to Anchorage, Alaska. It's very interesting. Now, the area north of the Arctic Circle is probably only about 4% of the Earth's entire surface. And all you really need to know is that if you live above the Arctic Circle, things like daytime, nighttime, it doesn't mean anything. During the wintertime, it feels like Kotzebue has some sort of dread countdown that starts in September. September starts, you wake up, sun rises at noon, 11:57 a.m., noon, when half the workday is already over for most of everybody else. And then the sun sets before you're even out of the office at 3:21 p.m. Barely 3 hours and 24 minutes of actual sun. But that's not even the worst of it. Each day of early December, shave off another 5 to 7 minutes of daylight. In Kotzebue, the shortest day of the year is December 21st. Sun rises just right around 1 p.m. and sets at 2:39 p.m.
Oh.
You get 2 hours and 5 minutes of sunlight, and that's it. And also, this is not 2 hours of high UV, go outside and just get blessed with the vitamin D, just blasting in the summer sun. That's not what it is. The sun does not go more than a few degrees over the horizon, so it feels like a very eerie 2-hour-long golden hour, and then it's just gone. And sometimes it's not even just pitch black. There's a lot of residents, they say that they actually prefer pitch blackness in the winter, but they have these hours that they call blue hours. And everything is like a really haunting, intense, saturated blue. It's not bright, it's not dark, but it's just like everything is a blue tint. During the winter, Alaskans have a term called big dark. It's just like a heavy weight that you feel during the wintertime. Even though there might not be anything inherently wrong, you just feel like everything is wrong. It's likely due to the melatonin production in the body. And serotonin also crashes when there's less light input. So you have surging melatonin, falling serotonin, and Alaska has one of the highest rates of seasonal depression in the entire country. Someone who moved to a town north of the Arctic Circle thought, it's gonna be easy. It's gonna be easy to acclimate because, quote, I knew it would take some time to acclimate for it, but I thought I prepared. I love the cold. I love the dark. I've always wanted to go somewhere dark and cold because I feel like I would thrive in this climate. I was dead wrong. I did not realize how much humans rely on light and dark cycles. I've tried to become more physically active by going on daily walks and taking all my vitamin D supplements, but my mind is beyond fucked. And then the minute that you adjust, it's time for summer. Starting in May, Kotzebue suddenly never gets dark. The sun rises at 5:53 a.m. and then it sets at midnight.
Damn.
You have nearly 18 hours of sunlight, but that's just the beginning. Eventually, the sun is going to be up for close to 23 hours.
That is crazy to be living
Yes.
in a place like this.
And when that, 23 hours of the 24 hours, that doesn't mean that you have that 1 hour of like pitch darkness. It never really transitions into dark either. So it just always feels like daytime. And that is when a call is made to 911. 6 p.m., May 2018. 911 gets a call in Kotzebue that someone might be dead.
5:30, we're north of the alleyway, 51st Street.
2 officers from the local police department, they drive up to the house in question. They walk up to the front door, and it doesn't really strike them as the type of house where something bad is happening inside. They swing open the front door. It's open. And in the living room, there are 2 small children watching SpongeBob on the TV. It's kind of like a weird feeling. One of the officers gets one of the kids' attention. Did someone call the police? One of the young boys points to the bedroom door. Okay, very strange. The officers start walking closer to the door in question. It's partially open, and when they peer in, there is a man holding a woman's body. This man is coated in blood. His clothes are soaked in blood. His arms, his pants, any part of this man named Anthony that the police can see, there is blood coating Anthony. And the woman that he's holding is this small 25-year-old Inupiaq indigenous woman. She's in a fetal position. There's this .22 caliber rifle laying nearby, and the officers glance around and they do notice blood splatter on the floor, the dresser, mattress, blankets. There's even a few plastic totes on the ground nearby that's covered in blood splatter. She's been shot under her chin. Her name is Jennifer Kirk, and she's now dead. The man holding her body, Anthony, he speaks up first. He's her boyfriend. He says he was in the living room watching SpongeBob with the two kids when he heard this pop sound go off. It sounded like a firework inside the bedroom. So he runs in, he finds her on the ground bleeding heavily from her head. Quote, "I have no idea what happened." The investigators, they place Jennifer's body into a body bag to transport to the medical examiner's office. That bag is sealed with a tag number 0010959. The investigators, they notice a few things. I mean, first they pull out a tape measure. They measure the rifle from the tip of the barrel. So this is where the bullet comes out. It exits the gun at that point. And then the tip of the trigger, not the handle, not the other end of the gun, the trigger. You need to press this for the gun to fire. It is 27 1/8 inches long. And then they measure Jennifer's arm. Jennifer's arm is 26 inches and 3/16 inches long. Her arm is shorter than the trigger to the barrel. Her arm is shorter than the gun, but they believe she self-exited. Then at the morgue, as the medical examiner unseals the body bag, number 0010959, they notice red markings around Jennifer Kirk's neck, and there's clear handprints around her neck. So Jennifer Kirk did not just sustain a fatal gunshot wound, she was strangled before she died. The investigators, they do not ask the next obvious questions. Instead, they close the case within 1 day of investigating, and they state that Jennifer Kirk sadly, tragically self-exited. They don't ask the man Anthony to test his hands or his clothes for gunshot residue. They don't look into his past because he has a past record of abuse and SA. They barely question him. They don't canvass the neighborhood. They don't interview anyone that might know something. They also don't go into the house and turn it upside down, searching every square inch for any sort of evidence. Because after all, it would be kind of weird to search the mayor's house, right? Anthony Richards, the man covered in blood, is the son of Clement Richards Sr., the mayor of the Northwest Arctic Bureau. How could a mayor's son ever turn out to be a killer? And even if they find another body in that house 2 years after Jennifer Kirk, do they really need to do something about it? I'd like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the Manilac Association. They are an indigenously operated nonprofit that provides high quality, culturally relevant health, social, and tribal services in the Northwest Arctic Bureau. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we would also like to thank you guys for your continued support. I will say that there is this huge expose done with ProPublica and Anchorage Daily News with the journalist Kyle Hopkins. It's so informative. They went and they spoke to so many people in town. They did investigative boots on the ground, investigative work, and it's just a great piece of journalism. So please go take a look at that. With that being said, today's case involves mentions of self-exit, DV, gun violence. However, the biggest thing to be aware of, it involves missing and murdered Indigenous peoples. There's going to be especially sensitive conversations about institutional racism, systemic neglect, police negligence, misconduct, prosecutorial failures. So please, if you feel overwhelmed, take a break, and I will see you in the next one. Statements and quotes have been condensed for brevity. Everything researched for this video was found publicly available, and netizen comments, statements, speculations, and accusations are not our own and are only mentioned for comprehensive reporting. So with that being said, nobody has been charged, but I have my opinions. Being a political figure is all about how you deal with a scandal. Almost all the time, it's a scandal that is caused by their own actions, but nevertheless, it is how they bounce back from the scandal. It's not even about the scandal itself. Sometimes it requires you take the shit that is thrown at you for good reason. You deserve shit thrown at you. But then you take it and you throw it back at somebody else. You think I'm bad? Go look at that person. Did you see what they said? Sometimes it's all about ignore the giant elephant in the room. You ignore it so much that everybody else gets used to the elephant being in the room. It's like how you forget how to blink or breathe because you're just always doing it. You're always breathing and blinking without addressing it. So everyone forgets that the elephant is in there. And then once in a while, someone will walk into the press room and go, holy shit, there's an elephant in here. And everyone go, forgot about the fucking elephant. Or sometimes the comeback requires going to jail and serving your time. It feels like most mayors have their scandal at some point in their careers. Are you really a politician if you're not probably in the Epstein files? Former mayor of DC, Marion Barry, thankfully not in the Epstein files. I will say that this is historically one of the biggest mayoral scandals, and this is not me saying that this is like the worst thing a mayor has done. It's just historically known as a massive mayor's scandal. It's the crack scandal. And I will say, for all that Marion Barry and all that he did that was kind of bad, okay, because most and all mayors seem to be bad. There always is some level of corruption. The standard is all mayors are bad. Some just do a little bit more good than bad for their own citizens. It does need to be noted that Marion Barry had some very bad streaks. Marion Barry was the former Washington, D.C. mayor, and he was known as the Chocolate King of the Chocolate City. They called it the Chocolate City. And he did, I will say, like, people love Marion, but he was known for having a lot of hot takes. He offended Polish Americans by calling them a slur. He then stated that he would like to, quote, do something about these Asians coming in, opening businesses, those dirty shops, they ought to go.
And do something about these Asians coming in, open up business, these little dirty shops. And they ought to go. I just say that right now.
Then he offended Filipino Americans by pointing out that there's so many nurses immigrating from the Philippines into the United States to, save lives. And he says, and no offense, but let's grow our own teachers. Let's grow our own nurses so that we don't have to be scrounging around in our community clinics and other kinds of places, having to hire people from somewhere else. So he managed, to piss off a lot of communities, but he loved his own people, and for that, a lot of people just could not fault him. As mayor of DC, he increased the share of government contracts awarded to Black-owned businesses from 5% to 40%. He also required private corporations doing businesses in Washington, D.C. to appoint women and minorities to leadership positions. One tribute about Barry's work says, quote, single-handedly expanded the Black middle class in DC and created a generation of Black millionaires in a time when economic and cultural segregation was rampant. He was also notorious for driving around the city, and if he saw someone on the street, he'd be like, do you have a job? And they would say no, and they'd get a job by the afternoon. He wanted everyone to have a job. Yeah.
Wow.
I would hope that his discriminatory remarks against Asians, Polish people, I hope it was a big learning moment for him, a moment of growth. But regardless, he won re-election countless times. And regardless of these remarks, he just keeps getting elected. And he honestly did change the trajectory of so many families' lives, probably with generational impact. Ultimately, Marion Barry did a lot of good. But then he smoked crack, and this was a huge thing. So for years, federal investigators, they've been trying to get Barry on something. You have to wonder if it's almost like they chose their target and they're just waiting for something to come up so that they could take Marion Barry down. They didn't like that a Black Democrat kept winning mayor for Washington, D.C.
When was this?
Oh, this was a long time ago, decades ago. He's since passed.
Okay.
But this is probably one of the biggest mayoral scandals that there ever was. This is back when mayors did regular crimes of corruption and drugs, and now they do Epstein crimes. So, they get Mayor Barry's ex-girlfriend to come in, the feds, the FBI, and she's also under pressure. The FBI are being overwhelmingly nice to her, and she agrees to set up a hotel room outfitted with 2 secret cameras, courtesy of the FBI, and just 3 days before Mayor Barry is going to announce that he's going to run for mayor for the 4th term, he walks into the hotel room, and he wants to rekindle this relationship romantically. She denies. Especially because there's just another strange woman sitting in the corner of the room. Her name is Wanda, but her name's not really Wanda because she's an FBI undercover agent. And so she's sitting there and she's like, oh, I'm just a friend of your ex-girlfriend. Do you want to smoke crack? Mayor Barry is like, no. She then asks him again, are you sure you don't want to smoke crack? He's like, no, I don't want to smoke crack. And then she brings it up again and again. And finally, Mayor Barry picks up the crack pipe, inhales twice.
I always did that. You're kidding. I always did it.
And a second later, the door is kicked open. FBI agents, DC police, they arrest Mayor Barry, to which he responds, and this is now the viral quote, "Goddamn bitch set me up like this. Set me up, ain't that a bitch?"
Fucked up a beer with this goddamn bitch set me up like this. Set me up, ain't that a bitch? Calm down.
Those were his words, and that's why people love Mayor Barry, okay? Like, people love Mayor Barry. And then he looks
But they
at...
did set him up.
They literally said it. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't even know how this is not entrapment. It's just straight up entrapment at this point.
That's
She
crazy.
asked so many times, "Are you sure you don't want to smoke crack?"
So why the fucking girlfriend sold out like that?
I think they were scaring her. I think they were scaring the shit out of her. Now, I do want to know,
That's crazy.
Mayor Barry did a lot of drugs. Like, it is a truth. He's done a lot of drugs, all various sorts of drugs. This was a huge scandal back then because the press is racist. So first of all, the setup itself is disturbing. I think it's entrapment. And then instead of the articles afterwards just saying, "Oh my gosh, our mayor was caught doing drugs," which would have been the headlines had a white mayor been caught doing cocaine, there is the persistent racism of a black man smoking crack, which, by the way, I just want to note that there is a sentencing ratio of 100 to 1 between crack and powder cocaine, which technically the molecule high is like the same thing, which means if you have 2 sugar packets of crack, you get a mandatory 5-year prison sentence. Meanwhile, you'll probably see an influencer do more than that of cocaine in a Carbone or Nobu bathroom on any given Saturday night. So in order to get a mandatory 5-year sentence for cocaine, you need to have over a pound of cocaine. Perhaps the more cleanly, morally indisputable act is that he tried to rekindle his relationship with his ex in the hotel room while he's married, and his wife did support him through the entire trial. So anyway, he goes to jail for 6 months in federal prison, and once he's released, he runs for mayor again, and he wins.
He's back?
Yeah, he's back.
He's back?
Yeah.
Wow.
He has since passed, but yeah, he was back. This is like a crazy comeback from Mayor. This is, I mean, a lot of political consultants, they study Mayor Barry.
John, a new day.
How are you? Strong men. Coming on. Strong men. Getting stronger.
Wow. So people actually like the fact that he was like, the bitch set me up.
Yeah, they love that he was very real about it. And they also love the fact that he was dealing with addiction because I think a lot of people could relate to it. And again, it's like, wouldn't you rather your mayor be doing drugs than committing crimes against women and children? Because nowadays it seems like every other mayor is at risk of being found in the files or being accused of SA. But even that would be more easily navigated than a situation that Mayor Clement Richards Sr. finds himself in. Monday morning, police are called to the mayor's house. You know how this goes. You've heard it before. A woman, Inua Pag, found in the house, dead, strangulation marks. Boyfriend is the mayor's son. You already know this story from May of 2018 when the sun had no intention of setting. It's hot outside. The sun is up. Jennifer Kirk is found dead at the foot of the bed. But this is not that Monday morning. This is March 9th, 2020. It's 8:32 a.m. The sun hasn't even gotten up. It won't rise until 9:30 a.m. The temperature is 13 degrees below zero. And the police find another body. 30 years old, Inua Pag, beaten, strangulation marks around her neck, and her name is Susanna Norton, but everybody calls her Susu. She shares the same birthday as Jennifer Kirk, August 21st, and both of them are found dead in the mayor's house.
And in the beginning, who are those 2 kids watching TV?
So the son's kids with Jennifer
Not-
Kirk.
Oh, that's Jennifer Kirk's
Yes.
kids? Mm-hmm. How old are they?
They're described to be juveniles.
Oh.
The term op book is not like a new term. It's been around for a while. It's a research book for the op, the opponent, the opposition in a political race. So what you do when you're trying to run for mayor or any elected office where there is a lot of money funneled into the campaigns, you hire 2 to 3 specialists. They're called researchers, and you pay them anywhere between $20,000 to $80,000 to do a full workup of the inside and outside of your opposition. The researchers will go and dig through archived old news reports, voting records, campaign finance filings, social media posts. An op book researcher says, I was hired because they saw the opposition as a threat. My job was to try and kill him. I mean, not literally, but you get what I'm saying, right? Let's say you do find some dirt on the opposition. What do they do then? Well, they study it for the debates, but there's been this long-standing tradition, it seems, that the researchers will share that material with a journalist on the condition of no fingerprints. The journalist gets to break a story with inside sources. The campaign recycles the published story into attack ads, debate talking points, and while the candidate acts like, I found out through the news just like everybody else, and they act just as outraged as all the other citizens, you can sometimes tell by the release timing if this is from an op book. In mayoral races, if one candidate consistently has bad information coming out on the day of press releases or big gatherings and rallies, it could just be very well released from the other party, which is why it's important, usually big campaigns, if they only have the budget to do one op book, they do a self-op.
Oh.
Researchers, make an op book on you, the candidate, because you know the other party's going to do it. You need good counterpoints. You need to make sure that you're not taken off guard. I mean, it takes a lot to run for mayor, or really any elected office beyond that, and that's why people like to play dirty. Some wealthy candidates have also been known to hire every political consultant in the market, not to use all of their services at once, but to prevent the opponents from accessing them. It's kind of like when wealthy people, they get a divorce and they put all the best family attorneys in the city on a retainer so that their partner can't use them. It's kind of like that. It takes a lot to win the race to be mayor, but it really depends what you get out of it, depending on the mayor system. So some cities have what's called a strong mayor system. New York, Chicago, Houston. Mayor gets to appoint the heads of departments. They help draft and propose budgets. They have a lot of executive power. Then you have a weak mayor system where you're pretty much just like chairing the council meetings and cutting ribbons. Like, you don't really have any independent executive authority. You're just there.
So there's more money in the strong one. Is that what you mean?
And it's very strange. So there are some major cities where the mayor only gets paid like $100,000. And then there will be a city in Florida with 1,000 residents and the mayor is getting paid $250,000. Now, the Northwest Arctic Bureau in Alaska, that's a strong mayor system. The charter for it explicitly states the executive power in the borough is vested in the mayor. The borough mayor, as the chief administrative officer, is responsible for all proper administration of all bureau affairs. That gives Mayor Clement Richards a whole lot of power. A lot of power. Enough power that he is going to be in charge of a $60 million construction contract. And there's going to be allegations that he's blackmailed into this contract because there is a video of him that exists with an underage girl.
Is that a rumor?
It's a rumor. Now, 1 month after Mayor Clement is elected into office, a police officer knocks on his door. I mean, technically, this is a very uncomfortable situation for the police officer to be in, but he's got a job to do. The officer was called by Jennifer Kirk, a 22-year-old. So this is when she's 22. She passes away at 25. She reports that she was punched in the face by someone who lives in this very house, the mayor's son. So the report reads from the perspective of the officer. I asked Jennifer how Anthony assaulted her, and she stated that they were having intercourse, and he tried to have anal intercourse, and when she told him no, Jennifer then stated that Anthony punched her in the back 3 times, causing pain, and punched her in the right eye twice, causing pain, swelling, and a bloodshot eye. Jennifer said Anthony also grabbed her right arm, leaving bruises just above her wrist. Obviously, the officer has to investigate. He walks up to the mayor's front door and he knocks again. And then Mayor Clement, he opens the door and he smells drunk, or at least according to the report, quote, appeared extremely intoxicated. And then the mayor just aggressively starts asking, how can I help you? How can I help you? How can I help you? Doesn't give the officer a chance to respond. He asks, how can I help you 3 times and then slams the door shut. It's like very odd behavior. This is 1 month after he becomes mayor. What is the officer supposed to do? Knock again? He doesn't. Instead, he just moves on. And so does everybody else. Until 3 years later, Jennifer Kirk is found dead inside that house. And there are clear markings of strangulation. She was shot with a gun that is longer than her entire arm. And it's ruled a self-exit. And the police and the mayor, they move on to the next big case.
Wow.
So instead of answering questions about what happened in his own house, what his son could have been involved in, the mayor is out there on a podium involved in another case, answering questions about Ashley Johnson Barr. Ashley Johnson Barr is the girl in purple. There's a lot that you have to know about the whole area of Kotzebue. It's closer to Russia, like I said, than Anchorage. It's a very isolated area. It's part of this like frying pan-shaped peninsula in Alaska, and it's actually believed to be one of the oldest continuously inhabited settlements in the Americas. The land should belong to the Inupiat people, and they do comprise of roughly 75% of the population, but of course it's stolen land. But a lot more on this later. It's a very small population where, yes, the trope, everybody knows everybody. And it's true. It's also true that September 6, 2018, everybody knows that 10-year-old Ashley Johnson Barr does not come home. And everybody knows Ashley Johnson Barr. People say she's the kid that just seemed to be everywhere, like she could teleport. She'll be picking blueberries with her family and then showing up to 5 different church services and Bible studies every single week. If there's a body of water, she's probably trying to change into a swimsuit and swim in it, even if it's a puddle. But that Thursday evening, she goes to hang out at the playground in the town center. And this is not like other parts of the US where kids are not out by themselves. She's got a phone. She's at the town center. This is very normal for kids in this area.
This happened after Jennifer's body was found, or
3 months after Jennifer's body is found. And this case, Ashley Johnson Barr's case, does make national news. And because the mayor is the mayor of the town that this is occurring in, he almost becomes like this spokesperson for this case. And yet nobody's asking him about the fact that 3 months ago, a woman was found dead on his property, and his own son was covered in her own blood.
Yeah, how does that make sense? Why is nobody?
Exactly.
Is it just like he has so much power that it's been silenced from the town?
And again, this is a town where, like I said, it's that trope, everybody knows everybody, and Ashley goes missing. And for 8 days, all hell breaks loose. Boats, helicopters, K9 units are flown into the town to help. The Coast Guard gets involved. At any given time, there were as many as 50 people searching for Ashley. September 14th, 2018, a volunteer spots Ashley's body in the tundra a few miles outside of town. She had been essayed and strangled to death at 10 years old. So very quickly, a 41-year-old man, Peter Vance Wilson, gets arrested. I mean, the first sign that something was wrong with Peter was a relative of Peter's was going through, everyone in town is looking for Ashley, and he's going through Peter's coat. I don't know if he was hanging the coat up or if it was just like sprawled out on the couch, so he's picking it up, and he notices something heavy in the pocket. He reaches in, and it's Ashley's phone. Okay. Now, DNA testing also showed that he was the one that kidnapped Ashley, essayed her, and then strangled her with her own pants. He also eventually confessed. But the infuriating part about all of this is that all these people start coming forward and they keep saying, we knew that Peter had problems and we tried to tell everybody that Peter had problems. 2 female relatives stated that Peter had repeatedly, throughout their entire childhoods, essayed them and he never got in trouble. He started essaying his relatives when he was 12 years old. Family members describe as many as 40 different accounts of essay from Peter, and they tried to tell people, and nobody was listening to anybody.
Like the police isn't doing anything?
Yeah, nobody's doing anything. They just, Ashley's father even states, quote, some ladies and young girls sure did try and go and speak up. Guess what happened? Nothing happened. People told them they never did this to you. You're just making up stories. But Ashley's case is monumental for a number of reasons. I mean, I could do a whole episode on this, but people realized how much resources they could actually mobilize. I mean, the way that people came together to find Ashley, how the entire state of Alaska seemed to come together, that means the resources are there. So if the case is there, this should be the reception for every missing and murdered Indigenous person. Not just like once in a while, but every single time. Secondly, there was this sentiment in Alaska that a culture of silence is not going to be tolerated anymore. If someone had taken accusations against Peter seriously, Ashley would still be alive. Many of Peter's relatives would have been safer. Ashley's dad states, our daughter started something. No more silence. I mean, there's just so much more to the case, but I mean, her parents are doing a lot of good for women and children in Alaska. However, one of the most vocal people during the entirety of this case is this one man who just kind of inserts himself into all of this, Mayor Clement Richards. He's all over the news stations when the searches for Ashley is taking place. And it's infuriating because like everything that Ashley's legacy symbolizes, the mayor is exploiting, because if anyone profits from a culture of silence, it's clearly Mayor Clement Richards Sr. Because just 3 months before he makes himself the spokesperson for Ashley's passing, Jennifer Kirk was found dead in his house and he's just sweeping it under the rug. Some people just really make it easy for the police to do their job. Some cases just like are very easy to solve, or at least that's what it feels like. You get a checklist. Hey, these are the 5 things you need to do. Find the evidence, check off the box. We're going to trial. You're getting a conviction. Jennifer Kirk's case feels like that. It feels so easy. Either the truth is it's in the evidence that she did self-exit like the police claim that she did, or naturally there's something else to look into, like the mayor's son, Anthony. I mean, how much more literal with the red flags do we have to get? The police department in their own report, quote, I noted the rifle from the tip of the barrel to the tip of the trigger as being 27 and 1/18 inches long. Jennifer's arm, they note in the report, is shorter than that. When the police first bring in Anthony into the police station right after finding Jennifer Kirk's body, they interview him. They don't arrest him. They don't interrogate him. They just ask him questions. And they listen to Anthony's side of events, which go like this. I was watching TV with the kids. I heard a pop. And then I saw Jennifer, I had seen Jennifer go into the bedroom. So I freaked out. I go into the bedroom. I see her. I go to the neighbor's house and I told them to call 911. He states that Jennifer was still breathing when he found her, and, they've been in this very long relationship. They have kids together who are in the living room, and she just self-exits. He explains it's kind of a long story, and they're like, well, tell us. So she has this court date in her hometown, which is like a few towns over, for DUI. She's supposed to turn herself in, but she was scared to go. But I keep telling her, you gotta just get it over with. You gotta go and turn yourself in. I kept telling her that she needed to. And then she starts getting emotional, crying, and accusing Anthony of not wanting to be with her anymore. And Anthony tells the officer, essentially, I told her not to cry in front of the kids, and I told her to go lay down in the room and calm down. He stays out in the living room watching SpongeBob with the kids, and it's like an hour in when he hears that firecracker go off. So he rushes into the room, he finds that she shot herself, and he explains, this is very Jennifer. She's really good at hiding her emotions until it's like an explosion. Why did you go to your neighbor's house to call 911? Well, I couldn't find my phone, so I ran next door. Which, side note, the mayor's house is about a block away from the police department, so continuing on. He gets back from telling the neighbor to call the police. He goes back to Jennifer's body and he holds her. That's how it's described. It's described that he does not attempt CPR. He doesn't try to stop the bleeding. He's just coating himself in her blood, holding her. After what can only be described as a very suspicious story, the police are like, well, you're free to go. We're not arresting you. Right when he leaves, the investigators get a call from the ME's office, and they advise the police that not only does Jennifer's body have a fatal bullet wound, but there are signs of strangulation on her neck, like handprints. She was strangled before she died. And this police department is not big at all, which, by the way, that's another thing that I have a personal gripe about this. Okay, so we tried to FOIA request this case a long time ago, and a team member on the RM team kept trying to get in touch with the police department. And we do FOIA requests all around different states and different towns, different cities, different police departments. And some police departments, each one operates differently. And each one feels like a whole new learning process of how to get a FOIA request. This is a small, tiny little police department, and it took suspiciously long to get a response from them. In a way that it didn't make any sense, in my opinion. All I'm saying is most of us would not hire a magician to do our taxes. It just doesn't make sense. When something important is on the line, like your livelihood, a loved one, or a traumatic accident, hiring the wrong person can be disastrous. That is where Morgan & Morgan comes in. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm. They have over 100 offices nationwide and more than 1,000 lawyers. With over $30 billion recovered for over 500,000 clients, Morgan & Morgan has a proven track record of fighting to get you full and fair compensation. It's built on the value that everyday people like you and me, they deserve powerful legal representation for accidents when they're harmed by negligence. There's a reason why Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm. For the people, not the powerful. If you've been hurt due to the negligence of someone else, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. Just click the link in the description below or visit forthepeople.com/rotten. That's forthepeople.com/rotten, or dial pound LAW 529 from your phone. This is a paid advertisement. So this entire tiny little police department, they probably know everybody, and they know that a month after Clement is elected into office, so a few years ago, an officer got called out to the mayor's house by Jennifer Kirk because she reported that Anthony had assaulted her. And now she's dead a few years later. All they have to do is a little bit of due diligence. And if you're already pulling up his profile, you can also clearly see that September 2017, Jennifer called 911 again. She's actually still at the mayor's house. She waits for the officers to arrive. She's standing out in the driveway. She's crying. And she tells the responding officer, Anthony just choked her. He strangled her. And she's explaining like she had gotten into town. She wanted to see Anthony. So right from the airport, she goes to the mayor's house. Both of them start drinking, and Jennifer just wants to go back to her hotel. And she even offers Anthony, do you want to come back to my hotel with me? But Anthony does not want her to go back to her hotel. In fact, he doesn't even want her to go, and the fact that she even offered for both of them to go is seemingly so offensive and such a heinous thing for Jennifer to do that Anthony starts verbally screaming at her. And then he slams her down onto the bedroom floor, sits on top of Jennifer, putting his entire body weight on top of her. So he's not only preventing her from getting up, he's full on suffocating her. Jennifer states that she just kept trying to struggle with Anthony to get up, and he only does because she starts pinching him really, really hard. He gets up, and I assume it felt like they were both cooling down because Jennifer sits on the bed, and then she calmly tells him once more that she wants to go back to the hotel. This time, he climbs up onto the bed, pushes her down, and he grabs her neck with both of his hands and starts strangling her. Her vision starts narrowing. She tells the police that she couldn't breathe. She's terrified of passing out. And the report reads, Jennifer eventually was able to get away from Anthony, and during this struggle to do so, she sustained a visible laceration from the top right side of her head. The officers go to investigate, and guess what? Anthony is on probation. He's drunk when they go to talk to him. He's drunk. He's violating state law by violently abusing Jennifer. So he's arrested for breaking probation. And with this, I feel like the police have a pretty, at face value, a suspicious story of death. They've got strangulation marks on the deceased, a history of violence and strangulation documented by various criminal charges. And the police officers, they were even trained. Top 10 red flags for domestic violence killings, and pretty much every single one of them checks off. The red flags consist of victim dies prematurely. Jennifer Kirk is 25. Self-exit or accident scene. One partner wanted to end the relationship. Prior history of DV. Victim found dead in a home or a residence. Victim found by current or previous partner. Prior history of DV includes strangulation or suffocation. Partner is the last to see victim alive. Partner has control of the crime scene. And body is moved or scene or evidence is altered in some way. Yeah, so they bring Anthony back in. And they're like, hey, we found strangulation marks on Jennifer Kirk's body. You didn't mention any of that. Mm-hmm. Do you care to tell us what happened? And he explains that, well, he just blocked out that part because it's just like been a bad day. And he said it was all in self-defense. He said that Jennifer started punching, slapping him on the side of his head. So in order to stop her, he does what any normal human does. He holds her back by her neck with both of his hands. It's like the most reasonable defensive stance. Of course, everybody's done it before. And Anthony says while he's doing this, she's still trying to slap him. Now, when the police are like, well, how much pressure did you apply? He doesn't recall. Did she fall unconscious or not? He doesn't remember. He doesn't remember if he knocked her unconscious or not. And all of this is happening in the kitchen. This is what he says, which is also kind of crazy because he made this whole thing about like, I don't want her to cry in front of the kids. But you're strangling her in front of the kids? So after she might have been maybe not knocked out, Anthony can't remember. And when she does become conscious, she goes to the bedroom, and that's when she dies by herself. And with that, the police are given a pretty easy pathway to get to the bottom of what happened to Jennifer Kirk. And the entire town gets wrapped up in this hunt for the police department to find the strangler. Authorities are asking for the public's help. Help us find out who did this. Here are the clues that we have. They're putting out like pictures. One investigator states the police department suspects foul play and is pursuing all investigative leads. And they start putting up photos of the suspect in question. Tipsters are calling in. Volunteers are raising thousands of dollars. I mean, this news is all over the area. The strangler needs to be brought in, and there needs to be justice. And they do catch him. They catch the strangler. They drag him to court. But it's not for Jennifer's death. It's not for the death of Jennifer Kirk. All of this police investigative efforts is for a husky. So around the same time that Jennifer Kirk is found dead, the city fire department's pet husky is also found dead. They close Jennifer's case and they do like a citywide hunt for the strangler.
For the husky.
Yes, and like don't get me wrong, I think that person needs to be punished for sure, but nothing for Jennifer.
You think it's like a cover-up? It's like a...
It seems like priorities. They don't care for Jennifer Kirk. In fact,
You think they don't care or they're hiding something, right? Like they don't care is like, okay, I'm not going to do more investigation. Hiding is someone is covering up for someone.
I don't know if they're that smart.
Really?
Yeah. Everyone in town thought it was weird.
Everyone in town thought
Jennifer
weird?
Kirk's death is weird.
Correct.
They don't care to make statements and make it make sense. They don't care to address it. It's just like, well, what are you going to do about it? That's the feeling that I get. It's so
don't
blatant.
understand.
It doesn't feel like a cover up of like, ooh, a diversion. Don't pay attention to this. Pay attention to this. It doesn't feel like that.
So why
It
is there no
genuinely feels-
investigation if
Because the mayor controls the police department. This is
Yeah.
a really small town.
Yeah.
And they don't care to investigate.
So even the police who made the report wrote the gun is longer than the arm.
Yes.
That means he also suspected something, some kind of foul play,
Yeah, but he doesn't care.
or he was told not to look.
And he doesn't care enough to go against
Right.
the status quo. Or alleged, right? That's our personal opinion of just the limited information that we have, right? In terms of the husky and the search for the strangler, I don't think it's some sort of, ooh, diversion, don't let the community members.
Right.
It doesn't seem like that.
Right,
It seems
right,
like the community knows and the mayor is like, what are you going to do about it?
Okay,
That's
but,
the feeling.
But Jennifer's case,
Yes.
someone said do not
Yes.
continue.
It's unclear if someone said do not continue or the lead investigator got bonked on the head with a coconut and decided to close the case. You know, we don't know what happened behind closed doors. Legally speaking, that would be bad to say.
Okay.
You can come to your own personal conclusions about that, but all we know is that within one investigative day, the case is closed and it's deemed a self-exit. Whether the mayor said shut it down, whether the investigative lead said, wow, I did my due diligence of fucking 8 hours and I think that this is a self-exit, it's hard to say, right?
What about Jennifer's families?
They think something is weird. They just want more investigations. They absolutely do not believe that she would self-exit. She was just on the phone with her mom. They were preparing for like future plan. There was nothing to indicate that she is someone that would want to self-exit. And then with all the history of domestic violence from Anthony, like it just, to them, it makes zero sense. Now, with the ProPublica piece, the expose, the police are going to come back and say something about Jennifer's death, and I'm going to get into it, and it's so infuriating, but it just feels like, to some people, because of the lack of investigation into Jennifer Kirk's death, another person is going to end up dead. Because 2 years after Jennifer Kirk dies, Susu Norton dies. And the mayor's son is going to be in the court once more answering questions about Susu's death. But this time, it's not Anthony. It's a different mayor's son, Amos. Okay, so Mayor Clement Richards Sr. has 3 sons. And all 3 of them have been charged with assaulting women on the mayor's property.
They all live together?
Yes, and it's not just one that's violently abusive. All 3 of them. There are at least 31 criminal cases involving the 3 sons and a total of 6 different victims. All 3 sons have been charged with a combined 16 counts of domestic violence. None of these charges resulted in felony domestic violence convictions. And when you start putting these timelines together, it's actually so disgusting. You want to lock the whole family up in a basement cell and feed them copious amounts of Advil on an empty stomach. It's just heinous, okay? A few months after Jennifer Kirk is found dead, a woman walks into the police station with a right eye that is black and blue. It's swollen shut. She can't even open her eye. She's crying. And she reports that her boyfriend, Amos, the eldest of the mayor's 3 sons, has been abusing her. This is a few months after Jennifer Kirk is found dead on the mayor's property. So the police are like, well, we just found a dead woman on the mayor's property. And now another woman is walking in. She's got clear evidence of abuse. And she's saying that a different mayor's son, you know, the same mayor but a different son, is beating her. And she's got strangulation marks on her neck, just like Jennifer Kirk had. This is Susu Norton, who will soon be killed. She says that her boyfriend, Amos, he's a bit of a drinker. She wanted him to stop drinking, so she poured out his beer. He becomes so enraged, he grabs her by the hair, drags her around the entire house, kicks her repeatedly in the head, stomach, face, back. Her forearms are swollen from trying to protect her head and face while he's kicking her, and she's 6 months pregnant with his child. The incident report states, officer was unable to locate the defendant. That's pretty much it. Within 2 years, Susu Norton, just like Jennifer Kirk, will be found dead. They don't do anything. I mean, what do you expect from the sons whose own father, Mayor Clement Richards Sr., has a felony domestic violence charge?
Is he still out? Is he still the mayor? Is he still out and about? What's going on?
He tried to run for re-election. He did not get re-elected in 2018. And then in 2022, Susu Norton's body is found in the mayor's house. And he's still out there. Kyle from ProPublica tried to go talk to him. And he's like, no comment. He won't make any comments. Nothing.
This is so bizarre. What is going on?
Now, this happens when the mom, Annette, so this is Clement Richards. This is like the ex-first lady of the town, I guess, right? But Annette is pregnant with their third son, Anthony. So they have 3 sons. Anthony is, Jennifer Kirk's ex-boyfriend. She's pregnant. And by this point, they already have 2 sons. She's 8 months pregnant, and Clement Richards, in a fit of anger, beats her, kicks her in the stomach repeatedly until she starts profusely bleeding from her private areas. The police are called to the house. Clement and his wife Annette are just sitting in the living room. She's bleeding, and the officer concludes that Clement had been dragging Annette around by her hair, kicked her in the stomach with boots on, and then punched her in several other parts of her body. The very next day, Anthony is born. Clement Sr. pleads no contest to felony domestic violence assault and goes to jail for 6 months. Here's the mind-boggling part. Remember the whole op book that political candidates get on their opposition? Former Mayor Clement Richards has a domestic violence charge, this charge that is publicly available to see. It's a matter of public record before he's elected to become mayor. Meaning when he runs for mayor, none of his opponents, nobody in the area, nobody in the media mentions or brings up the fact that he nearly killed his wife and child. Nobody.
Because they don't do their homework?
Either they don't do their homework, or it's like what a lot of people are saying, enough is enough, this culture of silence is over with.
I see.
He becomes vice mayor, mayor, he's on the city council, he held political office from 1999 to 2018. I feel like that's longer than some of you guys have been alive.
Wow.
With this charge. And his wife, Annette, she starts working for the Alaskan State Troopers, working with prosecutors in the local area that later become judges. These judges then later oversee her son's domestic violence cases. Which, side note, when Clement Richards was mayor, there was this huge scandal. So aside from Jennifer Kirk dying inside of his house, while he holds public office, there's this huge construction bid. It's a construction project, $60 million. He's the mayor in a mayor-strong system, and he gets to have, he's aggressively pushing for this no-bid contract to be awarded to a local company called Remote Solutions. They're gonna get a $60 million contract to construct the school, the highway, this is what they need. The school district still has to vote on it. So does the borough assembly. But he's going to each person and he's like, you gotta vote yes, it's gotta go to Remote Solutions. Mayor Clement is using all of his power to swing the votes in his favor. They've got 3 special bureau assembly meetings. These were a huge scandal too. So one of them is randomly held in Seattle. So they have to fly everybody out to Seattle and they spend over $100,000 of taxpayer money. It's why do you have to have it in Seattle? It just seemed like a vacation. But then out of nowhere, allegedly, Clement Richards is wait, never mind, I take it all back. I don't want Remote Solutions to be the bid for this contract. Out of nowhere. All of this feels kind of par for the course, some political corruption going to Seattle, but it doesn't feel that bad, right? But why did he suddenly change his mind? Well, Clement Richards fires his chief of staff for the borough, Eugene. And Eugene files a complaint to the police department. And he states that he was fired because he knew information that the mayor does not want to get out. Apparently, this is what he alleges. The mayor was drunk, driving a borough vehicle, this is a city car, with a young underage girl in the car. He almost hits another car on the road, and that other driver that almost got hit, his name is Chris, he starts allegedly recording this incident on his phone that depicts the mayor driving drunk in a borough vehicle with a girl that appears to be underage. Chris then goes and shows it to a bunch of people who then notifies Eugene, the chief of staff. So Eugene is like, oh my God, there's this video. He says, quote, I told our mayor that he needs to go talk to Chris about the situation. Clement notified me that Chris agreed to delete the video and told Clement not to do it again. Now, he notices, Eugene is like noticing all these borough meetings, and Clement is like, oh, we got to do remote solutions. We got to do remote solutions. This is the bid for the construction work, right? Oh. And then suddenly he's like, no, it's not. We're not doing remote solutions anymore.
Okay.
And so Eugene is like, what the hell? And then Clement is like visibly upset. And so Eugene is like, what's wrong? Why are you upset? Eugene says, this is his claim, that Clement was told that Chris did not delete the video. And now the other parties who want this contract are telling Clement, get rid of the Baker brothers. The Baker brothers own Remote Solutions.
Who's Baker Brothers?
They own Remote Solutions.
Oh, okay.
Get rid of the Baker brothers or this video goes out. So all of a sudden he said, I don't want Remote Solutions anymore.
So basically he has like a little underground deal with Baker's brother.
That's a big allegation, but you know.
I mean, he really is trying to get Baker's brother this deal for whatever. And then a competitor got their hands on Chris's video.
Yes.
Now they're kind of telling him we want the contract.
Kill the contract, kill the deal, because we want it.
Right.
Now there's scandal about
So why
that
is
side.
Eugene getting fired for that then?
So then Eugene is like, that's messed up. He's like telling Clement Richards, no, like that's messed up. You got to do something about it. Like you cannot let this affect how you mayor this town. Then he gets fired. So then he's like, okay, well, I'm going to file a report because you wrongfully terminated me for like having a morally upstanding take.
Okay.
So, but I will say the other side of it, I went into too many rabbit holes, okay? But the other side of it, this is an allegation, but the other company, one of them shares a child with someone on the school board. So everybody's just trying to get the company that they get a kickback from. And I don't know if kickback should be used in like the very strict definition of contractually you get this much, but just you get some sort of indirect benefits. The driver was contacted by journalists and they state that there is no video, there's no involvement, but the whole thing was just a massive scandal, just huge. It was an even bigger scandal than what's going on inside that house. The mayor's 3 sons, Amos, he has multiple charges against him. He's the eldest for victimizing and abusing his girlfriend and the mother of his children, Susu Norton, while she's pregnant. He's violently assaulting her, just like his dad violently assaulted his mom while she was pregnant. Susu Norton's death is being investigated right now. And I would say Amos would be, in most people's opinion, suspect number 1. And then you have the second son, Clement Jr. One complaint filed against Clement Jr. reads that a redacted victim called 911 to report that Clement Jr., the mayor's second son, was assaulting her inside the mayor's house. This is Clement Jr.'s girlfriend, and she says that she was trying to leave the house. Clement Jr. gets up in her face and he starts pushing her as she's walking out of the bedroom. Quote, the victim stated that when she turned around to push the defendant away from her, he began to punch her in the face. The victim said that she attempted to get away from the defendant but was unable to. He just keeps punching her until a third party, one of his friends that happens to be there, rips him off of her. The officers contact the defendant, Clement Jr., and they write that the defendant was extremely uncooperative and denied anything happened. He had a strong odor of alcohol on his breath as well as on his person, red, watery eyes, and poor balance. Now, Clement Jr. pleads guilty to harassment and receives a suspended sentence, and his conviction is wiped from public record. And then you have Anthony, the youngest son, Jennifer Kirk's abuser. He's got a lot of cases. Many of them are the ones that we've covered with Jennifer Kirk, her reports before her death. He also has another case against him, an SA case where the victim states to the judge that she's terrified of running into Anthony because it's a small town. Which, by the way, Superior Court Judge Paul Roteman decides that he's going to give Anthony a special chance. And by special, I just mean very uncommon. So he gives Anthony a very low bail. This bail goes from being $7,500 to $2,500. And he explains his decision by saying that he worked with Anthony's mother and knew his father held elected office. What the fuck does that mean? The judge states, I know Mrs. Richards for when she used to work with the troopers. She has a lot of experience with these types of cases and know what these are like. Mr. Richards has been part of city council, if you're not now, I don't know if you are now. So he's been part of the local council. So they're going to be fine third parties, I think.
I know Miss Richards from when she used to work for the troopers. She has a lot of experience with these types of cases and knows what these are like. Mr. Richards has been part of City Council. If you're not now, I don't know if you are now. So he's, been a part of the local community, and they're going to be fine third parties, I think.
They're going to be fine third parties?
Yes. Okay. This is the system in which all of these little, okay, they violently assault a woman. They get charged with felony assault. And then the judge gives them a low bail. And the judge is like, fine third parties, meaning I think your mom and dad are going to make sure that you don't try to run away, that you don't do anything crazy while you're out on bail before the trial. And guess what? A trial never fucking happens because the prosecutors then come in and they're like, hey, plead guilty. And instead of a felony charge, we'll give you a misdemeanor for something like harassment instead of violently kicking someone in the stomach while they're pregnant.
They really run to town, huh?
Yeah. The judge even says, to say that you dodged a bullet is an understatement on this one.
Well, to say that you dodged a bullet is probably an understatement on this one. These are pretty serious charges. And I understand the evidentiary issues that were presented, but had those not been there and it had been less complicated, you were facing some really serious charges that involve a lot of jail time. You understand that, of course.
Yes.
Okay.
It just seems like who's dodging a bullet and how are they dodging a bullet? Through you? Judge Paul Roatman declined to comment, and a court spokesperson has stated, judicial officers cannot and do not comment on their cases in order to maintain the integrity of their decisions and to ensure that for fairness reasons their thinking is reflected solely in the official court record without extraneous commentary. Even though the code of conduct for judges state that, quote, shall not allow family, social, political, or other relationships to influence the judge's judicial conduct or judgment. So the sheer fact that he's like, well, I know your parents.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Even after the death of Jennifer Kirk, July 17th, 2020. So this is actually after Jennifer Kirk's death and Susu Norton's death. There's another filing. After 2 women are found dead in the house.
Yeah.
Okay? A woman reports her boyfriend scratched her face and kicked her. Her boyfriend being Anthony Richards.
What is going on in this house?
Yeah. She said that Anthony threw her onto the ground, kicked her, and punched her in the face, started kicking her in the ribs, her legs, her back, her butt, causing pain. The officers actually located a third-party witness who was like, oh yeah, I saw that happen. And when they finally find Anthony, in the report it states that he starts cussing out the officers that he's not going to jail. And quote, while declaring to Anthony that he was under arrest, Anthony attempted to walk into the residence. Officer Aaron and I got a hold of him while I was trying to place handcuffs on Anthony. He grabbed my handcuff by the loop and would not let go, prompting me to pull my laser and demand that he let the handcuff go. Anthony Richards was arrested and transported to KRJ, where he remained uncooperative and refused to participate in a preliminary breath test.
Okay.
But he's out now.
So these cops, they first get involved. They're like, that's sus. I'm going to arrest you.
Yeah.
You're going to get punished. Mm-hmm. And then they turn around. There's nothing going on here.
Yeah. Or they arrest them, and then the judge is like, you guys are good, fine people. I see no reason to be suspicious of you. You can be out on bail until the trial. And then prosecutors, remember, Annette used to work with the prosecutors. Not saying that there's a connection, but I'm just saying that's an odd thing, right? They'll come in and they'll say, hey, plead guilty, I'll give you a misdemeanor. They do tiny bits of jail time here and there, but barely any. And these judges are actually insane. There's one judge that lowered his bail to $100. $100 while he's out on probation. $100. And there's an audio of this where he's talking to Anthony and he's explaining why strangulation is such a bad thing, aside from the fucking obvious. And he says,
in talking about the gravity of the situation, what jumps out at me in both of these cases is there was an allegation of strangulation in both cases, and that's the reason this was charged as a felony case. And I hope you do understand that you're serving a large amount of jail time, but you are getting away from a felony conviction by taking this agreement, and that's a big benefit to you. But what I was getting at is strangulation is a very serious thing, and it's recognized that way by the legislature. That's why these types of cases can be charged as felonies. One thing I'd point out to you, the natural result of a punch or a kick or kind of your typical misdemeanor assault is a bruise or an injury, that sort of thing. The result of strangulation, if it's not stopped, if a person can't breathe, is death, and that's a serious thing. that wasn't the result in either of these cases, fortunately, but someone who's not trained in the medical profession, that sort of thing, it's a dangerous thing, because someone like you or I, you don't know when to let up and when it might be too late. So keep that in mind.
It's like you're talking to a 5-year-old of not to play fight.
But also, and one comment reads, keep that in mind. The judge is literally saying, next time you beat a woman, keep in mind strangulation is a bigger charge because you might accidentally kill them. Like, what do you mean keep in mind? And like, what do you mean a medical professional? We're not medical professionals, so we can't strangle women. Which, side note, I don't know if you want to take a random comment online as truth or a fraction of the truth or like a flat out lie or a hallucination. It's up to you, but it reads, I worked a summer job in that town in 2008. One of my 16-year-old coworkers was viciously jumped by one of the Richards brothers while I was there. And another ex-coworker got jumped right after I left. I tried to get the kid to go to the police, but he said their family is too powerful. Also, one of the police officers in that police department was basically f***ing every girl in the area that was between 18 to 20 years old, and I'm not exaggerating. He was openly flaunting his relationship with these teens he groomed in front of everyone, and nobody did a thing about it. I was just telling my partner how insane this place was like a week ago.
This town is out of control.
Yeah.
Whoa.
There's another nearby town, I believe in the same bureau, where ProPublica did a huge expose on them as well. But every single police officer in that small police department, not this one, but it's a town nearby, they all have domestic violence charges. And actually, Alaska is one of the most dangerous states in the United States for a woman. Women are 2.5 times more likely than the national average to be killed by a man in the state of Alaska. More than 4 in 5 Indigenous women, specifically, have experienced violence in their lifetime, and Indigenous women are killed at a rate 10 times the national average. On any given day in the United States, thousands of Indigenous women and girls are listed as missing in federal databases, and no matter how large that number is, it's still not comprehensive. There is not even like a way to identify that someone is Indigenous when they go missing. It's always like white, Hispanic, Asian, Black. There's no way. There's actually no comprehensive federal database that tracks how many Indigenous women are missing. There's no reliable count of how many have been murdered. It said that when an Indigenous woman disappears, she disappears 3 times. In life, in the media, and then in the data. So we're working on a full episode on a few other cases. I mean, a lot of these take a lot of time because it's hard even to get like the FOIA requests, and it's just really difficult. But it all just comes down to this. Which, don't even get me started on the boarding schools, that they would systematically just eradicate Indigenous culture while saying Indigenous women, saying that their culture is lesser than other cultures. Meanwhile, you're R-wording them. Every elected official gets up on every single fucking podium, shoves their face inside of a mic, and they pledge, they promise everyone that there's going to be change. And the only way that they're going to bring about change is the minute that their ass touches the seat of power. So you must vote for them specifically. It's very sympathetic words that are spoken with all of these politicians. And then the execution is completely hollow. It's empty. There's nothing of substance. Do they actually do something? After the ProPublica expose on this case, in an open letter, the police chief states that state investigators reviewed the case of Jennifer's death in 2018, and they found no new leads. The letter reads, to the Kotzebue community, since the news articles about several deaths were published by the Anchorage Daily News, past traumas and pains have been reopened in our community. These difficulties are not lost on me or your police department. The tragedy around the death of Jennifer Kirk in 2018 is one of many that weighs on our hearts. We need to advise the public that reading this letter may be disturbing for community members. Many in our community have raised questions or concerns about Jennifer's untimely death. I wanted you to hear from me directly on how the investigator assigned to the case took care to investigate Jennifer's passing and what the process looked like, so you have as much information as possible to make informed decisions about what you read, see, or hear. They allege in this letter that the investigator spent at least 16 days interviewing witnesses, collecting evidence, and following up leads before closing the case. Jennifer's own sister has come out to state that the police failed to properly communicate with the family during the initial investigation. They failed to interview certain witnesses. They even declined to provide the family police audio and video recordings from this closed investigation. Previously, Jennifer's parents were outspoken about stating that she would never self-exit and that the police never even really spoke to her about anything. Also, it was closed within one investigation day. I don't know where he's coming up with 16 days all of a sudden. And also, if that's the case, you should prosecute Anthony for strangulation, even if you don't prosecute him for potentially being involved in something more sinister. But he admitted to strangling her before she died. Mm-hmm. They continued, the medical examiner has the ultimate authority in determining the case of death. After a thorough review of the evidence and post-mortem autopsy, the medical examiner determined that there was no evidence that Jennifer had in any way been strangled prior to her death that day. There was also no evidence that anyone other than Jennifer fired the gun that ended her life. The police wrote in their own report that her arm is shorter than the gun. So suddenly it's no longer shorter than the gun, and it's actually physically feasible that she could have pulled the trigger, but they don't provide any context, because I'm sure you could MacGyver the trigger in a way where if you pull something else, maybe the trigger is pulled, but they're not saying that's what happened. They're just saying, no, I'm telling you this, so you're gonna believe it. And they counter it with this. Some have expressed concern whether it would have been physically possible for Jennifer to fire the rifle. Measurements taken of both Jennifer's body and the firearm show that it was. How? Literally how?
Yeah, it's just like physics.
I know this is hard to hear. Something I do want to note to you, we are aware of the domestic violence history in this case and in others. I want to be clear, I strongly and vehemently condemn that. No one should ever think that it is okay to abuse another and cause harm. Those who do harm should face consequences. Okay, then persecute him for strangulation. While it is not my decision nor my department's on prosecuting or sentencing those incidents, I do want you to know that I denounce domestic violence in the strongest possible terms. And while many of you have asked about Jennifer, others have also inquired about Susanna Norton, her ongoing homicide investigation. Susanna is not forgotten. We know that many find similarities in the location, family involved, and other circumstances surrounding her murder. I understand that. As your chief, I want you to know that we have reached out to the Alaska Bureau of Investigations and asked them in 2021 to review the investigation. Which, side note, they kind of refuted this. They were like, we were not requested in 2021 to look into Susanna Norton's death.
Okay.
So they're like, actually, we were asked like later, not in 2021. So this police chief, I don't know where he's getting his numbers. Maybe I'm getting the numbers wrong, but like it just is not adding up at all in any sense of the word. I'm sure the Alaska Bureau of Investigations Missing and Murdered Indigenous Peoples Unit will provide updates to us and to the community as they move forward. This doesn't make sense. The same reporter from ProPublica actually reached out to the police chief last year and asked a series of questions. On what day did investigator Millette close Jennifer Kirk's death investigation? May 24th, 2018 is the police chief's word. That's 1 day. 1 day. But now he's saying it's 16 days. The death investigation record suggests that the case was closed before investigator Millette received the final autopsy report for Jennifer Kirk. Is that correct? And he says, correct. But then in this open letter now, he's saying, well, this is up to the ME. We don't decide anything. So why is he switching up? Jennifer's sister even states, this open letter definitely took us by surprise again, and it was almost like adding insult to injury. Okay, what about the investigation into Susu Norton's death? Alaskan state troopers have taken over the investigation in 2022. That's 2 years after she was found dead. They told Susu's family that they're going to send investigators into the town, and that never happened. And Susu's family would know because they live 3 houses down from the mayor. They never came into town. They never investigated. They're not talking to anyone. They just keep saying that they're investigating. And they also released this video on YouTube where they're like, let us know if you know anything.
What's the video?
It's a state trooper standing there being like, we are taking this very seriously. We are investigating the death of Susu Norton. Please let us know if you've known anything, seen anything. And it's like, isn't that your job?
Today marks the anniversary of Susu Norton's murder. She was killed March 9, 2020, 5 years ago today. MMIP investigators know that there are people in Kotzebue or connected to Kotzebue that have information relating to this case leading up to the events and following the events. We're asking for the public's help. If you have any information at all that could be relevant in this case, we ask that you reach out to the Alaska State Troopers. Your information could bring closure and healing to Susu's family, her friends, and the community of Kotzebue.
As for Susu's family, they weren't even told that she was strangled to death. And they live 3 houses down from the mayor. It just feels like there are certain cases where it's kind of like the whole sympathy in words, execution is hollow. Everyone is like, okay, we're going to take missing and murdered Indigenous people so seriously now. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a subunit inside of our police department, where the Alaskan State Troopers are going to have their own dedicated unit into investigating missing and murdered Indigenous people. And we're going to name it MMIP. And then we're going to investigate all these cases. And they come out online and they're like, yeah, we're investigating. And then ProPublica goes to the family and they're like, are they investigating? No. It just seems like they're not doing anything.
So what's like the latest update on the previous mayor and the family now?
They won't give any comments. They all still reside in that house. And Susu Norton's death is so-called being investigated. Okay, here's another thing, right? So while I do think that the rules around a FOIA request. So in the United States, it's the Freedom of Information Act. If you want information about a particular case, especially like a criminal case, you as a citizen, each state is different. Some states are really annoying. Some states you have to like be a resident of that state. Anyway, you submit a request and you can get redacted case files. They're not going to give you everything. They're just going to give you what is mandated by law to give you. And with Jennifer Kirk's case, there wasn't a lot, but you can FOIA request it because it's a closed case, because she was deemed to have self-exited. Yeah. Now, here's the thing with Susanna Norton. They keep saying it's an ongoing investigation, which means you cannot get a FOIA request on an ongoing investigation, because most of the time it's probably not good. They're investigating right now. You should not impede the police on doing their work. But if they're not doing the work, it almost feels like they're doing this so that nobody can get information, nobody can point out things that are weird or ask questions, and then everybody forgets about it and then they move on.
Yeah.
So they requested our FOIA request for Susu Norton's death, and they're saying, they denied it.
Oh, they denied.
Yeah, they denied it, and they said it's because it's an open, ongoing investigation, right? But then I'm looking online, and the family is coming out to journalists and saying, what are they investigating? They told us they were going to come into town, and they haven't come into town. So it's just open. It's not an investigation. Also, I'm just saying, it's a really small police department, and the fact that they took so long to get back to us, because usually police departments, if they want to reject you for a FOIA request, it's like they already have a template. They're like, for ABC, bye, you're not getting it, okay? And then you can try to fight it, because sometimes you're like, I don't think that's legally right. You can try to kind of maneuver around it, but no, they took so long, and it didn't make any sense. One comment about this case reads, when it's rich billionaires who jettison themselves to the bottom of the ocean, we've got enough resources and money to send the Coast Guard to the bottom of the sea to retrieve their bodies and the debris. When it's 2 Indigenous women, no one cares. Suddenly there's no more money, no more resources, no bother, no care. This is documented discrimination in broad daylight. Other people are commenting, how is this coordinated silence okay? Like, who's holding these organizations accountable? Why are they allowed to just not answer? Like, why is the former mayor allowed to just not respond to comments?
Yeah.
And so that is where we are right now with this case. There's going to be a lot more. We're working on multiple different episodes, but if you live in Alaska, if you live anywhere near this town, call their police department, send in tips, send in requests to the state troopers, interact with anything that you see online about Jennifer Kirk and Susanna Norton. I think police typically don't care until everybody cares. And then they still don't care. They just don't want to be seen as not doing their job. What are your thoughts? Let me know in the comments, and I will see you in the next one. Be safe. Premonitions have really bad PR. The science crowd is going to call it coincidence dressed in hindsight, probability at best. That's what a premonition is. The spiritual crowd is going to call it a sign. They say some people just have this knack where they know things before everybody else catches up. But every single person will call it the type of situation that I will only bring up if I turned out to be right. It's also just insanely difficult to prove that you have a premonition. Like, how do you prove to someone that you had a dream something bad was going to happen to them before it happened to them, unless maybe you have the metadata to prove it? August 10th, 2019, a woman seems to have a premonition just 38 minutes before the incident. That's what it feels like. This woman is at work, and the past few hours, she has been, by all objective accounts, a pretty bad employee. She's been looking up furniture sales online. She's been taking a nap. But for some reason, at 5:52 in the morning during her night shift, it's no longer sofas and coffee tables. This woman types into the search bar of her government computer, latest on Epstein in jail. Her desk is just 15 feet from Jeffrey Epstein's jail cell. She's supposed to check up on him every 30 minutes through the night, but she and her fellow officer do not do that. And instead of getting up and walking over to see Jeffrey Epstein in jail, another search is made 10 minutes later, 5:52 a.m. Latest on Epstein in jail. Some people could call it a premonition because just 38 minutes later, Jeffrey Epstein is found dead in his jail cell. But when the DOJ asks her about it, she says, "I don't remember doing that." So for reasons she says she can't recall, she used her work computer twice, allegedly, to look up the man she was supposed to be watching who was 15 feet away from her. She looked him up right before the rest of the world even knew he was dead.
Was this like the latest?
Yes, it was released in the latest Epstein files on January 30th.
That's freaking insane.
And there's more. Chase Bank had flagged the FBI of suspicious transactions to her Chase account, cash deposits. All of them were under $10,000. It was like a total of $11,000, but experts weighed in and they said for Chase to flag those types of cash transactions
To the FBI?
to the FBI means that it must have been a certain cadence. And interestingly, one of the biggest cash deposits, which was like $5,000, was the same day that Jeffrey Epstein was moved into the special housing unit, which is the unit that she is in.
Wow.
So all of this, I mean, the answer could be as simple as this is all a coincidence, or maybe it is a glitch in the computer, or it could be as dark as some people just know things before they happen, and maybe it has nothing to do with a premonition. That is what the House Oversight Committee wants to know, and why they want to formally interview Epstein's jail guards again, to answer all the questions, not just about the searches, but also how the exact day that Epstein is returned to the special housing unit, the same guard gets a cash deposit to her bank account, why Chase Bank flagged 12 separate cash deposits to her bank account as suspicious activity, and why at the time, knowing all of this, the Department of Justice never questioned her about any of the cash deposits. And the only reason that we know any of this is because it's been released in the Epstein files. In fact, a lot of new information has come out of the files, leading people to start rabbit holing into conspiracy theories. Were children being sacrificed? Were they being eaten alive by the elites? Is Epstein still alive? And how do Epstein, Bill Clinton, and Donald Trump all connect? We'd like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the Joyful Heart Foundation. They are working to transform society's response to SADV and CA and support survivors' healings. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at RottenMangoPodcast.com, and we're also going to link the Change.org petition by various survivors of Jeffrey Epstein in the show notes so that you can go sign that. There's a lot of disclaimers with this case, but first and foremost, a lot of statements and full depositions, 4-hour long, 5-hour long, 6-hour long depositions have been condensed and rearranged just for clarity, brevity, for me to give you context to other questions. But these are all publicly available information, as well as just the fact that House Oversight Committee, if they speak to certain people, such as Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, even the security guard who they want to talk to, it doesn't imply guilt. They're being called in as witnesses. They're not being called in as suspects. Like there's no implication of guilt here. Even if someone's name shows up in the files, there's no implication of guilt. In fact, they all say that they're not guilty. So with that being said, let's get started. They call him the donor whisperer. If you need someone to reach deep into somebody else's pockets and give you some chump change, you call Middleton. He's a proximity distributor. It's like a weird thing. He doesn't sell you power because that's hard. Like, you have to be good. You still have to be charismatic to some extent to be sold power. Then you can be a politician, right? He sells you a chance to be right next to power, to interact with power itself. Mark Middleton worked with the Clinton administration before resigning, but there's a lot of drama there. There's a lot of controversy surrounding his career. There is speculation that he kept using his connections to meet with foreign billionaires and take their money with the promise of getting them in the same room as Clinton. He's the one that famously said in an internal memo, "Personally, with a few exceptions, I don't think there should ever be an empty seat on board Air Force One." Every flight that Bill Clinton takes, he thinks donors should be on board. That's always been kind of the way that he does it. Donors of the president should be cared for and fed. And one of those potential donors is Jeffrey Epstein. While Bill Clinton is in office, Jeffrey Epstein visits the White House at least 17 times, all under Mark Middleton's tenure. He's the one that basically okays Epstein being on the guest list. Bill Clinton will later say, "I have no clue. Like, these are just donors that come to the White House. They host parties. That's it. I don't know anything about this." Mark Middleton is the one that's letting them in. But that was then. This is now. Well, this was 2022. So 4 years ago, Mark Middleton, they say he only got worse. He was receiving medical treatment for it, but with Ghislaine Maxwell being convicted, Mark Middleton's association with Epstein and Bill Clinton is being scrutinized more in the public eye. People are digging up the fact that he likely accepted hundreds of thousands of dollars from foreign interests while insinuating that they could get White House access. So instead of explaining all of that, he had just pled the fifth on everything. All of that's coming back up. Nobody's really looking past his career with envy and admiration. He got to the White House, he got near power, but it seems like power corrupts. That's the sentiment. May 7th, 2022, Saturday morning in Arkansas. Mark Middleton gets into his BMW SUV. He starts driving. He has never been here before, but he stops his car in this giant farm. It's 1,200 acres of working farmland owned by an anti-poverty nonprofit. This is Mark Middleton's first and last time visiting the farm. He sits in the car and he sends his wife a text message. "Found a perfect place for a nap in the sun. Going to rest for a while. You're a great mom and wife, babe. Please be happy today and get some sun. It'll make you feel better. I love you." He sends a heart emoji. So he parks
That's an eerie text message.
He parks the BMW near the back of the farm, and he walks up to this really tall tree, and he somehow like MacGyvers and drags a bench underneath this tall tree, and he uses a dollar store type extension cord to tie himself to this tree. But that's not how he dies. He puts a shotgun up to his chest, and the trigger is pulled, and his feet leave the bench. It's this very elaborate setup that Mark Middleton is found dead. And for the past few years, since 2022, there have been whispers that maybe...
I can't really follow the, like, what did he do? He tied a rope and a shotgun?
Yes, to his chest.
So did he die by a gunshot?
Yes, right? But also he was found like hanging. And so for the past few years, because of how strange that whole thing is, there have been whispers that, yeah, maybe he didn't do it to himself. The shotgun was found approximately 30 feet away from his body, which a lot of people found very suspicious.
30 feet?
Yes.
How did that happen?
Some experts argue it could be from the recoil of the discharge, but even the shotgun aspect is bizarre because that's a very long barrel weapon.
Yes.
It's very uncomfortable to use. And more often than not, and I don't know statistically, this could just be anecdotal from researching, but chest is an odd choice. Maybe it was for family of having an open casket. I don't know. Chest is an odd choice. A shotgun is an odd choice. A shotgun and the tree is an odd choice. A farm that he's never visited, this is his first time going to the farm, is an odd choice. There's a lot of odd things. Authorities are reassuring the public that there's no evidence that anybody else has been present, no evidence of a struggle, no sign of foul play, nothing. Mark Middleton had a history of depression. That is what we are told. And a lot of people who already dislike the Clinton family, either because of their politics or because of their connection to Epstein, have started a conspiracy. They have stated, it's odd, isn't it? I mean, the timing. In 2022, new information was being released about Epstein, and then Mark Middleton dies. Some internet users already fell into this conspiracy rabbit hole that the Clintons could potentially be behind Epstein's death in jail in 2019. This is them cleaning up all their loose ends. Jeffrey Epstein, and then who connected them to Jeffrey Epstein? Probably Mark Middleton. He's the middleman. That's what a lot of internet conspiracy theorists have gone to. Popular Facebook conspiracy posts think that it's a valid connection to explore. And adding a bit more fuel to the conspiracy fire is that a month after Mark Middleton's death, his family filed to seal the incident photos. But they used the law firm Rose Law Firm, which is where Hillary Clinton practiced becoming First Lady. So she was an attorney. Conspiracy communities have started seeing this as like a smoking gun. Radar Online, which is, I don't know how you would classify that publication, but apparently they spoke to a close source, a potential associate of Mark Middleton, stating that, quote, everyone that I know here knows it's physically impossible for Mark to have self-exited. Then Daily Mail goes to post, Arkansas cops rule self-exit and death of Clinton aide linked to Jeffrey Epstein despite no sign of a weapon. I will say that this goes viral and more people jump into the conspiracy theory, but there was a weapon found. It was just found 30 feet away. Daily Mail does quietly publish a correction to that the shotgun was indeed found 30 feet away from the body, but it's way too late. The Clinton body count hashtag starts trending, with social media users tagging all of the suspicious deaths around the Clinton family, many of them being self-exits. To which someone comments on Reddit, so should working with the Clintons now be a registered cause of death for MEs? Even Trump reportedly retweets hashtag Clinton body count back in 2019. And now in 2026, Mark Middleton's death is again a topic of conversation because Bill Clinton is asked about it during his deposition regarding the Epstein files. And MAGA has gone to repost those clips with hashtag Clinton body count. But Middleton isn't just connected to the Clintons. There's one flight log that shows Middleton flying on Epstein's private jet, and also aboard that flight is Donald Trump, his then wife Marla Maples, and their infant daughter Tiffany. That is what is being reported. So how closely are they all connected? Hillary Clinton has made a comeback in a sense. I feel like she has been largely out of the general public's eye after her presidential run. Hillary Clinton is deposed to talk about Epstein, a man that she honestly barely associated with, I will say that. Before the deposition, Hillary Clinton is asked whether or not she thinks people like, even Andrew Mountbatten Windsor should go before a congressional committee. And she states,
I think everybody should testify. Look, including the former prince. I think everybody should testify who is asked to testify.
And this whole thing of getting the Clintons in front of the House Oversight Committee has been going on, has been in the talks since like October of last year. This is not a new thing. Everybody's been fighting. People want different things. The Republicans wanted it to be a closed door conversation. And the Democrats and the Clintons were like, why the f would we do that? So that you can just leak and manipulate different things to spin your own narrative. We want it to be completely public. There's been a lot of back and forth to a lot of House Oversight Committee members that are Republicans, even threatening to throw the Clintons in for contempt of Congress if they don't show up to be deposed. It's been back and forth. And she states to the BBC before her deposition,
I just want it to be fair. I want everybody treated the same way. We have nothing to hide. We have called for the full release of these files repeatedly. We think sunlight is the best disinfectant.
And she thinks that this is a huge ploy from the White House, stating that this is, quote,
this is so obvious, and they keep trying to divert. Look at this shiny object. We're going to have the Clintons, even Hillary Clinton, who never met the guy. We're going to have her there.
She goes in to be deposed in March of this year, and an hour into the deposition, all hell breaks loose. A Republican representative, Lauren Boebert, she takes a picture of Hillary Clinton in the deposition room and then leaks it to social media. So yes, it's going to be public, but it's not live.
And it's like breaking news.
Yes.
Guys, look.
And Hillary Clinton, I don't know why they thought they were doing what they were doing, but she has a strong emotional reaction. And that's probably the clips that you've seen on social media where she says, I'm finished with this. If you're all going to do that, I'm finished. You can hold me in contempt until the cows come home. This is just typical behavior. And she storms out.
There are photos that are being released of the secretary as she is testifying. Can you please explain how that
I'm done with this. If you guys are doing that, I am done. You can hold me in contempt from now until the cows come home. This is just typical behavior.
We will go off the record.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
So I would like to understand how that's permissible.
Before the hearing was...
It doesn't matter. We all are abiding by the same rules.
I will take that down.
Yeah,
So I would like to take a break at this moment.
Yeah,
I'd like to have
I'm done for now.
Go off the record. Go off the record.
And then she comes back in. But I will say the girlies, I mean, they seem to love Hillary Clinton's deposition for the sole fact of the people that are questioning her are House committee representatives. They're not attorneys. Hillary Clinton is an attorney. And the way that she's able to shut down questions, the way that she's able to just, I mean, I don't even know what her attorneys were doing in there because she was doing everything. She is sharp as a tack, whether you like her, you don't like her, you have your opinions on her. She was fully there.
I am so tired of answering that question. If you have one scintilla of evidence to the contrary, put it forward. I have never been on his island.
And people have taken it one of both ways. Some people think Hillary Clinton is the definition of stand by your man. And they don't say this in a positive way, okay? And these are mainly coming from Democrats because Republicans have a lot more harsh things to say, but that typically lies in the politics of it all, you know, right? But with the Democrats, because Hillary Clinton is a Democrat, they'll say, wow, she's the definition of stand by her man because famously her husband cheated on her with an intern in the White House, Bill Clinton, Monica Lewinsky. Or other people think she fucking hates her husband. In the whole deposition, she's like, why are you asking me? Go ask Bill. Why are you asking me? Ask Bill. Ask my husband, Bill. He'll probably know. I don't know anything.
He'll have to answer that. You'll have a chance to talk to him tomorrow. You've subpoenaed him. He's going to be here tomorrow. You're going to have a chance to question him tomorrow. Well, you certainly can ask him.
Okay.
But I will say overall, there is nothing illuminating from her deposition. Truly, I don't think that Hillary Clinton has any sort of connection with Epstein. If anything, I think that Lauren Boebert is the one that gets the most hate in this whole deposition. She just was asking a lot of weird stuff. She kind of comes out of this deposition as the one that did not perform the best. Hillary Clinton, overall, from what I can see, a lot of people like her deposition. However, this next part is pretty monumental. This is going to be the first time a former U.S. president has testified to a congressional panel since Gerald Ford in 1983. He says, this is Bill Clinton. He's sitting there and like, we haven't seen Bill Clinton in a really long time either. He's so old. I think that he might be dealing with some sort of health issue. He reminds, because my grandfather had Parkinson's. Every time he grabs his water, he's incredibly shaky. A lot of people have associated that with him being guilty. That's his tell. Some people have said that him drinking water is the tell. Other people have taken it a step further to say, like, he's so nervous. People have made short clips and memes of it. I definitely think that he has some sort of health condition where he's shaking quite a bit.
First of all, good morning and welcome to all of you to our hometown. I appreciate you coming here. I'm here today basically for two reasons. First of all, I love my country and the Constitution, and I believe America was built on the idea that no one is above the law, especially presidents, and that we should all live by the same set of rules shaped by the Constitution. Democracy requires every person to play their part, and I hope that by being here today, we can bring ourselves a little further away from the brink and back to being a country where we can disagree civilly and search for the truth and justice. The second reason I'm here is that the girls and women whose lives Jeffrey Epstein destroyed deserve not just justice, but healing. They've been waiting too long for both.
He states that he was only briefly acquainted with Jeffrey Epstein and it ended years before his crimes even came to light. So this is pre-2008. He never witnessed anything in their limited interactions, but he wants to help the DOJ. He wants to help the House committee to make sure that they can all prevent something like this from happening again. He also mentions that his wife, Hillary Clinton, should not have to answer to anybody. Basically, in more eloquent words, he states that she's got nothing to do with Epstein. However, quote,
on the other hand, I do think you should be talking to me. I think you should have called me. I did take those plane trips with him, and you have a right to ask those questions. So I'm glad to be here, and I understand what the oath is. I have to be honest with you. Be 80 years old if I live to my next birthday. I don't remember everything that happened 24 years ago, but I do remember some things, and I will tell you what I remember as best I can.
But I will say, just before we go into the deposition, there is an uncomfortable moment later on where Bill Clinton is asked if he's ever lied under oath or during a deposition, to which he responds, no.
Have you ever lied in a deposition?
No.
Have you ever lied while under oath?
No.
But we all know that he technically has lied under oath before regarding the Monica Lewinsky situation, where he states that he did not have sexual relations with Monica Lewinsky, and we all know that that was not true.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Ms. Lewinsky.
Some people think that that's damning evidence as is, and that we should look at the deposition with a different perspective, just knowing that. How did he meet Epstein? Former President Bill Clinton states that he met him through Larry Summers, who was the head of Harvard at the time. Okay, we hear about Larry Summers way too damn often, okay? He was the Secretary of Treasury during Clinton's administration, Larry Summers. So everybody's connected through Larry fucking Summers. Larry Summers, and this is me paraphrasing for what I believe to be brevity, but you can watch like the whole 4.5 hour long deposition if you'd like. Larry Summers is like, hey Bill, you should meet this donor. He just gave Harvard $10 million for brain research. He's information hungry. You would love talking to him. Like, he loves to talk about economics, politics. Oh, and here's the cherry on top. You just got out of the White House. You're trying to start your own foundation, the Clinton Foundation. You're trying to cure AIDS. You're trying to do all this stuff. He's got a massive jet, and he can fly you around, you and your entire Secret Service detail, because you can't fly by yourself these days because, you know, you just got out of the White House. And he can help you set up your nonprofit to provide life-saving AIDS medications to as many people around the world as possible. And because you just got out the White House, it hadn't been funded yet. So that's great. He kind of insinuates that Epstein was just a means to an end for the foundation, and that a lot of people who cared more about the work that Clinton was doing, they would get involved later. So that's why Bill Clinton stopped hanging out with Epstein.
I thought Mr. Epstein was an interesting man, but I didn't think he was really interested in what I was doing. That is, he asked all these questions. He did ask about economics and politics, as he said he would. And he never asked me anything untoward. It's just that I thought I had done what I promised to do, and he had done what he promised to do. And I thought I'd always, over the years, with these donors, tried not to overstay my welcome. I thought that we'd done enough, and it was time to start working with other people.
Which, side note about Larry Summers before we move on, he has resigned from his academic and faculty appointments at Harvard. So remember, he was then president, but then he was working as a professor, and then the Epstein files came out, and then he gave this whole like weird Epstein lecture to his students.
Some of you will have seen my statement of regret, expressing my shame with respect to what I did in communication with Mr. Epstein.
He also stepped down and parted ways with the New York Times, Bloomberg, and OpenAI. He was on the board, I believe. Yeah. Or some advisory or something like that. But Bill Clinton, interestingly, describes Epstein as a vacuum cleaner.
How would you describe the substance of your conversations with Jeffrey Epstein during the many hours that you spent together on the aircraft?
Well, at first, he really seemed to be like a vacuum cleaner, like he really wanted information. There was nothing overtly manipulative about it. He wanted to know, you know, what did I think of derivatives trading? Did I think that the stock market was properly regulated, or did it need more? And it was great for the first, 2 or 3, 4 or 5 conversations. But I could tell that it was like, you guys are in politics. Don't you ever feel like sometimes somebody's talking to you and then they're just checking the box and they got to go do something else and be somebody else? That's the way I felt.
So if he's saying it felt like Jeffrey Epstein just wanted to say he knew Bill Clinton. Which is kind of alarming. The House committee wants to know if perhaps Epstein was trying to get specific information out of Bill Clinton. That would be a huge concern for national security if, let's say, a trafficker has blackmail against very well-connected, politically one of the most powerful people on the planet. What could happen then?
Why did he call him a vacuum cleaner, though?
Just wants knowledge. Just like vacuum cleaning information.
Yeah, but at the same time, he doesn't really care.
Yeah.
He just wants information to be used on other...
I imagine he's like the type where you sit down and it's rapid fire 25 questions. And if you don't answer in the way that they think is entertaining or interesting, they just move on to the next person. It's kind of the feeling that I get from his response. But they ask, was he ever trying to monetize the relationship, to your knowledge?
To the best of my knowledge, he never did.
Did Jeffrey Epstein ever inform or represent to you that he was working with any intelligence service of any nation, including the United States? No. But they show him a picture of a man named Marius Robert, whom Clinton says he doesn't know who that person is. He's like, I've never seen this person in my life. I don't know who Marius Robert is. But they're like, what about the passport photo? He's shown a picture of a passport. They're like, the passport name is Marius Robert. You don't know Marius Robert, but who does the picture look like?
It looks like Jeffrey Epstein.
They explain, the reason I ask you about this specifically is because I do believe that Jeffrey Epstein was an intelligence operative. So this was a passport that was actually entered and released by the DOJ. It was found in his safe, if you will. So it's an alias. The reason I ask you that is, given your nature and position, I'm wondering if you were essentially targeted by a honeypot operation and or by intelligence to gather information. Bill Clinton smiles.
Is there a question?
So with that, one of the main people under fire with the new Epstein Files release is Howard Lutnick. He's the former New York City neighbor to Jeffrey Epstein.
He's a neighbor?
Yeah, like next door neighbor. And according to Politico, Howard Lutnick has stated in a podcast that he vowed back in 2005 that he would never be in the same room as Epstein ever again. Which is like a very odd thing. Why 2005, right? But then according to the file dump, Howard Lutnick also reportedly invited Epstein to a 2015 fundraiser for Hillary Clinton. So it's unclear if Epstein went, but what the hell? Okay?
Who is he?
He's the Secretary of Commerce appointed by Trump. They're trying to get him to resign as we speak.
And he was just a neighbor.
Yeah,
back in the days.
He was a neighbor, and he was, at one point close to the Clintons, who are Democrats, but now he's the Secretary of Commerce with Trump. Yeah. But he was right next door to Jeffrey Epstein's $250 million New York City just mansion. So he goes on this podcast, Howard Lutnick does, and he said that he and his wife were invited over to Jeffrey Epstein's house because they're neighbors. So it's like, hey, billionaire and billionaire, let's all meet. I don't know if they're billionaires, but so they see this massage table just in the middle of a room in Epstein's house, and it's just candles everywhere. And Epstein creepily insinuates that he gets a massage every day, the right kind of massage.
And the right kind of massage.
So Lutnick and his wife, Allison Lutnick, he says they all but flee the Manhattan townhouse because they're like, disgusting, disgusting. And according to Howard Lutnick,
and in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again.
Safe to assume that he was never in the same room with Epstein since 2005, right? But the emails show that he was reportedly at Epstein's Island years after 2005. He emailed Epstein stating that him and his wife and children, along with another family, were visiting the Caribbean and asked if Epstein would be around and whether or not they could visit him for a meal. And then a day later, Epstein emails Lutnick, nice seeing you. So we don't know if he was on Epstein's Island, but safe to assume that they did see each other in the Caribbeans.
Yeah.
Even in 2017, according to the New York Times, Epstein contributed to a charity dinner that was in honor of Lutnick. But in a Senate subcommittee hearing, Lutnick says, I did not have a relationship with him. I barely had anything to do with that person, okay?
I did not have anything you could call a relationship, anything you could call an acquaintance. I literally met him 3 times over 14 years with widespread in between.
I've never heard anybody say, oh yeah, I know Epstein.
Yeah.
Nobody, everyone says the exact same thing. Don't know the guy, barely know the guy. I don't talk to him.
I think that I was just a friend of his, even though I spent 50 hours on a private plane with him.
Yeah.
His private plane with him.
It's like nobody knows him, but he knows everybody.
Yeah.
Like everybody's in his email.
Exactly. As for that lunch with his wife and kids and Epstein, he says,
my wife was with me, as were my 4 children and nannies. I had another couple they were there as well with their children, and we had lunch on the island. That is true, for an hour, and we left with all of my children, with my nannies and my wife all together.
Also, Howard Lutnick just looks AI generated. I don't know how else to describe it. It was bothering me ever since, and I have nobody to talk to about it. He looks like AI generated pictures. Like, you know, when you see those AI generated people who like go fishing and then they catch a shark and they're like, and it just looks so that's what Howard Lutnick looks like to me. During his deposition, Bill Clinton, he's asked why President Trump ignored other prominent figures in his circle, such as Howard Lutnick, who have had close ties with Epstein. This is an opinion question. because the House committee is asking Bill Clinton, why do you think President Trump is ignoring other people in his circle, prominent figures such as Howard Lutnick, who have had close ties with Epstein? How is he supposed to know what Trump is thinking? This is not a question that Bill Clinton can answer. This is an opinion question. They're not here to give opinions. And other times where they're asked opinion questions that they don't want to answer, their attorneys step in, Bill Clinton steps in, Hillary Clinton is like, I'm not here for speculation. I'm here for facts. But Bill Clinton, his attorneys don't stop him. And Bill Clinton says,
Lutnick runs a big company and has made a lot of money and has supported him strongly. I don't think he believes that he's done anything bad enough to... I think he thinks he took his family to the island and he couldn't have done anything wrong. That's what I think he thinks. But I'm speculating. I'm doing what I have no business doing because I really don't know.
And why'd you say that?
Yeah, and this is where a lot of people have a lot of problems with this. I think that this could easily, if you want to have zero nuance and if you want to just like die by your party, which who wants to die by their party these days, you could make it a Republican and Democrat issue. But I will say that no victim of sex trafficking ever cared what party their abuser belonged to. So I don't think that this is a Democrat-Republican issue. I think this is an issue of sex trafficking and people in power. So this is not like me saying, oh, because of my political party, I'm going to side with this guy over that guy. But one thing that a lot of Democrats who would typically take Bill Clinton's side, they're saying, hold on, it's very uncomfortable that he's almost giving Trump outs. It's the same thing that Ghislaine Maxwell did last year in her DOJ interview with Todd Blanche.
I never saw the president in any type of massage setting. I never witnessed the president in any inappropriate setting in any way. The president was never inappropriate with anybody. In the times that I was with him, he was a gentleman in all respects.
Why give your opinion on what Trump is thinking when you're not supposed to answer to opinions, and you gave your opinion in a way that almost clears Trump? Like, I'm sure Trump thinks he didn't have a relationship with Epstein. That's basically what he's saying. There is currently bipartisan effort to get Howard Lutnick out, to get him to resign. I just think the craziest thing, though, is that Howard Lutnick is a billionaire. Why even go on a podcast? Just to eat your own words later. Why go on a podcast and say, this happened in 2005 and my wife and I were like, we're never going to see this guy.
Right.
It's just they...
Wait, the 2005 comment, when was that made?
Like last year.
Oh, in the podcast?
Yeah.
And then the email came out.
Yeah. And then they're like, why'd you even go on the podcast?
Yeah.
You could have just shut up about Epstein. You could have just not said anything.
Well, he didn't think it was going to come out.
Yeah. So then the deposition heads into the flights, and it's been confirmed, and it's very, apparent that Bill Clinton has been on Epstein's private plane numerous times, the Lolita Express, if you will. He admits that during one flight, Naomi Campbell happened to be there. This is a name that consistently comes up, but there's no damning evidence against Naomi Campbell. She just keeps coming up all the time. Bill Clinton states that it was all for philanthropic charitable work. Depending on your political views, depending on your view of powerful men abusing their positions, depending on your instinct, a lot of netizens have different takes about these types of responses. But nevertheless, he's like, it was all for philanthropy. I was just trying to save people. In the deposition, he's asked, because of the flight logs, they show that there are young girls on these planes. So when I hear young girls, I'm assuming that they're all of age, because they would have said underage, right? So the flight logs at least depict. And the pictures show that they're wearing tank tops and jeans. Who did he think they were? Is Epstein like, this is my assistant who is wearing a tank top and jeans to do philanthropic work? Why am I bringing this specific assistant to this trip? Like, who did you think they were? Bill Clinton?
I thought they were flight attendants.
Wow.
Do flight attendants typically wear tank tops and jeans?
They don't all wear uniforms on private planes.
Huh. Okay.
I don't know if that's true, right? But everyone's just kind of like, what? Mm-hmm. Even if they don't wear uniforms, they probably don't wear tank tops and jeans.
Yeah, this is such a dumb.
Then there's the viral photo of 22-year-old Shantae giving Clinton a neck massage at an airport. She was 22 at the time. And I do have to note that Shantae Davies has come out and said that Bill Clinton has been nothing but a gentleman in her experiences with him. She's been very outspoken of the abuse that Epstein had done to her along with Maxwell, but she never said that Bill Clinton was part of any of it.
Okay, my next question for you is, have you ever had contact with an individual by the name of Shantae Davies?
I believe Shantae that's a distinctive name, and so I think that was the name of one of his flight attendants.
So, I mean, at this point, it's safe to assume that he knows who she is because, I mean, the picture went out. I'm sure he's prepped with his attorneys. He knows. He's further asked.
She's been described on being on a 2002 Africa trip and providing massages. Was she or any other young female on that trip underage at that time?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Did you ever receive a massage or have physical contact from her or anyone else on that trip?
You've seen the pictures. There was one time when I was sitting up and I got a back rub, a neck rub.
Okay.
And I think Shantae did it, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I didn't think it was anything unusual. I can't tell you how many airplanes I've been on where rich people asked me to go and they had someone offering a massage. You know, all these boats that you go on and all that, they all do that. And usually I don't do that. I'm not into this.
Into what?
We don't know.
What is he saying?
Yeah, we don't know. And the attorney is like, stop, just stop. He later states that on this specific trip, his neck had, quote, had spasmed and I was in pain. So they offered to help and I let them help.
Do you think a young girl massaging a president is unusual?
So are you asking his opinion?
There's a little riff. And then his other counsel steps in. Objection calls for speculation. I figured, did you ever think that all these women around Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell was odd, unusual, weird, or creepy?
There weren't all that many around when I was there.
How many would you say is not all that many?
I think on this big plane that was working long hours, having 2 to 4 people on there, I thought was, as far as I knew, they were all helping.
Flight attendants in tank tops and jeans?
And this questioning is done by a Republican representative, Nancy Mace. And we have this, people who have not watched the full deposition, there's like a clip going viral where he says, well, you got like a great tone to it. And Bill Clinton puts his hands in the air and everyone's like, oh my God, Bill Clinton is still flirting with young women. Look at him flirting with Representative Mace. And it's been clipped and everyone's like, you can't tell me that he wasn't, putting it on thick on her. And I was expecting flirting. They're going at it.
She was never at my house in Chappaqua for any personal reasons.
I didn't say anything for anything personal.
No, you didn't, but you had a great tone in your voice and you're very good at it.
That's just...
Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment.
It is a compliment.
Thank you. And I did not go to Yale Law School or any law school for that matter.
Which makes sense. Nancy Mace was super confrontational with Hillary Clinton, and she's just been like a very controversial conservative figure, just all in her entire political career. A lot of people have a lot of thoughts about her, good or really bad, or however you want us to take it, right? But Bill Clinton I don't think he's flirting with her.
Okay, so that TikTok was out of context.
Yeah, she is like going for his neck in a way that is more extreme than everyone else. I think everyone is trying to at least be respectful. This is, at the end of the day, a former president, and this is a deposition that they called him to. The Republicans are obviously going to have more opinion-based questions or just questions that they're getting in there to get on the record to say to his face. And some Democrats, honestly, a lot of Democrats were upset with some of them because they were just going way too easy too. Which a lot of Democrats are like, we don't care that he's a Democrat.
Yeah.
Okay? Just like we don't care what any of these predators, not saying Bill Clinton is a predator, just any predator, we don't care about their political affiliation. You need to go harder. There were some Democrats that were like, we know, thank you for being here. We know Trump is just using you. Yeah. I voted for you, and it's like, no one cares, even if you voted for whoever, if they turn out to not be good. What? So I digress. Nancy Mace is going for it. Like, she's very aggressive, very intense. And I don't think that he was flirting with her because she keeps insinuating that he knew what was going on. And so that's why she's saying, I never said that you knew, or something along those lines. And that's why he says, no, but your tone had a great tone to it. Like very but you knew what you're saying,
Yeah.
But a lot of people are saying I like your voice, but that's not what was happening. Yeah.
That is crazy.
That was not what was happening at all. It's actually one of the most aggressive parts of the deposition. So unless maybe he just likes someone who's going for his neck and his wife's neck, maybe he's into that. So what can I say? That's an opinion. I'm not in Bill Clinton's mind. There was another report that came out in my little research about Nancy Mace, there was a Reddit poll going around where people, citizens, Redditors, netizens, would be voting on who the hottest representative is. And there was an expose, or alleged staffers of Nancy Mace came out and said she made us make burner accounts and vote for her. I'm sorry, I could not live with this information by myself. I don't know if this is true. This is the allegation made, but. And then they also alleged that she would make them clean her Airbnbs because she didn't want to clean the housekeepers to do it. So she would have staffers do it. And one of them said something along the lines of, quote, She's messed up. The motherboard is fried up here. Nothing going on up here. So, but in a separate line of questioning, Bill Clinton does state that he wishes Shantae could have told him what was going on with Epstein because he really liked her, thought she was a good person.
I wish Shantae had told me. I liked her.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah. Then there's Maria Farmer. Maria Farmer is really important to this. It's like not said, but it's said, which is the fact that Maria Farmer has previously reached out to an FBI agent and stated that Epstein had stolen unclothed photos of her sisters who were 12 and 16 years old. This is back in like the 1990s. There is an active FBI report that was then of CSAM against Jeffrey Epstein. She also reported to the FBI agents that Epstein told her to go take photos of young girls at swimming pools, and if she did not comply, he would burn her family house down.
Whoa.
So Maria Farmer, she goes to the feds with this, and Bill Clinton is in office after. So there's this kind of unsaid but said, like, how are you, the most important person in the nation, not informed that there's at least some sort of investigation? So this is in the 90s. He was president from 93 to 2001. So there's this like not said, but said of, are we really to believe? Yes, you hung out with him before 2008, before we could Google his name. So you don't have the same problem that a lot of these other people in the emails have, which is like, how did you not Google this guy? But there was a report to the FBI, and you're not informed of it. He's allowed into the White House 17 different times. Mm-hmm. You know, you still connect with him afterwards. Like, really? Nothing? We don't know anything? And CSAM is, that's not even like a, white collar crime, because that's like everybody associates with people with white collar crimes these days. But side note, Maria Farmer has also claimed that she saw Trump visiting Epstein's offices in 1995, and that Trump allegedly came into the office, hovered over her, stared at her bare legs, and that Epstein walked in and said, no, she's not here for you. And as the two men walked out, she alleges that she could hear Trump commenting that he thought she was 16 years old.
And I immediately was like, that's Donald Trump. What's he doing here? And just stood over me in a very imposing way. And looked at me like he was in on some secret or something. It was really weird, like smirking, kind of. But he made a joke to Epstein, I thought she was 16.
So the connotation being there that he was okay with that. The White House has, to nobody's surprise, denied such an account of events. And obviously none of us were there with Maria. We do not know the truth, though. You know, I'm sure everyone has personal opinions on what they think the truth is, and we are entitled to our personal opinions. But she claimed that while she was being abused by Epstein, she saw Bill Clinton come to his house on 3 to 4 different occasions.
That's it. That's all she said.
Yeah. So there's a lot going on. That would mean that Clinton had gone to Epstein's house, if Maria Farmer's account is valid, while he was the sitting president. And that changes everything again. That would be really bad. Bill Clinton is adamant he only met Epstein when he was coming out of office, starting his foundation, and Larry Summers introduced them. He's asked, Maria Farmer was employed by Jeffrey Epstein and abused by him for a number of years, and she first reported her abuse to the NYPD and FBI in 1996. She states that she has personal knowledge that you visited Jeffrey Epstein's house 3 to 4 times while you were the sitting president between 1995 and 1996. So let me ask you, Mr. President, did you visit Jeffrey Epstein's house while you were president?
I do not remember doing that. I do not believe I did.
How do you explain this discrepancy?
Objection. Calls for him to speculate.
I can't speculate. But all I can tell you is I don't remember being there.
Okay.
During your presidency, were you ever made aware of the information that Maria Farmer provided to the FBI in 1996?
No. And No.
During the deposition, Virginia Giuffre is brought up. She has stated numerous times in sworn statements that she recalls Bill Clinton being on the island. And her diary reads, quote, Bill Clinton met 2 times, island, with 2 girls, CT, GM, and JE.
Whoa.
So CT, I don't know, GM could be Ghislaine Maxwell, and JE could be Jeffrey Epstein, right?
What is your reaction to that?
It's not true.
Bill Clinton starts getting a little combative, you know?
Did she say that in her book?
This is from her personal diary that her family shared with us.
But the book came out more recently. Did she say that in the book?
I'm just reading you the entry from her diary that her family shared with me.
I think she ultimately reached a different conclusion, although I had no contact with her.
And a lot of people had side-eye to that. Like, why is he so adamant of if she said that in the book? It's almost like he made sure there was nothing in the book about him. And then he says, I think she ultimately reached a different conclusion, although I had no contact with her.
Oh, yeah, that's weird.
And Virginia Giuffre is now deceased in a self-exit. So there are just like lots of feelings that people had about this question. Well, I just want to make sure that it's on the record. That's what the representative is saying. Now, remember how Virginia Giuffre alleged that Bill Clinton told Vanity Fair not to write articles about his good friend Jeffrey Epstein? He's asked if that happened. Like we covered this back in the recent Epstein videos that I did a few months back. So she was saying that she was scared, you know, Bill Clinton was going into a Vanity Fair saying like, you're not going to cover my friend. And he's asked if that happened and he responds, no.
Not no, hell no. Not close, no.
But according to emails, Ghislaine Maxwell and a Clinton aide talking points on how to respond to a Vanity Fair reporter who was writing a profile on Epstein. So that doesn't mean that Bill Clinton did or did not, but it was a topic of conversation. So either Bill Clinton really was not involved, but people on his side were preparing a statement to give to Vanity Fair because they always ask for comment, or they were involved. It's unclear. But he's saying in the deposition under oath that he did not. Did you know one of the witnesses who testified in the Epstein cases that Epstein said you, Bill Clinton, you quote, like them young? Why would Epstein say that about you? His lawyer steps in. Are you asking him a question? Are you asking his opinion? You want him to try and be in Mr. Epstein's mind and guess at what Mr. Epstein would have thought about?
First of all, that's not true.
What's not true?
That I have any interest in underage.
I didn't say underage, I said young.
But it's still not true.
Is an intern young?
So here comes Monica Lewinsky.
Whoa.
Yes.
Okay.
At my age, anybody younger than I am.
Did you know Jeffrey Epstein instructed a witness to deny you were ever on his island?
He didn't have to, since I was never there.
During Ghislaine Maxwell's previous interview with the DOJ last year, Ghislaine Maxwell states that she had a very central role in the Clinton Global Initiative. And it doesn't seem like she's just making this up out of her butt, okay? It's been revealed that in the files, Ghislaine was even taking part in budget discussions, which, side note, so many depositions happening in the month of February and March. February 9th, 2026, Ghislaine Maxwell is deposed. Another deposition, House Oversight and Government Reform Committee. They depose her, closed door deposition. The video goes live. Okay. The video goes up. You're like, what? It's a closed door deposition. What do you mean? Okay. So the main questions the committee wanted to ask were Ghislaine Maxwell previously claimed that there were 4 named co-conspirators. Who were the 4 named co-conspirators? 25 men who were not indicted. Who are they? Why were they never charged? Her documented social relationship with Trump and Epstein, including whether access to underage girls was ever facilitated. They wanted to ask whether discussions occurred about a pardon or sentence reduction after Trump publicly stated that he would look at a pardon. What client lists exist documenting Epstein's associates, and whether Epstein shared information with or acted on behalf of foreign government and intelligence services. That was the plan. That's the questions that they're going in trying to ask. Ghislaine Maxwell, we have a video of this, is sitting there with big old goofy glasses on her head. Okay, she looks crazy. And she just responds to everything. I would like to answer your question. Then do it. But she doesn't.
But on the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer this question and any related questions. My habeas petition is pending in the Southern District of New York. I therefore invoke my right to silence under the 5th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution.
She wouldn't even respond if she was a close friend of Epstein's, which she previously denied, but, you know. And she's asked, Miss Maxwell, Is it your intention to answer every question put to you by the committee today with the assertion of your Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
That video of the deposition has since been released because she literally said nothing, and the American people should probably see her evade all these questions. And all of that appears, this whole thing is like a bid for a presidential pardon. Even before the questions start, Maxwell's attorney states outright,
if this committee and the American public truly want to hear the unfiltered truth about what happened, there is a straightforward path. Ms. Maxwell is prepared to speak fully and honestly if granted clemency by President Trump. Only she can provide a complete account, and some may not like what they hear, but the truth matters. For example, both President Trump and President Clinton are innocent of any wrongdoing. Ms. Maxwell alone can explain why, and the public is entitled to hear that explanation. Thank you, members of the committee, for having us today. Ms. Maxwell can now proceed to answer her questions with the Fifth Amendment. Thank you.
Which a lot of people are upset by. A representative, Jamie Raskin for Maryland, has since been very public about this, criticizing the DOJ, stating,
I think that the Department of Justice has been in a cover-up mode for many months and has been trying to sweep the entire thing under the rug. There's no way you run $1 billion international child sex trafficking ring with just 2 people committing crimes.
Interestingly, though, the video of the deposition has elicited a very different kind of response. Of course, outrage that she's not answering any of the questions, but also conspiracies that this is not Ghislaine Maxwell, that she's been replaced.
What?
Comments are reading, clearly not Ghislaine Maxwell. Wow, corruption is so smart. Is that her? That looks like somebody else, completely different.
What's the problem? She looks different?
Yeah. It could be the wonky glasses. It could be the video. It looks like a webcam. It could be that she's not Ghislaine Maxwell. I don't know.
Okay.
But it does sound like her, but I don't know. Some are saying she doesn't sound like her either. The imposter should be found and prosecuted if this is a phony, this is a trial. Like, there's a lot of thoughts in the comments. But according to the Clintons, the main reason that the Clintons continued to associate with Ghislaine was mainly because Ghislaine Maxwell was involved with 2 key people that were part of the Clintons' lives. Doug Band. This was, at the time, Bill Clinton's top aide. As evidenced by emails that Doug Band had with Ghislaine Maxwell, there was something going on. I don't know what it was, but it was something. She writes to him, "Boo-boo, are you around? I am very ill and require immediate medical attention. I am suffering from boo-boo-titis." Yeah. No, I hate her. A very serious condition. Without a boo-boo fix, the symptoms become pronounced. Feeling is mutual, Doug Band responds. My boo-boo-titis is also reaching epic proportions. Lots going on, but we'll be in boo-booville the second you arrive. Then another one sent by Ghislaine Maxwell. Cries into the night that sound like Shakespeare's sonnets that sound like this. Oh Douglas, wherefore art thou, Douglas? Doug Band states that he never had any physical relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell and that she is a monster. That's not what you said when you went to Boo Booville, though. But he says there was absolutely no physical relationship that occurred between us ever. So, I don't know. Maybe it's just flirting over emails, but he is being called to testify before the House Oversight Committee, so we shall see. They were close enough that Ghislaine, according to the emails, tried to arrange and did purchase Doug Band a $35,000 AP watch for his birthday with Epstein. And she was asking Epstein, like, who should I say it's from, me or you? And he said, from us.
Wow.
Yeah, and I will say, side note, Doug Band had quite the bitter, contentious parting with the Clintons. That's like kind of for another time, but not really. So Doug Band was saying that Bill Clinton was driven nuts by Obama and that Hillary was bitter that she was not the president and that the Clintons consciously or unconsciously may not have wanted Hillary to win, which are very wild things to say. The Clintons and even Obama had refuted much of that sentiment. Hillary allegedly felt like Doug Band was enabling Bill Clinton's behavior, to which Doug Band is like, the idea that anyone can control a person, especially a former president of the United States, is completely ridiculous. But later, another friend of the Clintons said, the problem was Doug Band's ego. Quote, you had to kiss Doug Band's ass to get anywhere. I mean, it was like Doug Band began to think that he was Bill Clinton. Also, apparently, Doug Band and Chelsea Clinton, the Clintons' daughter, had a long-standing rivalry, with sources saying that Chelsea was upset because Bill Clinton saw Doug Band as his son. And later, in a scathing internal email, Doug Band wrote that Chelsea is acting like a, quote, spoiled brat kid who has nothing else to do but create issues to justify what she's doing because she, as she has said, hasn't found her way and has a lack of focus in her life. Bill Clinton says after Doug Band, Ghislaine Maxwell was in a relationship with Ted Waite, who is a billionaire that co-founded Gateway. And the Clintons are very close with Ted Waite. He's a huge, huge donor of the Clinton Foundation. I mean, that's the only reason that Ghislaine Maxwell came to their daughter's wedding, Chelsea Clinton's wedding, was because Ted Waite was invited and Ghislaine Maxwell was his plus one. That makes sense a little bit, but still, I don't know. If you are a former president, I'm sure you vet that list, that guest list, up and down for anything. You have a DUI, that's heinous, by the way. You're out. You have petty theft, you're out, like anything? No? This is, way later. But Ghislaine, in her interview last year, said that she probably saw Bill Clinton probably around 2016. They had a dinner together. He confirms that it's been about a decade. And just like what Ghislaine Maxwell said about Prince Andrew, former Prince Andrew, she is insistent that Bill Clinton was her friend and not Epstein's friend. But Bill Clinton is like, none of us were friends. I don't know what anybody's talking about.
Oh, man.
We were friendly, but I didn't know him well enough to say we were friends.
But here's also another thing that's interesting. I just noticed, and this could be me reading way too much into it, but Bill Clinton, when he talks about Epstein, there's a lot of condemning happening. But when he talks about Maxwell, it's almost passive condemning. It's just something that I noticed, and it's a feeling that I have. He'll say things like,
we did not know when Epstein was arrested that she was still involved with him. I think that clears a lot of this up. We didn't know. I'm sorry for what she did and what she allowed her life to become, and now she's living with it.
It's not a strong condemning of her.
Yeah.
Can't believe she did that. She deserves to rot in hell.
Exactly. Disgusting.
Yeah, which is weird. Then they bring up the birthday note, okay? They bring up Bill Clinton's birthday note for Epstein's 50th birthday. Why are we wishing traffickers a happy birthday, okay? Traffickers should not even get another birthday. But Bill Clinton is asked, why did you write this letter?
Why did I? Because I was requested to contribute a nice letter for his birthday book. It's reassuring, isn't it, to have lasted so long across all the years of learning and knowing, adventures and errors, and still to have your childlike curiosity, the drive to make a difference, and the solace of friends.
He leans back, crosses his arms, and smiles.
Not a bad letter.
The birthday note shows, states knowing adventures and errors. He's asked, for the record, you weren't referring to errors in judgment that Mr. Epstein had related to his inappropriate activities involving young.
Absolutely not. I knew nothing about that.
So he's just saying that it's just a shitty coincidence of word usage. There's a few more notes that Bill Clinton allegedly wrote to Epstein that he's asked about, which I will say, this is why it's so frustrating. Certain questions have a lot of high value. This birthday note probably has a little bit more high value of those are words that the American citizens were like, now why would you write that? Mm-hmm. Why would you write that? So that's a good question. But then they start bringing up some dumb notes, which I'm like, now you're making this whole thing seem dumb, okay? Which apparently Bill Clinton wrote a get well soon note to Epstein's mom on a Post-it. Not even like a fancy papyrus card that you have to pay $6 for. A Post-it. Epstein saved the Post-it. Bill Clinton is asked and he says, it looks like my handwriting, but I don't recall. But I will tell you this.
I have written get well notes to lots of people I did not know and had never met.
And you're like, yeah, as the former president, I'm sure you're writing a bunch of bullshit to people that you don't necessarily care about. One of the notes that Bill Clinton also wrote to Epstein, he kept on his plane, and it reads along the lines of thanks for inviting me and letting me invade your private space. I'm exhausted and glad to get away from the crowd, and we will forge ahead. I'll finally figure out the financial stuff. Which all of it does seem on par with what Bill Clinton has been saying of we were just going around for philanthropic efforts. So it's when they bring these up, now it seems like, okay, what's happening? But you can tell where there are just certain topics where Bill Clinton and his lawyers, they don't seem to like to talk about it. And those notes are not one of those topics. However, the painting of Bill Clinton wearing what could be presumed as Monica Lewinsky's dress and sitting on the chair with his legs draped over, they give him a picture of that. So, Mr. President, we are looking at an image of you, a portrait that looks to be of you, Mr. President, in this blue dress. Can you describe this painting? His lawyer interjects. He doesn't need to describe the painting, you just gave him a picture. What's your question? Do you understand why someone would paint this? Objection, this calls for speculation. You can ask the artist. But Bill Clinton responds.
If I had known Jeffrey Epstein had this painting, it would have saved me this whole day.
Saying if he knew Epstein had this painting, he would have never associated with Epstein, and then he wouldn't be deposed right now. There are no emails suggesting that Bill Clinton ever visited the island, though we have late Virginia Giuffre's allegation that he was on the island. The Secret Service has indicated that they had not been to the island, and Bill Clinton does state that he has never signed off on Secret Service. So meaning that you would have to like sign off of like, I don't want Secret Service protecting me right now. So that would be the only time that he would potentially go to the island. Without Secret Service, and he has no record of signing off on Secret Service.
I see.
But he does admit that he did make a brief visit to Epstein's Manhattan townhouse, but he does not recall if Epstein was even there at the time, which is kind of crazy how you don't recall that. Like, are you just visiting people's empty homes without the homeowner there? It's kind of odd. Like, you would know that. I think he was trying to phrase it as like, oh, I was walking with my friend, and they were like, oh, you know, Epstein, he lives right down there, and he's so proud of his house, which is this elementary school that's been converted. So we should go. We should just stop by and say hi because he's a donor. He would love that, blah, blah, blah. They walk in. He's making it seem like we were asking like, oh, is Mr. Epstein home?
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah. But he doesn't remember. Okay. But again, Maria Farmer was like, pretty sure I saw him in the house when he was a sitting president. So I don't know. I wasn't in the house. I don't know anything. But remember Epstein, he loved in his Manhattan townhouse, apparently to display pictures of young girls, young nude girls.
Yes.
Bill Clinton says you never saw anything like that. He says that he also never saw any staff members that were young girls inside the house.
Bro.
During your relationship or the time that you knew Mr. Epstein, what did you understand his job to be? I'm not sure I knew. It was never clear to me, but he could have been living on, investing the profits that he's already made. I knew he was this finance guy.
I'm not sure I knew. It was never clear to me, but he could have been living on investing the profits he'd already made. I knew he was a finance guy.
I would just like to ask you directly, do you believe that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself? The lawyer jumps in. Are you asking him to speculate on how Mr. Epstein died?
Do you believe that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself?
Are you asking him to speculate on how Mr. Epstein died?
I'm asking what the president thinks of.
So you're asking his opinion?
Mr. President, was your friend Jeffrey Epstein suicidal?
Are you classifying him as a friend who he has testified that he was friendly?
He has called him a friend in a letter.
He said he was friendly, but not. You've asked for his testimony.
Mr. President,
I mean, she's sharp. Okay, she's doing her job well, but it is kind of crazy.
Do you believe that Jeffrey Epstein was suicidal?
Do you know?
Was he ever suicidal?
Best of your understanding.
I don't know. I only know what the medical finding was. I think maybe he finally got caught. And I don't know. I've accepted it in my own mind. I don't know what happened.
Mr. President, what did you accept, that he self-exited or that he did not? That he did, but I don't know. None of us know. We weren't there. Then Mark Middleton is brought up. The House committee states in the deposition and asks Bill Clinton, Mark Middleton was found dead at Hefner Ranch, approximately 30 miles from his home in Little Rock. He was discovered hanging from a tree by an extension cord around his neck with a self-inflicted gunshot wound to his chest. So he was shot and on a rope. Do you have any information that leads you to suspect that he did something other than self-exit? No. Do you have any concerns that this was in relation to his knowledge or relationship with Jeffrey Epstein given the date? I'm asking, when you heard about this death, knowing about the things that have, at this point it's all over the news, seeing that he is self-exited, have you ever had any conversations with people about whether or not there's any relationship between the two?
Oh, no. No one's ever suggested it to me.
Okay. Thank you. I yield back. Next up, Mr.
It's really sad.
And this deposition has mixed feelings. A lot of people are again, understandably so, it's become very political. It's kind of gotten annoying, I will say, where political in the sense of there are some people who are like, well, it's not Bill Clinton because Trump is deflecting, or it's, oh, look, Trump is finally going after these people because he's innocent. And it's like, let's just maybe not make it about politics and absolve people of guilt just based on their political alliance, because that's just not how it works. So I will say those types of sentiments have gotten annoying, but some people think that this quote, this was such a waste of time and a joke because he was never going to answer anything honestly. Others are commenting, if there was any substance to Clinton's involvement, you know damn well Trump would have thrown him under the bus and made it back up too. Anything to keep the lights off of his ass. Others are saying this is obviously political persecution by someone who himself is mentioned in the files a million times. Other people are saying he's a piece of shit when it comes to women and an absolute womanizer, but that doesn't inherently mean that he's into kids. Very possible to be one type and not the other. I don't think that this is as cut and dry with him as it is with someone like Trump. To which someone else comments, who fucking cares? Put them both in jail. Some netizens are actually frustrated with the questions being asked. Quote, these people are amateurs at best. A rock could have formed better questions. Another quote, corruption. These questions were carefully fabricated, mostly opinions and speculations. Seems like both sides are in bed with each other. If he goes down, so does everybody else who's included in that list. Another one reads, you'd think someone in this room would be capable of reading a clear and complete sentence out loud. Absolute incompetence. But here's the part that I can't get over. It's like everybody has their political alliance and they're gonna feel one type of way. And we could go all day, like Hillary Clinton said, until the cows come home, going back and forth of, well, maybe he's bad, but your guy is badder. Or like, maybe they're both bad, but your guy first. Like we could do this all day and nothing will ever happen. However, this is the most enlightening part to me and to a lot of people. A Democratic representative takes over questioning, and they open with,
it is well understood that you had a personal relationship with Mr. Epstein, and we will talk about that today, but the events I just described color our perspective on the conversation. It appears as if you and other Democratic figures have been targeted by President Donald Trump in an attempt to distract the American people from his own long-standing relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. And if that were true, it would not be the first time that President Trump has targeted his political enemies under the guise of law enforcement. This deposition is occurring in the context of unprecedented weaponization of the Department of Justice by Donald Trump.
Which some people loved, some people hated. Obviously, you know why Republicans would hate that type of conversation. But some Democrats were really opposed to sentiments like this, saying, yes, the urgency is far greater and higher when there are questions about trafficking for the sitting president of the United States. But they're saying, like, we don't think Bill Clinton is, like, off the hook either. So, like, we don't have to put him up on a pedestal. Like, he's definitely done nothing wrong just to push. You know, they're saying it's kind of like... Yeah. However, I will say most Democrats are really happy that the Clintons were deposed and that they testified and they did not look for loopholes. I'm sure they did, but they didn't find a successful loophole to not be deposed because they have now set the Clinton rule that even presidents can be deposed if subpoenaed.
I see.
So who's next? You know, obviously everybody wants it to be Trump. This is the startling part. Bill Clinton is interestingly asked, so to get more information for this investigation was, you know, wondering if you also agree that President Trump should answer questions of this committee.
We believe in the minority that President Trump should also answer this committee's questions. He's someone that is mentioned almost more than any other person beside Ghislaine Maxwell in the Epstein documents. And so to get more information for this investigation, was wondering if you also agree that President Trump should answer questions of this committee.
That's for you to decide. But he didn't know him well, you know, and I once had a brief discussion.
He didn't know him well. Trump didn't know Epstein well.
And
said by Bill.
Yes,
Bill
Clinton.
Yeah.
That's for you to decide, but he did know him well, and I once had a brief discussion with him about it. I hate this, but because I don't believe I should inject anything. But I do not want to leave the impression. The president never, this is 20-something years ago, never said anything to me to make me think he was involved in anything improper with regard to Epstein either. He just didn't. He just said we were friends, and then we had a falling out over a land deal.
Could I ask very briefly, Mr. President, if you recall what were the circumstances of that conversation, or at least let's start with when did that conversation occur? He says that Trump told him this on a golf course decades ago, saying something along the lines of like,
somehow knew I had flown in Jeffrey Epstein's aircraft, and he said, you know, we had some great times together over the years, but we fell out, all because of a real estate deal.
He says he doesn't recall who brought it up in the conversation first on the golf course, if it was him or Trump. He can't imagine it was him because he, would never do something like that. Do you recall whether President Trump elaborated at all on the great times that he had with Jeffrey Epstein? No. And I took, at the time, I didn't put any sexual stint to it.
I didn't put any sexual stint on it.
He later reiterates once more.
The only conversation I had with President Trump about this was in the early 2000s. And I have no information that he did anything wrong. I just want it all out there. I want everybody to get it all out there and let everybody see where we are.
Which a lot of people feel like this is straight out of a mutual destruction playbook. The way that Bill Clinton talks about Ghislaine Maxwell and Trump, the way that Ghislaine Maxwell talks about Bill Clinton and Trump, everybody is like they're playing games right in front of our faces. That's the feeling. A lot of people think it's because both men are guilty, but only one of them is in office right now. That's why maybe Clinton is being nicer to Trump than Trump is being nice to Clinton about the files. But it seems like both of them, neither Clinton nor Trump, have had any scathing words for Ghislaine Maxwell, even though both of them have a hatred for trafficking and traffickers, right? And also, why is Bill Clinton going out of his way to tell everybody that Trump is innocent? The same Trump that made Hillary Clinton's life so unbearable for so long, too. Mm-hmm. This is not like, oh, we're mutuals. Oh, we're part of the same party. It's so bizarre.
Yeah.
Depending on who you ask, public opinion will be, oh, because Bill Clinton's guilty, or because they both are. With that being said, there's a lot on Trump. In July and August of 2025, the FBI internally circulated Epstein-related allegations that mentioned Trump. There are a lot of crazy, salacious allegations, by the way, and I think that this is where the conspiracies of their eating babies stems from because of this internal document. Now, this internal document, people have been kind of recklessly, and this is not in defense of the administration, okay? People are presenting this as these are valid FBI internal documents of crimes that have been committed. That's not what this is. The FBI decided that they were going to compile a document of anybody who's even called in to give an allegation regarding Epstein and Trump. So they compiled this entire document, and on one side they list what the phone call detailed, or the tip detailed, or the allegation detailed, and then in the middle they detailed whether they were able to contact the person again to further interview them, whether they found corroborating evidence, or whether they found no evidence or proof that this was a lie. And then oddly, the third little box they have on the right side was any criminal history that this person has, the one giving the allegation.
Was this leaked?
It was in the Epstein files dump.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is important to note that most media outlets have reported, even, places like the New York Times have reported that it seems that the FBI was not able to verify most of the allegations and that they deemed it to be unverifiable or not credible. But I'm just going to tell you what it is. There could be some things in here that are true. There could be nothing in here that's true. All of it could be true. But just because it's in an internal document does not mean that we can believe everything. So one complaint summary on the internal note reads, caller named other individual named in a big orgy party with her, other young girls and older VS models, Victoria's Secret models, including Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. So now this is saying that they were all in some sort of
big orgy party.
Yeah, which, a lot of people have gone down with more memes of Big Beautiful Bill. Complainant reported participating in orgies and that some girls went missing, rumored to have been murdered and buried at a golf course. Complainant reported being threatened by Trump's then head of security that if she ever talked about what she saw or what happened, she would, quote, end up as fertilizer for the back nine holes like the other cunts. She claims that she saw cartels involved in the parties and that she watched Robin Leach, who I believe is a reporter, strangle a young girl to death at a party. The FBI note deems her claims to not be credible. Complainant was spoken to and deemed not credible. Additional research showed 3 separate incidents involving police which requested in mandatory psychiatric evaluations. That's the internal note. I do believe that's where a lot of the baby sacrifices and consumption and conspiracies, they all start stemming from here. Then another one, complainant reported Donald Trump participated regularly in paying money to force her to perform acts with him and alleged Trump was present when her uncle murdered her newborn child. Conclusion of the FBI was, quote, no contact made. Another caller believes that the FBI has pictures of her as a baby with Epstein. But the note that the agents made was, no contact made. Previous tips indicated she had called in and said she had chemically induced amnesia and struggled with knowing what was a dream and what was reality. I mean, I do hope that the FBI did way more internally for gathering whether this is credible or not than just, oh, she has chemically induced amnesia, because both things could be true. But we don't know. These are just internal notes. Another complainant tells the FBI, and this is from the internal note again, not stated as fact, Donald Trump, the president, had parties at Mar-a-Lago called Calendar Girls. Jeffrey Epstein would bring the children in and Trump would auction them off. He measured the children's private parts by entering digits and rated private parts. The guests were elder men and included Elon Musk, Don Jr. Trump, Ivanka Trump, and Eric Trump were all there. Attorney Alan Dershowitz was also there with attorney Bob Shapiro. We were taken in rooms, forced to have with Donald J. Trump, forced to allow them to assault. I was 13 years old when Donald J. Trump R-worded me. Ghislaine Maxwell was also present. The FBI notes, no contact information provided. So this could just be like a call-in tip and then hang up. So this could be true, right? It's a wild claim, right? I'm not saying that any of these people are absolved of any guilt, and I don't think that they're guilty or anything, but this is a very insane claim, okay, to have parties.
Wouldn't it be so easy for them to find their contact, though?
Yeah.
It's FBI, you know?
But, I mean,
Maybe.
The way that they're running it right now, I don't know if they're... Yeah, but no contact information was provided. So maybe the FBI also deems, maybe there's some sort of statistic if you don't leave your contact information. It could be the same as prank calling. I don't know how they see it. I don't know how they rate it.
It's so interesting. Like, you can just call them and leave a tip. I imagine if you call police and say something really scary, the police would be like, oh, shit, we got to investigate. We got to call them. We got to figure it out. They don't just stop by, oh, they didn't tell me their address.
Yeah.
They're going to find out your name, your address, and they're going to come to you.
And then probably arrest you. The note further reads, no contact information provided. So they just move on. Okay, this is where it starts getting weird. I think up until this point, no one really believes any of the previous allegations, or like it would just be so crazy. And if it's true, I don't even know what the implications of something like that would be, just on a global scale of like, these are like conspiracy theories that we never thought were going to be true, and then they become true. I don't know how that would even impact anything. Like, it would be crazy. But these are ones that netizens are taking more seriously. Again, these are unverified allegations. Caller reported that in 1987, a friend, victim 1, was out drinking and ended up at Trump Plaza. Victim 1 saw Donald Trump and wanted to meet him. An unknown man approached her and offered to introduce her to Trump. The unknown man gave Victim 1 a drink, and Victim 1 woke up naked and sore in bed with $300 on the bed. Victim 1 didn't remember how she got to the room. She remembered seeing a flash of Trump's face. Victim 1 called the caller and was like, I think that I've been R-worded. Victim 1 did not go to the hospital to have an R-word kit performed because she didn't think that anyone would believe her, especially because she was drunk. They later state that Victim 1 had a husband whose business had problems with suppliers, and Victim 1 believed Trump was behind it. Victim 1 also started dating a lawyer, identity is unknown, who was married. Victim 1 had a fight with her lawyer boyfriend and went to a bar. Victim 1 left a bar with a man who no one in the bar recognized, but who seemed familiar with Victim 1. Victim 1 was never seen again. A few years later, remains were discovered that matched the description of what Victim 1 was wearing when she went missing. DNA tests at the time were inconclusive. The FBI notes, no contact made, victim identified as deceased, and complainant do not have confirmed information. But worse than that, so this is released, and it's bad because, I mean, we don't know how the FBI unconfirmed, said that these are uncredible accounts, how they were able to say that these are not real. We don't know. It just says unconfirmed. It doesn't say anything specific. So we don't know if it's really unconfirmed, if they were able to follow through with the steps, or they're just like, they didn't leave contact information, so automatically unconfirmed. They have a history of psychiatric evaluations, automatically unconfirmed, unverified. We don't know. So obviously this causes quite a bit of stir. And then of course there's people going online saying this is confirmed. This is what happened. They're eating babies. And then that's caused a whole different situation of itself. However, this next part is the real problem. NPR publishes an article alleging that the DOJ has redacted 50-something pages And a House Oversight Committee ranking member, Representative Robert Garcia, states, "Yesterday, I reviewed those pages. I reviewed unredacted evidence logs that the DOJ oversight Democrats can confirm that the DOJ appears to have illegally withheld FBI interviews with a survivor who accused President Trump of heinous crimes." The White House response to this NPR article was in short, just as President Trump has said, he's been totally exonerated on anything related to Epstein. President Trump has done more for Epstein victims than anyone else before him. But the file is bad. So this is from July 8th, 2019, before Epstein dies in prison, like a month before. And it's an FBI file. It's an FBI internal document where they're interviewing someone. At 1:43 p.m. Eastern Time, blank, redacted, contacted the FBI National Threat Operations Center to report an unidentified friend who may have been abused by Jeffrey Epstein in an unknown manner. Redacted states that she was recently informed by an unidentified female friend currently residing in Portland, Oregon, that she was forced to perform oral sex on President Trump approximately 35 years ago in the state of New Jersey. Redacted friend stated that she was approximately 13 to 14 years of age when this occurred. The friend allegedly bit President Trump while performing oral and described his, quote, heavy breathing. The friend was allegedly hit in the face after she laughed about biting him. The FBI bring in the protected individual and she has a sit-down interview with them. Now, again, just because the FBI interviews someone does not mean that their allegations are true. But what a lot of people feel is to have that interview seems like you kind of already feel or suspect or think. She states that Epstein blackmailed her mom as well, that Epstein had unclothed photos of her and blackmailed her mom, and she had to, her mom, so this is what the victim is saying, like, Epstein was crazy, he was blackmailing me, he blackmailed my mom, and my mom had to embezzle money from the real estate company that she works for.
Wait, this is the same person, the 13, 14-year-old?
Yes. I mean, she's much older now, but
right.
Yeah. And she had to pay him to not release these photos. Later in the interview, it's noted that she recalled at least one incident in which he either drove or flew her to New Jersey or New York, and she was, quote, introduced to someone with money. It was Donald Trump. She later states he had money, it reeked off of him. She alleges that she could tell from the get-go that Trump did not like her because she dressed like a tomboy. She claims that Trump later asked everyone to leave the room and told her allegedly, quote, let me teach you how little girls are supposed to be. Then she alleges that he unzipped his pants and pushed her head down and she, quote, bit the shit out of it. The report then reads, Trump struck redacted victim and said words to the effect of, get this little bitch the hell out of here. Redacted advised she bit Trump because she was disgusted. The FBI report reads, Redacted got the feeling the relationship between Epstein and Trump included a certain amount of jealousy. She thought Trump appeared jealous of Epstein, but at some point they ended up on level playing fields. Trump and Epstein sometimes use the terms fresh meat, untainted, and not jaded while referring to girls. At the time she heard it, Redacted did not understand the term not jaded. She subsequently looked up the word jaded. Redacted states she had 2 additional interactions with Trump, but she asked for the interview to move on to a different subject for the time being.
What is unjaded?
Jaded is like, this is, okay, in this context, a lot of PDF files will say that they like young kids because they're so amused and not jaded by the world. And, you know, as people get older, as women get older, you realize that not a lot of men out there are good men and they can abuse you and maybe, you know, vice versa. But it's just used in that very sick way.
I see.
Yeah. Later, she states that after she bit him, the note reads, quote, she provided further details that he pulled her hair and punched her on the side of the head. She also alleges, per the FBI report, that, quote, Epstein liked having little rubber things put into his anus that he had her do it, such as a pencil, a big eraser, little rubber things, a water bottle, all inserted down there into Epstein, and that instead of using lubricant, he preferred kitchen oil. Now, this interview is back from 2019, before the allegations and rumors that Epstein is part of Mossad, Israel's intelligence agency. Like, that was not a big thing back in the day in 2019. But she states to the FBI that she frequently heard Epstein speak in Hebrew around her. But just because you speak Hebrew does not mean that you work for Mossad. But a lot of people have been focusing on that as like, he worked for the Mossad. Now, the report continues. Epstein talked about blackmailing people in front of Redacted. Redacted was confident Trump knew Epstein blackmailed people because she heard Epstein and Trump talking about it. Redacted stated she knew Trump had illegal building permits. She heard Trump talking about washing money through casinos. Number 6 is Donald Trump's favorite number. Redacted was not sure how she knew that, but she had heard it at one point. One part of the FBI interview note reads, "Redacted asked the agents to keep her safe, stating, 'Throughout my life, Epstein's people have found me, have kept tabs on me,' which Virginia Giuffre has also felt and expressed in her book before her passing. As of right now, these have not been proven to be credible allegations, which does not mean that they're not true. I would have no such information of that. However, one interesting thing to note again is that the FBI interviews this specific individual like 3 times, which feels as if they're taking it very, very seriously. Then, according to NPR, it doesn't really go anywhere because apparently someone in the FBI writes, one identified victim claimed abuse by Trump but ultimately refused to cooperate. So now the question with a lot of people is, did the investigation go nowhere because the allegations are untrue, or because this victim does not want to cooperate? And that's why it led nowhere. Or it could be both, right? It could be untrue and she doesn't want to cooperate because they're untrue, right? We don't know. There's also a second accuser. And side note, I'm sure if you watch a lot of videos or you consume a lot of articles about the whole Epstein situation, accuser is technically how they're formally identified in a lot of reports and even reporting. But I feel like that word always has a negative connotation, but it's just best for legal purposes. But a second accuser has 6 interviews with the FBI, and she claims that when she was around 13 years old, Epstein took her to Mar-a-Lago to meet with Trump, and that Epstein apparently told Trump, "This is a good one, huh?" She claims that both the men chuckled and she felt uncomfortable, but at the time she was too young to understand why. So there's a lot in the second accuser's interview that sounds very reminiscent of all the other accusers' accounts of abuse, which has led netizens to believing, in their personal opinions, that this may be true. The weird part about this is that these are not included in the dump. These 16 something pages come days, weeks later because of this NPR expose.
Oh, like a separate drop.
Yes. This was not in the 3 million pages drop. So everyone's like, why did you not just drop it with the 3 million pages? In fact, if you dropped it with the 3 million pages, it probably would have taken a lot of people, we would have to dig for it.
Right.
But then people found out that there was, because they found out through the way that the files were named and numbered. So there was a big chunk missing. So they're like, what's the chunk?
So NPR exposed it.
Then the House committee representatives went into the unredacted file computer that they have access to, and they're like, I found the files. These are what they say. And then the DOJ was like, fine, I'll release them.
How did NPR get it?
Yeah.
From some inside source?
No, so they were going through the metadata of files. So they're like, something is this is weird.
Oh.
I'm sure they have probably AI and stuff to comb through massive amounts of metadata.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So the DOJ, though, claims that the only reason that happened was the file was temporarily removed because it was flagged by a victim or their counsel for additional review, which a lot of people don't believe because they're releasing all sorts of crazy things. Caroline Levitt has stated, these are completely baseless accusations backed by zero credible evidence from a sadly disturbed woman who has an extensive criminal history. The total baselessness of these accusations is also supported by the obvious fact that Joe Biden's Department of Justice knew about them for 4 years and did nothing with them because they knew President Trump did absolutely nothing wrong. As we have said countless times, President Trump has been totally exonerated by the release of the Epstein files. But the House Oversight Democrats state, let's be clear, this White House cover-up is ongoing. Millions of pages still remain concealed from the public and our committee. So with that is what's going on right now with the Epstein files. Those are the major news headlines in depth. There's just so many more files. And there's a lot of people that we already talked about. New details are coming out. Remember the Goldman Sachs? She's the head of chief legal officer or something for Goldman Sachs. She just recently resigned, Kathy. She also worked with the Obamas. Yeah, she was getting exposed for getting an Hermes bag from Epstein and there's just so much random small stuff as well. Let me know, what are your thoughts? And we're going to try to give as many updates as possible as time and capacity permits, but lots of people are doing really good reporting on the Epstein files. So what are your thoughts? Let me know in the comments and stay safe. I will see you in the next one. One day before Nancy Guthrie sits down for her last known dinner, the DOJ releases the largest single dump of documents in the history of the Jeffrey Epstein case. Over 3.5 million pages, more than 2,000 videos, approximately 180,000 images, and then a little over 24 hours later, a woman named Nancy Guthrie vanishes in a way that nobody has ever seen before in any similar case. This is not an elderly woman that is suffering from dementia that wandered outside. Her doorbell camera was forcibly ripped off the front door. There were blood droplets left on her front porch. The mainstream media news outlets keep saying that it must be the work of an amateur, and yet we're a month and a half in and nobody has seen Nancy Guthrie. There were ransom notes sent to major media publications, and the timing starts becoming the main focus here. The largest dump of Epstein files to date drops, and then a journalist's mother just vanishes. The internet starts connecting the dots. We don't know if there are even dots to connect or the connections are worthy of anything, but it is interesting to note. Some people on Reddit have just quietly wondered, it's a weird feeling that they get about this Guthrie case. They see it all over mainstream media, and all these news networks are saying this is the case that the world is captivated by, that the entire nation cannot look away from. Everybody is overly invested in this case. And normally when major news networks say something like that, it's partly because it's true. But a lot of people say on Reddit, I don't know anyone that's personally been following the case. Everybody's heard of it because it's just like shoved in our faces by every major news publication, but nobody's really following it. Nobody's really overly invested. They're not trying to be internet sleuths. A lot of people say, I have friends who are very into active true crime cases, and they're not really following the Nancy Guthrie case. These are people on Reddit. So they're wondering, are we just meant to believe that this is the only thing that Americans are thinking about, interested in, talking about? Or is it something deeper? Some netizens think so. September 20th, 2019, a Dateline special that has since been described as being historic goes live. It is Virginia Giuffre's very first ever televised interview. She's filed court documents, she's given depositions. She has never gone on camera before to talk about what happened to her by Epstein. She's sitting in front of an NBC journalist sharing her story, and this is the first time that she's publicly stating that she was even trafficked to a prince. This is the interview that causes Prince Andrew, former Prince Andrew, to give his own disastrous interview to the BBC, where he just like digs his own grave and he says, I don't even know how to sweat. I have a condition where I can no longer.
Falklands War, when I was shot at, it was almost impossible for me to sweat.
But it's not just Virginia Giuffre. There are 6 survivors in total that tell NBC journalists what happened to them, including Shantae Davies. She's been pictured with Bill Clinton. She was giving him a back massage, neck massage in the airport.
Wow. Oh, okay.
They all open up to NBC journalist Savannah Guthrie about what Epstein did to them. This was essentially the first time Epstein survivors were given a national platform so that the world could finally listen.
They failed us before. Don't fail us again.
Exactly.
That's all we're asking. Take us serious. We matter.
Savannah Guthrie conducted the very first exclusive televised interviews with Virginia Giuffre and other Epstein survivors. And it's clear that even the FBI was made aware of it. So they have internal emails between multiple different departments within the FBI and other federal organizations where they're just trying to give each other heads up on any major publications. Because the idea being there might be questions for comment.
Interesting.
Someone's going to see it, a journalist is going to ask you, they're going to email you. You should at least know that this was produced and released on air. The internal email reads, quote, I just wanted to give you a heads up. She's done another interview with Savannah Guthrie. In it, she says the following. 1, she was interviewed by the FBI in 2011. In the interview, she gave the names of all the girls she helped to traffic. 2, she was also interviewed by SDNY. 3, 2 other women also tell DOJ that Epstein specifically trafficked them to other men. 4, there are cameras in the New York City house and others where he could watch people in bathrooms and elsewhere. They plan to air it on, quote, today and this Friday's, quote, Dateline. Hope that's helpful. These emails are not, they're just a matter of routine. There's no sinister language. They're not incriminating. Nothing in the emails would suggest that the FBI is like, we can't let this air. We got to shut Savannah Guthrie up. Like, there's nothing like that. It's just nothing is being monitored, even in an abnormal way. But the emails do exist. Netizens have further dug up more connections. Michael Feldman, Savannah Guthrie's husband, was the Deputy Director of Legislative Affairs for Al Gore. Al Gore was Bill Clinton's vice president.
Wow.
Michael Feldman has since gone on to create a communications public affairs firm. A lot of people call it like a crisis situation firm, along with other key members from the Clinton administration. Larry Summers, the former president of Harvard that has been heavily featured in the Epstein files, he recommends Epstein to talk to someone with that specific PR firm because they've helped Bill Clinton and others very high-powered people. There's no indication that Epstein did in fact reach out to Michael Feldman nor his firm, but these are all there in the files. These are all innocuous connections, but the proximity to the Clinton world, to the Epstein victims, Savannah Guthrie, it's just kind of set conspiracy theorist chairs on fire. And then there's the journalist and the president connection. Savannah Guthrie hosted a town hall with Trump in October of 2020, and Savannah Guthrie goes viral multiple times for her very tough interviewing. She even pressed Trump about him sharing conspiracy theories online, stating,
"I'll put it out there. People can decide for themselves. I don't take a position.
You're not like someone's crazy uncle who can just retweet whatever."
That was a retweet.
A few days later at a rally, Trump stated that Savannah Guthrie was acting like a crazed lunatic.
It's a nice, pleasurable evening. I have somebody going totally crazy last night.
But in a separate rally, he told her that she did a good job.
And I said goodbye. I said, "Great job, Savannah. You did wonderfully. Good job."
This is a case where you can argue it's just a small world. All these people run in the same circles. Of course you have a journalist rubbing shoulders with politicians. Of course you have all of these different connections. That makes sense. Or you could argue that there's something way deeper going on. With one social media user saying, "So you're telling me that an 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie was kidnapped as soon as the Epstein files were released? Meanwhile, her daughter did a huge interview with Epstein survivors?" Another comment reads, "Nancy Guthrie was probably kidnapped because her daughter was going to start interviewing Trump and other Epstein victims again." Another comment reads, "It's weird that no one in mainstream media, none of these news outlets that are heavily covering Nancy Guthrie's case, I mean, it's going under the radar that NBC's Savannah Guthrie conducted the first televised interview with Virginia Giuffre and other Epstein victims. That's not being included in any of these articles."
Oh, you're saying other people are not making that Epstein connection.
Yeah, because, I mean, these mainstream news stations, they've been making all sorts of connections. They're like, the cartels could have taken her. Here we spend 30 minutes interviewing a cartel specialist to give their expert opinion. They're making some connections I've never seen made before, where I'm like, I don't even know.
Right. But no mention of Epstein.
None when I was researching Nancy Guthrie, except mainly on social media.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And if they do mention some sort of connection, it's all in the lens of new online conspiracy theory, and it lists like a bunch of conspiracy theories. And I'm not saying that this is a connection that needs to be looked into. I'm just saying it's kind of odd. They've been making connections. It's one thing if they made zero connections with the Nancy Guthrie case, but they're like, here, let's talk to this cartel expert. Here's this cactus expert. It's so many connections, and yet this one is just not something you want to talk about. But I will say other people have started arguing back. Zach Peter is a social media commentator. I'm not entirely sure what he does, but he did comment, and this has kind of gone semi-viral.
Trump does not have Nancy Guthrie in a bunker. And if he was going to snatch up somebody's grandma, he would take like the Kardashian grandma. He would take MJ. He would take Kris Jenner's mother. He wouldn't take Savannah Guthrie's mother, who nobody even heard her from Tucson, Arizona.
What is he arguing exactly? Like he's saying if this is a distraction?
Yeah, they would take someone more high profile, like a Kardashian's grandma.
But they don't have that direct connection. Okay.
And then some people are saying, well, maybe it's not just a distraction. Maybe it's a threat to Savannah Guthrie. And it's opened a lot of doors for further conversations. But is this connection just coincidental? Is it something deeper? Or is this all, even this conversation itself, just a way to distract from the new Epstein files? We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the Joyful Heart Foundation. They're working to transform society's response to SADVCA and support survivors' healings. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at RottenMangoPodcast.com. We're also going to link the Change.org petition by various survivors of Jeffrey Epstein calling on the president and the U.S. government for the full transparent release of all the Epstein-Maxwell zero redaction in favor of abusers, enablers, or accomplices, federal and state protection for survivors facing threats and harassment. There is a lot that they're asking the government for, And a lot meaning like you should go and read exactly what they want so that we can be on the same side. But they're not asking for much. Like, this is the least the government should be able to do. There are quite a few disclaimers for today's episode, including grooming, exploitation, trafficking, total deprivation of human liberties, sexual violence of minors and young adults. That this episode may be extremely distressing, particularly regarding specific descriptions and direct quotes from survivors' diaries about abuse that has been experienced. Statements and quotes may be condensed for brevity, and I just want to say, appearing in the Epstein files is not an indication of wrongdoing. In fact, most people who have appeared in the files have avidly, passionately denied any wrongdoing. Netizens, however, may feel that someone seems guilty and appears guilty, and if they're in the files quite a number of times, that could implicate, in their personal opinion, a sense of higher guilt, but that doesn't mean that they are. Pretty much every single person in the files has denied any guilt. So who are the guilty parties? At this point, maybe it's everyone not in the files. Is that what we are to assume? So with that being said, let's get started. For how much we knew about Jeffrey Epstein, the world really never sees this man talk. We have a few clips of a previous deposition where Jeffrey Epstein is sitting there looking smug, but we don't hear him talk for a long time.
Jeffrey Epstein.
Even when reading thousands upon thousands of emails, you don't even necessarily have his voice reading it out loud in your head. You know, when you hear someone's voice multiple times and then you read something that they allegedly wrote, it's very clear. You can hear them. I did not hear that with Epstein. But in the recent Epstein file dump, there is an Epstein interview. Unreleased. It's a 2-hour video. Him sitting, facing the camera, answering questions about his crimes. It's not an interrogation. It's not even a deposition. It is an interview with Steve Bannon. Okay, this episode, if I were to give you the context of every single person and every single thing and how they're connected to Epstein, it would take 25 years. I just want to say we have 2 separate collections of videos. One that was done years ago on the Epstein case, giving you a general overview, and then one that was done more recently with all of the Epstein drops, with Steve Bannon heavily included. And then if you haven't seen the Nancy Guthrie video, you should go watch that one previously. But he's sitting down with Steve Bannon, and this is an Epstein legacy project. The first thing you hear is stage direction. Steve Bannon is off camera, and you hear his voice guiding Epstein.
Remember, when you're answering on these questions, I'm not in the shot, and they're never going to hear my voice.
Basically telling him, repeat the question in your answer.
Wait, what is that? Like a documentary they're making?
Yes. Steve Bannon says it's going to be released. And this is...
Wait. Steve Bannon saying Epstein documentary is still coming today?
Yes.
Oh?
I know. Yeah. And this is just 2 hours of a 15-hour file that he has.
He said, just you wait.
Yeah. But this 2 hours doesn't make Steve Bannon look good. So everyone's like, I don't know if I want to watch your documentary. You're weird.
Is this filmed after all the allegations started, or this is old tape?
This is like a few months before he dies, before he's arrested the second time in 2019.
This is like the peak of
okay. Oh yeah. This is like way after 2008.
Okay.
So he's telling Epstein, and Epstein is just like, oh, okay. And just like that, just unceremoniously, the interview begins. It's clear the footage is going to be part of the documentary, and Epstein is heavily going to be involved. It looks like some sort of PR piece for Epstein to make a comeback into the world after being a convicted child predator. But it's before the color grading and the edits. Steve Bannon, of course, has saying up and down that anything you see in this video is not really a good representation of his relationship with Epstein, because of course he's being nice to Epstein because he's trying to build rapport and build his trust so he can make an explosive documentary on him. That's Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon is a high-powered political advisor that has probably worked with he worked very closely with Trump. He did go to jail for the January 6th insurrection. That was like a whole thing. He was trying to be a martyr afterwards. It was just bizarre. Like, this man is very, very bizarre. And then he's like besties with Epstein.
But he's not like a film director or anything. This is not his line of work.
Not that I know of.
Okay. So
yeah, not that I know of. There was actually a documentary made on him. But I mean, if he is, not a good one because we've never heard of him.
Interesting. Yes.
I honestly don't know what it is he actually does at all. I mean, he's got lots of cool titles on his resume, I'm sure, but I don't know what this man is about. I don't know what this is. And okay, if you watch the interview, which I'm going to include clips of in this video podcast, the last thing on your mind is what Steve Bannon is getting out of this. It is what Jeffrey Epstein is getting out of this, because this interview does not feel like a man being exposed. It feels like a man auditioning. For what role? I don't know, the devil himself? Steve Bannon even asks Epstein about the devil. But first, the interview. Steve Bannon brings up the 2008 financial crisis, because what would be a more thought-provoking way to interrogate Epstein's financial prowess than get his commentary on one of the most devastating economic crashes in modern US history? Epstein tells Steve Bannon that it's not what he thinks. Because in 2008, when the financial market crashed, Epstein was sitting in an 8x10 jail cell, stuffing his face full of Almond Joys because he was terrified the jail food was being poisoned and he was going to die.
Did you eat Almond Joy bars and things like that because you're afraid of what the cooks did to your food?
Yes.
Which, side note, does that sound like someone who would, in a few months, would self-exit in jail?
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
He said that he only ate Almond Joys because he thought someone was going to poison his jail food. And he's saying this a few months before he self-exits in jail. I'm just saying it doesn't sound like someone who has the tendency to feel...
Yeah, he's like paranoid about someone killing him.
He's sitting in solitary confinement, and Steve Bannon, he does not look disappointed. He's giddy. Oh, this is going to be so amazing. That's going to be so amazing. He has Epstein reintroduce it so they can take out Steve Bannon's voice later. He's like, say it again. Tell me again. Start from the beginning. Steve Bannon is delighted. Financial mastermind in a cage, unable to save the world during the greatest financial catastrophe in a generation. That's the image in Steve Bannon's mind. And it gets better for Bannon. Epstein tells him, because they don't have the Wall Street Journal in jail, how he found out about the crash was he had a guard come up to his cell, and the guard was like, psst, I'm really worried about my pension. What do I do? Epstein's like, why are you worried about your pension? You don't know? Everything's crashing. The banks are coming down.
I'd been there since June, in an 8x10 cell. Now, since I was in jail, there were no books. Why? There's no library. No library, but you're in jail. No, I was in jail, not prison. So in jail, I was in a place what's called the Special Housing Unit, which is for the roughest, toughest, meanest people. They had put me there, they said, for my own protection. One of the reasons they wanted to keep me in solitary confinement was they were afraid that everybody would want to know which stocks to buy.
What?
Steve Bannon asks, did it strike you at the time how all the threads of your life had come together and put you in a position, or you had put yourself in a position, in that position?
No, that would be probably means I would be too self-aware.
You can't possibly expect me to believe this.
I know. I don't believe it.
I don't know why they're acting like Epstein went to war, like he was in the depths of ADX Florence Supermax, which he should have been. But no, he was on a work release program. He wasn't even really in solitary confinement. He could leave jail every day in 2008 to go to work, where he abused more victims during his work release because his work is being a trafficker.
What do you mean?
Yeah, that was his 2008 whole thing. He was on a work release program.
He was out and about?
Yeah, he was out and about for most of the
So
time.
how does he not know what's going on in the economy?
I think these are all lies. I think anything that comes out of Epstein's mouth is a bold-faced lie. And Steve Bannon is the world's worst fact checker. How can you not even be a good fact checker when he's your supposed friend?
That's insane. Okay.
Steve Bannon acts like the 2008 financial crisis would not have happened as long as child trafficker Jeffrey Epstein wasn't in jail in Florida. He says, quote, you never had a moment where you sat there and go,
what the fuck have I done with my life that I'm in a 6x9 jail cell when I should be on a trading desk, or I should be in my $250 million, greatest townhouse in New York City, taking calls from the King of Saudi Arabia, the President of China, the head of Russia, the President of the United States, to save the world's population from a financial debacle. You honestly expect me to believe that never happened?
What the fuck is that statement?
I don't know. And Epstein is just like, I would just say how strange, that this happened. It's strange. I'm wearing a jumpsuit and flip-flops.
I'm wearing a jumpsuit and flip-flops.
What color was the jumpsuit?
Brown.
Brown jumpsuit.
Yes.
Steve Bannon notes with a inquisitive and slightly somber tone in his voice.
I notice I don't see you in a lot of brown.
No.
I don't know what the we're doing here, honestly, okay? This whole documentary feels like it's just to clean up Epstein's image after his 2008 arrest. And it feels as if it's just to position Epstein as some financial guru that the world desperately needs. But fine, like you want to play Mr. Market, you want to be Mr. Wall Street, tell us how to fix the financial crisis. Epstein does in this interview. And let's see if he says anything of value. We should be able to take this information, walk to JP Morgan and get a job. Epstein comments about the financial crash of 2008.
You can't think about it like your car. People in normal walks of life think about money and things as a machine. And unfortunately, so if your car breaks, cars are always easy to fix. My jets, my cars, if it breaks, I know it can be fixed because it simply follows the same pattern. If this part breaks, you replace the part and the thing works again. People and the financial system are not machines. They can't be fixed the same way. You can't simply take out put some more juice into the commercial paper market, and that's like replacing the carburetor on the car. It's much more, I have a patient who can't breathe, has a stomach problem, can't see, looks bleeding at the same time. What do I do first? I have to think about it as a system. Where's the most logical place? What's the most dangerous place? If your heart stopped, we have to start your heart again. In the equivalent to the money market, why do I have to start your heart again? I need to get your blood flowing. If your blood stops, you're dead. If liquidity, which is the equivalent of blood in the financial system, dries up.
Once liquidity is basically cash, putting cash into the
system.
system.
Forget about what it is.
Okay. Liquidity is liquidity. It's the blood of the economy. You need to pump blood hard into the body of the economy to keep it. There's no information on how the market actually works. There's no real information on how Epstein even acquired wealth to begin with. But Steve Bannon maybe got hit on the head with a coconut from a coconut tree. He asks Epstein, just off the top of your head, can you list any guys who know the financial market better than you do? You know, like, hate him or love him, Jamie Dimon, the head of BlackRock, anybody?
There must be.
But it doesn't come to the top of the head.
No.
Okay, fine.
But here's the catch. The only reason that Epstein was able to become so wealthy and become so interconnected with heads of states and billionaires and tech founders, it's not because of the trafficking or the island or Lolita Express. It's because everyone else in the room is dumb. That's what he's trying to say. This is like quintessential two bros in a podcast. He's like trying to explain, let me show you what I know that even the president doesn't know. Mm-hmm. And that's why the president wants to hang out with me.
Bannon Bank, I give you $1. Just one single dollar. In our system of banking, I would say, okay, Steve, I gave you $1. How much could you lend out to your friends? Your natural reaction would be probably something less than $1 because I want to keep something in my pocket. The way our system works is if you as a bank are holding my dollar, you can lend out an additional $8 or $9. No, it's impossible. I only have $1, Jeffrey. We have something called fractionalized reserves, which is if you have 1, you can lend out 9. That's the way our system works. And so not only do world leaders not understand banking, but the man on the street, my father who worked in the park department, it would be beyond his imagination that people could lend out more money than they actually had in their pocket. Next question.
He also says he's not impressed meeting world leaders because, quote,
no, I'm not wowed by people of position. I'm wowed by people of great ideas.
Whatever Epstein is doing in this interview, self-reflection is not part of the plan. What is part of the plan does become clear later. It's clear that Epstein wants the world to see him as mostly harmless. A mind ahead of his time. Maybe he's too eccentric to be bound by the dimensions of human laws, courtesy of Nicole Daedone. Steve Bannon asks Epstein, what are you, a class 3 sexual predator?
Tier 1.
What's tier 1's the highest and worst?
No, I'm
the lowest.
I'm the lowest.
You're the lowest. Okay, tier 1, you're the lowest.
Jeffrey Epstein is wrong, or he's lying. I opt for the latter. New York's Offender Registration Act classifies Tier 1 as the lowest risk, which is technically what he says, but Epstein was classified as level 3 offender in the state of New York, which is the highest, most dangerous tier. In fact, something totally bizarre happened. A Manhattan prosecutor asked the judge to bump Epstein down from Tier 3 to Tier 1 because his crimes were committed all the way in Florida. This is ADA Jennifer Gaffney, by the way, who was the deputy chief of crimes in the Manhattan DA's office. See, even the judge was confused. The judge was alarmed, flabbergasted. Did the prosecutor suffer a major brain injury on the way to work? They state in open court, the judge does. I have never seen the prosecutor's office do anything like this.
To help them.
Yeah, I have done so many cases, much less troubling than this one, where prosecutors would never make a downward argument like this. I don't think you did much of an investigation here. I'm quite frankly shocked.
That is so sus.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking crazy.
Exactly. The judge denied the request, and Jeffrey Epstein remained a Tier 3 offender in the state of New York, which is neither a Tier 1 offender, nor is it the lowest risk offender. But Steve Bannon is not a fact checker. He lets Epstein right off into the sunset, trying to present himself as a mostly harmless child sex trafficker. Epstein says that while former world leaders like Bill Clinton have long biographies, he just thinks of himself as
Jeffrey Epstein, just a good kid.
There's also just some random bizarre moments from the interview, if you will. Bannon asks him if he considers himself a stoic, to which he responds, "No, I consider myself a hermit. Stoics are not very happy." At one point, his phone rings and the producers tell him to turn the sound off and then flip the phone face down. Steve Bannon comments, "Yeah, because who knows what the comes up on that phone."
Yeah, who knows what the comes up on that phone.
That's correct.
Then they're later talking about how funny something is, and Steve Bannon says, "Is there anything funnier than that? It's black humor." I think he means dark humor, but he's Steve Bannon, so I don't know. I hate him. Whatever. I don't think that he thinks much, but Epstein comments, "I don't make any black comments." That's right. You're too wrapped up in the Me Too movement.
No.
For black humor, it's
I don't make any black comments. Sorry.
That's right. You're too wrapped up in the Me Too movement.
Yes.
And then, kind of unprompted, Jeffrey Epstein hits everyone with a...
You know, there's this argument that I reject that black people are less intelligent than white people. It's not true. We know, for example, that if I was in the forest and I had to run from the lion or figure out a way not to be eaten, and my competition is a local African, I'm the one who's getting eaten because they have the intelligence to deal with their local environment. So it's just different. It's not better, it's not worse, but there's many differences amongst different types of people. And so people have different intelligences and they excel in some intelligences usually and less so in others.
It's freaking crazy.
Which is a very roundabout way to be racist. He says that kids also shouldn't necessarily be taught how to write because writing forces linear and narrow patterns of thinking. You have to write in a certain form, in a certain way, in a certain linear pattern, is what he says. Which maybe, I guess, explains his psychosis-inducing grammar in his emails. Steve Bannon says to Epstein that there is something deeply fucked up with you.
There's something deeply fucked up with you.
At least something.
And netizens have commented on this interview that Steve Bannon somehow manages to be the most annoying person in the room, where the only other person in the room is Jeffrey Epstein. Other comments read, "Plot twist, this video was recorded this week and not before he dies." Another one is commenting, "Had this playing in the background while I was working and I'm pretty sure now I have brain damage." But Steve Bannon, he continues. He asks Jeffrey Epstein, "Let's go back to human life."
So you see, this is the question. You're asking me to measure something again. It's the disease.
It can't be measured. You just hate making commitments.
That's why I'm not married.
I'm peeling this onion back a layer at a time. All your bullshit and happy target can't be measured like that. Is that to say measure it's a commitment. You don't even like a commitment when you answer a question.
I don't know.
As they say in golf, commit to the shot.
I don't know what it means to be measured.
Epstein talks about how Schrodinger was trying to figure out the difference between things that are alive and things that are dead. He says,
the answer is no. The things that are alive in my world are miracles, not magic. Magic has a bad connotation trying to hide things.
You don't believe in the spirit or the soul? That's what animates people, is your spirit or your soul. That's
no.
Have you ever seen someone die? When they die, their spirit leaves.
Their soul leaves, no question. So
There's no question to you about
no
that.
Question. Even
because people would normally think you were soulless. So
thank you.
Describe for me what you mean by that. What do you mean by soul? What do you mean soul different than the physical analog body that we're seeing on film right now?
It's difficult to describe in words. I mean, I'm not a poet. Poems get a little closer to what that really means, but we can. Even the concept of what is life becomes complicated when you deal with plants and seeds. Is a seed alive? I don't know. Certain people would say, no, it's dead. When your banana, one of my favorite examples is the banana that's sitting on the countertop in your kitchen today. Is it alive or dead? Your banana is alive. That banana is breathing. It's on your, you say, that's impossible, Jeffrey. No, it's not.
Is the banana conscious?
All these are words. So everyone's trying to fit a very complicated concepts into a very small box called conscious or alive. These don't fit in that way. So if you put your banana in a bag and put another fruit in with it, the fruit ripens faster because the banana breathes with it. We don't understand most of those things.
What do you think human life is?
It's a miracle. It's a miracle. And when I say miracle, I can't explain it, and I make no attempt to explain it at the moment. We don't know how to think about it.
He also reflects on how little science knows about romance. He says, quote,
I don't know why I'm attracted to somebody. I don't know. People are attracted to each other, and everyone has the same feeling. They've seen someone walk in the room, and they say, oh, that person gives me a creepy feeling.
He's talking that?
Yeah.
Science doesn't describe what creepy feelings means. They just know it's a creepy feeling.
He also rambles about how women have intuitive sense.
Women have an intuitive sense. What is intuitive? They have intuition, they have feelings, and they're able to deal in the realm of things that men, especially men like myself, find unexplainable. Women have intuition, men see things a bit differently. Men want to measure everything. Women are not really that interested in measuring.
He literally just did not want to measure anything. Okay. Women are not interested in measuring. But the interview ends where it was always going to go. Steve Bannon asks if it's okay. Epstein, a predator, is out here being a philanthropist. Epstein argues that his philanthropy has nothing to do with his character.
I just asked a question. Is your money dirty money?
No, it's not. So, in fact...
Why is it not dirty money?
Because I earned it.
But you earned it.
I earned it legally.
We went back to this before. You earned it. You earned it advising the worst people in the world, right? That do enormous bad things, and just to make more money.
Ethics is always a complicated subject, but I can tell you that with the money I gave to help try to eradicate polio in Pakistan and India, instead of asking me whether that money should be given to these children for vaccines, I think you might want to ask their mothers who received the vaccine, who know their child now won't get polio, and ask them if Epstein should have helped these people with their money.
Steve Bannon asks if, let's say people knew that the money for free vaccines was coming from a sexual predator. What percentage does Epstein think that they would still want the money?
I would say everyone said, I want the money for my children.
Did they know where the money came from?
I think if you told them, I told them the devil
100%. Himself.
The devil himself said, I'm going to exchange some dollars for your child's life.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
No, but I do have a good mirror.
It's a serious question.
Sorry.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
I don't know. Why would you say that?
Steve Bannon, almost in a way to not anger Epstein, explains that the devil is brilliant. Quote, have you read Milton's Paradise Lost? Satan was the #1 archangel. He led the rebellion because he couldn't be the top guy. I'd rather reign in hell than serve in heaven. Epstein just stares at him in response, no, the devil scares me.
No, the devil scares me. I saw that in a movie once called American Dharma. I don't remember who said it.
American Dharma is a documentary about Steve Bannon.
What?
And Steve Bannon loves Milton's Paradise Lost, and that's why there's a lot of quotes from that book in American Dharma. But the fact that Epstein is quoting Bannon's own favorite quote back to him, stating he saw it in a documentary about Bannon, but claiming he doesn't remember where he heard it, and doesn't mention that this documentary is about Bannon, it's very strange. Some people have taken it as almost like a threat to Bannon. Or is he acting coy, or what's happening? But still, the biggest lingering question is, if Epstein is scared of the devil, then who the hell could be the devil? From Radio Silence directors Matt Bettinelli-Olpin and Tyler Gillette of Scream and Abigail fame, Ready or Not 2, Here I Come picks up exactly where the first film left off. Our heroine Grace, battle-worn and drenched in blood, stumbles out of the carnage thinking she's finally free. She's not. Surviving has made her the target of a mysterious cabal of eccentric, power-hungry, lethal billionaire families. When her estranged sister is pulled into their trap, the two must fight the High Council for the seat that controls the world. Double or nothing. Ready or Not 2, Here I Come is only in theaters March 20th. It's announced early into Nancy Guthrie's disappearance that the authorities are going to use a signal sniffer to see if they can find her. Signal sniffers it's something created by a man named David Kennedy. It can pick up very, very, very low Bluetooth signals. So you attach it to a drone, you send it off into the fields, and if you have anything that can have a Bluetooth signal, it can find it. Such as a pacemaker inside of Nancy's body would have a low frequency Bluetooth signal. And with this announcement, Trump gets involved again. I mean, you have to remember, this is like a month leading up to basically the US and Israel starting what I would call a war in Iran. And yet there is a lot of time and energy to comment on this specific news. Not on Nancy Guthrie being missing, which Trump has done, but the fact that they're even going to be using a signal sniffer to try and look for her. Trump states that he does not like this public revelation that signal sniffers are going to be used in the Nancy Guthrie case, stating, quote,
I didn't like when they were talking about the going after the pacemaker and you know, before they even started going after it, they're coming and reporting it. So if in fact they could do it that way, the person would say, well, I'm not going to let that happen, right? So bad things would happen if he not going to let that happen.
Basically a roundabout way of saying, what's the best way to turn off a pacemaker? But the president commenting on a case, wouldn't that just draw more attention to it? Trump has been personally getting involved along with the FBI director Kash Patel, and pretty much every single mainstream media news outlet was reporting on Nancy Guthrie's case. Many experts have stated that this public attention on the case, yes, it keeps it on the headlines. Yes, it keeps more people attuned to seeing if they can spot Nancy Guthrie somewhere and if they can spot the suspects in the Ring doorbell footage somewhere. But if this really is a ransom kidnapping case, the public attention can actually end up harming the case in a lot of ways, especially when the President of the United States, the FBI director are getting involved. But there were less eyebrows being raised with Kash Patel's overt involvement in Nancy Guthrie's case. A lot of people think it's very normal for Kash Patel to get involved because he is the director of the FBI, but I would like to say that I disagree, because when I was going through Kash Patel's very frequent posting on Twitter and social media platforms, he seems to have a tendency, and this is not like a factual observation, this is an anecdotal thing that I've experienced researching, is that he gets involved in all of the political crimes. You have people south of the border smuggling in drugs. He's going to be posting about it on X when they catch the criminals, right? Because that's part of the narrative of like, we want all the illegals out.
Yeah.
He actually got in quite a bit of trouble between many politicians for being too involved early on in releasing information that was likely inaccurate about the Charlie Kirk shooting that happened. So all of these are heavily political topics.
Yeah.
Nancy Guthrie is not political, but he's getting heavily involved. So it's very strange. I mean, the timing is odd. So what would incentivize Kash Patel to get so invested and involved if it's not the Epstein files? I mean, why this case and not any other case? What's happening in that time period? January 22nd, 2026. So this is like a week before Nancy Guthrie goes missing, and it's been gaining traction since. A New York Times expose goes live detailing what the FBI has been like since Kash Patel took over. They were able to interview 45 bureau employees, former and current, and the feeling is this is hell. Hell is here. We're living in hell. That's the feeling of the article, the expose. The expose examines how Kash Patel was a former public defender who never worked for the FBI a day in his life and actually was quite the conspiracy theorist, evidenced by his many, way too many, far too many appearances on podcast. Kash Patel said that he wants to shut down the bureau headquarters and reopen it as a museum of the deep state. That's what he stated before he became the director.
I'd shut down the FBI Hoover building on day one and reopening the next day as a museum of the deep state.
He didn't do that, but he does indeed go get rid of the Bureau's top 6 executives, likely due to their connections and work prosecuting Trump.
Interesting.
The sentiment being is, if you were assigned to the January 6th investigation, because you don't get to pick cases in the Bureau, like these are agents that get assigned a case. A lot of agents said the sentiment inside the Bureau was that once Kash Patel took over, if you even touch the January 6th case, you might get fired just because you worked on that case. There were a lot of just bozo moments exposed in the article. One field office leader stated that they were shocked by Kash Patel's brain, stating, quote, Patel had his first director's call with the heads of all the field offices. He had no agenda, no organized thoughts, no strategy or leadership philosophy or priorities to share. I specifically remember him stating at one point, I don't read. He explained he doesn't read briefing materials. He apparently doesn't do calls either. So one agent states that typically there is a weekly meeting with all the leaders of the field offices on Wednesdays with the director of the FBI. But he stopped doing that. So things just kept getting dropped and missed. And because everyone's supposed to have their own individual calls with the director, but like that's a lot of things were not good. And this is an opinion, of course, but I think a Driscoll sweetest batch blueberry has a stronger work ethic than Kash Patel. Agents remember how he had to go to the Five Eyes conference, which is the intelligence alliance between the US, UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. And quote, before the conference, his staff says he's unhappy because he doesn't like meetings in office settings. What he wants is social events. He wants premier soccer games. He wants to go jet skiing. He'd like a helicopter tour. Everyone who'd heard about this was like, hold on, is he really going to ask MI5, the director of MI5, to go jet skiing instead of going to a meeting? This is a job, guys. His staff only cared about 3 things: what his meals were, when his workouts would be, and what his entertainment would be.
Who exactly is saying this? One of a former employee?
Or current.
What is happening?
Yeah. Also, side note, for someone who has dedicated teams to meals and workouts, he does not have a physique that reflects that much, but I digress, okay? They continue. The biggest plan is how he's gonna get his girlfriend in there so she can go to the Windsor Castle. He's got his assistant, just like a true executive concierge, and when she's not getting the food or the workout she wants, she'll just start screaming at people, make it happen!
The girlfriend?
No, the assistant. But he wants his girlfriend to go everywhere, which that was a whole thing. So Kash Patel is constantly under fire for using the FBI jet and taxpayer dollar to go fly to his girlfriend's concert. She's like a country singer that nobody listens to. What? I mean, some people listen to her. Nobody listens to her. Okay. He would fly, and then they would fly from one city to another back to her home in Nashville. And apparently the FBI office in Nashville where she lives is just like private security for her these days.
Right.
They can't even get any work done.
Wow.
It's the allegation, it's the sentiment.
This nonsense about, oh, you're taking a private jet. We're taking the FBI plane because Congress 20 years ago said FBI directors are not allowed to take commercial air travel, ever. Kind of expected some scrutiny, so we took additional steps to say, how can the FBI save money for travel when it's on personal matters? And so I mandated Bureau require us to use government airfields.
How long has he been in this position?
I think it's been a year. Yeah. And then apparently during the Five Eyes conference, they all go to the castle and they take a picture with the king. Fantastic. Loving life. Great. Now, some of the members of these intelligence agencies overseas, they are not public figures. It's not like the director of the FBI. They're like very secret figures. They're in non-disclosed positions. You can't even file paperwork to see what position they're in. That's the intention. Kash Patel, though, wants to post this picture on social media, apparently, according to this expose. They're all like, hey, so what kitchen cooking herb are you smoking over there? You cannot post this picture. But he apparently goes back and forth, allegedly begging these people, these undisclosed intelligence agency running commands.
Is it like a group photo?
Yes, that he wants to post this picture onto social media.
Because he was taking a picture with the king?
Yeah.
Did he post it?
No. Dan Bongino is the deputy director. Well, former, not anymore, which usually, so a lot of people are saying that with the deputy director of the FBI, it has been long-standing tradition to choose a career agent. So the FBI director is typically well connected to politicians because that's how they get appointed. But the deputy director, this is the second hand in charge, they've been in the bureau for probably their whole career.
Right.
Because that's what you need. You need someone who knows every rank file, how things work, how things have been done. Not because they're so stuck in tradition, but like they know the ins and outs of the Bureau. They choose instead Dan Bongino, who is a right-wing podcaster and a former Secret Service agent. He doesn't even like the Bureau. He called it thugs for the Democrat Party. One agent states that there was real concern in the Bureau, stating, quote, "We were going to have two people who, it would not be an exaggeration to say they were conspiracy theorists with very little experience in federal law enforcement."
Wow.
I will say the levels in government a male podcaster can get in this administration needs to be studied and then needs to be just like quickly stopped. One of the most notable things that he does once he's assigned, though, is Dan Bongino tries to create a new physical fitness test that is not backed by evidence or research. So he's like, I need all the Bureau agents to be fit. He wanted to have equality for men and women in the sense that they would have to do the exact same number of pull-ups, which means a large number of probably more competent, very competent female agents and recruits would be lost. Valuable personnel would be lost because they can't do as many pull-ups as their male counterparts.
That's crazy.
Okay?
Wow.
So one agent stated to Bongino, and apparently, allegedly, Dan Bongino tells them, you can have the best female agent take down the biggest case in our history, but if on one ring door camera video, she's out of shape or overweight, that's gonna be the story. The agent comments, he was worried about whether or not they'd look good on doorbell camera. He said it's the way these times are. I think that's the way you are. I don't think anyone else would have thought that. He has since stepped down as the FBI deputy director to go back to his podcast. He's also taken a role in the whole Epstein files, which both of them, before they held positions in the FBI, they kind of hinted on podcasts like they did not believe that Epstein self-exited. But Kash Patel, once he becomes the director, he states like, no, it was a self-exit. It was a self-exit. It's been reported by agents to the expose that there's too much commingling with DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, fuck ICE, formerly run by Kristi Noem. She has since been fired, promoted, we don't know. She has a whole new position that was created just for her because the speculation by a lot of people is that if she were straight up fired, she would start singing like a little canary, so.
You know, they were saying about Kristi Noem yesterday. I did the Super Bowl interview. Sir, are you going to relieve Kristi Noem of her duties? No. Oh.
There's a whole new position. I don't know what that position does, but one agent says they also had to juggle Kristi Noem, the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, who wanted to ride in our tactical vehicle to do her TV stuff. That makes all the operators uneasy and it makes them less safe. A lot of agents also said that the connection between the FBI and DHS was just not good. They say, quote, because FBI agents are posting up with Homeland Security, citizens think we're part of ICE, which disrupts other investigations. It used to be that you could sit in front of a house watching another house, and a lot of the time people were okay with that. They might help you. Now they're scared because they think you're ICE. Because nobody's really scared of the FBI.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I would say I feel like I would be less scared to help an FBI agent than like even police officers is the sentiment that I'm trying to say. I don't know if there's I don't know if there's any fact to it, but because there's a lot of tension between citizens and police officers, citizens typically have a little more leeway with federal agents because they're not around a lot.
Yeah, I get it. So the FBI agents say ICE, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly, yeah. Which, side note about ICE, they're stalking Reddit threads. Okay, this is like a side note. Ken Klippenstein, he was the one that released Luigi Mangioni's note, manifesto, whatever they wanted to call it, right? But he is like this incredible journalist, but he released an expose about Homeland Security field agents monitoring conversations on Reddit. There was an internal intelligence bulletin that Ken got his hands on where they're talking about Reddit user Budget Chicken 2425, who was posting about federal overreach on Reddit and wanted to gather a protest outside the Border Patrol facility nearby in Texas where he lives. This is not a big call for a rally. This is not a big call for a revolution. The post just innocently reads, in light of today's events, I'm rallying people to support our rights and freedom, not just for ourselves, but for our neighbors, family, and community. We need volunteers to be witnesses and spread awareness. The more we are silent, the faster it'll come to us. The Department of Homeland Security bulletin reads, the post generated some engagement on the platform, including supporting comments, logistical concerns, and opposition, underscoring both local sensitivity to perceived immigration enforcement activity and the symbolic value of federal facilities as protest sites. At the time of this assessment, there's no specific reporting indicating plans for violence against DHS personnel or facilities in connection with call to this protest. But the more alarming part is the bulletin goes on and states they did like a digital footprint check of budget taken 2425. Listing that their favorite subreddits are r/Texas, r/movies, r/Stephen King, and I'm old. And even that gets specific, stating in the I'm old subreddit, he likes to reminisce about classic television productions like UBU Productions and Gracie Films. On r/Stephen King, he engages mostly with community posts about book collections.
So they're stalking this online user.
Who is not even, like, it's shocking because, I mean, do they monitor rapists like this online or child offenders who get released that just, quote, slip through the cracks? I didn't think so. So why are you, it's so bizarre. It's so scary.
Yeah.
Also, they're buying warehouses. Look into it. Look into it. DHS went through a whole buying spree where they secretly leased up a bunch of warehouses. There's one, I believe, in Georgia that they're trying to house like 10,000 detainees. So look up your local states, look up your local areas and see if there's like a warehouse that DHS has been secretly looking into buying or has already purchased. A lot of contracts were signed secretly, and they were doing this without much attention for the longest time.
Damn.
All near major cities. A lot of them are in very alarming spots, like next to preschools, church gatherings, like community centers where people will go to be safe. But anyway, back to the FBI. A lot of agents were saying they don't really do any crime solving, crime fighting anymore or national security anymore. And they said that Pam Bondi, because you remember Pam Bondi and Kash Patel have some going on. So Kash Patel is the FBI director. Pam Bondi is the Attorney General of the United States. She accuses the New York field office of holding back documents in the Epstein case. Everyone's just trying to save their ass. Pam Bondi was like, I got the Epstein files on my desk. And then the administration was like, there's no files. Kash Patel was like, what files? What are we talking about? Pam Bondi is like, you guys are holding files. So it became this whole point your finger. They have beef with each other. Kash Patel then diverts a ton of agents to work on redactions for files. One agent says, a member of the redaction team asked me, because I'm a superior, can I not work on this anymore? They had a team call, and Patel jumped on the call and yelled at everyone, telling them to work faster, that he'd fire everyone who worked on the redactions if he didn't have it when he wanted it. And they were allegedly told to flag references to Trump and other well-known figures, as well as redacting information about victims, which is the only thing they were supposed to do.
Right. Huh.
So don't be confused that this was hard work for American people's rights to know who amongst the rich and powerful are criminals, which at this point, if we are a casino, you would make a killing just assuming everyone is first a bad person, then giving them the benefit of the doubt. The article reports that more than 20% of the FBI's workforce has been assigned to immigration enforcement, which impacts the amount of personnel that can investigate other things like public corruption, white-collar crime, kidnappings.
Wow.
One agent stated, I remember praying that we didn't have a terrorist attack, mass shooting, or a cyber attack slip through the cracks because my agents, who were highly trained to protect against such threats, were assigned to immigration enforcement. Another agent says, I did not go to law school. I did not go to Quantico and work counterterrorism operations overseas to doing traffic control for Arrest a Brown Person Day. So the Bureau is known for using polygraphs to get security clearance, where they ask you questions and, they ask you questions that you would imagine that they ask you. But now they said that the Bureau is doing, this is an allegation, if there is a leak, because there's a lot of leaks in this administration, in all departments. Even I think recently there was a Pentagon leak with how many casualties there were in the Iran situation recently. This leak, if there's leaks in the FBI, allegedly, Kash Patel will have employees polygraphed and they will be asked if they said anything negative about Kash Patel, which feels like very emotional and sensitive. I mean, it's definitely morally and ethically bankrupt if this is occurring, but could you imagine a female director doing something like that? The scathing adjectives she would be called. She would be framed as a soft, whiny baby bitch who wants everyone to love and worship her because she's probably a whore. But instead, Kash Patel, how can you be such a soft, sensitive little person?
Unbelievable.
One agent says, quote, they were polygraphing their own senior leadership team because they were so mad about media leaks. Then soon after the Charlie Kirk shooting, Kash Patel flies to Utah, and the first thing he wants is a raid jacket, FBI raid jacket. They don't have one in his size, which, side note, leadership doesn't wear raid jackets. Okay, so FBI, when they do raids, they wear FBI on their back. But once you're in a leadership position, you wear a suit. You don't wear a raid jacket. But allegedly, Trump told Patel he wants to see the raid jackets everywhere because he wants the feds to take the credit for a lot of things. Is the allegation in the expose. Okay, I don't know. I'm not in these rooms. I don't know any of these conversations. But they don't have a size medium. So in this very crucial moment of, I don't know, solving a crime, whatever, you know, he has the SWAT team take off their patch, like the SWAT patch, so that he can wear just the FBI letters to the press conference, which is just odd. And then here's this long quote after he gets there, quote, "Whenever there's a critical incident, one of the first things that happens is a conference call with everybody, all the executives. Most of the field offices dial in. The director rarely speaks because someone with situational awareness is leading the call because there's an emergency.
Yeah.
You got to be there. Like you have to have, you know what's going on. They'll say, here's what happened. Here's what we know. Here's what we need. But we get on and it's just Kash berating the special agent in charge of Salt Lake. He's super emotional. Which, side note, emotional in a leadership position, such as being the director of the FBI, is never good. I don't think they use the word emotional as a way to display his humanity. They continue, then it turns surreal. Kash Patel and Dan Bongino start talking about their Twitter strategy. And Kash is like, I'm going to tweet this. Salt Lake, you tweet that. Dan, you come in with this. And then I'll come back with this. They're literally scripting out social media, not talking about how we're going to respond or resources or the situation. He's screaming that he wants to put stuff out, but nothing's been vetted yet. It's not even accurate. Everyone on the call is just like, this guy is completely out of control. On another call, he said, when a crisis happens, the only thing you need to do is call me. The most important thing in any crisis is controlling the narrative. I was like, no. We actually have to do some work here. Like, we're gonna have to investigate. The most alarming message coming from the FBI insiders is that they feel the way that Kash Patel is running the bureau it's just a weapon of the White House, and the diverting of resources is leaving the country vulnerable to attack, which we now know in this situation, which call it the conflict, call it the war in Iran, that's not good. I will say these are all of the allegations and quotes that you can find on the New York Times expose. However, the FBI spokesperson, Ben Williamson, had said about this expose, this story is a regurgitation of fake narratives, conjecture, and speculation from anonymous sources who are disconnected from reality. They can whine and peddle falsehoods all they want, but it won't change the fact that the FBI under this administration worked with partners at every level and delivered a historic 2025. A White House spokesperson states, President Trump and FBI Director Kash Patel are restoring integrity to the FBI by returning its focus to fighting crime and letting good cops be cops. So, I don't know. You take the expose as you will. Maybe you hate the New York Times. But I will say Kash Patel is a very odd individual, in my opinion, because he also has a children's book, a real children's book that you can purchase where he's a wizard and he saves King Donald Trump from the evil, disgusting, filthy DOJ. The book is called The Plot Against the King, and it's marketed for 5-year-olds and up. I also think it's a trilogy, which, like, goddamn, okay.
What?
I'm still waiting for final installments of trilogies from some of my favorite authors, and here we have this trilogy. But also, the second one does not seem to be sold on Amazon anymore. So I don't know if it's a duology, and he just, like, weirdly named the first one, and then the third one, and skipped number 2. I don't know if 2 is a bad number for him, or the second one is just pulled from the shelves. I don't know. But that still doesn't answer why is Trump getting involved in all of this. So it seems like Kash Patel has better things that he wants people to pay attention to, like the Nancy Guthrie case, versus probably this New York Times expose. But what about Trump? Is he just making a comment since he's worked with Savannah Guthrie previously and has had interactions with her? Is that why he wants to be of assistance? I mean, I guess you could say that. Or you could say that some people think that the idea of a disappearance being the only thing that the country wants to talk about could be a really good opportunity to not talk about other things. January 30th, the DOJ releases the single largest drop of Epstein files, like I've noted, including the one, there's a picture of the former Prince Andrew crouched over a redacted female's body who's laying on the ground. Everybody is clothed, but it's not a great picture. February 1st, Nancy Guthrie disappears from her home. February 2nd, Epstein survivors are rightfully enraged and traumatized because the DOJ, who seems to have spent a ton of manpower to redact the names of high-powered businessmen and billionaires from their files, they have left a ton of documents unredacted that clearly show underage victims' names, personal information, and ways that people can find out where they are now. Even more traumatizing, according to the New York Times, nearly 40 unredacted images that show both nude bodies and the faces of the people portrayed were left unredacted for the public. Quote, the people in the photos appear to be young, although it was unclear whether they were minors. Some of the images seem to show Mr. Epstein's private island, including a beach. Others were taken in bedrooms and other private spaces. While photos of powerful men were mysteriously redacted in some cases for no reason, the lawyers representing the victims state it's kind of unfeasible to think that the DOJ would make mistakes like this. Quote, DOJ cannot plausibly characterize this as an error, negligence, or bureaucratic failure. The task was straightforward. Take the list of known victims and redact those names everywhere they appear. When DOJ believed it was ready to publish, it needed only to type each victim's name into its own search function. Any resulting hit should have been redacted before publication. Had DOJ done that, the harm would have been avoided. Another attorney states, this whole thing is ridiculous. The DOJ was ordered to release information to the public to be transparent about Epstein and Maxwell's criminal enterprise network. Instead, they released the names of courageous victims who had fought hard for decades to remain anonymous and out of the limelight. Whether the disclosures were inadvertent or not, they had one job to do it, and they did not do it. But instead, we're talking about Nancy Guthrie. February 3rd, Trump states that he wants to nationalize voting. Fulton County in Georgia stated that they will be suing the FBI. I think just giving thorough context for this would require like 10 business days. But the administration and the FBI raided and seized a bunch of voting ballots from Fulton County in Georgia from the 2020 presidential election. And Trump comes out to state on Dan Bongino's podcast that he thinks that we should nationalize voting in the United States.
These people were brought to our country to vote, and they vote illegally. And amazing that the Republicans aren't tougher on it. The Republicans should say, we want to take over. We should take over the voting in at least 15 places. The Republicans ought to nationalize the voting.
Because constitutionally, U.S. elections are governed by the state. He doesn't want that anymore, which is a huge cause for concern. He's saying it's because the election was stolen, but a lot of people are saying it's much harder to hack 50 systems than hack one system. And during all of this, Trump is interviewed and he says,
speaking of Epstein, I will say there's a reporter named Wolf, and Epstein conspired. This just came out yesterday in the millions of pages of documents, how crazy this is, conspired against me in order to fight like hell to make sure I lose the election. That's the only thing that was mentioned about me. Now, about Democrats, some really bad stuff, but about me, that Wolf, whoever Wolf is, he wrote a couple of books, and Epstein conspired against me. So that takes care of Epstein as far as Trump is concerned, but you got a lot of Democrats out there that are very much involved with Epstein. But I'll be honest with you, you got to get back to running the country, too.
And then he states that the reporter from CNN needs to smile more. And this is like in the Oval Office with a whole gaggle of press.
What would you say to the survivors who feel
you are the worst reporter. No wonder CNN has no ratings because of people like you. You know, she's a young woman. I don't think I've ever seen you smile. I've known you for 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a smile on your face.
You about survivors.
You know why you're not smiling? Because you know you're not telling the truth.
She was asking him about Epstein survivors. So naturally, she was not smiling at the time. And many netizens feel that it's very odd for Trump to want the world to let go of the Epstein files and move on from it when they just release so much information, damning information against various people. So let's get into the latest drop of the files. I will say that this is not an all-encompassing video on the Epstein files because it's literally impossible. The Rotten Mango team is, at the very end of the day, I think we're super, super, super small team compared to any news network or even other podcasts, we're a very small team. I think you'd be shocked to see how intimate the core team is, and intimate being a nice way of saying small and very well caffeinated. I wish I could dedicate everyone to go through files because a lot of people have requested updates on the Epstein files, and we did our best to get through as much as possible. But with all the other cases that people have been requesting to be covered, especially the international ones that are less known about, we've been trying to work on everything at the same time. So this is not going to be like a comprehensive, exhaustive overview of everything that's been released, but I will try to keep giving you updates as we go. February 2026, former Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor is arrested on his 66th birthday. And after being in custody for 11 hours, I will say that he is released. King Charles has issued a very rare personal statement where he says in more words, "Let me state clearly, the law must take its course," which is a very kind way of saying, like, we're gonna let this happen. Whatever Andrew is gonna go through, he's gonna go through it. It is monumental, but also it can be more monumental because as of right now, he is under investigation, but he has not been charged nor exonerated. So while a lot of people in the UK, they want more and they want it more quickly, everyone in the US feels like if even a former prince can be detained, there can finally be some clarity, there can be some justice. How come it's not happening over here? A week after that, another arrest is made in the UK. Peter Mandelson. He's the former UK ambassador to the US. He was a key advisor for Prime Ministers Tony Blair and Gordon Brown. He's a Labour politician. Peter Mandelson is arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. His name comes up extensively in the files, nearly 6,000 times, and he's very close to Epstein. There's a photo of him in his undies, also found in the files.
Doing what?
Just hanging out. So there's that. So, I mean, you know, he can't say that he had no clue about Epstein's crimes and that he failed to do a quick Google search.
On these photos, where are those photos from? Is someone just there constantly with a digital camera?
Yeah.
That's so bizarre. Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm.
What a lot of people have been doing is a lot of these billionaires, especially in the United States, pretty much anyone, any of the tech founders, Richard Branson, Bill Gates, everybody likes to say, I've never heard of Google. I did not know as a billionaire, I should even Google the company that I keep. It doesn't make sense to anyone because even I meet someone new, I might Google them, especially if I know nothing about them. Mm-hmm. And if they're claiming to be a billionaire, I'm definitely going to Google them.
You're like, saying they never Google Epstein.
After 2008, we never really looked into, we didn't know his past. I just thought he was some rich guy. You're telling me that people like Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, people who have bunkers are not security clearancing everyone in their path?
Mark Zuckerberg is in there too?
Well, he had a dinner. He was in the files. His name comes up a few times. His spokesperson has stated that it was just a dinner along with other like key investors and tech entrepreneurs. Elon Musk, like you're telling me these people don't Google people? Though Musk has not, I don't think that he said that he didn't Google, he's just been very vague about it. So there were emails where he's asking, like practically begging Epstein to go on the island for the craziest party ever. Like this is crazy because all these other billionaires, they have very roundabout ways of being like, you are such a good friend. Elon Musk is like, I want to go to the island. I want the craziest party of my life. And everyone's like, you're filthy and disgusting. I don't know what's going on. He's come out and his only like statement, I think, is that, hey, so I've been promoting the Epstein files being released. So
he said he's never got invited.
Yeah, basically. But Peter Mandelson cannot say that he never Googled Epstein because he wrote an email to Epstein June of 2008, and this is when Epstein goes to jail on his work release program. Mandelson emails him, I think the world of you. I feel hopeless and furious about what has happened. I can still barely understand it. It just could not happen in Britain. You have to be incredibly resilient, fight for early release, and be philosophical about it as much as you can. The whole thing has been years of torture, and now you have to show the world how big a person you are and how strong. Your friends stay with you and love you. Then in Norway, you have the former Prime Minister of Norway, Jagland. I don't know if the J is pronounced like that there, but Jagland. And according to email correspondence, he arranged family visits to Epstein's residences in Paris, New York, Palm Beach. This is all after Epstein's 2008 conviction. And Jagland had a whole plan to take his entire family to Epstein's island, but it was canceled because Epstein was sick. There are so many people in the files that have come out and they're like, hey, you guys are wrong. I've never been to the island. And then the emails get released and it's always Epstein canceling on them. And they're trying to go to the island.
That's crazy.
According to the Wall Street Journal, Bill Gates and Epstein both went to Jagland, the former Norwegian prime minister's house, to talk about Bill Gates's work in eradicating polio, which, let's be real, Jagland was the chair of the Nobel Peace Prize Committee, and allegedly Epstein told someone at the Gates Foundation that he's very friendly with, quote, the Norwegians and could help Gates win the Nobel Peace Prize, according to the Wall Street Journal. However, I will note a Gates spokesperson states Mr. Gates has never been focused on or campaigned for the Nobel Peace Prize or any other prize, which is exactly something someone says when they don't get one. Meanwhile, in the US, there have been a string of resignations, but nothing that really means anything to the victims. Like no meaningful change or impact, just rich people retiring early. Representative Thomas Massie states over 24 people have resigned, CEOs, members of government worldwide. But I haven't seen any arrests or investigations here in the United States from this Justice Department. And it's because a lot of people in positions of power do not think that there is anything to be done here. Kash Patel has basically stated to Congress that Epstein just trafficked girls to himself, that there is no credible evidence that anybody else is guilty. He states that he would have brought the case yesterday if there was any credible evidence that Epstein trafficked victims to anyone but himself.
Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals.
Also, this is the same person that went on podcasts to doubt that Epstein self-exited. Kash Patel has even stated to a right-wing podcaster in the past before he became the director, you don't think that Bill Gates is lobbying Congress night and day to prevent the disclosure of that list? And now he says, there's no list. What list? He says of government officials, put on your big boy pants and let us know who these pedophiles are.
Put on your big boy pants and let us know who the pedophiles are.
This was before he became the director. And now it's, there's no one to charge. He only trafficked him to himself. That's it. Now, with that being said, we're going to go into the other big names in the US that have come up in the files. And this is not me saying that they are guilty of trafficking, that Epstein trafficked victims to them. The sequence of events in this video just happened in this way that it's right after that segment. But literally, nobody has been charged and convicted of anything related to Epstein that I'm about to talk to you about. Richard Branson of Virgin Airlines, whom just lost his wife, and a lot of people were showing him much love and comfort during that time period. He's in the files. Does that imply guilt? That's not at all what I said, but there is an email from Richard Branson to Epstein that reads, Dear Jeffrey, it was really nice seeing you yesterday. Which, by the way, Richard Branson has an island in the, the Virgin Islands. The boys in water sports can't stop speaking about it. Anytime you're in the area, would love to see you, as long as you bring your harem.
What?
Then 5 bullet points. I think if Bill Gates was willing to say that you've been a brilliant advisor to him, that you slipped up so many years ago by sleeping with a 17-and-a-half-year-old woman and were punished for it, you've more than learned your lesson and have done nothing that's against the law since. And yes, as a single man, you seem to have a penchant for women, but there's nothing wrong with that. Anyway, something along those lines. 2, 20th September. Sadly, I'm in the UK that week. 3, I'll copy Peter Norris. Is there a similar transaction you'd recommend today? 4, we definitely should be using all the information we gain worldwide to trade currencies and trade oil. If you find anybody you recommend for us, that would be great, but I'll start looking. Again, I'll copy Peter Norris. The other parts, financially speaking, some people are like, that sounds suspicious. Like, what are you saying? Okay, yeah. But more than that, the whole Bill Gates thing, okay? A spokesperson for Richard Branson has stated that Richard Branson has used the word harem to refer to adult women that he brought along, not underage girls and children. The email is from 2013, so there is publicly available information about Epstein's crimes by this point, and he even notes it in the email. Just writing about one of his crimes, Bill Gates could say this about you, that you slept with a 17-and-a-half-year-old woman. And a lot of netizens feel like the fact that he even said 17 and a half is so disgusting. Like, that tells you what kind of person this is. And these people are fucking old when this is happening. Bill Gates has obviously been heavily in the news for the allegations that he contracted an STI from a Russian woman that he was having an affair with and wanted to get meds for himself and meds to secretly give to his then wife, Melinda Gates. He has denied those allegations. And he's been in the news for...
What do you mean he denied those allegations? Wasn't that email?
Oh, okay. So I'm going to explain it to you. It gets a little complicated, right? And even the emails, a lot of people are hiding behind some emails could display wrong metadata. There's like a whole thing, yeah. The metadata. But overall, Bill Gates has been in the news for just being chummy with Epstein. Bill Gates has since apologized to his staff for having 2 separate affairs with 2 different Russian women whilst being married to Melinda Gates. Quote, I did have affairs, one with a Russian bridge player who met me at bridge events, and one with a Russian nuclear physicist who I met through business activities. He states that Epstein later discovered these affairs, but these affairs do not involve Epstein's victims. And then he says that Epstein basically tried to blackmail him with the information. In one email, Epstein writes to a mutual of Bill Gates and Epstein. He writes that if the affairs go public, quote, Bill risks going from the richest man to the biggest hypocrite. Melinda a laughing stock. Pledges will disappear as a result. Another email is basically Epstein shaming Bill Gates for allegedly being cheap with his mistresses, writing, so he's talking about the mistress, Bill Gates' mistress. I sent her that note. She said she had little money, couldn't afford air conditioner, was living on a friend's couch, really needed money. I sent her some money. Your friend Bill is nuts. His former girl can't afford aircon, cannot afford to travel to bridge tournaments. She said that Sharon Osbourne used to arrange. The lawyer helped her with papers, so she is okay but broke. That story would take Trump off the front pages. The richest man in the world is so cheap. His former bridge girl and toy lives on a friend's sofa. Wow, wow. Who is this email even to?
This is crazy.
Which, by the way, the Russian bridge player, a lot of netizens are like, she's a honeypot for the Russians because she was pictured with an infamous Russian spy. Anyway, we're going to get there in a second. Okay, but who is this email even to? There is so much. This email is to a man named Boris Nikolic. And Boris created Biomatics Capital. But before all of that, his main role was he worked as a scientific advisor for Bill Gates and worked for Bill Gates' private office. Boris is also really close with Epstein, like really, really, really close to Epstein, to the point where he was listed as a backup executor for Epstein's will just days before Epstein died. Apparently, when Boris decided he was going to stop working with Bill Gates and he wanted to start his own company, he wanted Bill Gates to fund his company.
Of course.
Right. But does Bill Gates want to fund his company? Listen, Bill Gates' PR is the most insane shit that I've ever seen in my life. So out of curiosity,
Okay.
I found this book that was written ages ago.
Oh, yeah,
okay.
okay.
And I was listening to this like podcast that was talking about this book on Bill Gates, and I found it really intriguing because I was like, that doesn't sound like the Bill Gates that I always see in the news. It just, they were talking about how Bill Gates was fucking ruthless. When he first started Microsoft, he was brutal. Everybody was scared of him. Like, he had this penchant for being someone that was a nightmare to work with. Like, the things that you hear about people like Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, like, this is what he was saying about Bill Gates. And I was like, oh, that's very interesting because Bill Gates is all about saving the world these days. The white graying hair. And he always has like a soft demeanor, like very not Jeff Bezos-y, not haha, I'm gonna take over space vibes. What's going on? I try to buy the book. Can't find it anywhere. So I'm like, now I feel like I need to read the book for research purposes because I'm getting freaked out. Why can't I buy it anywhere? And so I ordered it off of eBay.
So this book is written years and decades ago.
Oh, like in the 90s.
Okay.
In the 90s. What they said that Bill Gates never washed his hair. He was known for having dandruff all over his shirts, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Like, I deal with dandruff too, but it paints him in a light that is vastly different from his public image these days.
And the book cannot be found anywhere now, no longer in published.
Yeah, like I couldn't find it at, the local bookstore, but it is from the 90s. Couldn't find it even from like big retailers like Barnes & Noble.
That's so interesting.
Yeah, so I was like, now I need to read it.
Who wrote it anyways?
He's like a biographer. He has a second book about Bill Gates. I think that book is nicer about Bill Gates because that one you can buy, right? and then Bill Gates released his own book, Source Code, which I also bought because I was like, ooh, the minute I get free time, I'm going to compare all 3 of them because I just want to see, because now I got into, this is like a side quest that I try to go on. But no, it's weird.
Yeah. Wow.
They said that he was just ruthless. But he's like the only one that has good PR. I mean, define good, but like that soft grandpa PR.
Yeah.
Versus like Jeff Bezos, I'm like, I'm definitely scared of you just looking at you. Whereas I feel like Bill Gates, like you look at him and you're like, oh, he looks mostly harmless. Anyway. Something you may or may not know is that for a limited time, my husband and I were able to set up basically a pop-up shop online for my grandfather-in-law's artwork, all thanks to Shopify. A little backstory, Grandpa Mango's art studio was only up for a limited time, but he had spent his entire life painting traditional Chinese artwork and wanting to share it with the world. Thanks to Shopify, we were able to make one of his lifelong dreams come true. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world and 10% of all e-commerce in the US. On the business owner side, their website templates make it so incredibly easy to set up Grandpa Mango's studio. And whenever I'm on the customer side and I'm shopping online ready to check out and I see that purple Shop Pay button from Shopify, it saves me time and trouble. Most of the time my wallet will be across the house. I'm already settled in the bed. So this one-click checkout is amazing when I'm buying last-minute gifts or something that I know is going to sell out if I don't get it right away. Their purple Shop Pay button is why Shopify has the best converting checkout on the planet. I mean, I'm sure there are so many things that I bought because it had the purple Shop Pay button and I was just like, okay, why not? It'll be so easy. And I feel like that's really good for businesses, especially small businesses. See less carts go abandoned and more sales with Shopify and their Shop Pay button. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/rotten. Go to shopify.com/rotten. That's shopify.com/rotten. Cooking can be a hit or miss in our kitchen, and every time there's a miss, that one aisle in the grocery store with all of those pre-prepared meals, it starts looking like a good idea. When I know it's not, I'll start looking, and I realize the ready-to-bake casserole feeds a family of 6. Meanwhile, it's just me and my husband, or just me sometimes. Suddenly, I'm looking at leftovers of the same thing over and over and again, and I just know it's gonna haunt me for days. Meal prepping has literally never been easier than with Factor. You get single-serve meals per person. Factor helps eliminate stress around cooking, planning, or cleanup. You can find dishes that fit your food preferences. So for example, I'm allergic to pork, so their vegetarian options or pork-free dishes are some of my reliable favorites. But my husband loves eating pork, so this is perfect for us. In addition to their perfect portion size, I love that Factor is so easy to heat up. I no longer have to think about grocery shopping, meal prepping, standing in front of the stove when I'm not in the mood to cook. Head to factor75.com or click the link below and use code ROTTEN50 off to get 50% off your first Factor box plus free breakfast for 1 year. That's code ROTTEN50 off at factor75.com to get 50% off plus free breakfast for 1 year. Offer only valid for new Factor customers with code and qualifying auto-renewing subscription purchase. So this guy is like, I'm going to leave and I want Bill Gates to fund my company. Now, after having read like 30% of the book that I couldn't find on any of the big retailers, I'm like, Bill Gates ain't going to fund your company. He doesn't care about anybody he works with like that. Epstein is like, I'm going to help you by helping you blackmail Bill Gates.
That's insane.
It ended up semi-working. I don't know if blackmail is the right word to use. Boris says he has nothing to do with what Epstein was planning. Bill Gates invested in his company because they have a good relationship and Bill Gates believes in what he was doing, but it was in the range of like under $100 million was like the vibe. Which, if you say under $100 million, I'm expecting $99 million. I'm not expecting $2 million or a dollar. But side note, Boris has now come out to state again that he has nothing to do with this and that Epstein was doing whatever he wanted to do by himself. But Epstein starts drafting emails that he's likely going to want Boris to send to Bill Gates. So this is where it's confusing. So he keeps sending it to himself, but it's all written as if Boris has written them. But Jeffrey Epstein is writing them. Okay. So it's like, imagine I'm trying to send an email to you. I'm going to write it as if I'm you. But I haven't sent it to you to send yet. So I'm just like drafting it in my emails and then sending it to myself. So I have an updated copy.
Yeah.
Right. One reads, I've decided to resign my position effective immediately with BG3, which is their private office.
So basically all that to say, Epstein has that type of control over Boris, right? Like he can make Boris send whatever the hell he wants to send.
And all that's to say is, unless, like in my opinion, I know nothing about Bill Gates. So if I try to blackmail him, it won't work. Not that this worked, but it won't work because none of the information I have on him is true because I don't know him. Blackmail only works when the information is slightly relevant. Maybe it's twisted and exaggerated, or it's like, that's not what really happened, but the optics already look bad. But like, you can't do it pulling something out of your ass.
Yeah.
So he says, I've decided to resign my position effective immediately with BG3 and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. I have not come to this decision quickly or without a great deal of thought. During the past few weeks, I have been caught up in a severe marital dispute between Melinda and Bill. So this is condensed, but quote, in my role as his right hand, I had been asked on multiple occasions and in hindsight wrongly acquiesced into participating in things that have ranged from the morally inappropriate to the ethically unsound and had been repeatedly asked to do other things that get near or potentially over the line into the illegal. The things listed in the email are, he helped Bill Gates get drugs, it sounds like STD meds, he helped facilitate his affairs with married women, and being asked to provide Adderall for Bill Gates' bridge tournaments. Which is like the nerdiest thing ever, okay? But Boris states, these emails were not written on my behalf.
What's bridge? I'm sorry.
Bridge is like an old card game. It's like a strategy game with 4 players. It's like a card thing.
Oh, so it's not a sport.
Oh, no.
Oh, I thought it was a sport. Okay.
It's like if someone were to ask you to get Adderall for like a chess tournament.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Boris states, these emails were not written on my behalf or my request. Epstein inserted himself as a mediator and then used lies to pursue his own agenda. But I guess netizens are wondering, even if it wasn't done with Boris's consent, which even that is up for debate to some netizens, but even if it was done without his consent, would Epstein just make things up out of thin air? And would Bill Gates even care if he did? Gates and his team believe that this is evidence that, quote, this is another example of Epstein's repeated attempts to claim a role in Gates's orbit. Also, we do believe that Boris left and received funding from Bill Gates because he did email and copy Epstein on an email to confirm that he was receiving a wire transfer. The email reads, I see wire transfer for $5 million in advance. Okay, I don't know. I don't want to say dollars because there's no dollar sign in the email, so don't sue me. But it says like, I see wire transfer for 5M advance. I'm assuming it's dollars. It could be something else. I'm scared. Just started showing processing. Thank you in all caps. So like, I don't know.
Thank you to Bill Gates?
No, thank you to, he copied like a different person and then he copied Epstein.
Wow.
Yeah, and side note, there is a video of the bridge player, the Russian bridge player, talking about Bill Gates during a bridge conference. So she's the one that had an affair with Bill Gates. She was in her early 20s when she met Bill Gates. There's a picture of them together. She looks really young. And like early 20s, yeah, you look young, but she looks like really young for her age too. That's not me saying that I doubt her age. I'm not doubting that she was an adult at the time. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying she just looks young. That was an observation that I had. Maybe it's jealousy, you call it whatever, right? But she quotes a very famous actress, Mae West, and she says, good sex is like good bridge. If you don't have a good partner, you better have a good hand.
Bridge like sex. If you don't have a good partner, you better have a good hand.
And she shows a picture of her and Bill Gates, and she says that she had always had plans to meet Bill Gates. Nobody believed her. And to give you some context, Bill Gates and Warren Buffett are really big bridge players. Like, they've invested a lot of money into bridge tournaments. They go to bridge tournaments in like Washington, D.C. That's how they met. They will fund bridge tournaments for schools, local schools. So they love bridge. They've always been very vocal, avid bridge players, which is why some netizens feel like she could be a Russian honeypot. Russian being like the Russian government sends people to go and have romantic relations with high-profile people in other countries to get information for the opposing country, because that would be the perfect way. Or maybe I watch too many K-dramas, I don't know. But also she was pictured with a Russian spy. Anyway, but she says, quote...
What do you mean she was pictured?
I'm going to get into it. There's a whole Russian thing in a second.
Okay.
But she says, I played against him at the same table at the National Bridge Tournament in Washington, D.C. I didn't beat him, but I tried to kick him in the leg.
Last year, I played against him at the same table at the National Bridge Tournament in Washington, D.C. I didn't beat him, but I tried to kick him with my leg.
And now the top comment on that video now reads, Bill heard good sex is like good bridge and just went for it. Or quote, Bill told her it's only micro when it's soft, babe. So Bill Gates has apparently apologized and stated to his Gates Foundation staff, quote, I did nothing illicit. I saw nothing illicit. He alleges that the pictures that were released in the files with women whose faces were redacted, that was after meetings with Epstein. Epstein's assistants wanted to take pictures with him. So he would take pictures with them because they're like, oh my gosh, Bill Gates, I'm such a huge fan of Microsoft. I don't know what you would say, right? And quote, "It was such a huge mistake to spend time with Epstein. I apologize to other people who were drawn into this because of the mistakes that I made. I never stayed overnight."
In retrospect, I was foolish to spend any time with him. I thought it would help me with global health philanthropy. In fact, it failed to do that, and just a huge mistake.
He states that he never visited the island, though he did fly on a private jet with him and met with him in Germany, France, New York, and Washington. But to his defense, I never stayed overnight, I guess. As for why he met up with Epstein in 2011 after his crimes were already pretty public, Bill Gates states that he did not properly check Epstein's background because, you know, he sees all these high-profile people around Epstein, so he just assumes he's a high-profile person. The way that these people scare me, I went through a rabbit hole. Okay, the whole Bill Gates rabbit hole happened. And then I started just like buying books on some of these other people because I'm like, they scare me. We should at least know. Like when Oracle... I bought a few books on Larry Ellison because I'm like, Oracle's taking over TikTok. You get the whole vibe. And the Paramount. Anyway, these people will study their enemies to every core of their being, every cell of their body, just to dismantle them. And these are not big enemies. It's not like Microsoft going after big companies. You're talking about the little fish of the sea because that's just how these people tend to operate. If you're small, up and coming, they will dismantle you for game itself. And you're telling me you never Googled Epstein? He says knowing what I know now, you know, makes it 100 times worse in terms of not only his crimes in the past, but now it's clear there was ongoing bad behavior. He says about Melinda Gates, to give her credit, she has always kind of been skeptical about the Epstein thing, which, like, yes, she has been, vocally so.
It's not one thing, it was many things. But I did not like that he'd had meetings with Jeffrey Epstein. He was evil personified. I had nightmares about it afterwards.
But also some people think it's kind of like, well, you'll kind of see it with the Clintons later, where a lot of men are using their wife, propping up their wives now, or ex-wife now, but it still benefits them. You know, because it is the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Melinda can continue the legacy. Same with Hillary Clinton. You know, Bill Gates is like, you guys shouldn't even be talking to my wife. She's never even interacted with Epstein. But it still is going to be beneficial for Bill Clinton. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of an annoying feeling probably for women. Not those women specifically, but women. And though ultimately he admits to no wrongdoing, there's just continuous building suspicion against Bill Gates. Then, you know, sometimes the people are very strange. Not as strange as anyone in the emails, but we spend our time doing very odd things, like waiting in line for things just to hope we like it, like a protein bar. There's this protein bar. It comes in like a gold wrapper. We tried it. I ordered a bunch. Okay, I ordered 3 bars in New York. Do you remember?
I'm confused. What are we talking about?
The little protein bars in the pantry, they're gold foil. And I was like, you should eat the protein bar.
Yeah, I did eat it.
How did you like it?
It just tastes like those like really healthy protein bars.
So this was a big hyped protein bar, David's Protein Bar.
Yes.
They launched in 2024, and when they launched, there were 40,000 customers on the wait list. The first week, the protein
40,000 customers on the wait list?
A wait list for a protein bar.
For why?
The first week, $1 million in sales. Because the protein bar is 150 calories, and it has 28 grams of protein. Nearly unheard of. This is insane. To get that much protein with that little calories, you can already imagine the type of crowd that you're getting. Workout obsessed, you're getting Pilates moms, like you're getting all this like crowd foaming at the mouth to pay for really expensive protein bars. People posted on Reddit saying, if it's too good to be true, it's because it is. None of my farts are safe now. Like, there were a lot of joking comments of, like, it's so dense. There's no way. Like, it just tastes creamy. How is it creamy? Some people are saying that they were diarrheaing. But even with all of that, David Protein Bars is valued at $725 million within a year of launching. And now it's become a Mean Girls meme, Regina George. So in the movie Mean Girls, Regina George is the mean girl. And the main character, Katie, she gives her these protein bars. And she's like, oh, these protein bars help you lose weight. So she only eats these protein bars. But then turns out they're basically like...
extra calories.
Right. And so... there was a consumer lab testing done on the protein bar, and instead of 150 calories, each bar was allegedly 229 calories. And you have to understand, many of the people who consume David's protein bars are tracking their macros. They track their calorie count. And instead of the 2 grams advertised on the label of fat, One bar showed in testing that instead of 2 grams, there was 9.7 grams of fat in one singular bar, and only about 23.6 grams of protein rather than 28 grams of protein, which leads to a class action calorie lawsuit being filed against David Protein. It's just been damning across the board. Usually the FDA will allow some leeway, so the nutrition labels, there's no way that it's exact, and they give about a 20% leeway. You can be 20% wrong. But most food labels, they stay within like a good lower percentage. But David Protein bars, some of them were tested at 271 calories after being advertised as having 150 calories. However, I will note, this is huge, David Protein is fighting this. They're reportedly planning to countersue, and they state that the lab tests are simply wrong. And it's because they use a very special ingredient, EPG, and it's non-digestible. So it actually cannot be metabolized by the body. So the way that calories are tested, the way that they're saying the other people have been testing it, they're looking for energy output. Whereas there's some energy in there that is not going to be metabolized by the human body. If you're not metabolizing the calories, you can't count that as the calories, right? But that, weirdly, is not the biggest scandal to hit David's protein bars recently. The biggest scandal is Peter Attia, the chief science officer for David Protein bars, is in the files. Peter Attia has always been occasionally controversial in the longevity space. He was on the quest of trying to... The doctor.
The famous,
Yeah.
What?
Peter Attia.
Okay, wow.
He was on the quest of figuring out, why are Americans so fat? Those are the major headlines involving Peter Attia for the longest time. Those are the words they use. And I don't know, maybe because we're all depressed eating because nobody's being held accountable or really investigated for even being in the Epstein files. And maybe we're not fat. Maybe we're just not invisible to the naked eye, okay? But he has a small bespoke clinic of high-paying clients. You can't even get in unless you're someone with deep, deep pockets like Hugh Jackman.
Is he the actor?
Yeah.
The X-Men?
And tech founders. And I'm not saying Hugh Jackman knows about any of this. Like, these emails are between Peter Attia and Epstein. But he's the longevity guy for the rich. Go get a $3,000 elective MRI scan. Go spend X amount of money on this and that and this and that and take time off of work to exercise. Obviously, that's an exaggeration, but that's where much of the controversy at least is from the beginning. Peter Attia wants to say, if you're not even going to invest in your health, what are you going to invest in? Like, he's that type of guy. So what the hell are you doing with Epstein? June 2015, Peter Attia sends Epstein in an email. The subject line is, got a fresh shipment. The picture that he includes in the email is metformin bottles.
Metformin?
Mm-hmm.
What's metformin again?
I think it's like the anti-diabetic prescription drug that people would take for longevity. It's like one of the longevity ones, along with like the elective GLP ones that everyone who wants to be fucking immortal takes these days. And I'm like, why do you want to live forever? The world is ending. This is crazy. We're just trying to live to tomorrow, and you guys want to live until you're 2,000 years old? Epstein responds, me too. And he sends a photo of a woman that is redacted. Peter responds, please tell me you found that picture online. Bastard, ... Epstein responds, afraid not. Peter, you know the biggest problem with becoming friends with you? The life you lead is so outrageous, and yet I can't tell a soul, ...
That's crazy, man.
Peter Attia also sends Epstein's assistant an email. I go into JE withdrawal when I don't see him. Jeffrey Epstein withdrawal.
Oh.
Okay, Peter Attia is in the boat with like Elon Musk, where it's like they're so desperate to be on Epstein's island. He also emails Epstein, pussy is indeed low carb, still awaiting results on gluten content though, which netizens are disgusted, commenting at him, you also have a daughter. And also, Peter Attia is a physician. He didn't go through residency because he dropped out to be like a longevity doctor, but so I don't know if he can actually practice in hospitals. That was like another controversy of his. Like, he's not like a real doctor. Like, why would you want him as your doctor if he can't operate on you or like help you in most major hospitals you go to? Anyway, for him to associate with Epstein after 2008 and then to talk about women's body parts like that while being a physician, while having a daughter, while being morally bankrupt, in my opinion, feels personally past the point of just being a bit alarming. Peter Attia has since posted a statement once these emails have gotten viral that reads, the following email is what I sent to my team last night. I sent a similar version to my patients also. And it's like this long little, my fault, okay? But not really my fault. He expresses that he let everyone down, but also he was not involved in any criminal activity, that he was never on the plane, island, or present at any sex party. But he does admit to being at Jeffrey Epstein's New York City home on 7 to 8 different occasions, and he did email Epstein that he would like to visit the island. Quote, I need to visit sometime. So Peter, I don't know if it's the fact that you didn't go to the island out of your own moral judgment, but rather you didn't get the invite. He also states that he never went to the Zorro Ranch, which is the massive New Mexico compound that Epstein had. But again, he had planned a visit to the New Mexico ranch, but Epstein canceled on him. He also weirdly writes, I met Epstein in 2014, a prominent female healthcare leader while I was raising funds for scientific research introduced us. It's giving a little, it's always a woman's fault. Who cares who introduced you? He says, I'm not asking for a pass from you. I'm not asking anyone to ignore the emails or pretend they aren't ugly. They simply are. The man I am today, roughly 10 years later, would not write them and would not associate with Epstein at all. Whatever growth I've had over the past decade does not erase the emails I wrote then. I do want to note when he wrote those emails, he was like 42 years old. So it's not like he was like a 12-year-old boy. He was 42.
Yeah.
Side note, there is a running theory backed by an email in the Epstein files where Peter Attia is emailing Epstein to confirm a meeting with him in New York City. And his wife is home in San Diego. And their infant son just suffered from cardiac arrest. So Peter Attia is in New York City.
Oh my God.
And he wrote about this in his book.
Yes,
okay?
yes.
He's in New York City working on business. His wife and his son are back home in San Diego, and his infant son suffers from cardiac arrest. And his wife is, I believe, thankfully a nurse and was able to like take him to the hospital, perform CPR. It was a whole thing.
Wow.
And she's begging him to come home. He said that he writes in his book that he, quote, I stayed in New York, busy with my, quote, important work. Redacted son cardiac arrest happened on a Tuesday, but I did not come home to San Diego until Friday of the following week, 10 days later. I mean, this is all like in the public eye. So people were able to find the exact dates that they think the cardiac arrest happened because, you know, it's a big life event. They've been talking about it before.
Yeah.
They cross-reference with the emails. And while he's in New York, he's emailing Epstein to meet with Epstein while his son is under cardiac arrest.
That's crazy.
Also, in his overly long, rather full of shit and carbs statement, he's got a thing with carbs anyway, he says that he didn't know Epstein was a bad person. He never Googled him, I guess. But in 2018, the Miami Herald came out with an expose on Epstein. And that's when Peter Attia, he says, was repulsed. He said, I was disgusted. Insert dramatic word that he probably doesn't ever mean. That's what Peter says. But there are emails where 4 days after the Miami Herald investigation is published, Peter Attia emails Epstein in a thread titled, Are you in Florida? And he asks, you know, what is the fallout from the recent story? Epstein responds, same as usual, just tougher. Legally, any change? Zero. Peter Attia appears to have stepped down from David Protein Bars, AG1, and 8 Sleep, where he was all on like a consult. He was also like a CBS consulting correspondent, along with, he was like the newest round of announcements, along with Andrew Huberman, and yeah.
On what? CBS? What?
Yeah, as like a correspondent doctor.
Oh, okay.
And many netizens wish upon Peter Attia strong, deep, everlasting emotional pain. And I think the longevity is melting his brain. Now, other key resignations include Brad Karp, chairman of Paul Weiss Law Firm, which this is like a huge big law firm. He resigned from his chairmanship after 18 years. And people, like a lot of people were making a big deal about it because it's like, oh, finally justice, right? He still remains at the firm as a partner. He's making a shit ton of money. And also apparently he had been planning on stepping down his chair even before all of this because he suffered from a heart attack last January. So this isn't even something that he's having to do for justice.
What did he do?
I believe he was at one point representing Leon Black. Remember the head of Apollo, the hedge fund, that Epstein was like, if I were you, I'd give me $40 million. Remember? But Brad Karp has also been seen in the files emailing Epstein, not about Leon Black, but, quote, Jeffrey, I can't thank you enough for including me in an evening I'll never forget. It was truly, quote, once in a lifetime in every way. Though I hope to be invited again, you are an extraordinary host and you're home, ... exclamation. Thanks again. See you soon, Brad. Epstein responds, you are always welcome. There are many, many nights of unique talents. You will be invited often. Then Brad Karp responds, you are amazing, thank you. I don't know, for all the alarming reasons. He wanted perhaps to use nepotism this is a weird one, to get his son in a Woody Allen movie. So Epstein has always been very good friends with the disgraced filmmaker Woody Allen. And he says, Jeffrey, can I raise a personal issue with you concerning my son, David? As I mentioned, he graduated Cornell last weekend and is hoping to work on interesting projects and make films this year and then hopefully attend NYU in the fall of 2017. David is working on a project for a Peruvian company in Lima from mid-June through mid-July. He would love to work in any capacity with Woody on his upcoming film project if that's a possibility. He certainly doesn't need to be paid, and he's a really good, talented kid. Thanks so much, Brad. Then you have Faith Cates, who owns a modeling agency that represents a ton of incredible models. Obviously, she's not a reflection of those models or the talent. And then she also represents like Diplo. I don't know. She's since retired. But the emails have been released. And of course, she writes to Epstein. I know you don't believe this, but I really do love you like a brother. Is your brother a trafficker too? Perhaps. And I feel so sad this is happening. Lay very low and quiet. You should know who your friends are. The rest are a piece of crap.
The fuck? Like, when did she send this?
After his 2008 conviction. But these are all just, there's a bunch of other resignations, but these are all just resignations. These are rich and typically old people taking early retirement. And those are just the business people. That's not taking into account all the failed parts that made Epstein who he is. A tiny group of people are resigning, but what about everything else, like the system itself? It's revealed through the files that back in 2015, the DEA, Drug Enforcement Administration, opened an investigation into Epstein and at least a dozen other individuals. They were investigating money laundering, drug trafficking, funding and distributing ecstasy, ketamine, and methamphetamines. So the DEA is investigating additionally for Epstein's proclivity to procure Eastern European sex workers for high-profile clients. That was another thing that was open in this investigation, which begs the question, just how much did the feds know about Epstein's crimes for how long? Because documentation of his crimes go back in the Justice Department to the 90s. Not even like, to 2002, before the 2008, to the 90s. And if the feds knew about him, is it really believable that none of these high-powered people knew anything about him? I feel like I would be more nervous for a background check to be a right-hand person to someone like Bill Gates than a government background check.
Yeah.
I'm like, I feel like you'd be 20 times more thorough. Though I will say the DEA investigation went through a secret unit, and it's the same unit that apparently had a lead role in capturing El Chapo. So this is like, I guess, a highly focused unit, and it doesn't seem like the feds at the DEA thought that this was just a giggle-gaggle, oh look, this is a rich guy doing ecstasy with his rich friends type of situation. They even ran a target profile on Epstein, which they will go and scrub a person up and down. They'll get all their financial transactions and comb through them for any suspicious activity. They're looking into you, and his profile states, illegitimate wire transfers which are tied to illicit drug and or prostitution activities occurring in the U.S. Virgin Islands and New York City. The memo notes that from 2013 to 2015, banks alerted the feds for about at least $5.7 million in potentially suspicious transactions regarding Epstein's accounts. Then apparently in a separate investigation by the same secret unit of the DEA, they were looking into human trafficking and drug trafficking tied to Russian organized crime, and Epstein's name comes up repeatedly in that case as well. Senator Ron Wyden of Oregon states, to this day, there has not been a comprehensive follow the money investigation of Epstein's network performed by any federal law enforcement agency. I find that totally inexcusable. So now there's all these whispers about, is Epstein connected to Israel? Is Epstein connected to Russia? Because Bill Gates and Russian girls, and there's a lot of Eastern European women that were victimized by Epstein. And the Epstein and Russia ties have only gotten stronger with the newly released files because for years, Epstein was trying to get a meeting with Putin himself. Remember, he was cozying up to the Prime Minister of Norway, saying things like, I know you're going to meet Putin on the 20th. He is desperate to engage Western investment in his country. I have his solution. Another email is a bit more enthusiastic and casual. Would love to meet with Putin! Exclamation. But again, there's no evidence that the meeting of Epstein's dreams ever came to fruition. Putin's name appears more than 1,000 times in the released files, but most of that are references from the news clippings and Epstein talking about Putin rather than any sort of meaningful correspondence. There is an individual, though, that has definitely raised a lot of alarms in the files. Belyakov. Belyakov was the Russian Deputy Economic Development Minister, and he becomes fast friends with Epstein. He would send him cryptic-sounding emails that now, in my opinion, sound a bit ominous, but our meeting was really interesting for me. I do not know many people like you who can open new horizons and prospects. He also thanks Epstein at one point for a gift, but the most alarming email is Epstein emails Belyakov July 24th, 2015. I need a favor. There is a Russian girl from Moscow. She is attempting to blackmail a group of powerful businessmen in New York. It's bad for business for everyone involved. Suggestions? Now, there is a situation where Leon Black, Apollo hedge fund manager, he was blackmailed by a woman, a Russian woman that he had an affair with, but he says businessmen. So this could mean multiple. Maybe it's just referencing Leon Black. We don't really know. Epstein says that this woman was claiming ridiculous, nonsensical things that have never happened before in the history of this planet, such as, quote, powerful men taking advantage of women like her. Belyakov, according to the files, offers to meet up with someone who knows said woman, and he alleges that she's in the sex and escort business. And in another email drafted, presumably for the Moscow woman, Epstein writes, I've decided to help you. However, I am very disappointed by the fact that you felt it necessary to threaten me. I think you should apologize to me. You and I have been together a long time, so I know you must have been quite upset to do such an outrageous thing. You should also know that I felt it necessary to contact some friends at FSB, which, okay, kind of, but not really, but just for simplicity's sake, is like the Russian FBI. They explained it to me that in no uncertain terms, that especially right now when Russia is trying to bring in outside investors, as you know, the economy there sucks and desperately needs investment, that a person that would attempt to blackmail a businessman would immediately become the enemy of the people and would be dealt with extremely harshly. So I expect never ever to hear a threat from you again. That being said, I think $50,000 per month for the next 2 years, which would equate to $1.2 million. And I will help you get a visa. Is very generous. If you decide to stay in Moscow, that's also okay with me.
Wow.
That's why I think it's a different businessman from Leon Black, because Leon Black had this whole, it was a big fiasco and he ended up paying quite a bit and then countersued her attorneys. She was at one point, he sued her and her attorneys, Doug Wigder's firm that represented Cassie Ventura in the Diddy case. I mean, it still represents, but like, you know. Mm-hmm. So a lot of Russian connections in the files. And another odd one is that when Trump takes office for the first time back in 2016, Belyakov sends Epstein a message, congrats on your president. Epstein responds with one word, fun. And back to the bridge, right? So unrelated to Trump, but the Russia connection. Bill Gates was having an affair with a Russian bridge player. She was photographed with Anna Chapman, who has been deported from the United States on charges of espionage. Basically, people believe that Anna Chapman is a Russian spy. That has led a lot of netizens to believe that perhaps Bill Gates' mistress was also a honeypot sent by Russia, but that's just a personal thought netizens are having. It's just been weird.
Why is it called honeypot?
It's like a honey trap. Now, I mean, at this point, this is where I'm going to leave you because there's going to be a third part to all of this where we're going to go through the depositions and what's been going on with Trump in the files. There's a lot there. Also, they want to subpoena. They haven't subpoenaed, but they do want to interview so far as of the day that I'm filming this. The House committee has stated that they want to interview one of the prison guards, a transcribed interview, a prison guard when Epstein died because it just released in the files that she was Googling him before he was found dead. There's so much happening in part 3, but I'm going to leave you with a few things to expect because Republican Representative Jamie Raskin, along with a few others, Ro Khanna and others, were able to view the unredacted files. So members of the House Oversight Committee are allowed to come in and go through the files, unredacted files, but apparently you can only have 4 members and there's only 4 computers and you can only be there from 9 to 5 to view the unredacted files on those computers only. That itself has been heavily criticized. Representative Jamie Raskin told Axios that he was able to go see the unredacted Epstein files, and Trump's name was in there, quote, more than 1 million times. It's been reported that Trump told a police chief at the time looking into Epstein in the early 2000s and allegedly told them, quote, everyone has known that he's been doing this, and suggested that the police chief should also look into Maxwell as well because, quote, she's evil and to focus on her. That's what a lot of people are alleging, and there's more in the files about that has been redacted as the allegation. And there were like 16 pages that were not released, that were later found and then re-uploaded that have to do with Trump. And there's just a lot of allegations and just a lot of things that are going on. So with that being said, And I will see you in part 3 very, very soon. Stay safe.
To anyone that may be involved, do the right thing. This is an 84-year-old grandma. You still have the time to do the right thing before this becomes a much worse scenario for you.
February 9th, 2026, a shelter-in-place alert goes out to all of the local residents. Not only should you shelter in place, aka get inside and don't go outside, but also you need to urgently turn off the air conditioning in the building for the time being. This is Tucson, Arizona. February 9th, 2026, it's a little hot, a high of 84 that day. It's actually unusually hot for this early on in February, but that is besides the point. The point is, stay inside. Turn off your AC unit. If you really must peek outside your window and you're really unlucky, you've got sweat dripping down your nose and you see this outside, a dark swirling cloud just floating around and it's moving fast, going left, going right. It doesn't really have a strong sense of direction. It looks unpredictable. If you decide to peek open the window to hear what's going on, it's like this humming noise, just like a strong, powerful, overwhelming buzz. It's a bee swarm. There isn't exactly a number count of how many bees there were. It's not like the bees are lining up to a census. However, a typical swarm is documented to have tens of thousands of bees. And these ones in Arizona, they're called killer bees. They tend to be a bit temperamental. They will attack in greater numbers with less provocation. They could just decide that they don't like you, and they will chase you a quarter of a mile if they see you as a threat, even if you're begging them to stop. Also, you have to turn off the AC because bees, when they're looking for a new hive, they love anything that has a little bit of moisture and has vibration, which is an AC unit. So then they'll try to make a hive in your AC unit, and God forbid, those bees get sucked into your house. Now they're pissed off. They just went on a tumultuous, turbulent ride, and they have no escape. Not great things are going to happen in that situation. It's not going to end well for you, the bees, or the AC maintenance guy. Thankfully, the bee swarm in Tucson, Arizona is contained. The shelter in place is removed. That's not the only swarm Tucson is dealing with. On the other side of Tucson, there is a completely different swarm taking place. They call it Tent City. It's like an RV show, but with tents. It almost feels weird because it's like an entire street in a residential neighborhood has been sectioned off. They've got tents lined up. It's like they're trying to sell tents. That's the feeling. It's just tent after tent after tent, all lined up. If someone was in the market for tents, it almost seems like the perfect place to walk down the street and see which tent is holding up in the Arizona sun the best. But Tent City is not a real tent-selling street. It's just a gathering of tents. Dozens of tents set up on the side of a residential road, staying all day, all night. There are people underneath, full makeup, studio lights. Typically next to each tent is an SUV, blacked out windows, one or two people hiding inside away from the heat, someone on a phone call. It seems like all the tents are here for a specific house on the street, and they're all facing it. They're parked as close as they can get to this house, setting up their tents, filming, recording the house. The house itself, from drone footage, looks more like a compound, but that could just be the type of homes in this area. It's Arizona, it's in the mountains, it looks isolated. The house is surrounded by cactuses that are 2 stories tall, and it's all one floor. It's a ranch style home. It looks like a government building. It's just red brick buildings with an arched doorway to the front porch, glass windows all around. Architecturally, I mean, I know nothing, but it does look beautiful. But the tents are not here to appreciate craftsmanship. They're all waiting for something weird to happen. And they don't have to wait that long. A woman arrives in front of the red brick house, and she's just sobbing, breaking down. Another woman claimed that she had a vision of what happened, and it led her to the red brick house. There are 4 to 5 foreign men, and you have to look for a basement.
4 to 5 foreign men?
Yeah. Just a vision, just a feeling that she got. And then a woman comes wearing a super short black crop top that just covers her chest, short mini shorts with big black boots. I mean, the outfit is very reminiscent of what Kanye's wife, Bianca Censori, would wear. She's seen taking photos, posing in front of the tents outside of this big red brick house. Some people are shouting at her from the tents, "Embarrassing!" And she's flicking them off. She continued, she's like posing. She's having a desert photo shoot. In front of the tents, in front of the house. It's just a mess over in Tent City. That, of course, mixed with the constant presence of SUVs with tinted windows and yellow do not cross tape that keeps going up and down, taken up, taken down, taken up, taken down. There's helicopters circling this red brick house. There are people camping out in the trees like they're practicing guerrilla warfare, but all they have is a super zoom lens camera in their hands and they're taking pictures. Everybody's in a tent, and all of these people are documenting the days after Nancy Guthrie has gone missing. Nancy Guthrie, the woman that lived in the red brick house. She's missing, and they're documenting day 1, day 2, day 3, now going on over 30 days of her being missing and of her being taken from her home. And even with a $1 million reward, the head of the FBI getting involved.
We will investigate and ensure you are held accountable for your actions.
Trump getting involved.
But ultimately, when the FBI got involved, I think, progress has been made.
There are still no solid answers. And when there's no solid answers, people tend to start creating their own. Like, is this case a cover-up for something else? What do they not want us to know about this case? This is the case of Nancy Guthrie and all of the conspiracies, speculations, and rumors, including, is this case used as a headline cover-up to bury everything else that has been happening in the US? We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to follow in Savannah Guthrie's footsteps and donate to NCMEC, aka the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, in an effort to raise visibility and action for various missing person cases that haven't received widespread attention. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at RottenMangoPodcast.com. Today's case involves mentions of kidnapping, not of minors, but of elders, which is still a very vulnerable population. So if kidnapping, elder abuse is sensitive, please watch with discretion. And a few housekeeping disclaimers. Statements and quotes may be condensed for brevity, and everyone is innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in the court of law. We tried to touch base on everything in this case as neutrally as possible. There has been a lot of internet debate and discourse about who could be possible suspects, but I do want to mention that there have been no suspects named by any law enforcement. This is just people coming up with answers in a time when there are none. So with that being said, if you have seen anything, please call the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI or online at tips.fbi.gov. So with that, let's get started. I think tall people are scary. Okay, to clarify, I think abnormally tall people are scary. I'm not even talking like humanly tall, 7 feet, 8 feet. I've never met people that are that tall, but even the tallest man in history, which is close to 9 feet, Robert Wadlow, I don't think he's scary. I'm talking even taller. There is something about super tall human-like forms, I think, that just freak people out. It's the center of a lot of urban legends and stories, Slender Man, Skinwalkers, technically Bigfoot. But even those are rarely 40 feet tall. 40 feet tall is like a 4-story building. If you're walking in a neighborhood at night and you see this shadow of a 40-foot figure with 3 arms sticking up into the air, I would probably scream. But I also don't live in the Catalina foothills, and I've never seen a saguaro cactus. These cactuses are huge. They're 40 feet tall and they look kind of human in the night. And Tucson, Arizona is a very unique place where they have anti-light pollution ordinances in place. So they don't let you have bright city lights, or even in the suburbs, you can't have those really bright lights that light up your driveway, light up the outside exterior of your home.
Really?
Yeah, so it's dark.
To protect the wildlife, or?
No, Tucson is known for just beautiful astronomy.
Oh, I see. Huh.
So you can go there and the sky is stunning, but it's not bright that it's just like reflecting everything onto the street. There's no street lights in most residential areas. It's dark. And so you've got that coupled with these 40-foot tall saguaro cactuses. It's an interesting environment. The Catalina foothills specifically tend to have nicer homes. It feels kind of suburban, but not suburban. I know with this case in particular, a lot of people thought that Nancy Guthrie was just living in like a regular residential neighborhood where the houses are kind of close together, which comes to the question of why did anybody not see anything? How does that make sense? These houses are sitting on a 1-acre lot. You don't see your neighbors from your own house window. If you're standing in your backyard, it's highly unlikely that you'll spot a neighbor. Even if you go to the front yard, most of the homes are so deep into the lot with a ton of cactuses and brush just like in the front, you don't even see anyone at the front door if you're driving by. It also doesn't help that there's no streetlights, and it's also very scary at times because everything in the area has thorns, cactuses that are taller than people. Everything is pokey. And it's in this neighborhood that a member of the very well-known Guthrie family is kidnapped from this red brick house. And all we have is the doorbell footage. We don't even have the doorbell. The doorbell is gone. Whoever did this appears to have, though it's unconfirmed, a lot of things are unconfirmed, ripped off the doorbell and taken it with them. So naturally,
someone like yanked the Ring doorbell off the wall?
Yeah. Google Nest, but yes.
What?
So naturally, the footage is in all black and white. The camera captures the arched brick entryway and this small porch area before you get to the front door. And there is a man fully clothed, ski mask with just the eyes and the mouth cut out, walking up to the door. Off the bat, there are a few startling things to note in this footage. He seems to have a really full backpack on. The backpack looks stuffed with something, and probably nothing good. And then there's a gun holster right in front of his crotch, which is an odd placement. Nobody puts a gun holster right in front and center. Nobody wears their gun like that. It's such an odd thing to do unless you really just want to look as terrifying as possible. I mean, I can't think of any other reason. I think walking up to a woman's home dressed as such with a gun placed on the groin area would add an additional terrifying element. Side note, it is also believed that the front holster, the gun holster, was made for a longer barrel gun, but the gun that they had in was a small semi-automatic gun. So it's not like safely secured right in front of their crotch. He has gloves on and a flashlight inside of his mouth, and he's using that to guide himself in the dark. We know based off the footage, the suspect is around 5'9", 5'10". They have an average build. They had an Ozark Trail hiker backpack that you can buy exclusively from Walmart. He walks up to the front door. He's very casual. He isn't constantly glancing around behind him to check if somebody is driving up or is on the road. He seems like he's at least familiar with the front door. Whether that means he's seen pictures of it, gone there before, went there last year trick-or-treating. Like, we don't know. It's just public speculation. But it just seems like someone that has seen this door and knows exactly what to expect. Except it doesn't seem like he expects a doorbell camera. He tries to cover the Google Nest front doorbell camera with his gloved hand, so he keeps like shoving his hand in front of it, okay? And then later, he walks back out of the porch to go grab some foliage, some leaves, some branches, some flowers, and then he tries to shove it into the camera to cover it. And when that doesn't work, it's presumed that he just rips the camera from the door, disconnecting it entirely. And once that footage disconnects, the only thing that the public will know soon after is that around 2 a.m, February 1st, 2026, Nancy Guthrie, the woman living alone in that house, will be gone. And there will be droplets of blood on the ground of the front porch that are confirmed to belong to Nancy Guthrie. The Guthrie family are very well known all over the US, but especially so in Arizona. So the family consists of Nancy and Charles Guthrie. Charles Guthrie passed away a long time ago, so it's mainly just 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie. Nancy and her husband Charles went to the University of Kentucky, and that's how they met. And the two of them have 3 children, Annie, Cameron, and Savannah Guthrie. Annie is a writer and a jeweler. She teaches classes, creative writing courses at the University of Arizona Poetry Center. She also has a book on the craft of jewelry making. She's married to a man named Tommaso. He's very important later. They share a young child, and I say important later because of the online discourse, not because of anything else. Okay, so you've got Annie and her husband Tommaso. Then you have the next child, Cameron. He is a former pilot of the Air National Guard. So he retired as an F-16 pilot.
Wow.
Then there's Savannah Guthrie. She is an attorney. She's also a massive TV anchor. So she previously worked at Court TV covering a lot of criminal cases. But now she's most known for being the co-host of The Today Show for NBC. Hi, Mom. Hi. You ready to cook?
I'm ready.
And just because everyone's partners are being, poking about and brought up, Savannah was previously married to a BBC journalist, Mark Orchard. Then she divorced and remarried to a man named Michael Feldman, who is a political consultant. They also have young children. Savannah was going to be co-hosting the Olympic ceremony for NBC as a co-host for the Winter Olympics, but she could not attend because February 1st, someone kidnaps her mother. But who would want to take 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie? I know it sounds morbid, but a lot of the conversation online was if you had to bet money, and I know that sounds weird, but I think it just points to the confusion that people have. If you had to assume that someone was going to get kidnapped, maybe it's the one that's nationally known. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Why would you take an elderly woman from her home when she's sleeping? What do you want from her? She can barely walk 100 feet on her own. Now, I will say that she is 84, but all reports and the Guthrie family have been steadfast in the fact that she is so mentally sharp. She's all there. Like, cognitively, she's sharp as a tack, but she does have mobility issues. And she is on medications every day. And that's another thing. She can't walk on her own. She's heavily, needs these medications. She has a pacemaker. This is a high risk crime. What would be the purpose?
What's a pacemaker?
I think it's like it helps your heart pump.
Oh.
Yeah. There are a few things that almost all ransom notes have in common. And I think it can be tracked and studied by authorities because you don't see a lot of cases of kidnapping a human for ransom, but you do see a lot of cases these days of hackers sending ransom notes with threats of going public with security breaches, data, information, personal accounts. And each ransom note has a format that it follows because ransom notes are not in the business of standing out. It's not about the stylistic word choices or the plot. It all starts with communication. It's the claim. We have something valuable, your asset in our possession, whether that's a human, whether that's data, whatever it may be. Then demand, deadline, and threat. What do they want in exchange for their claim of possession? Typically money. And more often than not, they're very specific. They don't want things to get lost in translation. They don't want it to go to some random dude because you got one number wrong in the bank account. The more a ransom maker has to contact the victims, the more chance that they're going to get caught. So they will tell you the exact value, payment method, how to deliver the payment, and then the deadline. They will give victims a range typically of 6 to 20 days as the deadline. And then it's the threat. For example, John Benet Ramsey's ransom note read, "Any deviation of my instructions will result in the immediate execution of your daughter. Speaking to anyone about your situation, such as police, FBI, will result in your daughter being beheaded. If we catch you talking to a stray dog, she dies." Ransom notes used to be handwritten, but nowadays most ransom notes are in the form of an email sent to the victims or the targets, the ones with the money. Except in Nancy's case, it just gets strange. February 1st, she's kidnapped in the middle of the night from her home. The night of February 2nd, so almost a full 24 hours later, a local news station gets an email submitted into their tip line. It's like their tip suggestions. It's not even a physical note in an email. It's not even a PDF attachment. I mean, I don't think anyone was expecting a DocuSign. However, the ransom note comes in the form of a literal form. So we have this on our website too with the show notes. You can submit a case request. It's like, please enter your name, the case suggestion, your email if you'd like. It's like a form. It's not an open email where you go into your own email account and then send an email. A local news station in Arizona gets a form submitted, and it's the ransom note.
But how do we... Oh.
We don't know.
Because that way it's hard to track who sent it, right?
Yeah, and they did use like a VPN to track their IP. The details of the note have not been made public, but it has been reported and confirmed by authorities that it is a ransom note. Is it a legitimate ransom note? That's to be determined. However, it is a ransom note. Another local news station confirmed that they also received the same ransom note. And then I believe the next day, so 48 hours after, TMZ receives a very similar ransom note.
So this person is not sending it to the family directly,
No.
but instead to the news because they want publicity.
But don't you think that's weird?
That is weird. Why are you asking for publicity rather than money?
Okay, so that's why a lot of people think it's weird too, especially former law enforcement. They're saying maybe if you're trying to hedge the chance of being caught, so you want to send it not directly to the victims, but you send it through these news networks. But a lot of experts are saying publicity is the last thing people want when they're making a ransom note.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, unless you're saying, hey, I'm going to air out my grievances because the system did me dirty, or you're trying to make a message out of something. But if that's not the case, you don't want publicity because let's say you do get the Bitcoin. They're asking for $4 to $6 million in Bitcoin. Let's say you do get the Bitcoin. Now you have to drop Nancy off somewhere. The last thing you want is eyes and ears everywhere. It just doesn't make any sense. But these 3 news outlets, they get ransom notes that are said to be very similar, detailing 2 separate deadlines and 2 different demands. So it's like, here's the first deadline. We want $4 million in Bitcoin to this Bitcoin wallet. If you can't do it by this day, we'll give you an extension of 3 days. But you're going to pay $6 million now.
What's the deadline for the first one? How many days was given?
It's to like February 6th. It's like a week.
Oh.
Not even, really, because they don't get the ransom note until later. So she disappears February 1st. They don't get the ransom note until February 2nd. And if the deadline is February 6th, it's like, it's like no time.
4 days, yeah.
And there doesn't seem to be any proof of life given in the letters in the note. And I will say that Harvey Levin, who is the founder of TMZ, has been a little bit more vocal about what's been in this said ransom note. The other outlets seem to be a little more hush-hush. But he was in an interview with Sean Hannity, and he said,
I will say the letter begins by saying she is safe but scared. And they go on to say she knows exactly what the demand is. I will say that there are real reasons based on what's written there that I believe that this person is in the radius of the Tucson area.
So the authorities have stated that they know of the ransom demands. They have shared it with the family, and they cannot verify if this is legitimate or not. They are taking it seriously, though, but this is not authenticated. And there's just so much about this ransom note that is weird. Like the fact that ransom makers don't want things to be public.
So when the mother was kidnapped on February 1st, it's already viral. The news was not hush-hush. So everybody knows about this. So there could be a copycat or someone just trying to make some money, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and they did not provide proof of life. It is just very odd that they would want media attention. It just doesn't make sense. It's not like they're the Zodiac killer who's taunting the police and the city. It just feels weird. It almost feels hasty, not well thought out. There are netizen theories online that perhaps this was supposed to be a regular home invasion, but maybe Nancy, fearing for her life, could have mentioned that her daughter is Savannah Guthrie and like she has money and she'll pay, just leave her alive. So it was a robbery, but then they realized that they could probably get a ransom, so they take Nancy, and that's why the ransom note feels hasty. Other people are suspecting, like you, maybe the ransom note has nothing to do with who has Nancy, because it could be completely separate if there's no proof of life. Now, the authorities, they must feel it's legitimate to some degree. So there have been like some reporting that in the ransom note, it either detailed something that Nancy had been wearing or detailed something in the house, perhaps an Apple Watch detail.
Is it better that they don't release the details of the notes? Or is it part of the notes that they say, don't release this? Why is it unclear what's on there?
The authorities have been pretty quiet about what's in anything. I think that's pretty standard protocol for the FBI. They don't like to talk about anything that they discover until an indictment is slapped onto the table. But for the local sheriff, he has been talking. He's been yapping quite a bit, actually. Sheriff Nanos, he's the one heading the investigation. But they don't want to talk about the contents of the ransom note, which I think is probably intentional, and I think it makes sense.
Okay.
But they just keep saying, it's not authenticated, but it does seem like there is some detail in the ransom note that makes it feel like it could be real.
Okay.
But if it is real, the demands are this. By February 6, 2026, Thursday, 5 p.m. local time, the kidnappers want $4 million in Bitcoin transferred to their Bitcoin wallet. If the Guthrie family cannot make that happen, then they have a second deadline. Monday, February 9th, 2026, $6 million in Bitcoin. These are the 2 deadlines, with the insinuation being if the second one is missed, Nancy Guthrie's life is on the line. February 4th, so this is 3 days after Nancy goes missing, 2 days before the first ransom deadline, Nancy's daughter, Annie Guthrie, gets a text message. So does her husband, Tommaso. Did you get the Bitcoin? We're waiting on our end for the transaction. Then a brief 9-second phone call comes in to one of the family members. This is like usually the moment in the movies that the agents are looking for, the part in the movies where they do their best to get the family member to keep the caller on the phone for as long as possible so that they can try to trace the phone call where it's coming from. And the call leads back to a 42-year-old man in California, to a man named Derek Colella.
Wait, hold on.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. A few days later, this guy, 42-year-old, texts them?
Yes.
And he called them?
Yeah, for 9 seconds.
Saying what?
We don't know. But it's a 9-second phone call.
Nobody knows the context of the phone call?
I mean, the police.
Police does?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And then they hang up.
Okay.
So the police track that number to a 42-year-old man in California. Authorities immediately arrest him, and he's read his Miranda rights, and they're like, where is Nancy? And Derek pretty quickly admits he doesn't know where Nancy is.
Did he send a message or did he?
Yeah, he didn't send the ransom note. He sent that text message. He said that he was keeping up with the information online and he heard about the ransom note and he was watching TV. And he just wanted to see if the family would respond.
That's bonkers.
So
how did he even find their numbers?
Like on one of those...
Google?
Yeah.
That is... what?
Yeah.
And he...
I do think that Derek is all around a horrible human being. Just a few months ago, October 2025, he was accused of stealing unemployment benefits from the LA County's DA's office where he worked as a clerk. He was charged with 1 felony count, grand theft, and 1 misdemeanor offense. Adding to that,
he works at DA's office?
As like a clerk. He did. Well, he
Yeah.
was fired, yeah.
What is going on?
Yeah.
He works for DA's office and he commit these
Yeah.
crimes. He knows what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Okay, this is getting weirder.
He has been, arrested and charged with transmitting a demand for ransom in interstate commerce and using telecommunication devices with intent to abuse, threaten, or harass. The FBI has come out to state, because the FBI doesn't state a lot of things, but they did come out to state.
To those imposters who are trying to take advantage and profit from this situation, we will investigate and ensure you are held accountable for your actions.
But this doesn't mean that all of the ransom notes are fake, right? I mean, just because you have one imposter, he's clearly not the one that sent the original ransom notes to the media outlets, right? So here's what we know. There are 3 detailed ransom notes sent to 3 media publications that all seem similar. Those ransom notes have 2 deadlines and demands, $4 to $6 million in Bitcoin. There's no proof of life. There's no pictures, videos, or anything of Nancy that would indicate that they do in fact have her and that she is in fact alive. FBI, however, is taking it very seriously and they have not authenticated it. Then Derek gets arrested because he saw the news about the ransom notes and the Guthrie family ransom. He finds Annie and her husband's numbers and starts texting them, hoping to get some Bitcoin in his wallet. He is not the author of the original ransom note. So the original ransom note still stands. The FBI has brought in crisis negotiators, personnel from Quantico, and as limited the ransom note seems to be, it seems to be one of the big things that the authorities seem to have in terms of finding Nancy and bringing her home. That and $6 million of Bitcoin, right? The Guthrie siblings, Savannah, Annie, and Cameron, have come out with a video, which we're going to go over in a second. We're going to go through all their videos, but they have been pleading for the safe return of their mother. They have explicitly stated that they are willing to pay, but they just need proof of life. They also mentioned with technology these days, even if they were to receive a photo or video, I mean, the insinuation being, even if they did get something, it would take a lot of work to verify that it's a real photo, which has not been altered, which has not been created. I'm sure the FBI would hopefully have a good grasp on that, but they haven't even received that from what the reporting seems. And it's all made more confusing because there is a 41-minute window where the intruder gets into the house and then presumably leaves. So let's go through the timeline real quick. 9:48 p.m., Nancy is dropped off at home after dinner at her daughter and son-in-law's house, which is Annie Guthrie and Tommaso. Savannah Guthrie lives in New York City.
Okay.
Annie lives 10 minutes away, so she gets dropped off after dinner at 9:48 p.m. At 1:47 a.m., the doorbell camera is disconnected. At 2:28 a.m., Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker disconnects from her phone, meaning that she is likely moved out of the Bluetooth range of her phone that her pacemaker inside her body is connected to, which leads the public to assume that whoever was outside the house made it inside. Also, we the public don't know. There are rumors that there were signs of a forced entry. There are rumors that there were no signs of a forced entry. We don't know.
Right. So without the pacemaker connected, does that impact her?
No, it doesn't impact the pacemaker, or at least it shouldn't by most reporting. I'm not too familiar with pacemakers, but it shouldn't. However, she does take daily medication that she needs, that is prescribed to her, and it doesn't seem like those were taken from the house.
Like, is it life-threatening without it?
Yeah. So that's why there were rumors that she was taken into Mexico. There are a lot of pharmacies near the border. So Nancy's house is about an hour and a half drive from Mexico, the border. And there are a lot of southern pharmacies south of the border where they will sell a lot of prescription medication without a prescription. So maybe she was taken into Mexico so that they could acquire, or, I mean, someone could have gone across the border, acquired such medication if this was all planned out, and then kidnapped Nancy if she is alive.
I see.
Right. But regardless, the public assumption is that whoever made it into the house stayed for 41 minutes. And there are blood droplets that belong to Nancy outside her front door. That 41 minutes, it makes people wonder, and I mean more so worry, about what the hell could have happened inside that house for 41 minutes. There are videos popping up all over the internet that have very shocking titles. Savannah Guthrie devastated, new shocking revelations about Michael Feldman. Michael Feldman being her husband. Another title from a video is Michael Feldman arrested, Savannah Guthrie left in shock. What Savannah Guthrie discovered about Michael Feldman left her shaken. All the videos coming out are around Nancy's disappearance, and when you click on the video, it's this oddly monotone, deep voice that will narrate you, and it shows you a slideshow of pictures of Savannah and her husband smiling. His name is Michael Feldman, a political strategist, a man who was once at the very center of her world, and now new revelations are surfacing that are putting a very different picture of who he really was, what their relationship truly cost her, and what sources close to Savannah are now saying she is absolutely devastated. This is not a tabloid story. This is not gossip. This is the story of a woman who gave up everything, her truth, her time, her heart, and what happened when the foundation she thought was solid turned out to have cracks. The video goes on and on and on like this for 25 minutes, saying things like, people say Savannah would carry the emotional weight of their entire household on her own. Mornings when she would wake up before dawn to prepare for broadcast, come home to manage the family and still find room to be the supportive partner, the present mother, the steady force in everyone else's storm. What no one was asking out loud was, who was being steady for Savannah? The answer, it turns out, was far more complicated than anyone wanted to admit.
So like AI made it?
Yeah, AI generated slop. These videos never say anything. They just have a crazy headline that insinuates Savannah's husband, Michael Feldman, is guilty of something and that she has been left devastated. Whoever is mass making and uploading these insensitive AI generated slop during Nancy's disappearance seems to want everyone to believe that Savannah's husband, Michael Feldman, is suspicious. But the internet might be doing something slightly worse. That is not the member in the family that the internet has started to pick apart. Out of all of the Guthries and the extended family members that are public facing, there has been one individual that has been regarded as a person of interest by the internet, not the police, not the authorities, but by people online. And that is Annie Guthrie's husband, Tommaso. So this is Savannah Guthrie's brother-in-law, Nancy Guthrie's son-in-law. And I would like to heavily emphasize, however, that every single public-facing member of the family appears to have been cleared by the authorities. The sheriff has stated intensely, to be clear, the Guthrie family, to include all siblings and spouses, has been cleared as possible suspects in this case. The family has been nothing but cooperative and gracious and are victims in this case. To suggest otherwise is not only wrong, it is cruel. The Guthrie family are victims, plain and simple. Please, I'm begging you, the media, to honor your profession and report with some sense of compassion and professionalism.
Interesting.
The only reason that I'm covering the conversation around Savannah's brother-in-law is that so much of the discourse online seems to be about him, and to be comprehensive on covering this case, I think it would be a disservice to not address what the online conversation has been taking place. And when I say online conversation, Reddit and TikTok, but even mainstream media channels. I have a pickle to pick about this. Legacy media has taken to try and rewrite the way all of this has unfolded, which is annoying to say the least. I think there are a lot of independent journalists and even content creators, and I'm not even saying myself, but other people out there that have been trying their best to maintain a level of professionalism while being transparent about their standing on political issues, being more vocal about standing on political and all of these time-pertinent issues that are impacting everyone's lives, not only in this country, but countries all around the world, that are doing it in a way that is consumable. And there are some legacy media outlets that tend to be a bit more highbrow, or depending on who the giant corporation, the media company supports, you have a tint of all of that mixed in, with their reporting. And just like how there are shit news anchors, there are shit content creators. However, Legacy Media has stated that the internet is the one that put a spotlight on Annie's husband, Tommaso, internet sleuths. And I would like to say that is false. From what we can tell in our research, there are two very experienced hosts, news anchors, Ashley Banfield and Megyn Kelly. Regardless of what you think of them, I would say that they both lean more towards Legacy Media, traditional media. They both come from traditional media, even though they both have their own uber successful podcasts now. They are more synonymous with major news networks than a YouTuber would be. They are the ones that, from what I can see, were the first ones to put Tommaso's name out there as being someone who might be considered a person of interest. I believe Ashley Banfield stated that she is a high-level source that informed her that they are looking into Tommaso. Her words were actually a little bit stronger, saying that he is considered a suspect.
Nancy Guthrie's son-in-law, that would be Annie's husband, Tommaso Cioni, age 50, from Tucson, Arizona, married to Annie P. Guthrie, Savannah's sister. And my law enforcement source tells me that Tommaso Cioni is the prime suspect in this case.
Wait, she said that she had a source.
Yeah, a high-level source. Now, Megyn Kelly has argued repeatedly that all the individuals closest to Nancy are going to be persons of interest because that is what happens in a case like this.
That doesn't mean that this guy did it, and it doesn't mean he's their only possible suspect. But her person said may be the prime, and mine basically said feel free to stay on him.
Both of them have their in-depth arguments on why they believe Tommaso should be looked at by law enforcement. Both of them have much more experience in the industry than probably our whole RM team combined, likely. This is not me giving a full dissection on what they've said. I'm just telling you what happened. I don't have high-level sources in this case. And other than trying to trace back where Tommaso's name starts becoming a huge topic, I did not extensively follow their coverage on this case. Though I will note, I did follow Brian Enton. He is another News Nation reporter. He's doing ground coverage. His coverage has been extensive. It's been really thorough, really informative, while maintaining the sensitivities of this case. So I would go give him a listen. But there is that. And all I'm trying to say is, it's just annoying that Legacy Media is saying that these are TikTokers, these are internet sleuths, these are commentators on the internet that are now pointing the finger at a beloved family member who is also a victim, when that's not really how it started.
They brought up his name, and then the police came out to say they have been clear. Stop talking.
Yeah, so I will say that there probably was internet whispers on Reddit and other forums and threads where people were like, oh, well, maybe we should look into the family members and A, B, C, and D. But I think that anytime someone says something like that, it does tend to get shut down by people who are like, hey, I don't think we should comment things like this until let the investigators do their job. But then Ashley Banfield came out to state, and this is just an opinion of mine, that she has a high-level source that told her that he is being investigated as perhaps a person of interest. I think because she has such a good reputation, rightfully so probably, that people were like, oh, this must mean something. Like a high-level source, it must be true. Like, this must be what's happening. And so people just went free-for-all on Tommaso, is how I could trace it back. I could be wrong. And this giant conversation has erupted. Whether it's because of Ashley Banfield or not, I cannot tell you, but it has now been a huge topic. The conversation is still developing even after the sheriff cleared the family members. Because netizens are wondering, how can people be cleared when it appears that the sheriff's office doesn't even know what happened the night that Nancy disappeared? I'm pretty sure family members can be cleared by airtight alibis. There have been reports that police are using polygraphs to clear people, which people have opinions about, but that has yet to be confirmed. But some netizens who are married to the idea that someone in the family had involvement, they think it's odd that the sheriff can clear a family. They also think it's odd that the FBI did not clear the family. Everyone's creating arguments online, and I'm just trying to give you a neutral overview of the conversation. A lot of netizens bring up past reporting and past pressers that the sheriff has done. So, for example, there is a comment that the sheriff made in a previous press conference where he says,
You know, it goes back to what we talked about. Nobody's eliminated, but we just really don't have enough to say, this is our suspect, this is our guy, we know, or our gal. We just don't know that. And it's really kind of reckless to report that someone is a suspect when they could very well be a victim.
So a lot of people took that last part of either a suspect is a suspect or they're nobody, but why would a suspect also be a victim? Unless maybe you're a family member. So people have been ripping that apart, but he did plead with the media, quote,
I bring to you, to the media, I plead with you to be careful of what it is we put out there, because we don't have anybody here listed as a suspect, and you could actually be doing some damage to the case, but you can do some damage to that individual too. Social media is kind of an ugly world sometimes.
One person straight up asks the sheriff during the presser, are you actively investigating the son-in-law in this case? I know there are reports earlier this week and you refuted that, but you said you haven't eliminated everybody. Have you eliminated him, or are you actively looking at him?
We're actively looking at everybody we come across in this case. Everybody. We would be irresponsible if we didn't talk to everybody, the Uber driver, the gardener, the pool person, whoever, everybody. It's so cliche, but everybody's still a suspect in our eyes. That's just how we look at things and think as cops. Does that mean we have a prime suspect? No, and the family has been very cooperative. They've done everything we've asked of them, and we want that relationship to continue. And sometimes people can be mean out there, and that can really harm us and harm our efforts.
Netizens argue that it's very strange, especially since the sheriff has made weird comments before all of this, such as he's asked, Sheriff, you said that you've identified no suspects. Have you ruled out anyone she was with on Saturday night? So remember, Nancy went to go to her daughter and son-in-law's house for dinner. The sheriff responds,
You know, we've talked to so many. I'm sure that my investigators have feelings about this one's clear or this one isn't. But no, I wouldn't say anybody's ruled out yet, because what if I rule you out and then later I learn something else? No.
I don't think that these statements should be used to throw guilt upon a family member. I would just say that this sheriff is not the most clean cut with his words. He's not very meticulous in the way that he answers reporters' questions. He does seem kind of all over the place.
I see.
There was like one day where he did a huge media tour where he was on like 5 different news stations, and he's like saying slightly different things on each one. And it's not like he doesn't know the case. It just seems like he's choosing different words that could be interpreted differently, and it just made everybody more confused. So instead of doing one press conference, he just made it confusing. But with that statement, he could be talking about other people that Nancy was with Saturday that we just don't know about. Nancy's last hours being seen alive. January 31st, Saturday, 5:32 p.m., Nancy gets an Uber to her daughter Annie's house for dinner. She takes an Uber there. She can't drive. And once she gets there, she hangs out, plays games, and hangs out, eats dinner. And then around 9:48 p.m., Tom, Nancy's son-in-law, Tommaso, drops her off at home. And I think she has some sort of smart garage, because there's indications that the garage door closes at 9:50 p.m. So I'm sure if there's a log, it's like a smart door. Then 4 hours later, the doorbell disconnects. And then at 2:12, software detects someone on camera. And then 2:28 a.m., her pacemaker disconnects from her phone. So again, 41 minutes. Now, the rest of the night continue. The next morning is Sunday morning. Nancy goes to her friend's house, and I assume that she Ubers there, and they all watch Savannah Guthrie's church in New York City. I guess it's like a mega church. They do live streams. So she watches that live streams with like her buddies.
Like you're saying every Sunday?
Yes. So she doesn't go to a church physically, but she goes to like her girlfriend's house, and they all watch the live stream of a church service. She doesn't show up for that live stream, and they start calling Annie because they're like, your mom didn't show up. Where is she? Annie goes to Nancy's house, and 7 minutes later they call 911. Annie has been under fire by commentators online because, I mean, there's like a whole theory about the pacemaker. So the pacemaker, a lot of people in the medical field have come out on Reddit, and I mean, take this with a grain of salt. Again, I don't know anything about pacemakers, but they're saying that when you have an elderly person connected to a pacemaker, the closest living family member also is connected to their pacemaker. So if the pacemaker disconnects or something happens, the closest living relative will get an alert of that. Like, what good would it do if Savannah Guthrie gets an alert of that in New York City? She's going to fly to Arizona. Like, by that point, a lot can happen. So would it not make sense that it would be Annie that gets an alert on her phone? And maybe she didn't see it at 2 a.m, but how come she didn't react before the church lady said something. That's been like social media conversation. We don't even know if Annie is connected to her pacemaker. Like that, she could not be connected to her pacemaker for whatever reason. So it's just like every little thing, because we're going on over a month now. I think people have so little information. This case has been shoved in all the headlines. I guess to most graciously describe it is it's a case that is nonstop on the news for a month. And so people will read the news, get invested, get emotionally invested, and then there's so little information, I think people start just making up their ideas of what happened. So I'm just going to run through all the things that people think are suspicious about Annie and Tommaso. And this is just me being comprehensive about the internet coverage. It is not me saying that I think that they're involved or that they should be looked at as persons of interest. I think the investigators will hopefully know what they're doing better than I am. There was intense FBI presence around Annie Guthrie's house at one point. Agents were going door to door to ask for consent to search people's properties near Annie Guthrie's house. They were allegedly looking in sheds, going under fences. One neighbor reports to the media that they were searching for something that could have been dropped, or at least that's what the FBI agents told her.
Could have been dropped?
Yeah. So a lot of people are saying, oh, why would they look into Annie Guthrie's house unless there's something weird there? The argument here is, I mean, that was the last place that Nancy was before going home. Of course that they would want to search it. That's just being thorough. Another thing is you don't know who is in any of these homes. So the fact that they're searching Annie Guthrie's house does not mean that the authorities are suspicious of Annie Guthrie or Tommaso or anybody else. It could be anybody that enters that house. And this is an assumption. Seeing drone footage, news coverage, at least outside of Nancy Guthrie's house, there's probably housekeepers, caretakers, maintenance men, pool cleaners, landscapers. I mean, it's a big house and she is an 84-year-old woman. She probably has a lot of people come and tend to the grounds. That could mean that someone connected to those people could be involved. So a lot of experts are weighing in on this case and they're saying, if you really do kidnap a wealthy individual for ransom, it's usually someone who knows the people personally. And that's not to say it's a family member, but let's say you have a housekeeper. And maybe it's not the housekeeper, but that housekeeper saw you go on a shopping spree. They don't care, but they go home and over dinner, they're like, oh, I have this one client who just like...
The third party.
And their cousin is like, oh, that's very interesting. How much jewelry do they have?
Okay.
So they could be searching Annie Guthrie's home, not because of Annie Guthrie, but because Annie Guthrie could also have housekeepers who talk, or she could have groundskeepers who talk. And in defense of the family members, there is no warrant to search Annie Guthrie's house. It's been publicly stated that Annie and her husband have consented to a search of their home. The search could be nothing just because, like I said, Nancy was at their house the night before. But one officer who worked in a lot of cases says, when you suspect someone, you never want to do a search with consent. You want a warrant. Because once it goes to trial, they could be like, I never gave you consent. What are you talking about?
It's also my understanding that they utilize the consent search in order to go back into that property. And I find that rather unusual too, because if they did in fact locate anything that might be incriminating, it causes legal issues down the road.
So this police officer is saying that the fact this is a consent search,
yes,
meaning they're not really a person of interest.
Yes. But, you know, there are other officers who are fighting back saying, well, sometimes not really. And then you have other people saying it could also be a sealed warrant. And they did consent. You know, like we don't really have proof that there's no warrant. But I do think it's interesting. And I would imagine that they did consent to the search.
So, but that is, okay, going back to what this officer said, if it's a consent search, what happens with the evidence? You can deny?
I mean, it's... most likely it's still going to be admissible, but he's just saying it's a headache. Because then you have lawyers being like, oh, my client never consented to a search. And then you're like, okay, now it's like a headache. Now you got to bring in more officers to testify. It's like, it becomes a thing. So it seems like some practice that they do where they're like, let's avoid the headache, get a warrant. You know?
Okay.
So that has been a huge issue. The next thing is that for the longest time, Tommaso was just MIA. A lot of people found it weird that Tommaso was not in the videos with the Guthrie siblings pleading for Nancy's return. I don't think that that's weird. I would imagine Annie and Tommaso do have a child together. Perhaps while Annie is dealing with this, he could be with their child. I mean, that would make the most sense in my mind. But a lot of people took his absence away from the public eye or being vocal about this case as him being guilty. Then the next time that he was seen was a recent memorial walk where Savannah Guthrie, Annie Guthrie, and Tommaso went to Nancy's house. So people had laid out all these yellow flowers all around the perimeter of the house, neighbors, media. I mean, just some people had trekked, made a journey to come to Nancy's house to lay out yellow flowers, whether they have a personal story of their own, I'm not sure, but they went to go pay their respects to, I guess, maybe the people that have shown support. And people have been overanalyzing Tommaso's walk, his gait. So the Ring doorbell footage, the Google Nest footage, there's a part where the person leans down to pick up the foliage to try and cover the doorbell. People are like, look at Tommaso when he leans down to like put the flowers down. There's like so much that is going on. And people are using this. They're like taking screenshots, comparing the screenshots. And when you do things like this, it feels like it has evidentiary value, but it probably doesn't. I mean, I think at any point you could probably screenshot my walk into looking like something else. It just, it's a lot that's happening. And I'm not saying I know Tommaso and that he's for sure innocent. I'm just saying it's a little dangerous to do that with someone who is a relative of the family member with as little information that we have. Second, there is another thing that has been overanalyzed is the fact that the sheriff originally came out to say, okay, so after going to dinner, Nancy was dropped off by Tommaso. Then he later changes it to say by a family member. So people are like, why is he taking the heat off of Tommaso unless he wants Tommaso to talk to him more or to feel less pressure from the public? And I just think maybe he's just saying that because people have been bullying Tommaso. Then federal agents with shirts that read ICAC on their shirts are seen going into Annie and Tommaso's house.
ICAC?
Yes.
What is
so that is Internet Crimes Against Children, which sounds shocking. However, a few things to note. The division ICAC, they're actually a unit within the feds that deal heavily with kidnappings, and they're really adept at retrieving data from devices. It doesn't have to be that they particularly think that someone is committing crimes against children in this house. It's literally, they're just helping with a kidnapping. Furthermore, when they walk into Annie and Tommaso's house, they're seen walking in with a tripod and a ring light. So then the natural insinuation is that they're helping the family film the Instagram videos where they are begging whoever took Nancy to bring her back. The typical workday is the quintessential 9 to 5, but even if you clock out at those times or the front desk at your current health providers clocks out at those times, your health is not a 9 to 5 thing. It's not on a 9 to 5 schedule. That thing on your arm that you spot only after a long day, the cough that you've been ignoring for weeks that is suddenly keeping you up all night long, that is not a 9 to 5 thing. Go to ZocDoc anytime and find a doctor that you love, even if it's way after hours. ZocDoc is a free app and website that helps you find and book high-quality in-network doctors. They have more than 150,000 providers across all 50 states, so you can search by specialty or even by symptom to build the exact care team you need. ZocDoc, the best free app that makes booking a doctor as easy as ordering takeout. Stop putting off those doctor's appointments and go to ZocDoc.com/rotten to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com/rotten. Thanks, ZocDoc, for sponsoring this message. The very first family video shows Savannah, Annie, and Cameron sitting together on a couch. Savannah and Annie start speaking. They have papers in front of them. Savannah Guthrie is in the middle and she starts, and I'm going to insert this for the video watchers.
On behalf of our family, we want to thank all of you for the prayers for our beloved mom, Nancy. We feel them, and we continue to believe that she feels them too. Our mom is a kind, faithful, loyal, fiercely loving woman of goodness and light. She's funny and spunky and clever. She has grandchildren that adore her and crowd around her and cover her with kisses. She loves fun and adventure. She is a devoted friend. She is full of kindness and knowledge. Talk to her and you'll see.
The light is missing from our lives. Nancy is our mother. We are her children. She is our beacon. She holds fast to joy in all of life's circumstances. She chooses joy day after day. Despite having already passed through great trials of pain and grief, we are always going to be merely human, just normal human people who need our mom. Mama, if you're listening, we need you to come home. We miss you.
Everyone is looking for you, Mommy, everywhere. We will not rest. Your children will not rest until we are together again. We speak to you every moment, and we pray without ceasing, and we rejoice in advance for the day that we hold you in our arms again. We love you, Mom.
Love you, Mom.
We love you, Mom. Stay strong.
We love you, Mom. We love you.
After this video comes out, the internet does what it does and they start making commentary on the video itself. Not the situation, but the video, stating that Savannah seems emotional. She's audibly crying. How about Annie and Cameron? They seem less emotional. Cameron barely speaks, and when Annie does, her tone and voice seem devoid of any emotion. These are just some of the things on the internet. They start feeling suspicious about this. I will say that it's pertinent to note that this is most likely how they were told to film the video. As neutral, as unemotional as possible, while still sounding sincere. If someone is out there with Nancy, everything in this video could be used against them. Like, not in the court of law, but could be used to harm them. A lot of hostage takers, kidnappers, they get off on the power dynamics, and getting off can mean a lot of things. If they see the family is hysterical and absolutely desperate, it can signal to the abductor that they have enormous control. So maybe they'll escalate their demands, they'll extend the timelines, they'll push their luck, and that could result in a death. One negotiator states, when emotions run high, both families and the kidnappers are more likely to make impulsive, dangerous choices. If you can't control your own emotions, how can you expect to influence the emotions of another party? And I think everybody reacts to stress differently. So while Savannah may show more outward emotion, slightly more, it could be very well that Annie and Cameron, in order for them to not be overly emotional in the video, which is what they're instructed to do probably, maybe the only way is to completely shut off all the emotion.
Okay.
And just kind of stare off and read what they've been told to read in a flat effect, because otherwise they're gonna sob. It could be that. Like, we really don't know. Cameron, Nancy's son, later does a video by himself where he is seen holding the camera, and he states, again without much emotion, he states,
This is Cameron Guthrie. I'm speaking for the Guthrie family. Whoever is out there holding our mother, we want to hear from you. We haven't heard anything directly. We need you to reach out, and we need a way to communicate with you so we can move forward. But first, we have to know that you have our mom. We want to talk to you, and we are waiting for contact.
But it's been now over a month. Nancy Guthrie needs medication to stay alive, and there's been no ransom paid, no further contact, at least that we know of, and no sign of Nancy Guthrie anywhere. There is a segment in Savannah Guthrie's book that has been heavily discussed online. Though I think it's not really relevant, some people have brought it up just because they believe the whole thing is odd and eerie. In one of Savannah's books, titled Mostly What God Does, she writes about how her and her cousins had this really cute tradition growing up, which they called the kidnapping game, where her cousin would visit the house, stay with them during summer break. So her cousin lives in Phoenix, which is a few hours away from Tucson. So her cousin would come stay in their family house in Tucson, and when she's about to leave, she would wake everyone up the next morning really early, Savannah and Annie, and she would say, "You should come with me." They would get in her car car, drive to Phoenix, and on the way to Phoenix, they would stop by a payphone, call Nancy, Savannah and Annie's mom, and let her know, but in like a cute, playful way, Mom, cousin has kidnapped us to take her to her house. Nancy would act shocked because at this point, this is like a summer tradition, and she would protest how much she would miss her daughters, but then assure them that in a few days, she will drive up to get them. It's like a summer tradition. Some people think it's eerie. I think it just makes the whole situation more devastating. I'm sure there's moments where everyone in the family wishes that this was just a joke, that this was also just a game, and that Nancy will be home as if it's just a prank. But it is not. And Nancy Guthrie is now going on over a month of being missing. There are so many questions, such as, does the sheriff's office even know what the hell that they're doing? The sheriff's office of Pima County is the one leading the investigation into Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. They have their own A&E TV show called Desert Law, where the sheriff himself does not appear on camera, but allegedly he's extensively involved in the production of it. In the show, they look like this well-organized crime unit that moves in synchrony to stop the bad guys.
Apparently it was about to happen, and we've prevented that.
Tucson is about an hour from the border, so there is a lot of smuggling of all sorts. Avocado smuggling is big in that area. It's not just smuggling in avocados, but drug cartels will conceal the narcotics mixed in with the avocados to get it across the border. But they don't really handle a lot of ransom for Bitcoin cases in Tucson. Do we know that the sheriff is well equipped to handle this case? From the very beginning, there were reports coming out that the sheriff and the FBI were not playing well together whilst investigating this case, which is the last thing you want. And it all stems, they've got beef. They have beef going back to 2016. This is not like one of those cop shows where it's like, oh, this is my jurisdiction. No, it's not. They have long-stemming issues between the two. The sheriff has come out and since denied that he feels any sort of beef or vitriol towards the feds, but it is interesting.
For someone to say that we're not working with the FBI or that the sheriff is stopping evidence from going up, that's just crazy. That's ludicrous. Why would I not use the FBI and their free services? The relationship between the sheriff's department and the FBI is valued. We do great work together.
The feds were investigating Pima Sheriff's Department in 2016, believing that they were taking RICO forfeiture funds. Yeah, the thing that Sean Combs was charged with, RICO. So they're like, okay, if you've been racketeering, I'm going to take your assets. They take the assets, and then those assets can be used for department things like crime prevention, specific law enforcement activities. This is by the law, like by the word, right? But the FBI started investigating because they're like, wait, we heard from a little tipster, a whistleblower, that you guys are using RICO money to bankroll the remodel of a cafe inside the sheriff's headquarters.
What can they use it for legally?
Crime prevention, but this does not fall under crime prevention.
Okay.
Like, how does having a better matcha latte for the sheriff prevent more crime, right? That was denied by the sheriff's office. They said, we didn't do that. And then a whistleblower comes out to state funds were used to host these special award ceremonies for the cops, helping pay for food, goodie bags for the officers, a Santa sleigh, rented tuxedos. Allegedly, the total cost of the award ceremonies was around $250,000 over the years. That was likely taken from RICO money, is the allegation. The investigation was a big deal, like a really big deal. One of the officers being investigated for transferring funds into his personal account was found dead from self-exit on Father's Day. He was widely considered to be the mastermind of this whole RICO money laundering scheme. Okay, well, I don't know if I would call it a money laundering scheme. This investigation. However, even the death, there were concerns that the death should be investigated independently by a third party because, sure, he might have reason to want to self-exit, but also someone would want him dead because maybe he could go down for everything. That's something to consider, but the sheriff was allegedly adamant that it be handled by his team internally. Sheriff Nanos, that same sheriff, is the one working this case, and some people who know Sheriff Nanos says that he holds a grudge and that he doesn't like the feds after that 2016 investigation, but those are allegations, those are speculations, those are opinions. There are more reports, though, coming out that the sheriff does not want the FBI to take over, which, I mean, it seems like they probably should. And that there's just a lot of annoying things happening in this investigation. First of all, here's the weird thing. There are a few key pieces of forensic evidence that are deemed to be highly important in this case. There's probably more that the public doesn't know about, but the ones that the public do know about is one, obviously the blood tested on the front porch turned out to be Nancy Guthrie's. Second, they do find a pair of gloves 11 days later near the house, off the main highway. They think it could be the gloves used by the perpetrator or perpetrators. It's like those black nitrile gloves. So, I mean, they found a lot of them. So they sent all of them out for testing, and a ton of them turned out to be some of the search workers would just like, I guess they would put their search gloves into a baggie, and maybe that bag blew away in the wind and they just had scattered gloves everywhere. But that was a key piece of evidence. Then the third key piece of evidence is they did find DNA inside the house, Nancy Guthrie's house, that did not belong to Nancy Guthrie or any of her family members, relatives, or anyone that, I guess, works in that house frequently. But where this information is sent, where this data is sent to be tested for the forensics is really important. Interestingly, the FBI is like, we can take it to Quantico. Why would you not want it tested in Quantico? I don't know anything, but I probably would want it tested in Quantico, okay? But the sheriff is like, no, I'm going to send it to our private lab in Florida. So he sends it to the private lab in Florida. Now, a lot of people had a lot to say about this, but he does, kind of defend his decision. And in a slightly convoluted way, he says, why did we give ours to our lab? Because it's what we've done for years, and our labs always have done well. In fact, we used the FBI before. They're very good at solving things and doing things, but the FBI, not unlike our Department of Public Safety in Phoenix, they have a lab. They could have been used, but we look at it as this. If I use, for example, a state lab, DPS, or the federal lab, Quantico, you have to understand they have others using those labs too. So it really puts a lot of strain on them to prioritize those cases and do what they can with them, where if I have my own lab or a contract lab, it allows me easier access to those cases that I think are important to us. And I'm not talking, this case, but I'm just talking cases in general. And he's like, so now we find a glove. FBI says, oh, we can send it to Quantico. And I said, well, you know what? Let's just keep it all in one place. So he's like, I've already been sending it to this lab, so let's keep sending it to this lab. Which I will say a lot of people are like, okay, there is a little bit of validity in that statement, as when you have multiple different labs involved and if there is a criminal trial eventually, it's a lot of people testifying.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so then he's like, let's just keep it all in one place. Let's just send it to our lab. And it's not like, no, the FBI's got a bad lab, or no, the sheriff's department uses DNL lab, bad lab. No, it's about keeping our evidence together in one spot. This is the sheriff speaking. And when that report comes out, it goes to both agencies. It just made sense, Out there they said, oh, the sheriff blocked evidence. This conversation I had with the FBI lasted probably a minute and a half. And they said, makes sense. And it was done. There was no blocking evidence. That's just crazy.
If you have two labs you're looking at and one's bad or one's better, that's fine. That's not the case here. Nobody's saying that. What they're saying is, why would we use two labs?
So that glove that they found, you say they found multiple gloves. Why is that glove special? Or
they had reason to believe that it was special. They got it tested, and there was no CODIS database match, which CODIS is like the vast network of anyone with a criminal history. They have all of their prints. Mm-hmm. But interestingly is kidnapping, a lot of experts say, is not a first offender crime.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Statistically, you don't have kidnappers that wake up one day with a clean record that say, today is the day that I kidnapped someone. Usually they're going to have some sort of a rap sheet previously. So they say that it's very interesting that there's no link in the...
more suspicious.
And then later they came out to say, actually, maybe it wasn't a glove that was important because it actually belonged to a restaurant worker nearby. How do they know it belonged to a restaurant worker? We don't know. Like, did they go and test all the restaurant workers? They just said it was a restaurant worker. The sheriff has also been criticized for being seen at a basketball game during the investigation. And apparently, the sheriff didn't even know about Savannah Guthrie's video that she posted on Instagram with her siblings, the very first video, until his wife told him about it. And he mentions this to the media. And so everyone is like, this feels like a very expensive, unproductive investigation if that's the case, because it just feels weird. We're spending a lot of taxpayer resources, and not saying that it shouldn't be spent. I'm just saying there are a lot of missing persons out there where maybe they don't get this allocation of funds and personnel to search. And this is how you guys are handling, like, you didn't even know that they were putting out a video. It doesn't even make any sense. The sheriff is also probably not used to being analyzed on a national scale for every word that he says. He doesn't strike me as particularly organized with his thoughts when he is speaking off the cuff. So here's a rundown of the questions and answers given by the sheriff during multiple different press conferences. Sheriff, is there any indication so far as to whether this was random abduction or targeted? Like I said earlier, we're looking at all the leads, and we don't know. We're going to assume both sides of that. We'll look at both sides. Do you have any idea what Nancy Guthrie was wearing or the type of car that she might have left from, or any identifiable information that the public could use to help with the tips? We do not. Sheriff, do you believe that one or more than one person was involved in the kidnapping? Just no clue. It could have been one, it could have been more. Is there any indication that Nancy Guthrie is still alive? We know the medication played a critical role here. It's been 48 hours. She needs it every single day. Are you still looking for someone that is still alive? We hope we are. We hope we are. Sheriff, you said earlier that you don't believe that there's a wider threat to the public. If you're not sure if it's targeted, why do you believe there's no wider threat to the public? Well, we have crime in Tucson all the time, right? Like any city. And so when you say a threat to the public, is there somebody out there who's kidnapping elderly people in the middle of the night every night? We've not heard that. We don't believe that's the case. We do believe that Nancy was taken from her own against her will, and that's where we're at. Even about the rumors of there being forced entry, he just states, I have no clue where that comes from. We have been very consistent. We are not discussing that at all. Whether it was forced entry or not forced entry, that is something we're just not discussing. We don't know where anybody got that information.
Okay. Well, I see. So that's a pretty standard question, no?
Yeah. Has there been any proof of life, and has there been any sign of life? I'm going to... Anything to deal with the ransom notes, I would defer to the FBI, but no, not to my knowledge. We are still looking for Nancy. Do you have any reason to believe that she's still out there alive, or are you fearful for the worst case scenario here that she won't be found alive? Well, I'm certainly fearful of that. I think we all are, but we operate from a position that until we know she's out there, she's alive, we're going to continue thinking that way until we find her. Is there anything more specific you can say about what you believe the motive to be for the kidnapping at this time? Motive is always going to be a question, and we'll know more as we go what that motive is. But right now, my guesswork is as good as yours. With these types of cases, though, sometimes the sheriff does appear disorganized, and that's not really good. One expert states, you are broadcasting basically every detail about this case. The more that's released to the public, the more that is now known by everybody, including if there is somebody out there who has Nancy Guthrie. They have to be very careful about what they're letting out about this case. But the way that he's doing it, like, he's not really answering questions, so I'll give him that. But it is weird. Like, it's just not the most well done. I will say the FBI, the special agent charge of the Tucson area, like, he's a bit more organized with his thoughts during these press conferences.
Oh, he's talking as well?
Yeah.
Alongside?
And he also diverts questions, doesn't answer questions. And I'm not saying that we deserve answers as the public, right? They should deem whatever is the best for the investigation. However, he is able to respond in a way that's very clear, succinct, and like, this is what's happening. Okay, that's it. But it's interesting because the police union president was interviewed by Brian Enton, and I would go watch the full interview, but he works with Sheriff Nanos, and he says, Sheriff Nanos...
What's their relationship exactly?
So he is the police union president, and he's also an officer. So he works under Sheriff Nanos, right? Okay. But he says Sheriff Nanos, he has an ego that's difficult to describe without sounding hyperbolic, and it drives a lot of his decision making. He's very retaliatory. Favorite version of retaliation is...
Wait, he works under him?
Yeah, but he can't be fired because he is the president of the police union. So it's really difficult, I'm sure, to fire him.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, and so he's very retaliatory. Favorite version of retaliation is through transfers, which has impacted nearly every unit in this department and decreased our overall readiness. In my opinion, nearly every unit. The experience and expertise that there was, transferred out for whatever reason, and there are real impacts to that, and it lowered morale. And so there was a lot of hope that in the election in 2024, we would have a change in leadership, and when that didn't come to pass, that's when we started seeing a mass exodus of deputies and detectives. So that's been a huge conversation. Wow. Most of the detectives in the homicide unit at the Pima County Sheriff's Department, they're pretty green. Like, they don't have a lot of experience. I'm not saying they're not good, but it's like, do you want the doctor to perform surgery on you that performs surgeries every day or once every few months? There's also questions about the team not being well equipped, the turnover being high. Like, it's a lot. The sheriff states, this is a solid team. This is a team who solves crime every day. They are my experts. I would be silly to not listen to them. When they tell me we spent 20-some hours at the scene, we processed the scene, I'm taking their word that they're good. I don't need to hear from some pundit out there who's never done a crime scene. I don't need to hear from somebody who's never done a criminal investigation. I've got experts. That's who I choose to listen to. I don't need to hear from somebody who's never done a criminal investigation, and that's it. It's just all noise in the background. The critics who want to run for office, go do that stuff. I just want to find Nancy. I want my team focused every morning. When they hit that low, they know that they have someone who believes in them and their work, and they're going to do it. I have 100% faith they will solve this case. If you are the guy, if you are that monster, you should be worried. You should let her go. Just let her go.
I don't need to hear from some pundit out there who's never done a crime scene. I've got experts. That's who I choose to listen to. If you're the guy, if you're that monster, you should be worried. You should let her go. Just let her go.
And so there's been a lot of talk about Monday morning quarterbacking. I don't know what that means. I'm not a quarterback.
Who said that? The cops?
No, a lot of cops have been saying that there are a lot of news anchors, TV stations, social media content creators, netizens who are Monday morning quarterbacking, which I think is to insinuate that you are giving advice in an arena that you don't know. I guess it's like when guys give quarterbacks advice when they watch their favorite team play.
I see.
Yeah, so I guess we're all Monday morning quarterbacks. But 10 days after Nancy's disappearance, someone is detained. A 36-year-old delivery driver. His house is an hour from Nancy's house in Rio Rico, Arizona, which is really, really close to the border into Mexico. And while we do know his name and it has been publicly stated and used, I'm still going to call him Rio for Rio Rico, the city that he's from, just because this case is getting a lot of attention and he's saying that this has ruined his life.
I felt like I was being kidnapped, bro. They didn't tell me anything at the beginning. They told me all that I was detained, but they never read me my rights until the FBI got there. We're all scared. I can't stop thinking like what's gonna happen to me. They even detained my wife and my kids. Yeah, because they said that my eyes and my eyelashes look the same. I'm innocent.
And you don't even know who the lady is? Do you know who Savannah Guthrie is?
No.
Nothing.
I don't follow the news.
Right.
I don't watch.
You don't watch the Today Show?
No. I work in Tucson.
What do you do?
GLS, deliver packages.
Okay, do you think you might have delivered a package to Nancy Guthrie's house?
I don't know. Might have been a possibility. I don't know.
Rio is detained. His house is swatted. He's a delivery driver for DoorDash that lives an hour away from Nancy. He has no personal connection to Nancy. What the hell does he have to do with this case? Why would he want to harm Nancy? That's the tricky part of this case. That's a question that even with Rio or any of these people, no one knows. It does appear to some degree that the motive in this case could be harm. I mean, that's one of the more reasonable motives if we are to believe that that ransom note is not real, because that deadline has since long passed. There was no proof of life. There was no effort, at least publicly known, to reach back out to the family, to further communication line to get that Bitcoin amount. If that ransom note is not real, then was the intent harm? It's been reported that Nancy left behind her phone, keys, ID, wallet. I don't know if this is true. This is just what's been reported. It has not been authenticated by the law enforcement authorities. But these are the things that you would need to slowly drain someone's finances. You would need to put in their passwords. You would need their phone. You would need their ID. You would need their bank cards so that you could slowly transfer funds. So if money was not the motive, what's the motive? If the ransom note is not real, if money's not the motive, what is the motive? Then people thought, maybe this is a robbery gone wrong. So this person came to the door and they thought, okay, this is an elderly woman who lives alone and she's probably sleeping at night, and it has been reported that she wears hearing aids. So when she takes off her hearing aids, her hearing is going to be much less than maybe like a younger person in their 30s who has dogs and lives with a whole family of people. Like, it could be different. So maybe this is the perfect house. And a lot of elderly people have a lot more valuables in terms of like heirloom jewelry. I think younger people, a lot of experts were saying when you target a house with a lot of young families, you have a lot of electronics that are harder to sell. When you target older people, you're talking about gold. You're talking about jewelry, necklaces, diamonds. Like, you get a lot more of that. That's easier to sell in the market. So maybe she's targeted because she's an elderly woman who lives alone in this isolated part of town. So then you go and you try to do a home invasion at night, but maybe she wakes up. But the question is, Why not just run out then? Because trying to rob someone, an elderly woman, of her jewelry is very different from kidnapping someone.
Yeah.
Like those don't even correlate. Like it's very hard to escalate that way unless you retaliate and perhaps you harm Nancy and she passes away at the scene and now you're removing her body because of DNA or something of that sort. And I know that these sound really grim, but I think the only reason that people are even talking about some of these theories now is that Savannah's newest videos that she's uploaded, it seems like the family have somewhat come to terms with that Nancy might not be out there alive. And I do think, you know, people just don't understand. And I think that brings a lot of fear, especially with a case like this, because I mean, a lot of other times a lot of other crimes, you can see why things unfolded. Not that it's justified, but I think everyone's scared for their moms.
We also know that she may be lost. She may already be gone. She may have already gone home to the Lord that she loves. And if this is what is to be, then we will accept it.
So then the next theory is, okay, well, maybe it's Nancy was harmed and so her body needed to be removed from the scene. Or other people are saying, well, maybe she pulled down the mask or pulled off the mask of whoever was robbing her and recognized this person. Maybe she's like, this is my housekeeper's son that I met once, you know? And I'm just saying housekeeper because it seems like the term that everyone is using. It could be a caretaker, though it's not verified that she had a live-in caretaker or a regular caretaker. It could be the pool guy. I'm just saying it could just be someone, right, that has access to her home. But another thing is, if this is a robbery gone wrong, and these people have probably been scoping out her schedule and her routine in her house, why not just target the house when she was gone for so many hours at her daughter's house, just previously that night? So then there was some people arguing, well, no, because it was bright outside, so if they broke into the house when it's bright, there's more of a chance that people would see them. But Nancy didn't get back home until like 9:50 p.m. There's still a few hours of darkness that they could have gone in.
Yeah.
And another thing is, why is the backpack so damn full? If you're committing a robbery and you're trying to take valuables, would you bring a full backpack?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
There are some people saying maybe the backpack is full of duffel bags that are empty, that you undo and then you fill it with valuables. Other people are saying maybe it could contain something darker like a tarp, because Nancy's blood does stop in the front porch area. So it's not like a trail of blood that leads to a vehicle. Now, another thing with the blood, though, is that a lot of people have been commenting, when you're 84, you can bleed very easily. If you grab someone's wrist at 84 and yank it, their skin is really thin. So that could be the blood. It doesn't necessarily mean that some big traumatic event had happened. It's just, I mean, there's questions and no answers. I know you look confused and I don't have answers. No one has answers. It's just question after question. And then it's like, oh, well, maybe this theory is ruled out, but then it just leads to 10 more questions. So now the question is, did Rio Rico Man know someone who knew the Guthries and knew that Nancy lived alone and likely had valuables? Could he be the one in the doorbell footage? Which, side note about this doorbell footage, they did not have this footage for a very long time in the investigation. It's not like Nancy goes missing and this is the first thing that's released. When police get to the scene, Nancy's doorbell camera was ripped off. I believe to this day it has yet to be recovered. Additionally, Nancy did not have a Google Nest subscription. So she could view the front door camera live, but it did not save and log the video. It would write over itself.
So how did they get the footage?
They had to reach out to Google Nest and see if Google would somehow get that footage. And side note, it is believed that the FBI had a lot of pull in this. And the sheriff has talked about how they were pleading with Google. And I mean, the last case that we talked about, the Krug family case, these tech companies do not like to give out information of their customers unless they're really like their hand is on the stove. And it's very interesting because a lot of people have a lot of feelings about this. The fact that the FBI could get Google to do this, I think there is a lot of resentment of why don't you do this in most cases then? Because if you can do it, think of all the cases that could have been solved.
But then that also comes into the when is your camera private, right? FBI can come in and pull the footage.
Yeah. But I think the sentiment is more so, I think as the investigation goes on further and the news coverage stays strong, which I think it's good that it is staying strong because I think it'll probably help bring Nancy home sooner. I think there is some resentment that a lot of people feel that their missing loved ones did not get any attention, did not get these types of resources. So I think that's where the anger is coming from.
Yeah.
So they were able to get this footage 10 days later and the FBI tweeted the footage. Kash Patel just tweeted the footage.
Really?
Yeah, and so that's why we have the footage.
That is so crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
And also there was a lot of questions of like, oh, I didn't know if you were not recording on Google Nest that Google somehow still has that.
Has it,
yeah. So there was a lot of like conversation about this footage.
So these footages are always stored somewhere.
Yeah, but I mean, the sheriff said that Google was working really hard. I don't know what they're doing. They made it seem like they had to like unpeel the code. I don't know. He was making it sound like that. And then now there's speculations that someone was using a Wi-Fi jammer. So there were reports of internet outages in that area. And the suspect, like the person in the doorbell camera, looks like they're holding some sort of jammer at one point. So people are wondering if it was like a signal jammer that was being used. A signal jammer would indicate a higher level crime, a much more professional crime.
To prevent someone using their cell phone, calling the cops,
or to disable the security systems.
But then he's like just walking up to the doorbell camera and
Yeah.
just ripped it off the wall.
Yeah. So a lot of people thought it could be the cartels that are doing this.
What?
Yeah. And I just don't know why. I think the cartel conspiracy and theory came from the fact that Nancy needs certain medications and because Arizona is pretty close to the border. I think that's about it. I think there was like a tip that maybe she was in Mexico. I don't think that tip was verified. It seems like the authorities have spoken to Mexican authorities and it does not seem like she is in Mexico, at least as of right now. And just the crime does not speak like cartel. Cartels typically, when they're in the United States, they like to run under the radar. I mean, this is like their business. And when they want to take someone out, usually it's someone involved in the cartel. It's someone that's associated and they're really professional. So people are saying, like, if a cartel is coming up to your Google Nest, your camera's getting spray painted before you can even see their face. And everyone is like, is this an amateur? Is this not an amateur? And then once you say it's an amateur, people are like, well, they haven't been caught, so is it not an amateur? Nobody knows. So what does Rio Rico Man have anything to do with this? And why is he detained? Rio's mom is insistent with authorities and later with the media that her son-in-law, Rio Rico Man, has nothing to do with this. In fact, he was at home Saturday and Sunday, the day that Nancy was taken. He was at home an hour away in Rio Rico. On top of that, he knows nothing about Bitcoin, so she's asked, did he ever say anything about Nancy? Nothing. We never, like I told the FBI, the investigator, if I knew anything about her, I said I saw her on Facebook, but I didn't read what was going on with her because I didn't know her and I didn't have like the right to. I mean, I didn't want to read the story. I just go over, keep on going, on my phone because I don't know her. They're just invading my property. I told them they're going in and out of my house, taking a lot of pictures and everything. I mean, like I told them we're not hiding anything. I gave them permission. You can go and search. There's nothing in my house. You won't find anything because we don't have nothing to hide. They broke in my house without a warrant or nothing. They broke my door. They went in my house. My son was playing on Nintendo. He had his headphones on. They got him, put him in handcuffs and took him outside.
This is not Rio.
No, Rio is her son-in-law. This is her son.
Actually,
yeah.
Right.
And then Rio was out. He got stopped at a traffic stop with her daughter.
Rio's wife. Rio
Yeah.
and Rio's wife.
And after 5 hours of being detained, Rio Rico Man is released. And he does a few interviews where he states the whole thing was just bizarre. He says he has no idea how he even got involved in all of this. It just wrapped up in this. He states, right now, all I know is that they showed my in-law a picture of somebody wearing a mask or something, and they supposedly look like my eyes.
That's insane.
He says he was honest with authorities. I told them I work in Tucson for GLS, which is a delivery service. So he does DoorDash and GLS. I might have delivered a package to her house, but I never kidnapped anybody. He says being detained was terrifying. I felt like I was being kidnapped. They didn't tell me anything in the beginning. They held me against my will. They didn't even read me my rights until 2 hours later. He says he kept telling them he's not involved. And he thought, quote, what the fuck am I doing here? I didn't do anything, to be honest. I'm innocent. I hope they get the suspect because I'm not it. And they better do a better job and find the suspect so that they can clear my name. I'm done. He says he wasn't given a proper reason why authorities thought it could be him. He has an attorney now who has come out to state that his life has been altered, quote, and now they're living day to day. They're living in fear. So the first thing I'd like to see is Sheriff Nanos and the Pima County Sheriff's Office come forward and say, Rio, this was a mistake. Rio is not a person of interest. He's not an investigative lead. We messed up. We need to see some accountability, obviously.
So this was from the state?
Yes.
Wasn't feds?
Or at least it doesn't seem like they were involved in the detainment. I don't know if they okayed it, if they were in the know, but Rio has not been formally nor publicly cleared by the sheriff or the FBI as of right now. So he could still be involved. There's just not enough for an arrest, or he could not be involved at all, which is what more people are leaning towards.
So this is all we know.
Yeah. And then February 13th, a SWAT operation is executed and another man is detained. He's pulled over in a gray Range Rover, handcuffed, and placed in the back of a police car. His Range Rover is then covered with a tarp. So a lot of people thought that he died, like he self-exited. There was like a rumor going around, but they just used the tarp so that they can open the trunk, and I don't know if they're looking for someone, but they don't want the public to see whatever they find. So it seems like a very serious operation. This is not like a little search and stop or traffic stop. Like this is he got swatted. His 77-year-old mother was also detained, and we'll call him Range. He lives close to Nancy. He has a significant criminal history, possession, distribution, and fleeing law enforcement. The Range Rover is then taken in to be processed by authorities. It has since been released back to him, which leads netizens to believe that they got the wrong guy because they detained him and then released him. He hasn't been formally cleared. He hasn't been arrested. But because of the intense SWAT presence, everyone thought that this would be like a more fruitful arrest. But it wasn't. And so now netizens are confused. Some of them are wondering online, quote, are they just randomly detaining and questioning people at this point? Like anybody who matches the physical description is being detained now a month after the event? Now, because so much time has passed, netizens have found another lead to grasp onto, which is the neighbor theory. There is a neighbor that lives nearby. We'll call him Neighbor Man. He lives, according to him, 15 minutes away. And it's odd because he has been driving to Nancy's house, nearby Nancy Guthrie's house, to participate in interviews of the locals. People have started comparing his face to the masked man on the doorbell footage, and they think that it looks like him, which, I mean, you can't really tell. Also, every time he does an interview, a press interview, he's wearing sunglasses. And so everyone's like, we want to see your eyeballs because we only really see the doorman's face eyeballs. He's just a
Why
weird
would
guy.
he keep, like his interview is really off?
Yeah, he just starts talking about and comparing the case to bombings, other major crimes. He speaks about law enforcement ranting at the fact that they're at basketball games. He's asked about what he thinks happened, and he goes on a whole tirade about pointing the finger at Tommaso. He thinks it's Tommaso.
I have a premonition that the son-in-law has something to do with it. Not sure exactly what.
And he's just, okay, one interview, no one said anything. But he shows up in a lot of interviews, like random segments with random creators, random TikTokers, random news anchors, he's everywhere. And so everyone's like, why is he inserting himself into this investigation? One comment just reads, my gut is telling me it's you. I mean, he is an very odd individual. Maybe he thinks this is his 5 seconds in the limelight. I don't know, but not any of this is particularly damning, but it is very weird. There is also another picture where he's wearing this very distinct ring. It looks like a high school ring, those like
graduation ring?
Yes. And in the gloved photo of the doorbell camera, when he covers his hand, it looks like there's some sort of crease that could indicate either a crease or a bigger ring. That's not like a wedding band. So people think that's odd. And that's really it. That's all we have. We don't really have anything else. Everything else are more speculations, more rumors, more unauthenticated information. There's also conspiracies about why the FBI would not take over this case if it's a kidnapping. So there's a few triggers that a case has to hit in order for it to be in FBI jurisdiction. So you have to have a victim that's transported across state lines, or an offender who uses interstate commerce like mail, phone, and internet, which happened in this case, or a crime on federal property, or like a federal agent.
What do you mean mail, phone, and internet?
I guess if you commit some sort of like internet crime. And only one of these triggers has to be triggered in order for the FBI to be able to step in. But it's not a situation where they can just force their hand and say, this is our case now. And it's usually not the best for them to do that because they do need help from local law enforcement as well. So it is still Pima County Sheriff that is heading this case, but people just don't like that. People don't think that they're competent. But then, you know, you have arguments on the internet that's like, I don't know, are the FBI that competent these days? It's just no one knows anything. I mean, the authorities don't even know if it's one person, two people, three people, multiple people. If caught, they might face the death penalty because that is what Trump has been hinting at. Savannah Guthrie has gone back to New York. She actually just recently visited the Today Show. She wasn't on air or anything. She just went to go see her colleagues. And there are pictures, like paparazzi pictures through the windows, and she seems really emotional. But it seems like the investigation is still ongoing. The FBI has pulled a lot of their personnel. There's way less agents present in investigating.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, and the entire road leading up to Nancy Guthrie's house has been sectioned off. So you cannot park your SUV as like a media station. Legacy Media was doing that. You cannot set up a tent to film like the 5 o'clock news. You cannot pose for social media pictures in front of it, right? So it's been...
What was that about? You were saying someone was posing?
Yeah, I think she's a social media content creator who wanted a thumbnail.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Huh.
yeah. A lot of people are starting to lose sympathy in a way. Some comments read, my sister has been missing since 1979. Nobody ever cared for her. So I think they're getting frustrated the more the authorities are trying and failing because it just feels like massive resources but no results. So it's not like people are upset that they're trying to find Nancy. I think it's more so, do you guys know what you're doing? Or you guys like, it just feels like a mess. And you're spending so much resources and allocating so much personnel. And are you doing okay? Like, is it worth it? Like, are you getting what you're doing? Like, it just seems so unorganized. Other people are commenting, I wish y'all cared more about other missing people like y'all do this woman. Others are just saying the authorities are being so dumb. They say, quote, we can take out other countries' presidents in hours in the middle of the night, but we can't find Nancy Guthrie. Stop it. Others are commenting, distraction case to deflect from the files, which we're going to get into all of that in a separate episode because all of the conspiracies that people have of what this case could be covering up. Now, I don't know if there's a cover up. I will note that sometimes people get personally involved in things. Like I imagine if somebody that I personally knew was affected by something, I would naturally talk about it more. And people are speculating that maybe it's because Savannah Guthrie is a peer amongst all the people reporting on this case. And so while maybe the public also wants reporting on other cases and other things going on, they personally want to stay invested in this case. But I don't know how much that makes sense when you're working for like a big media corporation who typically don't care who your friends are. So I don't know. And I'm, again, not saying that this case does not deserve coverage or does not deserve to stay in the headlines as long as it has. It's just, I think, when it's a one-off situation where you don't get this type of treatment for most missing persons cases, people are wondering what's going on. And with everything going on in the US, I mean, there's so much going on. So little has happened that now the conversation is about the conversation. This is what happened with the Sean Combs case. Every time there was like a lull in the case where not as explosive things were coming out during the trial days, anytime we would go, because we would monitor what everyone was talking, not monitor, but like, you know, see what everyone is talking about and see what questions people had, it started turning into, look at the people that are covering the case. So that's what's happening here. So a lot of legacy media is now covering social media coverage of the case.
Earlier, you were saying that Savannah and them, they have changed their message since then.
Yeah, I mean, they still want to bring their mother home. Savannah has put up a $1 million reward. She's also donated $500,000 to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. I don't know, maybe she was seeing a lot of the conversations online, or maybe, you know, this led her to do something so incredible and gracious, right? But yeah, so that's where we are. There's $1 million reward and no one seems to still know anything. Again, just to make it clear, the family has been officially cleared by the sheriff's office. And I know that especially when you read about a lot of crime cases, you do think it's always closest to the victim, like they must know something or they must be involved. But I think in a case like this where it's getting that much coverage and that much attention, we just have to hope that the authorities are doing the right thing. And I think to point the finger at a relative without much substantial information is pretty reckless. So I hope that I was able to comprehensively give you an overview of the conversation. But again, just to make it so abundantly clear, the family has been cleared. So with that being said, that is it for today's episode. Let me know your thoughts, and I will see you in the next one. Be safe. They have eyes everywhere. For every 45 seconds that you use your phone, there is a secret screenshot that is being taken of whatever your phone is looking at. That screenshot is then used to compile a report, and it sends it directly to somebody that you know. It screenshots literally everything: your messages, your email passwords, your Amazon purchases, articles that you're reading, whose profile you're viewing on Instagram. The things that you do on incognito mode, it is screenshotting your phone at least once a minute. And it's not like it's every minute, so you can time it. If it just took a screenshot, which you wouldn't really know, but if it did, theoretically, you have a minute to do something on your phone that is completely private before another screenshot is taken, but it's not like that. It's just completely random. It's sporadic. I mean, it sounds like something Palantir would do or some shady defense contractor that works for the NSA. But it's just an app that you can download on your phone. A public software that anyone can willingly install on their phone and their devices. And there is a company making tens of millions of dollars in revenue every single year because people want a screenshot of their phone taken every minute. It's the Covenant Eyes. It's a software that you install on all your devices that monitors and makes sure that you do not watch any explicit videos where adults do adult things. And in the event that you do, the software will take a screenshot of your phone, whatever page and video you're on, and send it in a weekly email to your wife, husband, church leader, boss, accountability partner, whoever they might be.
It's a spying on the phone, or?
They call it not spyware, shameware.
Okay. Do people know when they are being someone installed it?
Uh-huh.
Oh, so
they willingly install it.
Oh, okay. So it's not a secret.
No.
Okay.
You willingly do it. One Redditor breaks down the Covenant Eyes like this. This is from a few years ago, so there could have been a bunch of software updates, but there are 3 main services it has: Screen Accountability, Website Blocker, and Safe Search. Screen Accountability being the most important. Quote, it's their patented software that will periodically take screenshots of your screen. AI then will analyze it, and then it blurs all of the screenshots slightly, and then you and your accountability partner get a weekly report with some of these screenshots. And if you didn't look at X-rated videos, then the report will just say you didn't look at X-rated videos. It encourages you to look at their screenshots for anything that they might have missed. And if you did look at X-rated videos, it will attach those specific screenshots and it will report to your partner that you tried to look at X-rated videos. The website blocker will block any website that is mature, so you can set it to like teen mature, adult mature. And teen mature, I believe even Reddit is hard to get on.
Interesting.
Safe Search will make sure no explicit content comes up on any search engine, and all of this data gets sent to your partner. If you want to uninstall Covenant Eyes, you have to call a number, and once you call them and confirm you want to uninstall, they give you a code. Your accountability partner will receive a notification saying you did this. There are over 1.7 million users that have been watched by the Covenant Eyes, including House Speaker Mike Johnson, who back in 2008, he had some very interesting views. He says that the fall of the Roman Empire, okay, we know Mike Johnson, we think he's crazy, okay? He said the fall of the Roman Empire had to do in part due to rampant homosexual behavior. Mike Johnson has also previously stated that being gay is, quote, inherently unnatural and a dangerous lifestyle, as well as, quote, ultimately harmful and costly for everyone. Why is it costly for you, Mike Johnson, unless you're involved, okay? He also weirdly kind of thinks that If we just let gay people get married, what's next? Someone's gonna marry their dog? That's literally what he said. It totally makes a lot of sense if you're a homophobe with a hole in your brain. But in 2022, he spoke publicly about how he and his then 17-year-old son were both on Covenant Eyes, and they were each other's accountability partners. They would monitor each other's weekly X-rated video intake.
So wait, so it not only takes screenshot of the video, it takes screenshot of everything, correct?
Yes.
So it's like your bank account, your private
Yeah.
data, they have all of that.
Yeah, I know exactly where you're going with this. When he said this in 2022, everyone said, now wait a fucking minute. Is that not a safety hazard to the United States of America? Yeah, but he never addressed it. He just said, Covenant Eyes is the software we've been using for a long time in our household. It scans all the activity on your phone or your devices, your laptop, tablet, what have you. We do all of it. And then it sends a report to your accountability partner. So my accountability partner right now is Jack, my son. He's 17. So he and I get a report of all the things that are on our devices once a week. If anything objectionable comes up, your accountability partner gets an immediate notice. I'm proud to tell you my son has got a clean slate. Yeah. Okay. Perhaps he no longer uses it because he is a sitting member of Congress. I don't know, but it's just alarming. But what happens when you have Covenant Eyes and the content being viewed is not on a legal X-rated website? What if the content being viewed is not even legal and is just one of the most morally bankrupt, ethically bankrupt things that you can do on an electronic device that involves crimes against children? If there is CSAM, does it send an alert? Who gets alerted for that? Because that is what reality TV star Joshua Duggar gets arrested for. This is the case of the Duggars and the 3 arrests of Josh Duggar and more recently Joseph and Kendra Duggar and all of the potential crimes in between. We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support NCMEC, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. They are the nation's largest and most influential child protection organization. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team. We'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at RottenMangoPodcast.com. A few intense disclaimers, including religious trauma, grooming, incest, CSAM, CSA. Please watch with caution. This is going to be a multi-episode series, so please take breaks whenever you feel overwhelmed. All the information is also publicly available. Any netizen comments, speculations, theories, or allegations or opinions of netizens. Legally, a lot of people are innocent until proven guilty, of course, except for the legally confirmed convictions that we're going to get into. And lastly, a lot of statements and quotes may be condensed for brevity. This is just going to be a massive deep dive. And another thing to note, this is not a take on religion. This is not me sending my ideological beliefs into the ether and hoping that you latch onto it. This is just a breakdown of the Duggar family and their beliefs. I have a whole wall of the cast of characters that's behind me of every single Duggar family because there are over 20 members of the family and then their spouses that get entwined into the family and then they all have like 50 trillion children. And you'll see why, because they don't believe in... Anyway, we're going to get there when we get there. If you want to know who the Duggars are, all of their first names start with a J. So all the J's, Josh, Jana, John David, like these are all the Duggars. Even when it doesn't make sense, they really stuck to the theme of naming everyone with a J. And so 1, 2, 3, 4, this is the order of the siblings. There's 19 siblings in total, 19 children birthed by one woman, Michelle Duggar, and her husband, Jim Bob. Some people call him Jim Boob, some people call him Boob, some people call him Rim Job. It just matters on how much you dislike this character. What? Yeah. And so all of the Duggars, the original Duggars, they've got a J in their name. And then a lot of them, they get married very early on, like when they're 18, 19, 20, they get married to the first person that they start dating. Their first kiss is usually at the altar. We'll get in there, but they are the people right next to the Duggar family.
So the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's their birth order, basically.
Yes. And then all the people next to them are their spouses. And then this little number in between is how many children that they currently have. And people, netizens, love to track the number of Duggar grandchildren. It's like a thing. We're going to get into there. Yeah. But first, Noelle Biderman is worth $40 million. Or at least that's what the estimate was at the time. And
Is Noelle on the board or
Noelle is not. Okay. But Noelle Biderman is about to have a really shitty day, which Noelle sometimes leans into. He has been known to be the most hated man on the internet. Who said that? He said that. He said it's all self-proclaimed. You're on the internet, you most likely have never even heard of Noelle Biderman. So like, why does he think that everybody hates him? July 12th, 2015, employees of a media company called Avid Life Media, run by Noelle Biderman, they walk into their Toronto office. This is like a corporate office. They open up their work laptops, and almost in unison, the AC/DC rock song Thunderstruck starts blasting on every single fucking computer. It's like when you're listening to something, you don't pause it, you just close your laptop screen so that the next time you open it back up, it automatically starts playing.
What's AC/DC rock song?
It's like a rock band. They're goats. It's a very particular style of music. It's good. It's good.
Okay. So it's just a crazy rock song.
Yeah.
Loud. Okay.
I mean, they're famous, but what are the odds that every single employee at the office last night was listening to AC/DC's Thunderstruck on the highest volume and then closed their laptop and then opened it up at 9 a.m. in unison for it to be blasting again? Very unlikely. All of them are trying to turn off their sound, mute their computers, and then a message pops up. We are the Impact Team. We have taken over all systems in your entire office and production domains, all customer databases, source code repositories, financial records, emails. Shut down AM and EM. It will cost you, but non-compliance will cost you more. We will release all customer records. Which AM and EM? If that were a grocery store or even like a frozen yogurt chain, that would be disastrous. Customer database just released to the public, but it's even worse because
AM, I'm sorry.
AM is Ashley Madison and EM is established men. These are dating websites.
Oh.
For cheaters.
Oh.
And a data hack and leak from either website is going to ruin millions of people's lives. And that's not even me speaking hyperbolically. Ashley Madison was run on the slogan, "Life is short, have an affair." So it's not just a dating website, it's a dating website where people go to cheat on their spouses. They launched in 40 countries, they had more than 37 million users, and the threat message continues. We will release all customer records, profiles with the customer's secret sexual fantasies, nude pictures and conversations and matching credit card transactions, real names and addresses, documents and emails. Avid Life Media will be liable for fraud and extreme harm to millions of users. This is a big deal. Now, side note, Ashley Madison would even charge people extra money for, quote, full delete of their profiles. Because when you run an affair website, sometimes you're like, you know what? I gotta delete and make sure there's no traces left of me being here. They had a $19 full delete. I mean, pretty economical if you ask me to hide an affair. And they were making $1.7 million in one fiscal year just off of this extra add-on of being able to fully delete your profile.
I feel like they could have 10x that and
Yes.
make 10x the money.
Exactly.
People will pay.
But here's the point of fraud. Nothing was ever really deleted. And the Impact Team is saying, I'm going to release it all. Even the former vice president of sales at the company would later say,
I'm sorry.
yes.
This is the company who owns Ashley Madison? Or?
Avid Life Media owns Ashley Madison, Established Men, and a ton of other weird websites.
Oh.
So they just got hacked. And they're getting a threat message like, we're going to expose you for fraud. You're going to be liable for fraud. Because not only are we going to hack and leak all of the customer databases, they're going to know that you're not even deleting any of this information. The promise of security, anonymity, and safety was just something we said. It wasn't something we did. This is the former vice president of sales. Now, just overall, the way that Ashley Madison, the entire company Avid Life Media, was run, their operational practices were clearly less than great. Noelle Biderman, the guy who ran Avid Life Media, he has stated that data into infidelity can help us make better choices. That was like the platform he was on. He was like, no, I know, I'm sleazy. I run an affair website and I make millions of dollars off of it, but hold on. This is really good data that we can latch onto and we can make people have better marriages. We can help women make better choices.
So it's only now with the advent of a site like mine that you can look at huge data. That's really robust. That's really interesting. And so for the first time, we get a chance to see what society's behaving like. And so that's really interesting to me.
He says the day after Valentine's Day, It's a real slippery slope for when people have affairs. So maybe the day before, you want to step up and play differently. Let's take this data and make it more consumable and give people a better roadmap to navigate at least the infidelity components of marriage.
Wait, what does Valentine's Day have? What is he trying to say?
So he's saying lots of people get up on Ashley Madison after the day after Valentine's Day. They're signing up.
Weird.
They're paying extra money for fees. They're messaging people. And he's saying it's because probably during Valentine's Day, you didn't get what you wanted. So he's saying, now what can we do with this data? Probably women, listen up. You guys should be hotter for Valentine's. That's the vibe he's giving. And the busiest day for affairs is Monday. And they like to say it's because the expectations of the weekend were not met. So maybe up it on the weekends. Weirdly putting blame on the partners that are being cheated on rather than the cheating partners. But like, what do you expect from the person who runs Ashley Madison? Noel Biderman has just been known for saying some very weird, questionable, depressing things. He was asked by USA Today, you have made the argument that monogamy is a failed experiment and infidelity is the way of the future. How can you say cheating helps a marriage? Infidelity has always been amongst us. It just happened to be the dominion of men for the most part. What I hear from the women in particular on my site and even the men is, I love my partner. I cherish my kids. I can't stand what doesn't happen in the bedroom. Most people are not willing to give it all up for a one-night stand of an encounter. What I'm saying is, majority of people having affairs are looking to preserve their marriage, not leave it. People pursue affairs because they don't want to leave their marriage. They want to have their cake and eat it too. I acknowledge that. I'm not suggesting it helps the dynamic between the two individuals, but it might help them stay within the institution of marriage.
What if people are having affairs to stay married? What if they love their children, their partner, their extended family, their economic situation? They're just struggling with one element, which is monogamy. So what if they don't want to leave, but want to break with monogamy? I think people unfortunately stray long before we created Ashley Madison. And so there's a lot of shooting the messenger, but we're just, fulfilling a void that exists in the marketplace.
Also, in the event that this information is not saddening enough, he says, one of the more important groupings we have found on Ashley Madison is the first-time affair seeker. 3 to 4 years into a marriage, typically, and there's a real correlation factor with pregnancy.
Yes, men look to stray 3 to 4 years into a marriage. It coincides very directly with that first child on the scene.
Essentially, men start cheating on their wives because she is pregnant and exhausted from creating a human life, and then continue to cheat on their wives now because the wives are now exhausted from single-handedly caring for and raising that life that she just birthed out of her body. Don't you love data? And Noel Biderman ran a website that clearly exploited such data by encouraging mostly men to have affairs. Now, side note, Noel Biderman, I will say he did have access to some weird information that I don't know how accurate it is. I don't know if any of the conclusions coming from said data is important to anything. I'm not entirely sure. He just dropped random nuggets of statistics here and there, and I'm just going to drop it for you. It turns out that at least among our users, that's what he says, it seems to be the more women they are in a family, so the more daughters they have, or the more sisters a man has, the more unfaithfulness there is. They also study cheating astrological signs. Their finding is Pisces men and Gemini women are the least faithful on their website. And ultimately, Noel says, but is it really my fault? Yeah, I am the most hated man on the internet, but if I shut down Ashley Madison tomorrow, do you intellectually, genuinely believe that a single affair will not take place? You're shooting the messenger. This is societal life.
So what happened with the whole hacking, leaking situation from the Monday?
Yeah, so they get that, leak. Yeah. They're like, we've got all your customer databases. We're about to leak it. Shut down Ashley Madison and shut down established men. And they don't. So then it gets leaked. It gets leaked and it's an implosion. And someone on this board is involved in this leak. Okay, now, but because everything must come back to this, as always, Noel Biderman was in the Epstein files. He was being introduced by a third party who emails Jeffrey Epstein and Noel, writing, "Hi, Jeffrey, I hope all is well. I want to introduce you to Noel Biderman, who was the CEO of Ashley Madison and is now experiencing some of the downsides of their scandal. I was hoping that when Noel is next in New York that the two of you could meet and maybe you could help him think about life after a scandal. And in general, I hope all is well. Irrationally yours, Dan." Irrational, indeed. F***ing Dan, okay? But why was Avid Life Media targeted by this impact team of anonymous hackers?
Wait. Why is Noel trying to get connected with Epstein?
Yeah, we don't know. It doesn't seem like they met. There's like a few back and forth emails that I could find. I mean, there's no definitive response of if they did meet or did not meet, but there's no confirmative email of like, hey, so nice to meet you.
Yeah.
But why was Avid Life Media targeted by this anonymous hacking team? Is it just a bunch of scorned spouses who hate infidelity with a fire-burning passion and want to get rid of any safe space for the offenders and also have hacking experience? Valid reason enough, but there is a lot more to it. Avid Life Media, let's start with Ashley Madison. That's like their bread and butter. This is their staple website. This is where they make the most money. This is the website that helps cheaters have discreet affairs. It's free for women to sign up, like most clubs, and it's predominantly aimed at straight people. But they also have Established Men, the other website targeted by the hackers. It's essentially a sugar daddy website, supposedly to connect older wealthy men with young women, both wanting quote-unquote mutually beneficial arrangements. With it basically advertising, female members are young and beautiful and mostly in their 20s and 30s. These women are looking for older and richer male partners, men who can afford to give them expensive gifts and monetary support. Then you have the counterpart of that, which was Cougar Life. Older women with younger men, which they called Cougars and Cubs. They had Arrangement Finders, another sugar daddy website, but more emphasis on direct and explicit transactional nature of it. Broke College Girls, self-explanatory. They also had like a few smaller niche websites, but these are not just morally bankrupt sites. It's been reported that Avid Life Media employees would actively recruit escorts to join their sites like Arrangement Finders. And they had emails internally where they were discussing how they were going to grab foreign young women, smuggle them into the US, bypassing immigration to sign them up for these websites, which could very loosely be defined as human trafficking, sex trafficking.
International.
Yeah.
Too.
I'm not saying that they did this, but I'm just saying they were coming up with ways of like, well, how would we lie to immigration authorities about it? Which I feel like you're already trying to commit the crime. But this threat that shows up on the employees' computers reads, Avid Life Media runs Ashley Madison, the internet's #1 cheating site for people who are married or in a relationship to have an affair. ALM also runs Established Men, a prostitution human trafficking website for rich men to pay for sex. Trevor, ALM's CTO, Chief Technology Officer, once said, protection of personal information was his biggest critical success factor. And quote, I would hate to see our systems hacked and the leak of personal information. Well, Trevor, welcome to your worst fucking nightmare. We are the Impact Team. So they threaten Avid Life Media, shut it down or we're leaking everything. They don't shut it down. And they leak everything. And this is back in 2015. You had random housewives going on looking for their husband's email addresses. You had journalists going in, typing in every .gov email address, typing in all the celebrities' email addresses. It was an implosion of shit. The damage was done. Profiles, billing information, addresses, full government names, messages are all exposed to the public. And the expose aspect is multifaceted with this one. Like, you obviously have the cheaters being exposed, but you also have Ashley Madison being exposed, and not just for their god-awful security measures that a 5-year-old could probably vibe code these days. One of the main things being exposed was the fact that Ashley Madison created more than 70,000 female bots. They had bots, and these bots were supposed to contact men, basically tricking men that they were talking to a woman who wanted to sleep with them, but they were just talking to a line of code.
That makes sense.
Yeah, because what woman is signing up for this website? If a woman wants to have an affair, she could probably just go to the grocery store. In the US alone, there were 19 million profiles, and 16 million of them were men. So who the hell are they talking to? It's not a local woman in their area who's hot and horny, okay? It's a bot. And the coders would even sit there coming up with their best lines to entice the paying men who want to have affairs. And these are a bunch of dude coders, because you can tell.
So this is before like ChatGPT did times.
Yeah.
Because today.
Yeah. And so they're writing to them, when I was younger, I used to sleep with my friends' boyfriends. This is like a female bot messaging husbands. When I was younger, I used to sleep with my friends' boyfriends. I guess old habits die hard, although I could never sleep with their husbands. I'm sexy, discreet, and always up for a kinky chat. Would also love to meet up in person if we get to know each other and think there might be a good connection. which then would push a lot of male users to purchase the $250 Guaranteed Affair Premium, which then passes that customer along to a third-party affiliate who either provides a real person for the guy to chat to, which is usually not what happens, or they just straight up connect him with an escort service, because a guaranteed affair is a guaranteed affair. And because of the bot's god-awful messages, there are internal reports that Ashley Madison was pondering the idea of paying human women to engage with the men if a woman engaged with a man within 20 to 30 minutes of him buying credits, so he could message more, so he could connect with more women. She can be credited with 5% of the profit. They never executed this thought, but they thought about it, which is telling. They also did previously get sued by a former employee who alleges that she was hired to create 1,000 fake female profiles within 3 weeks to make men think that there were more women willing to cheat than there actually was. The suit alleged that she hurt her wrist by typing to get so many profiles done, stating she became, quote, severely disabled. The company responded at the time by referencing a picture of her jet skiing, saying, an unlikely activity for someone who was allegedly suffering serious injury to her wrists. Oh, and allegedly, they were working on an app called What's Your Wife Worth? This app would let men submit pictures of their wife and others would rate them. And with that, a dollar amount would be generated for how much men likely would be willing to spend for a one-night stand with your wife.
They made that, or they were thinking about making that?
They were thinking about it. Noel Biderman was really excited about it, but he didn't like the developers on it. He said the website interface, the user experience was shit.
I just cannot imagine how many customers there would be for something like that.
So many customers. There have been...
you will expose yourself for...
Yes, but there have been so many Reddit threads where people post explicit photos of their wives, their girlfriends, and those get shut down. There have been so many weird websites. Oh, there was like an entire forum community of people talking about how to drug their wives and partners so that they could bring in other people to word them. So I'm assuming that the demographic, the market cap would be large. During the hack, it is also revealed that the CEO of Avid Life Media, Noel, sought young escorts, which, like, why is that a scandal? I mean, it would seem like something that would happen. Everyone just assumed that this man is in an open relationship with his wife, whom he shares children with. But not at all. His wife has publicly stated before the hack, I'm sure most people assume that because of what Noel does, we must be in an open relationship, but this is absolutely untrue. She states that she would be entirely heartbroken if she discovered Noel being unfaithful. We have such a great relationship and are open about our needs that it would really come as a big surprise. She says that she supports her husband's career, though, because he looks like a villain trying to tear apart relationships, that he's okay with infidelity, but in reality, all he's doing is bringing light to something people turn a blind eye to. He's not afraid to ask really tough questions. I imagine that she was the one asking tough questions when the affair was brought to light in the hack. And a lot of people were actually asking a lot of tough questions. Hunter Biden was named in the leak, to which he denied all involvement and stated that someone else clearly made an account using his email. Which, side note, there is no email verification needed, so that could be very well true. But Hunter Biden is not particularly known as someone who doesn't have affairs. His most notorious affair being that with his own sister-in-law after his brother passed from brain cancer. There's that.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, that was a whole thing in the Biden era, yeah. The husband of a Real Housewife of New York was exposed to have an account. He stated he made one foolishly with a group of his buddies for hee-hee-ha-has. A Florida Circuit Court judge, who was then a prosecutor. This is the guy that prosecuted Casey Anthony. He was found in the leak, and he said, I hope the public will judge me on my 35 years of service and not a bad mistake. He says he never cheated. He just signed up out of curiosity. One Republican Party member was also outed for having a profile, and he said, I did it for opposition research. I needed to see what the fucking Dems were doing. A Christian YouTuber, Sam Rader, and his name starts circulating on Twitter associated with the data leak. This is a Christian couple that makes Christian videos where they're like, I serve my husband. And you know what? I have religious trauma, so I can have a little bit of sass with this one, okay? But it's all like, this is how I serve my husband. I never question his leadership. And I'm like, I question literally everything in everybody's life all the time. Like, you should question more. You should have more question marks in your head, girly pop. But he was associated with the data leak. He says that during this time, this was a very vulnerable time in his life. He was working as a nurse and taking care of their firstborn son. So he was very overwhelmed, which naturally one would think that the way to decompress from life being overwhelming is to, I don't know, take a fucking bath, take a Xanax if you must. But he says when life got overwhelming, he wanted to start a morally, emotionally, physically overwhelming act of cheating on his spouse. He says, I I didn't want to leave my family, but I wanted something exciting in my life. His username was dirty_little_secret_man. Dirty little secret man. He has since gone on to state, this is an issue that is in our past. This was before I got onto YouTube. Yeah, because that makes it better. This was brought to my wife's attention. She has forgiven me for this mistake that I made in opening the account. I have sought forgiveness from God and he has forgiven me, so I have been completely cleansed of this sin.
I did make the account. This was brought to my wife's attention. She has forgiven me for this mistake that I made. I've sought forgiveness to God and he's forgiven me. So I've been completely cleansed of this sin.
There was a pastor who was outed in the leak, outed as a cheater, to clarify. He ends up self-exiting in his garage. To this day, nobody has been arrested, charged, or publicly identified as a member of the impact team that hacked Ashley Madison.
That's crazy. They didn't ask for money or anything, huh?
No.
Huh.
They said, shut your shit down.
Fascinating.
Back then, the vice president of the company would say, I would be asked, who's your biggest competitor to Ashley Madison? And I would say, the Bible. Which seems to be very, very much on the nose. A contributor to Christianity Today reported that approximately 400 church leaders had been identified in the data and were expected to resign all across the country after this leak. One person in particular becomes the face of the Ashley Madison scandal. This one right here. As one would say, he was horny on the main. Joshua Duggar, the eldest, firstborn son of the Duggar family empire.
So this was leaked in 2015?
Yes.
And he was already famous?
Oh yeah, they've
right?
been famous for a really long time, and 2015 is the year that everything Josh does comes to light, and then in 2021 it comes to light once more. And we don't even know if he's the worst of all the brothers.
And that was already headline news. Josh Duggar in the Ashley Madison. Okay.
Because the Duggar family, I mean, they're reality TV show stars from TLC, and they're known to be this huge family of Christian fundamentalists who love God. This is the biggest scandal. And it's not necessarily because he's like the biggest celebrity in the world. I think it's more so the irony of him being on Ashley Madison. Joshua Duggar is part of this family. Christian fundamentalists, by the way, are a very large group of Christians who believe that the Bible and scripture should be oftentimes taken literally. So notable fundamentalists state that God essentially breathed his exact thoughts into biblical writers, meaning that every word of scripture is literally scientifically and historically true. So there's like a lot of different denominations of Christianity, and a lot of them have different beliefs and main goals, I would say. Fundamentalists are hardcore.
And they're not that common, right?
They're huge. It's a huge group of people, yeah. I mean, depending on the severity, the intensity of how fundamental they are, it gets a little bit smaller the more extreme you get, but it's a huge group of people. Huge group. They want to go back to the basics, the fundamentals, hence fundamentalist. You'll often hear them being referred to as fundies. They fucking hate that. Yeah, most of them don't like that. But that's what people will call them. There's like snark pages on Reddit, like fundies. There's a really good YouTube channel, Fundy Fridays. She like dissects all the Christian fundamentalists. I love her channel. I think she runs it with her husband, boyfriend. I'm not sure, but so good. But this is just like one group of fundamentalists. Is she a
Christian or no?
I don't think so. I don't know if she has a background of religious trauma. I'm not too well versed in her lore, but she's incredible if you want to deep dive into, because there's so many different groups of fundamentalists and so many different fundamentalist leaders. She like dissects the shit out of each one of them. But there seems to be a lot of fundamentalists who do have differing beliefs. So you got a large group of hardcore fundamentalists who hate secular culture. A lot of Christians, like a lot of people with faith, will partake in certain aspects of secular culture. They'll still watch TV shows, even if the TV shows, I mean, there's differences.
Wait, they don't watch TV?
No, they don't even have a TV.
They're on TV?
They're on TV.
They're on TV but don't watch TV?
I know. It's like Mark Zuckerberg's kids don't have Facebook. What the fuck?
No way.
Yeah.
They don't watch their own show?
No, I don't think so.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So a lot of Christians, I mean, some of them, because I grew up Christian, not me like having religious trauma right now, but a lot of them will not allow you to even watch any sort of show that has anything that is against the Bible. So witches, magic, Harry Potter is a big one, and it has nothing to do with J.K. Rowling being transphobic. In fact, that probably would have, my old pastor would probably have loved that, but you get what I'm saying. Like, it's a, you know, if there's something that is ungodly, they don't want you to watch it. Some people are more relaxed about it, and they're like, I watch fucking Game of Thrones, and I watch nasty stuff on screen. I might look away, but I still watch it. It's just a movie. It's just a show. It's fine. But historically, fundamentalists typically do not engage with any secular culture, with many of them believing that rock music specifically is akin to the devil's soundtrack to life. Drums could potentially be demonic. Women aren't even really allowed to wear pants for a lot of fundamentalists, only dresses and skirts. So many fundamentalists, they see the Bible as a document that is perfect and so literal that questioning any part of it means questioning all of it. And once you start questioning all the Bible, are you even a person of faith? Joshua Duggar and the entire Duggar family are reality show stars that were like the face of fundamentalist Christians for almost a decade. That's why they had their own reality show. That and the fact that Michelle Duggar and Jim Bob, they've got like 20 kids. Like, I'm going to run you through all of them in a second. Joshua, at this point, though, in 2015, when the Ashley Madison scandal happens, he's 27 years old. He's married to Anna Duggar, and at that point, they have 4 children. He was the executive director of FRC Action. So, like, I need to give you all the information to know why this scandal was a big, huge, colossal failure for the Duggar family. FRC is the Family Research Council. Some call it a right-wing think tank. Others will call it a hate group. It has been declared a hate group, by the way, by Southern Poverty Law Center. So this is not me just like throwing around the word hate group. Their goal is to produce policy research from a self-described biblical worldview. The core agenda revolves around 3 pillars: faith, family, freedom, which means anti-abortion legislation. They focus on trying to ban abortion at every level. They want to support what they call fetal personhood laws. They oppose most, if not all, LGBTQ plus rights. They literally fight same-sex marriage as if someone wants to marry them, which is what I would just call delusional self-flattery. They fight. They stay up and fight gender-affirming healthcare. They push for clauses that allow medical workers to refuse treatment for things like birth control, abortions, and they defend prayer being required in public schools. And they also actively oppose the Equality Act.
Wait, what is his role again, you say? Director?
He's the executive director of one of the FRC's arms, the political arm, where they lobby politicians. Like, that's a huge deal for a 27-year-old to get that position. I mean, he got it through nepotism. A lot of people said that he was largely incompetent and he would show up to meetings late and he had no idea what he was talking about.
But because he's famous.
Yeah.
Right.
And he's a family man. And he's like the face of Christian fundamentalism. And now he is the face of the Ashley Madison leak. But also, like, just to give you a background on who Josh Duggar is, they oppose the Equality Act. That's like waking up one day and decide you want to kill every single butterfly on the planet. Like, you just hate them. Obviously, it's not remotely the same thing, but it's kind of ridiculous to oppose the Equality Act. The Equality Act would prohibit discrimination based on sexual orientation, gender identity, and employment, housing, and public accommodations. They also think X-rated videos are the poison seeping through, running through the rivers, the Chattahoochee River of America. And I'm like, look around. We're not going to war in the Middle East because all of us are horned up. Get a grip. Okay, that's not our problem. FRC Action is part of the Family Research Council. Super powerful council. They are now a church. They just like recently applied for nonprofit church status and they got it. So, I mean, they're rolling in money. They're terrifying. Yeah, and the council that he's on is the lobbying and political arm. So he moves to DC with Anna Duggar and his 4 kids. And even though a lot of Americans have not heard of FRC Action, they have been changing our lives. FRC Action has been instrumental in pushing state-level abortion bans. So if you live in a state with restricted access, FRC's decades of lobbying, judicial appointment advocacy, legislative strategy, and fucking Josh Duggar probably played a huge role in that. Not that he's competent, but he was part of the organization.
So the organization is still very much alive and thriving.
Yeah. A lot of people would say that they have strong political sway of who even ends up in SCOTUS, the Supreme Court of the United States. I mean, this is like a very powerful organization.
Is he still in there?
No, because he's in federal prison. We'll get there.
What?
They're also like an advisory board member, FRC Action, of Project 2025. They don't just like to fuck with Americans. They paid $25,000 to congressional lobbyists to propose the anti-homosexuality bill in Uganda, which would propose the death penalty or life imprisonment for anyone who's gay or caught being gay. FRC would later state that they were actually opposing the bill. Nobody believes them. Josh Duggar, just 27 years old, is the executive director of the FRC Action, the lobbying PAC. But here he is on Ashley Madison. Josh Duggar is a paying member. He didn't just have one account on Ashley Madison, he had 2 accounts on Ashley Madison, 2 separate accounts from February 2013 to May 2015. In total, he spent almost $1,000, $986.76 to be exact, for 2 separate accounts, including he paid for the $250 affair guarantee fee.
Oof.
His account names were Ready for This DC. I don't know if DC, I'm assuming DC meant Washington DC. Like, are you ready for this DC?
What else could it be?
I don't know. I did have a moment of pondering and it was not a good one. And then Josh _ man. Josh the man. Also, he listed one of his billing addresses as his grandma's house in Arkansas. His list of turn-ons include naughty girl, girl next door, aggressive take charge nature. He states on his profile that he's interested in finding a partner that is down to experiment with toys and share fantasies. It's also revealed in this entire shitstorm scandal that Joshua Duggar also had an OkCupid profile.
OkCupid?
That's like a regular dating profile.
How is he so... He's a famous person, right?
Yeah.
But he's putting his face out there?
Yeah.
That's like one screenshot away from...
Exactly. Okay. And he would answer questions. Okay, so OkCupid does this thing where you can answer questions with someone that you've matched with, and the responses will come up together to see if you guys have the same worldviews. So he's trying to cheat on his wife, but also like answering these questions. Do you feel there's any circumstance in which a person is obligated to have sex with you? That's a question. Joshua Duggar writes, yes. Are you the type of person to tell a homeless person to get a job? Yes. The idea of gay and lesbian couples having children is not acceptable. Have you been faithful in all your past relationships? No. Rate your self-confidence. Very, very high. The rest of the OkCupid summary reads, just enjoying life here in DC. Lived here just over a year now. Lots of work, hitting the gym, finding good places to eat, and really needing to add some fun in the mix. What I'm doing with my life right now, I'm an executive in the city. I develop strategies, meet people, crunch numbers around big tables, and occasionally get out of ivory towers to sleep. Also, OkCupid has this very interesting thing where you take a personality test and it tells you if you're less than average, average, or more average in certain traits. So this is not like an actual measurement to someone's capabilities, just how they perceive themselves. And it says that he's a lot more arrogant than the average, more romantic than the average, more sex-driven than the average, more political, more spiritual, more confident, more old-fashioned. However, less independent, less literary, less scientific than the average, which we know because he would say things like, marriage is essential to the American family, and every single child deserves a mother and a father. Okay. Well, all 7 of your kids are about to be without a father because you're going to be in federal prison, but I digress. And like any high-profile cheating man caught with his pants down, Josh puts out a formal statement. I have been the biggest hypocrite ever. While espousing faith and family values, I've secretly over the last several years been viewing pornography on the internet, and this has become a secret addiction. I have been unfaithful to my wife. I am ashamed of the double life that I have been living, and I am grieved for the hurt, pain, and disgrace my sin has caused my wife and family, and most of all, Jesus, and all those who profess faith in him. I have brought hurt and reproach to my family, close friends, and the fans of our show with my actions. The last few years, while publicly stating I was fighting against immorality in our country, I was hiding my own personal failures. As I am learning the hard way, we have the freedom to choose our actions, but we do not get to choose our consequences. I humbly ask you for your forgiveness. Please pray for my precious wife Anna and our family during this time. Joshua Duggar. Jim Bob and Michelle, his parents, come out with a statement. When we learned of this late last night, our hearts were broken. As we continue to place our trust in God, we ask for your prayers for Josh, Anna, his wife, our grandchildren, and our entire family. Joshua Duggar's wife, Anna Duggar, whom a lot of people felt that she was going to leave him at this point, she states in an interview, "I think it's such a betrayal for a spouse to go through what we're walking through. Not only was it a betrayal against me, but it was also a betrayal against those that call themselves Christian, because here we are as a Christian couple, getting married. Everyone was able to see us get married and to vow before God to be loyal to each other, and that loyalty was broken. And so for my heart, it was broken." But Anna will decide to stay with her husband, and eventually they will go on to have another child, 7th child. They name her Madison. But this will be the least of Joshua Duggar's problems, because he's going to end up in jail for something much, much, much worse. When you think of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, MILF Manor typically isn't the first thing that comes to mind. I mean, maybe it is. Okay, maybe I need to broaden my imagination, right? MILF Manor. TLC is the reality show channel. It actually was never that in the beginning. It started off being the Learning Channel, and it was funded by the Department of Health and NASA to essentially create...
TLC stands for the Learning Channel?
The Learning Channel. I know. And it was funded by the Department of Health and NASA to create learning material for people who did not have as much access to schooling. So they would be these little educational videos, hour-long videos of teaching people how to read, would be distributed through a free NASA satellite to all the rural areas where there's not a lot of schools set up. It was, unsurprisingly, not a profit machine. I mean, turns out we don't really enjoy learning, especially not with riveting titles like Learn to Read. If I don't know how to read, how am I gonna read your title? The initiative itself was solid. I mean, there were regions in the US with illiteracy rates that were 3 times the national average. Like, genuinely, I think that this was like one of the times the government was maybe in the right place. But because money runs the world, the parent company eventually goes bankrupt and it's no longer being funded. And the Discovery Network swoop in, buy the Learning Channel, and it's now almost defunct, right? They originally stay on brand. Discovery Channel is like, we're just gonna do like slightly more fun. We're gonna release multi-part series on literature's most influential works. We're gonna bring in scholars, historians, novelists to come in and comment on pieces like Frankenstein, The Origin of Species. Then Paleo World, that was a hit, 50-episode series on dinosaurs.
Paleo World, Sundays at 9 Eastern and Pacific on TLC.
Wow.
Yeah, Ready, Set, Learn, preschool programming.
Ready, Set, Learn, we're on the move.
And then because money still runs the world, the Discovery Channel starts getting creative. They're like, okay, well, maybe it doesn't have to be so informative every second of every time we're on air. Maybe we could just like ease into it. So they do, they ease into it. They don't go from Ready, Set, Learn to Extreme Cougar Wives. Right. Which features, you know, people like 76-year-old Hattie. She sleeps with men as young as 18 years old, and she says things like, I'm confident, I'm sexy, I'm loving, and I've never had a headache. I always have sex on the first date.
I'm confident, I'm sexy, I'm loving, I never have a headache, because yes, I do it on the first date.
You go, Hattie, okay? Then there's Stephanie, not to be confused with me. She's 65, dating a 28-year-old. Yeah, and they, yeah, that's what they do now.
So where the switch, like, they just start making some...
Yeah, so they had Ready, Set, Learn, and then they start doing, you know what we could learn about? Weddings. A wedding story. Watch real couples get married and learn how to wedding plan. And maybe they do these DIY projects to save money, and you can learn, the Learning Channel, how to do that for your own wedding. Then that transitions into a baby story. Watch real couples give birth, and it's medical, and it's relationship, and you can learn the healthcare system, and we can capture their emotional first birth moments. Trading spaces, neighbors swap home. Okay, this one, I don't know what we're learning from it, but like neighbors would swap homes and then redecorate a room in the neighbor's house with money and a designer's help. There's a viral moment where a designer covered up a homeowner's beloved fireplace with a wooden facade, even though the homeowner explicitly told the show not to, and she broke down on camera. They also have while you were out. A family member would decide that your house is disgusting, filthy, and ugly. They would lure you out of the house for 48 hours. A team of designers would come in with the Learning Channel and redo the room that they deemed to be fucking filth. It seems like loosely educational in the sense of like, we want to be voyeurs, but also it was mostly harmless and most importantly, an advertiser's dream. Then TLC starts transitioning their slogans. It was live and learn, life unscripted, to finally, everyone needs a little TLC. They dropped the Learning Channel. They're just TLC now, and they use it as more like tender loving care.
No way.
Yeah. Then it starts to get weird. Honey, we're killing the kids. American version of an existing British show, nutritionists will come in and they'll bring in a laptop and they're like, this is what your kid is gonna look like at 40 years old if you don't stop feeding them tater tots for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Look at your kid. Isn't your kid so unconventionally unattractive? Doesn't that make you want to scream and die? Then they should eat a salad. And everyone's like, this is actually horrendous when you think about it. Like, there's no aspect of this that could be even remotely healthy. They would get a 4-week boot camp to transform the family's habits and follow-up episodes to show how they're going to look more conventionally attractive now with their new lifestyle. It's just like shaming, okay? There's hoarding, Buried Alive, where they would go to hoarders' homes, give them interventions, declutter their homes. One notorious season, 2 members of the crew contracted the very often fatal hantavirus, where humans inhale dust that's contaminated by saliva, urine, or droppings of infected rodents. The mortality rate is up to 38%.
The hantavirus now lurking in an eye-opening new place. A Texas home featured on the hit reality series about hoarders, and now it's threatening an entire community.
My Strange Addiction, you know that one. People who like to eat glass, mattresses. Participants have come forward to state that there was a lot that was depicted that was just straight up staged and set up, and also like there was no therapy, there was no nothing. Extreme couponing. This was like a whole national scandal, that show. Couponers would coupon stack to purchase hundreds of dollars of groceries for pennies. The show triggered a surge of extreme couponing, and stores blamed the show for coupon fraud. A huge wave of coupon fraud took over America after this show. I believe there were people investigated in regards to coupon fraud because of the show. Freaky eaters. Hey you only eat French fries? Welcome to the show. Sister wives, where a man has 4 wives, and I believe at one point they all lived in the same cul-de-sac, and he would go from house to house, and he'd be like, on Mondays, I stay with Megan. On Tuesdays, I go to Terry's house. Outrageous kids parties. Parents would just be spending a lot of money for over-the-top birthday parties for their children. And just like really oddball shows like Mall Cops, where they would follow the security staff at the Mall of America in Minnesota while they deal with shoplifters and people peeing in fitting rooms. Toddlers and Tiaras followed child beauty pageants. That was one of the more controversial ones, as you would imagine, with the constant sexualization of little children. 90 Day Fiancé, very controversial, still up and running.
Oh.
My 600-Pound Life, multiple former cast members have filed lawsuits against the producers. Here Comes Honey Boo Boo. That's a whole other situation I could do a whole episode on, because Honey Boo Boo's mom ends up staying with a child sex offender. Breaking Amish, where they allegedly filmed former Amish people leaving their communities in real time. Social media investigations stated that that was all fake, that these cast members were actually had left their communities years earlier, so the show was not that accurate, but more staged. My 5 Wives, another polygamist. Seeking Sister Wives, another polygamist, where now they're like, my husband wants another wife. Let's go find the perfect wife. They had a special called My Husband's Not Gay, which focused on 4 Mormon or LDS church members who stated that they had SSA, same-sex attraction, and they chose to live in heterosexual marriages because that's in line with their religious beliefs. The men framed their attractions as something they chose not to act on, emphasizing religious conviction in marriage as the priority, which naturally drew significant backlash and criticism. Pregnant Behind Bars, documenting pregnant women in jail and prisons, which, the anger there was that TLC just did not do enough to advocate for prison reform. My Teen is Pregnant and So Am I, where mom and teenage daughter in a family would be pregnant at the same time. Unexpected, another teen pregnancy show. Hot and Heavy, where they would document mixed weight couples, where plus size women are in relationships with male thin male partners. But the name of the show, Hot and Heavy, feels like the men are hot and the women are heavy. And there's almost always this lingering question in every episode of like, why is he even with her when she's fat? MILF Manor. I believe this is the one, where you had the older women with the younger men. But so they had older women come into the villa where they thought that they were just going to meet a bunch of young hunks. But turns out all the young men that they're going to date are like their sons. So they're not going to date their own son, but like the other MILF, that's her son. And they had these weird segments where the mothers would grope the young men's torsos to identify their own son. But there was one show that was one of the biggest ratings success for TLC, like really unlike any other. And that is 19 Kids and Counting, the show about the Duggars. This show repeatedly, consistently hit new highs on TLC.
I mean, because I never heard of them, right?
Yeah.
But you would say most American heard about them in this show.
Yeah. I mean,
Like, you would know this.
leave it in the comments. I knew of the Duggars. I never watched the show. I never kept up with the Duggars. I think maybe because I had a little bit of religious trauma, I don't watch shows like this. But yeah, I know a lot of people do. A lot of people that on the RM team, they're like, you don't know the Duggars? You don't know every person of the Duggars?
I see.
Yeah.
But the show is long finished, right?
The show ended in 2015 because of what I'm about to talk about. And it's not the Ashley Madison scandal that ends the show. Something worse ends the show.
Really?
So this whole show is about Jim Bob. Okay, his real name is Jim Bob. People call him Jim Boob. People call him Rim Job. People call him Boob. You decide what you want to call him.
So Jim Bob Duggar is his full name?
Yes.
Do people just call him Jim? Jim Bob?
They call him Jim Bob.
Jim Bob, okay.
Yeah. Then you have Michelle Duggar, and they are fundamentalist Christians, and they have 19 kids and counting. They had specials before their full-blown multi-season show, and it would be called things like 14 Children and Pregnant Again, Raising 16 Children, On the Road with 16 Children. Season 1 of the TLC reality show wasn't even 19 kids and counting. It was 17 kids and counting, and you can put together what happened there. Now, aside from the fact that Michelle Duggar herself birthed 19 kids and is, by the internet's opinion, freakishly fertile, they all live in one house. They've got to make 19 breakfasts, 19 dinners. There's the infamous tater tot casserole. I mean, it's weird. The whole show,
Wait,
the appeal.
They all live in one house?
Yeah.
With the couple, with the wife, husband, everybody?
No, so the minute that someone gets married, they usually move out. But
Oh,
there was a point in time where most of them were under the same roof.
I see.
Yeah.
So when
most
the
of them.
show was going on, they were like younger. So they're still kids.
Yes.
And, okay.
So I think it was like midway through the show that he's the first one to get married. And this was heavily documented. Joshua Duggar gets married. Heavily documented. Anna Duggar is a big part of the show. The whole appeal of this show is... It's like watching a woman wearing an ankle-length denim skirt, looking like... Michelle Duggar looks like she just walked out of a magazine from 100 years ago, and she runs her house and dinner time like a corporation. All the kids are employees. That fascination causes the show to become TLC's highest rated program ever when it's released. The show is a ratings addiction. People are so confused and intrigued by this entire big family that seem normal, ? And I'm telling you in the perspective of the reality show appeal, not the actual family, because it would be kind of offensive to say that they're wholesome when they have all vocally, outside of the TV show, have stated, well, not all, but a lot of them have been very vocal against just like human rights. A lot of them are anti-abortion, anti-homosexuality. That's what they like to say, right?
Well, over 130,000 people have signed a petition at change.org calling for the cancellation of the popular TLC reality show 19 Kids and Counting. Critics say the family's recent anti-LGBT statements have gone just too far.
19 Kids and Counting star Jessa Duggar is in the hot seat after comparing abortion to the Holocaust.
They're exactly what you expect from like a hardcore Christian fundamentalist family. So, but I think when the TLC show originally aired, a lot of America had a fascination with them because at least on the show itself, they appeared very wholesome.
They don't talk about these issues, right?
No, they always seem like, well, it's always kind of like the nice Southern family of, well, if you don't believe in God, you're going to burn in the pits of hell, but like that vibe.
Does Jim Bob have a job or
Yeah, so Jim Bob was like a car dealership dude, and then later they get into trying to flip houses and real estate, but his whole job becomes the reality show.
Okay.
He is a politician at one point, not a good one, but he was.
Do they get paid for the TLC?
Yes, they made millions and millions of dollars from this show, all taken by Jim Boob and Michelle Duggar. There were lots of complaints, particularly from Jill Duggar later, who writes a full book, and her husband Derek, who say like everything, they were forced to be documented. She alleges that Jim Bob would have her sign contracts without reading them because she just trusts her dad, and it would be like, oh, from now on, you are forced to come to every TLC appearance, and they would get nothing out of it.
You felt that your father, quote, tricked you into signing a contract the night before your wedding. Mm-hmm. The revenue you generated, one could argue, was considerably more than that.
Yes. But they're Christian fundamentalists, right? So all the children would dress in a certain way. The girls were all wearing dresses, long dresses. They never wore pants or shorts. They all had curly hair. All the girls in the family, the daughters, they had softer voices. Michelle Duggar is known for talking like this, with like a slight southern accent, but very soft. Nothing, it's almost like she's always whispering, and she can barely, like, you just always hear this very soft demeanor.
As a mother, you look forward to the milestones in your children's lives.
The boys, they're just there. The boys are just there, and they're scared to look at any girl. The family believes that the female body is a tripwire for sin. It's like a code red. They would have a code where if one of the girls, they're out and about, one of the girls in the family would yell, Nike! All the boys in the family would crane their necks down, looking at the floor, because one of the older girls would later write in the book, so Jill Duggar would write in her book, that it's because like someone who was wearing, I don't know, maybe something that showed their shoulders or a butt cheek was out and about. So all the guys had to look down.
Nike though?
Yeah, so they would scream Nike.
Why Nike?
I don't know. Yeah, and they all homeschooled their children. And side note, like I said, all the Duggar kids are named with J names. So you got Josh, Jana, John David, Jill, Jessa, Ginger, Joseph, Josiah, Joanna, Jedediah, Jeremiah, Jason, James, Justin, Jackson, Johanna, Jennifer, Jordan, Josie.
Wow.
Michelle Duggar stayed busy. She was having a baby like every 18 months. So
you can say some of them were twins too, right?
Yes, there's 2 sets of twins. Wow. And you can kind of see how all of this makes for really good reality TV. Large group of people. There's a large group of people who watch this show that could relate to the Duggars. So probably not the part where they need a whole school bus to transport the family to the grocery store, but a lot of people grew up in super conservative, strict religious families, and either they're still in it or they've left it and they're watching the show with perhaps morbid fascination of what their lives could have been. Or there are people who aren't raised religiously and think that the whole show is very interesting because it's so different from their own way of life, but ultimately it still feels kind of wholesome. Like the biggest plot point of every episode is like, we're having a guest over. Now girls, run 20 loads of laundry, and ooh, how many cans of pickles are we getting at the grocery store? And now we gotta teach one of the kids how to drive. It's like very slice of life-y. And as long as TLC edits out all the parts that they're probably being homophobic, transphobic, anti-women, anti-diversity, you get it, then it's going to stay wholesome. Now, again, like I said, when I talk about their wholesome family image, it's not because I condone any of some of their bigoted beliefs, and many of them still hold those beliefs. I'm giving you a context on how they became famous, and without further research, why people might watch their reality show and perceive them to be wholesome. They were literally marketed that way. Christian family trying to navigate the world. It'd be like, Duggars go to New York City for the first time. And in this wholesome image, let's break down the family members. You've got Jim Bob, who comes off originally as the aw shucks guy, like the aw shucks patriarch. He runs the family. He originally had a Southern dad appeal, no more, but he did. He'll be asked about drugs. And he could just say, I've never taken drugs. But he's like the, shucks. There's a few times I've been sick and I've taken some Tylenol or aspirin, but I've never taken marijuana. Well, nobody was asking you about the Pepsid to cocaine pipeline. Like, that's a really, you didn't have to say that, right? Then you have Michelle Duggar, soft-spoken. Makes it hard to believe that she's birthed 18 kids because after like maybe 2, you start yelling a little bit more because life is hard, right? But she's not. She portrays herself as someone who never loses her cool, even though she has 19 more kids than most people. But she's also like super mom by the grace of God. She says she wasn't always like that before. She found God, she didn't grow up religious like Jim Boob.
I hadn't really attended church that much growing up.
And so I knew nothing. I didn't know what an invitation was. I didn't know what an altar call. I knew nothing.
She actually used to do this crazy thing, sinful, where she would mow her lawn in a bikini as a teenager. And she felt it was sinful to lead all the married men astray in the neighborhood, which is not only really confident, but like a very odd story to share.
Yeah.
They get married on Michelle's 18th birthday. Story goes, Jim Bob walks into a yogurt shop and sees Michelle, falls in love. She converts to IBLP, his religion, and then Disney becomes synonymous with the devil. Apparently, the Duggars would have a bonfire where they would burn anything that was worldly and not godly. So fucking Mickey Mouse is getting cremated by the name of God.
Okay.
And again, I just want to make it like abundantly clear. I think religion is one of the more beautiful aspects to human life and existence, though I'm not religious, and that probably is like due to my own personal upbringing. But I think that most people who are in some sort of faith-based life, a lot of them are some of the sweetest people, and they support gay rights, women's rights. They support all of that, and they're just living life, going to temple, church, synagogue. But he's weird. Okay, so this is not me poking fun at religion. This is me poking fun at Jim Boop. He says, they also are not allowed to dance. Jim Bob says, we try not to shake body parts to draw attention to our bodies. So the two of them, they go on to have their very first child, Josh Duggar.
My name is Joshua Duggar.
They called him the little governor. So Jim Bob eventually gets into politics. Josh Duggar would follow his dad to the Capitol in Arkansas and meet with all these politicians. He would even later join the Family Research Council, like I said, the highly, highly political right-wing group. His on-air persona at the time was role model eldest golden boy, responsible, charismatic, into politics. This is the prototype for what every Duggar kid should strive to be. He's the first to get married, but even then his relationship with Anna Duggar becomes like a huge storyline for the show. The show leans so heavily into Josh Duggar being Jim Boob 2.0. He's going to be a great family man. He also ironically sang the loyalty song to Anna during the ceremony, during their wedding. Yeah. There's this one scene in the show though. Josh doesn't want to move. So they're all sitting at the dining table and Josh doesn't want to move. He's holding one of their babies and Anna is pregnant with another baby. And she's like trying to get behind him and he's like, oh, he like makes a half-hearted attempt to move his chair. He's like, just doing this. And then Anna, she decides, oh, don't mind me. It's okay. You don't have to move, my amazing husband. Let me just get on all fours while I'm pregnant and crawl under the table to get to my seat. Then you have...
What? Wait.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, she's doing it as if this is a normal thing to do?
Yeah.
Like, this happens a lot?
But I think the way that it's edited with the lighthearted music, I think in hindsight, this show was really effective at normalizing horrendous relationships. Then there's Jana Duggar.
My name is Jana Duggar.
A lot of people have sympathy for Jana because she's the firstborn daughter, which naturally makes it seem like she was tasked unfairly with basically raising all of her siblings. She actually gets married latest. She gets married in her 30s, which nothing is wrong with that. But netizens feel like she was forced to watch her siblings get married, have children of their own, while she was forced to stay in the family home, homeschooling all the younger kids, raising all their siblings. She's known to be basically good at everything. Musical instruments, gardening. The word Cinderella comes out a lot when people talk about her, and not necessarily in like a mean-spirited way. A lot of people who have strong parasocial connections to the Duggars wanted to save her in a sense. She does get married and gets cited for misdemeanor child endangerment. We're gonna get into that later, but yeah, later. That's later. Then you have her twin brother, John David Duggar.
My name is John Duggar.
On the show, he's kind of the older, reserved guy that's in the background. He's very much hated by the internet these days, but on the show, he was just a quiet, reserved, strong persona, very masculine, emphasis on persona. He has a pilot license. He almost killed his entire family because he let the aircraft run out of fuel and they crash landed in a field.
What do you mean? Like, they were on the show, he was flying
This
the plane?
was not on the show, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, but he was flying the plane and they crash landed. And he also was like stealing supplies from missionary efforts, is the allegation on the internet. not my allegation. Yeah, people hate him. People hate him. And he has one of the more viral moments on 19 Kids and Counting, because at his wedding with his wife, this is a lot of the Duggars, their first kiss is their wedding day, wedding ceremony kiss, like, which is great for ratings, right? But he does this thing where he doesn't just like kiss his wife. He like makes a whole drawn out production of it where he kisses her hands, then her cheeks, and then her forehead and her lips. And it's very uncomfortable to watch. Then you have Jill Duggar.
My name is Jill Duggar.
She's been very outspoken about her family since the show. She will become pivotal later, but while on the show, they kind of molded her to be the persona of the eager to please daughter who wanted to be noticed. She seemed deeply enthusiastic about anything that the family valued. On her wedding day, Jim Bob, her dad, tells her new husband, Derek, that he has permission to kiss the bride.
Derek, you may kiss the bride.
Jessa?
My name is Jessa Duggar.
Growing up, she was seen as the outspoken, sharp-tongued Duggar by Duggar standards. She was the first daughter to enter a courtship on television, and I believe their very first kiss was not at the altar, but afterwards. So they wanted a very private moment for their kiss. Now, prior to this, during the courting, Jim Bob gave them permission for a 30-second hug. So there's that. There's also a weird viral moment where Jim Bob and Michelle go on a date with Jessa and Ben during their courting process. And Jim Bob and Michelle, I don't know if the Holy Spirit compelled them to do this, but they're mini golfing and they're like, here's what all the fun you can have when you get married. And they're just like dry humping on the mini golf course. They're like,
who?
Jim Bob and Michelle.
Dry humping?
They're both like, you know, when you in like the yeah, but it was not.
When you say courting.
Oh, we're gonna get into courting. So
okay.
courting is their version of dating.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Then you have Ginger.
My name is Ginger Duggar.
Now, Ginger, who has been very vocal, she also has 2 books since the reality show ended. There was a whole free Ginger movement online during the show because she would roll her eyes. She would mention that she wanted to live in a big city one day. She wouldn't mind it. She wouldn't mind living in New York City one day. And so a lot of people online were like, we gotta save Ginger. She's the one that we can save. We can get her out of the grip of the fundamentalist. Ginger has since written her book, Free Indeed, but she says in her book, as TLC ordered more seasons, I became known as the girl with a million expressions, apparently because of my exaggerated faces. People even called me the Rebel Duggar, which was funny considering I wanted nothing more than to please my parents. It was all because of one offhand comment I made on camera about how I love the city and enjoy visiting it. That innocent statement turned into entire Reddit threads about how I wanted to move away from my family and lead an exciting life in the city. Joseph Duggar.
My name is Joseph Duggar.
At the time, he's known as the quiet, nice one, athletic. A lot of people loved him. They thought that he was soft. He has this baby face. More on him later. Josiah.
My name is Josiah Duggar.
Class clown, family prankster. He's notably also a rebel by Duggar standards, so much so that he was sent to this camp that fundamentalists go to, which is just like really harsh military-esque training. Really just, and people said that you could see the light leave his eyes after that. He's generally well liked by the internet. You have Joy Anna.
My name is Joy Anna Duggar.
She's known as the tomboy. I don't know if that word is offensive to some people, but that's what a lot of people would call her on pages. But the show focused on her gravitating more towards boy activities rather than domestic chores like her sisters. Then you have Jeremiah and Jedediah. They're the Duggar twins.
My name is Jedediah Duggar. My name is Jeremiah Duggar.
Fans dubbed them the Lost Boys because they barely ever got individual screen time. They just kind of blend into the episodes. And this is again when they're young, because Jedediah later is going to get himself into some trouble because he's going to pat his wife on the head when she gives labor, and he's going to weight shame his wife during pregnancy, and then he's going to run for public office. Jason the Builder.
My name is Jason Duggar.
Another one that just kind of gets lost. He just like builds things, very into construction work, flipping houses. James Duggar, known to be resourceful. So in this pink square, I actually have a lot of the single Duggar children, and then obviously they're underage, but like single as in, it's actually very important in the Duggar universe of who's married, who has children, who's courted, and who is, quote, eligible for courting. It's like a thing. James Duggar, resourceful helper. Justin Duggar, people say he was like the sweet, thoughtful one, and this is during the show. Jackson, the jokester. His parents would say that he's like the best jokester, best storyteller ever. And a lot of the younger Duggars, there's not much. I would say like their biggest controversies that they face are still being part of very like right-wing religious groups. Like Jackson's thing was he is very involved, I believe, in Turning Point USA, or he's at like a lot of their conferences. So like the younger Duggars, there's not as much compared to the older Duggars. There's not as much history. There's not as much of a digital footprint and all of these things that's going on. And with 2 of the older Duggars, criminal histories. So with that, you know. Jackson's classic move, though, would be to bring in snakes indoors to tease his siblings. Then you have Johanna. Johanna is, after 6 boys, they finally have another daughter. And she's described as outgoing and always tidying up after her siblings, which I don't know if like anyone should be known for that. Then you have Jennifer, the younger ones, like I said, we don't really know much about, but huge animal lover. Jordan Grace, people call her the overlooked baby because right after, and you can kind of see it happen, like right after Josie is born, quickly after, and Josie is nicknamed the miracle baby. She spent 6 months in the NICU. And actually one of the most disturbing scenes in the entire series is the producers film her having a seizure on camera, Josie. Jenna is watching over her, sobbing, praying for her, freaking out. The directors finally step in to help. They rush her to the hospital. Meanwhile, Jim, Bob, and Michelle are away and do not rush home. So there's something called the Quiverful movement in fundamentalist Christians, which the family has denied being part of it, though it seems like they follow the principles to the T. These are essentially people who believe that children are tools for God. They invoke God's word. And that's really the only reason to keep having children beyond conventional desire. Therefore, if you have a ton of children, you are blessed by God and you should keep having these kids because that's what God wants. So for it, like family planning is frowned upon. Any sort of contraception is frowned upon because it's God's will. Like if it happens, it's God's will. And if you follow that logic, you can see how forms of birth control can start becoming demonized. There have been lots of controversial statements made by people in the Quiverful movement who liken birth control to murdering children. Even natural family planning, just like following your ovulation scandal, is frowned upon by hardcore Quiverfuls, aka don't even plan when you're least likely to get pregnant. Like just do it and see what happens. A woman's body is meant to be a living sacrifice. Yeah, to having kids. And that's why a lot of people will track the Duggars' kids. So they want to track, a lot of internet people like to track how many kids each Duggar child has because that gives them an indication of how deep in the fundamentalist religion that they still are, because not all of them have spoken out. Does that make sense?
Spoken out about, like just Duggar, the whole scandal and what they believe in.
Yeah.
So they can tell by how many kids is how much they're still following this belief.
Yeah.
I see.
If you are a man who had a vasectomy, you should go and reverse it because you can't cut off children. You owe it to God. In the Quiverful movement, there are people called reversal babies, where husbands would reverse their vasectomies, then go on to have a child, and they were known as reversal babies in the communities.
Is that good or bad?
Like they would all hang out with themselves apparently, and they liked it. Some people like really wanted. I was on Reddit. I was so deep in Reddit, and they would like, I think they would lie that their dad had a vasectomy, undid it, and then they were born to join like reversal baby cliques in churches.
That's weird.
It's become like a religious, societal, right way to live life, even political type of movement, the Quiverful movement, with people who leave these communities writing. Quiverful movement people, they think that they have the numbers. They're going to be able to control the fate of the government for cultural and technological ends. A lot of women that were part of the Quiverful movement have stated that they aren't afraid of dying during childbirth because a lot of them are warned against additional pregnancies. Like if you've had multiple babies, the doctors will be like, this is not safe. But one states, I really believe that I wouldn't die unless God willed that I die. And if he did, then I would accept that. It's a pretty controversial movement considering it leads families to have a lot of children that they cannot feasibly care for emotionally, physically, financially. A lot of people in the Quiverful movement are living in poverty. There's food scarcity. The children are growing up hungry and anxious. But a lot of them argue if God wants you to have a certain number of kids, he will find a way for you to provide for them. And Jim, Bob, and Michelle, whether they like it or not, they become the face of the Quiverful movement. And it's really not fair because they're multimillionaires making tons of money money off of this reality show, this TLC reality show, and there's no more food scarcity in the house anymore. Meanwhile, what they're advocating is leading to food scarcity amongst children in the United States because their parents are falling into the quiverful movement. But the reality show doesn't focus on that. They focus on the fact that all the sons, like, they would run marathons in long pants because shorts are bad. Shorts are banned. They would risk a heat stroke.
That's really?
Yeah.
Do they swim?
Yeah, so the girls, when they go to the beach, they wear long skirts, which I think is like a pretty huge safety concern.
Long skirt, and the boys wear long pants? Oh.
It actually becomes
Do they wear shirts?
Yes. It actually becomes a huge scandal when one of the elder daughters wears pants. It becomes like a huge thing.
Really? Which one?
They all started wearing pants. Jill, Jessa, and Ginger.
In the
Jill
show?
and Ginger. Not in the show, but later on. Yeah.
So what if they see other people shirtless on the beach?
They probably scream Nike. Yeah. And they had the infamous tater tot casserole. The Duggar family tater tot casserole. You cannot separate the two. They didn't like invent the tater tot casserole, but they probably ate it every week. It's cheap, it's easy to make, it's filling. You get frozen tater tots and then you add like cream of mushroom soup, sour cream, all this. You make a casserole. People thought that the Duggars loved it so much to the point that I believe they refused to eat it for like 3 years because everywhere they went to visit anybody, they would be served tater tot casseroles.
Wait, I'm sorry. Why?
Yeah.
Why is tater tot casserole a scandal?
It's not a scandal. It just becomes like a huge part of their lore.
Oh.
Yeah, like they make tater tots casserole and they love it. And then now everyone thinks they love it. So everywhere they go, they're served a tater tot casserole. And then the kids are like, I fucking hate tater tot casseroles now.
Oh, they finally
Yeah.
just came out to say we actually hate that.
Yeah, one of them said like we couldn't eat it for 3 years because all we did eat was tater tot casserole because everyone thought we loved it. Yeah.
Okay.
Then there's a part in Jill Duggar's book where she says that her family would role play different scenarios on what to do to stay as far away from sin as possible, to hold the devil with a 10-foot pole, right? They would practice. What if their friends asked them to read a book? Now, what if someone comes up to you and says, hey, Joseph, why don't you read this book right here? It's got a witch in it. Joseph would deliver his line right on cue. I'm a Christian. I won't be able to do that. Joseph will later be arrested, so there's that. All the kids are homeschooled. They don't even have a weather radio in their house. So if there's a tornado coming their way because they live in Arkansas, their cousins would have to call them and scream at them, shelter in place, shelter in place. I repeat, shelter in place. There's a tornado warning. They had, ironically, they also had an entire camera crew following them around that would be aired to the very, very secular network of TLC, but all in the name of spreading the word of God, I guess. Look, I don't know, but the most controversial things to come out of the show initially, in the very beginning, were the buddy systems. There is no way for Jim, Bob, and Michelle to raise 19 children, so they just thought, why don't we have the children raise the children? Michelle says, Mom cannot be everywhere at once, and so my older children help to take care of my younger children. When a baby is born, it's my buddy until it's weaned, and then from there it goes to the other buddy, whose ever turn it is to get a buddy. Guess who's all the buddies? All the girls.
Oh, so the guys didn't have buddies?
No, not really. I mean, like, they compare all the girls' tasks, so all of them have to pull their weight in the house. And all the girls, they're doing like 10 loads of laundry, they're cleaning all the rooms, they're doing this, and the guys are like, well, today, on my list of to-dos, I have to feed the dog. Process goes like this. Every Duggar has at least one buddy. If you're too old and don't need help from a buddy, that means you're ready to take on a younger buddy. A big buddy helps you get dressed, brush your teeth, comb your hair, get your breakfast, do your homework, learn to play violin, piano, and sew. They're there to pick you up when you fall and keep track of you when you're out and about. No one is exempt from the buddy brigade. Yeah, so I mean, the boys did have buddies, but like, they're not really doing much. Jim Bob's buddy is Michelle, because he still needs to be catered to and taken care of like a fucking infantile toddler. And Michelle reserves the privilege of being each of the children's very first buddy. Basically, 11-year-old little girls becoming parents while the boys are off being boys. But they also have the courting system. Like a lot of fundamentalist Christians, the Duggar family has a tendency to get married very early with the exception of 2 siblings. Most of the others get married 18, 19, maybe early 20s. And you could say it has to do with their dating system, courting system. The system where God is the ultimate chaperone. So the rules are this: no dating, no kissing, no hand-holding, no frontal hugs. If you want to spend time together, chaperones must be there.
Spend time with somebody else, you mean? Like a new person?
If you want to spend time with someone that you are going to marry, even if you're on the phone with them, another sibling has to chaperone and make sure you're not doing anything ungodly. And maybe America is the chaperone because we're just watching this all play out on the reality TV show. A lot of it comes from this decades-old book that got a lot of evangelical Christians like in a knot, where the author states dating is training for divorce. So courtship should be a godly thing. A young Christian man should decide that he is financially, spiritually, and emotionally ready for marriage, and he's going to approach the father of a potential bride, asking permission to be in a supervised relationship with the explicit intent to marry.
So, a few questions, right? How do they meet people? How do they know they just walk by someone on the street and decide that's the person, or?
No, so they all go to similar churches. A lot of them got courted by people they either went to the same church with, or they would have these like youth seminars all around the nation where people with same ideological beliefs would gather for like summer camp. VBS, ooh, that used to be the bane of my existence.
VBS?
Yeah.
What's that?
Vacation Bible Study.
Oh.
They would like starve us. It was a thing. Yeah, you couldn't get your food until you memorized a ton of Bible verses. And I was like a chubby little hungry kid. And I would come back just like so hungry. Yeah, it was actually like, I don't even know how that's ethical, but okay.
So you see a girl that you kind of like, and you go straight to the dad saying,
yeah,
I'm gonna marry her.
Yeah.
Is there like a trial? Do I have to marry this person? Like,
yeah, most likely.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, because I guess if a girl was courted by multiple men, she's just a whore, right? Yeah. And girls get no say in a lot of this. So, I mean, it really depends on the family. There are certain families on Reddit who are saying like, no, I don't really believe in this courting system. But there are also a lot of families deep in this religion where they say, if God wants a man to marry you, the man will want to marry you, and that's God's will. The author that wrote this book that some people would accredit to the beginning of this courting system would later pull his own book from publication stating that he gave millions of people the wrong advice and that he's not even a Christian anymore. So like, what the hell? A lot of people built courting systems based off this original book, and now he's just like taking backsies, his information. He's like, oops. But the Duggars, they had their own little spin on it. Apparently, Jim Bob, who a lot of people, like I said, call Rim Job, would have potential suitors for his daughters fill out 45-page applications, questionnaires, which, you know what, is not the craziest thing in the world. I feel like that's something I would do if I had a daughter in this world. However, the questions aren't even good. The questions are not even good. There is an alleged leak version of it online where some of the questions, okay, some of them are completely valid. Like when someone gets married, do you have any financial debt? If so, explain the extent and circumstances. You should probably know your partner's credit score before you get married, okay? Yes, that, fine. But other questions are just weird. Would you be willing to die for Christ? If you're not dying daily, how can you be so sure you would die for Christ then? Then when did the fruit of the Spirit start appearing in your life? I don't even know what that means, sir.
Fruit of the Spirit?
What was your prior experience with dating and romance? Have you ever kissed or been physically intimate in a way with a girl or a woman? If so, explain the circumstances. What is your stance on terminating a pregnancy? What about in the case of our wording? What are your views on child training, including corporal punishment? When at home or in the car, who does the temperature have to be set to please? You or the others in the car? How about in regards to your mom or sister?
So if you're in the car with your mom and sister and your partner?
Yeah.
Who do we set the temperature catering to?
Yeah.
What's the right answer according to Jim Bob?
The man, duh.
What about like the man and Jim Bob in the car?
Jim Bob.
I see.
Yeah. Yeah, what a weird question, no? Like, can you imagine telling my dad that in the car, you're the one that sets the temperature? My dad would bonk you over the head. That's actually insane.
Yeah.
How will you approach your wife or daughters if they are immodest? What are your views on public swimming? One of the suitors counts, one of the courters states, I got sent a 50-page questionnaire. I sent it back at 105 pages.
I got sent a 50-page questionnaire. I sent it back at 105 pages.
What does that mean? Like he came back with a lot of answers?
Yeah. Michelle Duggar also has words of advice for her daughters, according to their book. a love that multiplies. She says, for instance, I have told my girls that romance novels are to women what pornography is to men. They stir up emotions with unreal fantasies. In contrast, God's word tells us to think on things that are honest, pure, lovely, and of a good report, which is crazy.
She doesn't like romance novels?
Yeah.
What's wrong with the romance novel?
She's saying it's unrealistic standards. And like, I think we know that. I'm not expecting that, honey, you're going to be the leader of the Russian mafia and a billionaire that's going to storm in and kill people who even dare look at me because you're so possessive. But like, I don't know why she is. Like, it's so bizarre.
Sounded like she read some.
Yeah. To know.
Like,
Yeah.
Like, I don't think romance novels sounds anything like what you just said, but
Yeah.
to her, she probably read it. Right?
Exactly. And her romance novel is probably like the diet romance.
Hey, you never know, because some of these guys, they say one thing and do the other things.
That's true.
You never know. You know?
Michelle, I want to know. I want to know your read on Goodreads, okay? And from, again, a reality TV standpoint, we love Love Island. We love Love is Blind. We also apparently love courting in the 19 Kids and Counting, because this whole dating process is part of the reason that the show is so successful. I think it's the dating, it's the fast-pacedness of courting. It also feels higher stakes because usually the courting phase lasts a very short amount of time, a few months, and then they get married at the altar and they're like, oh my God, I'm gonna have my first kiss. I'm gonna like have a kid. And the cameras are everywhere. We are the unpaid chaperones.
Wait, so all of these people, we see them start courting on the show and they get married in a couple months, and there's no divorces so far?
Nope.
Really?
Even when there are crimes committed against children, there are no divorces. Like, genuinely, the rhetoric in their beliefs, and I'm not saying there as in the children, but maybe perhaps because the lack of divorce is kind of astonishing in certain circumstances, but I think their view of divorce is genuinely, you might as well sever your relationship with Christ. But the whole point of this is just to get you familiar with Joshua, the firstborn Duggar child, and to understand him and why he gets locked up in federal prison for over a decade for crimes against children. So in order to understand that, we also have to know, like I said, we got to know 19 Kids and Counting, the reality show, which I just told you about, but we also have to talk about Jim Bob's political run. This is a high bar to call a political career. It's just disastrous. Everyone holding office, their career has been disastrous. Jim Bob's career is a car crash straight into the Capitol, but he hasn't even made it in the car. The car is driving itself and he's just like chasing after it, trying to get into the car crash. His political career is a mess. He does get elected as a House representative in the Arkansas House of Representatives and then wins re-election, but instead of seeking a third term, he's like, I gotta run for the Senate in Arkansas because God told me to, and God wants me on vacation, but the world works in mysterious ways. Here we are, right? But he first runs for Senate, and the only issue he seems to care for is abortion. And apparently, he hates Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton being elected horrified him into action. So, I don't know, maybe he's got a good chance, right? So the person that he's running up against is another Republican. He's actually got in a lot of hot water. This is why I think he has a good chance. So this Republican that was in the Senate, he's all, God is good all the time, God is good. And then he goes and divorces his wife of 39 years and then marries a former employee. And his voter base is like, hello? What the hell was that? This guy is a former Southern Baptist minister turned politician, turned divorcee, turned second marriage with a former staffer who's much younger than you. I mean, what? So Jim Bob is going up against that. Most people could win up against that. He just doesn't know anything about politics. During debates, when he's asked to address key issues, he's like, come on, kids. And he'll bring 13 of his kids on stage and they'll sing a song. And everyone is like, we asked you a question. And he's like, shut up, I'm a family man. Needless to say, he gets wrecked. He loses. But he runs again after and then fails. And then he just ends up helping other Republicans like Mike Huckabee, Rick Santorum, stating that he loves Rick because Rick wants less government intervention in our lives. Except when they want to control women's bodies, okay? Interestingly enough, Jim Bob, very vocal about wanting to make and incest capital crimes. Basically, if you commit incest, you should be killed by the government. Keep this in mind for later, But he also tries to outlaw anyone from under 21 becoming a midnight ballerina. And it's just like a mess of a political career. And if you think that Jim Bob has very anti-everything values in politics in Arkansas, there are two Jims in politics in Arkansas with these beliefs. You've got Jim Bob and his very close best friend, Jim Holt. So Jim Holt is going to be important, okay? Jim Holt has a lot of similar beliefs to Jim Bob. He and his wife, Bobby, have 11 kids. And Jim Holt has won a seat in the Arkansas House of Representatives where he co-sponsors a bill that would require public schools to state that evolution is an unproven theory. He's also homophobic. He said that, quote, if my own mother voted against the federal marriage amendment, I'd be campaigning against her. Every person in America has come together on this issue of same-sex marriage. We have the issue that is we must defend our traditional values. He also said for Roe v. Wade, it is a terrible decision and should be overturned. If we truly care for the women of our great country, we must end this cruel and gruesome procedure. Depressing, yes, but Bobby Holt, the wife of Jim Holt, says that she's known the Duggars for decades. They're all in politics and they all go to the same church. They do Bible studies and ski trips together, and the Duggar kids apparently call her Auntie Bobby Holt. It would, only make sense, right? That their children would eventually court each other. So Joshua Duggar was originally not, by most people's beliefs, going to marry Anna Duggar. The little governor, that's what they called Joshua Duggar, asks Jim Holt for his eldest daughter, Kaylee Holt's hand in marriage. They start the courting process. It's kind of expected, common knowledge.
On the show?
No.
Oh, secretly?
This was like before.
Oh.
And it was common knowledge that this was going to happen in the community and they were just going to get married. Like that was it. No one was like even looking at Joshua as someone who was going to be courting anybody else because that's how close they were. They're like two boobs in a bra. And then, no, because I have to find some happiness somewhere sometimes because this was so depressing, okay? But the Holts find out something really, really bad about Joshua. Something that requires Josh to be sent away for 4 months, away from his family, his parents, his siblings, and the Holts, they want Joshua to never come around their daughter ever again. But nobody knows why.
Then how do we know this?
It comes out all later. But around that time, the courting just ends abruptly. It's not happening. They're not doing it. And that's where Jim Bob and Jim Holt, they suddenly become icy. And everyone's like, okay, something happened. And then Josh gets sent away for months.
Sent away where?
To this other Christian family who run a home remodeling business. And he's got to home remodel.
Okay.
And then Joshua comes back. Now they're on a TV show and he starts courting a girl named Anna Keller. She's number 5 of 8 children in the also deeply religious Keller family. The Keller family are very different from the Duggars. They are financially not well off. And a lot of people, a lot of internet users and people who run in the same fundamentalist circles say that Anna Keller's dad is all about marrying up in the religious ladder. They meet at a homeschooling conference and Josh is like, that's the one. He asks the Kellers if he can court Anna Keller. Their courting, relationship, eventual wedding, and marriage are all documented on the TV reality show, even the wedding planning. Josh is all like, men approach planning a wedding. I think I'm more of the kind, I look at it more of like a systematic process, I say. So, here's the desired result and here's the way we need to accomplish it. Women look at it as like a wedding and XYZ has to happen in between. He's just saying nonsense. He's just saying whatever comes up in 3 neurons that are going off, okay? They just have a lot of uncomfortable moments. And his dad also say it's the way God ordained it. Josh becomes the authority at the wedding. He becomes her authority, not me. And that's the way God designed the transfer of authority, and it's a good design. So basically, women can never have authority over themselves. They must always have a man being authorized for them. Okay? So the logic is, women cannot be responsible for themselves and it needs to be a man. So God has the ultimate authority. And then a woman, usually it's their dad. And then once they get married, they're under their husband's authority. Now, when they get married, Jim Bob gives Joshua a CD from like this guy named Ed Wheat, who is a pre-marriage counselor. It's a guide on how to, quote, instructions on how to give a good hand job and be available at all times.
Oh, when you say CD, it's like a CD player CD.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was cash deposit. I was like, oh, you give him some cash.
No, it gives like a CD, video tutorial CD for the two of them to watch on their wedding night on how to give a good hand job and be available at all times. Be available at all times. That is what women are taught in certain circles of this religion, that you should be joyfully available for your husband at all times. Jim Bob explains it's so important for the man to learn to cherish his wife and for him to realize that it takes a lot longer for her to kind of get in the mood and stuff after they're married versus a man is instant on, instant off, but a woman, it takes time. Spoken like a true man who has never pleased a woman before. At the wedding, Josh sings a song of loyalty that goes like, when you have hard times and all the others are gone, I will be there. You know, when the troubles have come through, sunshine or rain, when no help can be found, things may seem hopeless, things may seem hopeless, but just look over. And if you think that I'm tone deaf, his is worse. I will say how they get married is a lot. They were planning on courting, but Anna stated specifically that she did not want to officially start courting until she was 20 years old. Josh surprises her by proposing to her. They don't court. Proposes to her at her 20th birthday party. And she looks uncomfortable.
What do you mean? So you mean like Anna's like, that's a stranger right there?
Basically.
Is trying to marry me?
And she like looks surprised and finally she whispers yes. And Michelle Duggar explains, Anna, since it was your 20th birthday and you had made that commitment to the Lord that you wouldn't court or get engaged or whatever until you turned 20, your daddy, you know, had said he really wanted you to keep that commitment. So I guess Joshua and your daddy figured out all this together to surprise you. 3 months later, they're married. Anna goes from her dad's house in Florida to her husband's house in Arkansas, and people describe their relationship as a super fan meets religious royalty. Like, Anna is just obsessed. She has never lived alone. She's never had a real job. She doesn't even have a driver's license for the first few years that they're married. And within a year of being married, she's pregnant with their first child. And they later become known as the M Kids. So they carry on the tradition of naming all their children with the very first initial, all their names start with an M. They're leaving the family size up to God. So they're just having as many children as God wills, right? But one thing to note that comes out during the scandal is, while Anna Duggar and the M Kids are always spotted wearing $2 flip-flops because they don't really have a lot of money and there's a lot of kids, Joshua Duggar is out here spending $1,000 on Ashley Madison. Furthermore, a lot of people who personally knew Anna Duggar said that she was quite loud and opinionated before marrying Josh and just having babies back to back. They thought that slowly she started talking like Michelle Duggar, like just real soft, tone things down. Everything is what they call a pastor's wife whisper. They even used covenant eyes. So Anna was Joshua's accountability partner, but somehow he bypasses that to get on Ashley Madison and OkCupid and watch explicit videos, which is the whole point of the covenant eyes. But Anna stays. A lot of people feel a lot of sympathy, but they thought it was predictable that Anna would choose to stay with her husband. You know, everyone around them just spoke about it as if Joshua Duggar was also a victim in this. Like, that's how this whole scandal gets handled. Jim Bob, during a sermon, he's nervously giggling. I guess you've read it in the newspapers or seen it on TV, but we've gone through a lot of trials. Michelle says, I don't think I need to talk to Josh. I'm going to talk to our Heavenly Father.
After the Madison thing? Okay.
I'm sorry, if my son is cheating on his wife and their children, I'm not talking to God. My fist is... That's not condoned. However, I will be very angry. Like, it's just like crazy. She's talking about it as if... Later, a bodyguard of the Duggars comes out because they had to get a bodyguard at one point, and allegedly the bodyguard claims that he was in the car with the Duggar group and they drive up to Josh's car and Josh is driving and he's also like watching X-rated videos. He's like not even holding it near his leg under the wheel to be discreet, as per the AMA on Reddit. He said, quote, Josh kept his phone on a hands-free, like stuck onto the windshield, and there was just like...
Wait, hold on. He stuck what on where?
His phone on the windshield so he could drive hands-free, and there's just X-rated videos playing while he's driving. And he's just like, he knew that we were in the car. Either he didn't care or he didn't know. I don't know. But like, what do you expect from couples who follow the religious semi-cult leader. Some would call it a cult. I wouldn't call it a cult because cult leaders love giving cease and desist, but his name is Bill Gothard. More on him later. But on the website for IBLP, which is what they follow, Basic Life Principles, they have this article titled, "Should I Confess My Secret Sin to My Wife and How?" So these are for husbands. And the article reads in short, yes, you should. When you come clean with your wife by confessing moral failures, you will have a feeling of euphoria. It will seem as though hundreds of bricks have been taken off your shoulders. However, in a sense, your wife will now be carrying this burden. Now is when you say, thank you, God, for setting me free. I now choose to do whatever it takes to see that my wife is set free and healed from the truckload of stuff I have dumped on her. Another article says, God clearly says he hates divorce. Divorce is linked with treachery and violence. In our day of increasing violence, even among Christians, may God give us the strength and courage to call divorce what God calls it, breaking a covenant. So when Joshua bypasses the covenant eyes to cheat on his wife, everyone just says, I mean, he's gotta humble himself before God. Even Ben Shapiro tweets, the left don't target Josh Duggar because he's a garbage fire. They target him because he advocated Christian values. I don't know how you advocate Christian values when you're on Ashley Madison, okay? But Anna chooses to stay, and some people can understand given her circumstances, her religious background, and a lot of other couples who chose to stay together after the Ashley Madison leak. It's not just Christians. So if it were just that, maybe people could understand Anna Duggar, but they don't. Because the thing that confuses people is, right around the time of the Ashley Madison leak and scandal that's happening, there's bigger problems. Like the real reason Joshua Duggar never married Jim Holt's daughter, it wasn't political differences. It's because the Holts found out that when Joshua Duggar was 15 years old, he molested his younger sisters and confessed to it. But did Anna and her family know about it? And just how long has everybody been covering for Josh Duggar? And what about his victims? And how is this connected to the two other Duggars that were arrested this year, like a month ago? Another one for crimes against children. Would Anna Duggar still have chosen to stay then if she knew that in a few years, her husband, Joshua Duggar, would bypass the Covenant Eyes system that they had in place and be arrested for downloading some of the worst CSAM content, including infants and children, that the federal investigation working on that case, they said it was one of the worst that they had ever seen. There are links to some of the content that he pulled, and it was linked to Daisy's destruction. And that is where I leave you. There's going to be the next part. We're going to go through Joshua's trial and then the two other Duggars' arrest. So stay tuned, be safe, and I will see you in the next one. Aliens just never land in Central Park. They are rarely ever spotted flying above Times Square. It's a thing. It's like extraterrestrial beings just have an aversion to high costs of living and expensive real estate. But you will see a UFO flying over a cattle ranch in the middle of Montana. And the only witness to that is going to be a guy named Dale who takes a quick picture of it on his russet potato that he has now converted into a camera. And to be fair, maybe the aliens, they could be flying over Times Square and we just don't see it. But the concept of it is interesting. Why always in the middle of nowhere? Why do aliens choose to fly the routes that they choose? It's almost like if you want to go see an alien, you have to go to the middle of nowhere, where you least expect it. And for Mateo, the place that he least expects to see something out of the ordinary, out of this world, is the local pizza shop. Mateo is driving to town. It's a town called Nuremberg, and this is in Germany. It's about 2 hours from Munich. He's in the driver's seat. His friend that he dragged along for no reason other than the fact that he did not want to go on a lonely road trip is sitting in the passenger seat. They start driving, and it's towards this highway ramp where there's like a little pizza shop. It's a local pizza shop. Everybody knows this pizzeria. It's not like the most delicious pizza in the world. It's not like the hottest restaurant. It's just been around for a while, and the locals like it. As they're driving past this restaurant, Mateo glances out the side of his window, and in that exact moment, he sees something. And his friend's head in the passenger seat almost hits the dash because Mateo is slamming on the brakes, and his friend is like, what the hell is that? Mateo barely responds. He just says, quote, screw Nuremberg. There's something more important right now. He does the quickest U-turn he can physically manage. He pulls right up into the lot of the pizza restaurant. It's honestly a surprise that he puts the car into park because he's just flying out the driver's side door. He walks straight up to a girl with very long dark hair standing in front of the pizzeria. She looks very like skittish. Her eyes are really big and she's staring at him and he's staring at her and she's staring at him. And he says the first thing he asks her is, Are you dead?
What?
She's staring at him and she responds slowly, I don't know. And then she runs away. Mateo jumps back into his car and he's gotta follow her because she's not supposed to be here. I mean, she's not supposed to be anywhere. She's supposed to be dead. I'd like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the Immigrant Legal Resource Center, a nonprofit focused on immigrant civic engagement, education assistance, and local policy interventions to protect the rights of all immigrants. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at RottenMangoPodcast.com. Disclaimers. There are brief mentions of DV self-exit in today's case, so please watch with caution. Today's case also takes place in Germany, so we had help from our translators to navigate the language barrier as we were researching. We do our absolute best to ensure everything is represented accurately, but do keep in mind that all statements and quotes have been translated and then may even be condensed for brevity. So with that being said, let's get started. Before the dead woman even has a name, they already have a suspect. Everyone in town has pointed the finger at who they think they did it. They're tagging him in Facebook posts about the news. The dead woman found in the car, he's the one that did it. And his name is Rowan. They want Rowan to know that they think it's him before he goes down for it. I knew it before the cops did. Those are a lot of Facebook comments, which is exactly how Rowan ends up in this all gray room sitting on a small square table. The squareness is really inconvenient for him because he has one officer sitting on the left, one officer on his right. It's very suffocating. I mean, they couldn't get a bigger table. I'm sure the size is likely the intention though. Usually, when the local town starts tagging, this is the killer in Facebook comment sections, I mean, the police have a picture of who it's going to be, and Rowan does not fit that picture. He's young, like very young, early mid-20s. He looks fit, he's well-groomed, he kind of has this soft energy to him, he kind of looks like an Instagram model. I mean, not that that measures someone's morality. If anything, it probably decreases the morality, but like, it's just not what detectives are expecting, especially because he came in here voluntarily. The detectives were looking for him, and he said, I will come to you. And that is how for the next 4.5 hours, they're sitting in this gray room together on a square table, and the female detectives are sitting on either side of him. And the first question they ask Rowan is, how are you? He looks at them. You know what? I feel an absolute emptiness and utter chaos inside. That's a direct quote. For the past 24 hours, Rowan says he was scared to go outside. Everyone in his phone is texting him, sending him social media posts, writing things like, you're a wanted man. They're gonna want your head for this. You're gonna go down for this. So did you do it? Did you kill her? So yeah, I mean, he's seen better days, okay? But why would everyone accuse him of killing the girl that was stabbed 56 times to death in the back of her car? The car was parked on a residential street. It's like one of those tree-lined residential streets. I mean, was the car parked in front of his house? Did he leave fingerprints? Why does everyone think it's Rowan? It's because the woman that was found dead is Sherry Ben Kay, but they call her Sherry, and it's his ex-wife. They met in 2015. It's kind of like one of those meet cute dramas. He's explaining to the officers. It was at a subway station. Rowan is going up the escalator and Sherry is walking down the stairs right next to it. And he says, quote, it's a very special moment for me. I mean, I saw this girl, beautiful. Her hair was so beautiful. They make eye contact. The rest is history. But now Sherry's parents are adamant that Rowan had something to do with their daughter's death. They just know it. The detectives ask him, why do you think that they think you're the one who did it? It's a really, really long story. This all starts unfolding less than 24 hours ago. 23-year-old Sherry tells her parents that she's gonna go see her ex-husband, Rowan, at Rowan's house. But by 10 p.m., she's still not home, and everyone in the family, probably everybody in the town, knows that Sherry and Rowan's relationship, ex-relationship, not good. Not good at all. So whatever they're meeting for could not have gone well if she's still not home. She's also not picking up her phone. Sherry's parents start getting anxious. They're thinking, but it's still Rowan. Like, there's no way that he could do anything. I mean, They jump into their car and they start driving the road that Sherry would have taken to get to Rowan's house. And in the middle of a residential tree-lined street, they stop the car because they're like, isn't that her car? Isn't that not Sherry's Mercedes? They park the car in the middle of the road. They jump out and they start looking in the car. This is not where Rowan lives. It's like on the way to Rowan's house. So it's very weird. Like it looks like Sherry's car. It has the same tinted windows, but like maybe it's not her car. So they stop, they get out, and the front is empty. It's a E-Class coupe, E300. It's kind of relevant because the back windows are much smaller and they're tinted extra dark. So nobody's in the front, but now they're trying to peer through the back. They're cupping their eyes. They're like sticking their face as close to the window as they can. And they're like, it's Sherry. Sherry's in the back. They see in the back seat, there's a woman with long brown hair. She's laying just like splayed out on the back seat, on her back. She has a jacket covering her, but you can see her hair. You can see that she's just laying there and she's not moving. It's not like she's taking a nap. Sherry's parents start pounding on the window. One of them starts with all their strength, just trying to brute force open the door. It's locked. The car key isn't inside the car, which is weird because if this is Sherry's car and Sherry's inside the car taking a nap or something, would the car not unlock? By this point, you know, it's a small residential street. Neighbors have started coming outside. They're wondering who the hell is screaming. A lot of them are angry until they see Sherry's parents and they're like, oh, okay, we have no right to be angry. Something bad is happening. We gotta help. Some of them are coming up trying to smash the windows with Sherry's parents. Someone tries to break in through the passenger seat. Someone's trying to crawl under the car. Like someone's calling 911. It's chaos. And then the police arrive. They smash open the car window, unlock the car, and they create this like human barricade as they carry Sherry out of the car and immediately place her on the ground. Neighbors, the quick thinking ones, they're also creating a wall in between the police and Sherry's parents because Sherry is gone. She's drenched in blood. Her entire body is covered in punctures, stab wounds, all around her chest, neck, face. Her face looks like she's just been completely torn apart. It would make more sense had she been mauled by an animal, but it's clearly much more sinister than that. Like there are clear knife puncture wounds. From neighbors' accounts, Sherry's mom is uncontrollably screaming, trying to fling her own body through the neighbors, through the police so that she can get to Sherry. Other neighbors, new neighbors, they start running out of their house because they see some sort of commotion. And they say that it was a really difficult sight. When they run towards the crowd, you just see some of the neighbors are standing there with a very somber look. One person at the scene says, the paramedic who was on site, the one who had actually attempted resuscitation, struggled for, instance, to place the breathing mask over her mouth because her face was so utterly destroyed by stab wounds that the device simply could not create a proper seal. It was clear that this is no longer a living body. At the scene, Sherry's dad is announcing while his daughter is on the ground, Rowan did this. I just know that he has something to do with this. And now Rowan is sitting inside this police interview room. Why would Sherry's parents think that he's involved? Rowan tells them everything about their relationship, Sherry getting pregnant, her parents, the soap incident, everything in between. And then he tells them, you have to understand, I was with Sherry for 7 years. I went through a phase where I was so desperate for revenge, was driven by vengeance. I was really scared that either she would hurt me, I would hurt myself, or that she would force me to hurt her. After 4.5 hours, everyone in the interrogation room decides it's time for a break. Rowan is not formally under arrest, so he asks to go outside to smoke a cigarette. And as he's lighting up his cigarette, taking his first quote, I took a deep drag, the female officer walks out and she's got like a weird look on her face. And she just says, she's alive.
She's alive?
Yeah, like what do you mean she's alive? He just got grilled for the past 4.5 hours because they thought he killed her. What do you mean she's alive? They confirmed that Sherry was just now found alive, caught on CCTV camera, a dead woman walking, or at least she was supposed to be dead. Rowan says in a very confused state, like, Sherry's alive, but then another girl is dead. Yes. But then who is the other girl? And why was she found dead in Sherry's car? It seems like a modern book trope. You meet your doppelganger and they slowly come into your life and they decide, I think this is my life now. And they do whatever it takes to slowly drive you crazy, isolate you from your loved ones, and then one day you go missing, you come back, you knock on the door, and a woman who looks just like you opens the door and she claims that she's you. She's married to your husband, your kids call her mom, all your friends think that she is you, but not only that, they like her better than they ever liked you. What the hell is going on, okay? That seems like a new and fresh trope, but it's actually a trope that's been around for hundreds of years, because there is terror in the idea of being replaced. I think the fear that identity makes someone unique is not unique at all is a big fear. That your identity and your life can be studied and then someone can rehearse it and then they can just take over your life by pretending to be you as if like it's just a jacket that you can put on. Even the classics love this trope. Dostoevsky wrote Double, where the main character is like this meek government clerk. And he meets a man who looks exactly like him. Same face, same name, same everything, same job. Everyone loves him. Nobody likes the main character, but everybody loves him. So his double doesn't just steal the main character's life, he lives the main character's life better. Sometimes the doppelganger and the main character, like Edgar Allan Poe's William Wilson, the main character is being stalked by a double who shares his name, face, they even have the same birthday. The doppelganger just keeps ruining the main character's life and reputation, sleeping with married women, pretending to be him, conning people. Eventually, he has enough and he stabs the doppelganger, only to find out it's just himself. Sometimes the doppelganger is you. Sometimes the doppelganger is very real. And you have to run for them. And sometimes it's a hostile takeover. Sometimes you see someone who looks just like you and you think, what if I took over their life? Imagine you meet someone who looks identical to you. Nobody would ever be able to tell you apart. But they're an Oscar-winning actress living in a mansion with an infinity pool and a husband who chases her around just to get her affection because he's a dog on a leash for her. Her friends are super supportive. They all have a book club where they read nonfiction books about how to better themselves, but not in the annoying way. In the way that they just want to show up as better friends for one another. All of her bills are on auto pay. She doesn't even need to know how much the electricity bill is every month. She takes spontaneous trips to Tokyo for cherry blossom season. And all you have to do is kill her to take her life. Do you do it? Most people are going to say no. But I think maybe like most people should have a few glasses of wine and think about it at night in a way that's non-judgmental. It's just part of human nature. Some people will be a little bit more honest with themselves of, I might at least think about it. Which is why the new secondary feeling around doppelgangers is, it's a death omen when you meet yours. Because you're not supposed to meet them. It's like a glitch in the universe. When you meet someone who looks just like you, exactly like you, something really bad is going to happen to you. Because one of you has to die. I mean, both of you can't be alive, right? That's the omen. But what are the odds that you run into someone who looks exactly like you? I mean, it's likely very, very low. Even with social media, you have people who look similar, but I've never seen two people where I'm like, no, they could literally take over the other person's life. They're identical in every sense of the word. Their loved ones would never know. So what are the odds that you come across your doppelganger? But then what do you do when someone who looks just like you messages you on Instagram and wants to meet up? A total of 26 messages are sent out to 26 people who could all pass somewhat as doppelgangers. Not really, but kind of. They're all in their early 20s. They've got dark long hair, specific facial features. They're between 5'2", 5'4" in height, brown eyes, dark hair, olive undertone skin. To say they look identical would be a lie. But if you take off your contacts and you take 3 shots of tequila and you sit on a vibration plate on the highest setting while everything is shaky and blurry, and you see a photo lineup of the 24 people, you could potentially mistake a few of them as being each other. They all have similar features, but so do like half of the world. If you actually study their faces, they don't actually look alike, but that's okay because perfection is not what Sherry is looking for. Khadijah is one of the 26 girls who receives a message. A lot of people online have been calling her a beauty blogger, and she certainly is beautiful, and she certainly has a high interest in makeup. She also posts on TikTok and Instagram, but a lot of her friends don't love that title because just the negative connotation, it almost dumbs her down. Khadijah worked at a cafe, she worked at a restaurant. Her best friend that she grew up with says that she was always someone who had a knack for languages. She just learns languages so quickly, so she wanted to become an interpreter, get married, have kids of her own. That was her dream. And then 23-year-old Khadijah gets a message, and it's going to lead to a series of events that is now called the Doppelganger case in Germany. Sherry, She is not living the life that she's always wanted. I mean, who is? But like, Sherry isn't someone who likes to just sit there and accept her fate. Is it her fault that her family immigrated to Germany when she was 7 because they were being hunted down and killed for their religion? Obviously not. But Sherry is trying to adapt. Everyone said that during school, Sherry was like the center of attention, and she very much liked male-centered attention. And like objectively speaking, she just liked to be around guys. Most of her energy was placed into which guys she could talk to after school. And then even later in life, it was all about guys, okay? And people start stating, this is very inappropriate, but people started stating that she had a very seductive behavior about her. Which, I mean, is inappropriate to say the least, but she starts dating this guy named Rowan near the end of high school, and she's at this subway station kissing him when she hears this familiar voice behind her, "Get your hands off my niece." It's her uncle. Which now would be a pertinent time to let you know that Sherry's parents incredibly strict. They do not want her dating anybody. And she's just making out with this guy named Rowan at a subway station. She is 18, but this is still very young for her family. And Sherry's uncle is pissed. And allegedly, instead of informing Sherry's parents about what he saw, he starts blackmailing Sherry. He's like, I'm just going to blackmail you. I don't know what he's getting from Sherry, whether it's money or something else. I have no clue.
How do we know he blackmailing her?
A lot of inner sources close to Sherry were saying she was getting blackmailed by her uncle.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
But he starts blackmailing her about her relationship. Eventually, Sherry's parents, they find out regardless, and they urge Sherry and Rowan, then you guys just need to get married. If you're going to date, you're going to fucking get married. All of this only works out because Rowan is Yazidi. Yazidism is one of the oldest continuously practiced religions in the world. It's an ethno-religious faith. It's like a closed-door religion. So you have to either be born into it, you cannot convert into it, and once you leave it permanently. In 2014, ISIS launched a coordinated attack against Yazidis. The incident has been recognized by the UN as a genocide. Thousands of Yazidis were beheaded, burned alive, killed. More than that they were kidnapped and enslaved and trafficked. Young boys were forced into ISIS training camps. Young girls, some as young as 9 years old, were either trafficked or sold or gifted to ISIS soldiers. So in 2014, a lot of Yazidi believers, they fled to neighboring countries, and Germany ends up being like a huge one for the diaspora. A lot of the Yazidi community had already been steadily growing in Germany, so people are like, we gotta go to Germany. Two important things to note. One, there is a lot of tension between older Yazidi family members in Germany and younger generations of Yazidi in Germany. Because there's a lot of complaint. I mean, a lot of these elders, they're like, we fled for our lives because of our religion. Like, these are our traditions. We need to stand by this. We almost lost our lives for what we believe in. And then the younger ones that are born in Germany or have been raised in Germany, they're like, I just want to scroll on TikTok and date people. And a huge problem is in the Yazidi religion, you can only marry another Yazidi. And they have to be in your caste. Yazidi has a caste system. So the top are religious and community leaders. Then you have the priest, and then you have the majority. So 3 castes, and you have to marry someone in your same caste. A lot of people in Germany, the younger Yazidis, they're like, well, I don't even know if I want to marry someone who's also Yazidi because most of the people that I grow up with are not. But Rowan happens to be Yazidi, and so is Sherry. And not only that, they're the same caste. So despite the fact that the two families, Rowan's parents and Sherry's parents, do not get along, they actually really, really don't like each other, they end up getting married and they open up a hair salon together. It's mainly Rowan's. He has his own barbershop. Sherry starts doing like facials there, and sometimes she does updos for brides and these like women's hairstyles. But aside from that and a few strange incidents, like Sherry breaking into Rowan's brother's house and then taking a taser to his neck and tasing him in the back of the neck and then immediately apologizing and begging for forgiveness, other than some strange incidents like that, the couple seems normal.
What do you mean? What does that mean? Like that she's just, they got into a fight and she just decided to physically assault him and attack him?
She felt like Rowan's brother did not like her.
Okay, and that's her.
So she broke into his house and tased him in the back of the neck with a taser. And then he turned around and she started apologizing profusely.
Fascinating. So you think she tried to attack him thinking that he wouldn't find out, but turned out he saw her?
Perhaps, because she does try to kill him later, but we'll get more into that in a second.
Okay.
Yeah. So from the outside, aside from some of the weird incidents that people have kind of heard about, the couple seems normal enough. And then in 2020, Sherry is barely 20 years old and she gets pregnant, but not with Rowan's baby. He says their entire relationship, he could practically smell the other men on Sherry. Rowan calls Sherry's dad very emotional. He's like, I can't do it anymore. He won't even let Sherry's very domineering dad talk. He's like, let me talk. It's my chance to talk. I'm speaking now. These are direct quotes. I have nothing to lose. I'm going to talk and you will listen. Rowan tells Sherry's dad everything. And at the end, he tells him, I'm not going to do this anymore. I don't want to be with Sherry anymore.
أرجعنا من بوراندي لك من خلاص دماهيكات من شوابتن من واقوتي قبب نك من خلاص بردانا وخلاص.
And then there's just silence. And then on the other end, Sherry's dad tells Rowan, if you abandon my daughter, it will cost 3 human lives. What does that even mean? To this, Rowan just responds, then I would rather die by a bullet from you than die a little every day with your daughter.
Who are the 3 lives? Did he say?
It's gonna work out in a weird way. He never said. Now, maybe Sherry is so done with her life, she decides she doesn't want to live it anymore. Maybe she can take someone else's life, like all of those thriller books. Find someone that looks like her, that's living a better life than her, and then get rid of them and resume their identity. That's the plot of thriller books. But that's not what Sherry wants to do. Sherry has a completely different plan. Instead of taking someone else's fate, she wants someone to take her fate. She wants someone to die for her. And that is how Khadijah, a woman who knows nothing about Sherry, who has nothing to do with Sherry, the only connection between the two of them is that Sherry thinks that they look alike. I will say Khadijah is much more beautiful. But that's why Khadijah is found with her face bashed in with brass knuckles, stabbed in the face, neck, and chest, dead in the back of Sherry's Mercedes. Within days, Sherry is brought in and she's treated as the prime suspect of what the police originally thought was her murder. So she goes from being the presumed victim to the potential suspect. And by this point, a few things have occurred. When a body was found in the back of Sherry's car with dark brown hair, just like Sherry, her face is disfigured from stab wounds, but she's about the same height, the same weight. Everybody assumed it was Sherry. Sherry's parents went onto Facebook to post about her death, her murder, begging locals to help identify who they think that did this to their daughter, even though they think it's Rowan. Sherry's parents are telling the police that if they had to put their money on anybody, it would be Rowan. The whole town is ready to form a mob and go burn down Rowan, the ex-husband's house. Meanwhile, the authorities are quietly doing a DNA test because they still have to make sure that this is Sherry. And there's something curious. The body in the car has a small tattoo on their arm, and Sherry's parents are adamant that she does not have any tattoos. So either Sherry lied about getting a tattoo or something weird is happening. That, and people keep calling into the police dispatch trying to frantically explain that they saw a dead woman. There's a guy who's like, I saw a dead woman at a pizzeria, I swear. So the police decide to bring her, the town ghost, in. The victim, the suspect, we don't know, okay? All we know is that Sherry is not that hard to find. She's not deep in hiding. She's just like there all the time. And she tells the police, it's the Albanians. And the police are like, what? The Albanians are after me. The Albanian mafia want to kill me. What? Okay, so the first person that Sherry points them to is a man named Shakir. He's the one that did this. He's after Sherry. So the police go after him and they also arrest Shakir. The investigators, they start putting the pieces together. They quickly arrest Sherry and Shakir, but they still need to figure out who the body in the car is. They cross-reference with missing persons alerts in the neighboring areas, not just this town, but all the surrounding towns, and they identify the body to belong to Khadijah. And I'm only saying first names because German privacy laws identify each person as just their first name and last name's first initial. So it's like Sherbin K. Once authorities figure out that the woman in the car is Khadijah, they can actually start getting somewhere. They go through Khadijah's phone, they go through Sherry's phone, and they find a series of odd DMs on Instagram. The first one reads, "Hey love, would you like to take part in a music video? You have very good charisma and you will be paid very well. You don't have to do much. I would be happy if you would get in touch. Best wishes." And it's like a random account that has no followers. That account belongs to Sherbin K, Sherry. Just reaching out to Khadijah for a job to be part of a music video. Khadijah is like, hey, I'd be up for it, but I guess it depends on the genre of music and where it is. It's a well-known artist, and you probably know them too. Okay, what's their name? Maybe I know her. And where would the shoot be located? The shoot would be in Offenburg. You definitely know her, but this would all have to be kept secret until the song is released. They tell Khadijah the name of the singer, and it's a pretty big artist named Loon. So Loon has over 1 million fans on Spotify, almost 400,000 followers on TikTok, and Khadijah thinks it's a secret project, so I can't tweet about it. But like I could DM Loon and ask Loon directly. And the police find all of this on Khadijah's phone, and she's like, I hope you can give me an answer because I'm very, very unsure. A woman messaged me saying I'm filming a music video, supposedly for you. You know, I don't know, I'm not sure if it's fake or not. I don't want to go there and then something happens.
Ich hoffe, du siehst es und kannst mir eine Antwort geben, weil ich bin sehr, sehr unsicher. Eine Frau hat mich angeschrieben, zwecks einem Videodreh, angeblich von dir. Und jetzt, ich weiß nicht, ich bin mir nicht sicher, ob das fake ist. Nicht, dass ich da hinfahre und dann passiert irgendwas.
Loon responds to her, fake sister, don't go.
Wow.
And she responds, oh, okay, thank you. So Khadijah ignores the music video request DM, but then another one comes in from another account. This DM reads, hey, good evening. We are looking for girls to test our new lasers. Would you like to collaborate? We offer permanent hair removal with the world's fastest and most effective laser, 100% pain-free. If you're interested in permanent hair removal, you can contact me at any time. We work with a state-of-the-art medical-grade laser that costs $2,500 per session. So they're saying, if you come to the salon and you get this laser treatment done and you just post about it, it's a free laser treatment.
Mm-hmm.
The only problem is Khadijah lives 100 miles away from the salon because they give her the address to the salon.
What, is it their home salon or?
It's Rowan's barbershop.
Wow.
And it's a 3-hour trip. So the salon manager is like, well, you know, I can pick you up from your house and then drop you off at the salon, do the salon laser for you, and then drop you back off at your house. All the DMs lead straight back to Sherry. August 17th, 2022, Sherry and Shakir get into the car together. They drive and they pick up Khadijah, and on the way to the salon, it's getting dark, the sun is setting. In between Khadijah's house and the salon, there's like this very long stretch of woods. It's like a forest. Sherry pulls over, pretending to be lost, and she asks Khadijah to get out of the car to read the road sign. And that's when Sherry and Shakir both jump out. Shakir jumps on top of Khadijah and starts stabbing her. They put Khadijah back into the backseat of the car, drive all the way back into town, park Sherry's car on a residential road between Sherry's parents' house and her ex-husband Rowan's house, and then they leave. Sherry and Shakir leave, but they don't flee. They don't skip town. They just kind of linger around until they're both arrested. Why don't they leave town? What's their plan? Who the hell is Shakir? And what the hell does he have to do with any of this? And why does he partake in this murder? Weeks before Khadijah is killed, Sherry is going around being what one can only assume is the world's most insufferable pick-me. She's going to the bars in town, getting drunk, leaning in close to all the guys that she's friends with, acquaintances with, random dudes. Would you kill for me? She keeps asking them. Some of the guys think it's a great way to try and impress her and not go home alone. So they're like, of course I would. I would do anything for you. But they don't mean it. She knows they don't mean it. Other guys are put off. Some of them are straight up looking at Sherry and going, why would someone die for you? She says things like, I can be free forever and stay with you all the time. For most people, most normal, sane people, Sherry's reasoning that she can be free, stay with them all the time, intimate relation, it's not worth killing someone for. Except apparently Shakir. That's what the prosecutors are arguing.
Arguing what?
Shakir meets Sherry a few weeks before the murder. And she's like, would you kill for me?
Oh.
And we can be together. And he just does it.
So that's why they're saying that's his motive.
Yes.
He killed for her.
Yeah. But none of these even make sense. Nobody even has an answer for why Sherry and Shakir killed Khadijah. None of it makes sense. When you're building something from the ground up, starting your dream business, I feel like the to-do list never really gets shorter. It just keeps getting longer. The right platform doesn't just help you keep up. It simplifies everything that you can do so that you can get back to doing what you actually started this for. For millions of businesses, that platform is Shopify. Shopify brings everything under one roof. So they bring in the inventory, payments, analytics, and more, all handled in the same place. A few years ago, my husband, sister-in-law, and I were able to just give back to his grandpa in a really meaningful meaningful way thanks to Shopify. He had spent his entire life making sacrifices for the family, and he just wanted to pursue his passion, which is traditional Chinese painting. It had always just been a dream of his to share his artwork with the world. And with Shopify, we were able to make that dream come true. We set up an online store called Grandpa Mingo's Art Studio for a limited time. We were just starting to dip our toes into the business. So without Shopify, we would have had no idea where to start when it comes to launching an online marketplace. And honestly, the biggest thing that I noticed was how much mental space I got back. I stopped dreading the admin side of things and remembered why we even started Grandpa Mingo's Art Studio in the first place. Start your business today with the industry's best business partner, Shopify. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/rotten. Go to shopify.com/rotten. That's shopify.com/rotten. And Sherry and Shakir, they're not going to give honest answers. So naturally, people have to come up with their own theories, even the prosecutors, with what they believe happened. The very first theory to come about is the doppelganger theory. Sherry doesn't like her life. She cannot escape her religious parents. And instead of walking away and starting over or just standing up to them, she decides she needs to fake her own death to get away from them. But she can't just disappear because they will never stop looking for her. The only way to get everyone to stop looking for her is if they know for certain she's not coming back. There needs to be a body, and that person needs to look like Sherry, which is why weeks leading up to Khadijah's murder, prosecutors find in Sherry's phone, she's got multiple Instagram accounts. She's DMing everyone that looks similar, even remotely similar to her, asking if they want a free laser treatment as long as they post an exchange on Instagram. Khadijah agrees. Sherry picks her up, has her killed, and places Khadijah's body in her own car on a street that her parents are likely going to go down looking for her. They're going to find her body. They're going to think it's Sherry because Khadijah's face was so violently disfigured, and everyone's just going to assume it's Sherry because, like, who else would it be? And then Sherry would move on. What does Shakir get out of it? Probably intimate relations, love, who knows? The prosecutors are a little constantly wishy-washy about what Shakir gets out of it, but more on that later. The problem with the doppelganger theory, though, and there's a lot. The first one being, Sherry has 4 criminal defense attorneys. 2 of them are court appointed, the other 2 her parents are paying for, and her attorneys argue that everyone is being racist by stating that they too look alike and that Sherry sought out a doppelganger just by the fact that all of them have dark hair and are of Iraqi descent does not make them doppelgangers. So they're saying if they're not doppelgangers, then this whole prosecutor theory of the doppelganger murder falls apart if they're not doppelgangers.
Okay.
And so like this becomes a whole thing during the trial where everyone's like, are they doppelgangers or not? And the judges are like, it doesn't matter if they're not doppelgangers because everyone in the room can tell that Khadijah is exponentially more beautiful than Sherry will ever be, which also depicts a level of self-awareness in Sherry herself, right? But they're saying it doesn't matter if they're doppelgangers as long as Sherry believed that they could be.
Yeah, exactly.
The attorneys are arguing, but that means if they're not doppelgangers, Sherry is not faking her own death with Khadijah's body.
That's what an argument.
The prosecutors, though, still have to prove that Sherry has motive for this theory, that she desperately needs to get away from her family, and she thinks that she's crazy enough that she thinks this will work. Sherry is evaluated by a psychiatrist and she spends 4 days with the psychiatrist. She comes out with no strong diagnosis, no sign of a disorder, not that that would absolve any guilt. However, she's mentally there. She's fit to stand trial. The psychiatrist testifies in court that she does have a tendency towards conflict. She's extremely impulsive, manipulative. She believes manipulation is the best way to get what she wants. And most importantly, a part that the defense latches on to. Right, the defense is like, the prosecutors say this is a doppelganger murder. Let me tell you why it's not. During Sherry's psychiatric evaluation, it is confirmed that her IQ stands at around 86, which they describe as, quote, just shy of a learning disability in Germany. Anything below 85 is indicative of a learning disability in Germany. So the defense are like, she's too dumb. Yeah, exactly. So by this point, okay, just to fill you in, Khadijah is found in Sherry's car. Very quickly, Sherry and Shakir are arrested, and everyone in the news becomes obsessed with this case. Everyone in Germany becomes obsessed with this case. It goes to trial, and it's actually one of the longest criminal trials in recent German history, especially in this area, because There's over 100 witnesses brought in. And the confusing part is, it seems like the prosecutors kind of drift between theories of what they think happened. And everyone's just trying to figure out what the hell happened. And the two defendants, Sherry and Shakir, Sherry's always lying. Anytime she opens her mouth, you can assume she's lying. She does testify, but nobody believes her. Shakir, dead silent. Won't say a single word. So everyone's like, why would you guys do this to a random girl that you don't even know? And the only connection is you were looking for people who looked like you and you think that she looked like you. That's really the only connection.
Right.
Other than all the physical evidence, right?
There's no clear motive.
Exactly.
Of why they're committing the crime.
And so every motive that the prosecutors bring about, the defense are just trying to poke holes of like, well, she's too dumb. She's too dumb to carry something like this out. So the defense are like, she barely has a brain, okay? That's what the defense is arguing, which the prosecutors, they start arguing back. We never said she was smart. If she was very, very smart, perhaps she would have realized how horrendous this plan is. But nevertheless, the prosecutors argue the motive is there. Forget intelligence for a second. Sherry has motive. Her life is falling apart. She wants to get away. So she wants someone to take her place for her death. She wants to be dead to her family. The prosecutors bring in about 100 witnesses that testify about Sherry and Shakir. And one of the most important witnesses on that list, he went into hiding before the trial because he was terrified of sitting up on the stand. He thought someone was going to kill him to keep him quiet, is the ex-husband, Rowan.
Who is he scared of to kill him?
Because remember, Sherry's dad was like, 3 people are going to...
Oh, the dad. That's right.
So he comes in, he sits on the stand, and he starts testifying about his relationship, his marriage with Sherry, and it's not looking good. Multiple witnesses by this point have already testified that Sherry is known as a gas station groupie. It's like a thing when you live in the suburbs in a lot of places, including Germany, where you have nowhere to hang out. People just like loiter in gas stations, in the parking lots. They come in, rev their engine, they pump gas, and then they park near the gas station. They get a Slurpee and a beer, and then they sit in their driver's seat, rev their engine some more, and then hang out.
So she likes to talk to guys at the gas station.
You can't even pay me to stay in a gas station for 2 seconds longer than I actually have to.
Yeah.
All the guys with their loud cars, they like to sit there, and Sherry will show up in her Mercedes, and one German reporter describes them like this, and I don't know what this means. They live in the suburbs, but they like to feel as if they're living in New York City in the Bronx.
Okay.
Like they think they're cool.
Right. Like, okay, yeah. I can see the visual. Okay.
Okay, it's almost as if this Mercedes also changed Sherry. Rowan is testifying like she has an obsession with this car. She loved this lifestyle, beautiful cars, fast driving, easy money. That's a quote. She's, helping move drugs, and it's very important for her, quote, to drive up and down the famous roads in Munich, listening to loud music and attracting attention. It's like the people that drive circles on Rodeo Drive, and you're like, well, I've seen you 20 times. Okay. And he says the beginning of their marriage started out pretty normal. Eventually, Rowan starts noticing this very obvious pattern. Quote, she was always looking for arguments with me, just so she could storm out in anger. She'd be like, fine, I'm done with you. I'm not doing this anymore. Run out the house and be gone for 3 days. And she would block his number. I mean, he can't even ask where she is, who she's with, and he can see right through it. It's not like a real fight. Like, she's doing this so that she can go be a gas station groupie. And she'll go out with a bunch of guys each time. They're reportedly all in like a criminal world. If he tries to talk to her about it, it's just another way for her to start another fight that lasts 3 days so she can go out and loiter at gas stations. And that's how she ends up pregnant with some other man's child at 20, and she ends up terminating the pregnancy. Rowan tells her he's fed up with her, and he tells her, I'm going to talk to your parents. I've already called your dad. She turns around, and this is in their apartment. She hits him on the back of the head. She starts throwing things out of the cabinets. She grabs a bar of soap and is like whacking him with a bar of soap. He flees to the bathroom and, quote, she slams my head onto the mirror. Everything goes black. I start feeling dizzy. So then when he wakes up, he's like, I can't do this anymore. I gotta pack my bags. I'm gonna go stay with my brother. He gets into the car and he starts having an epileptic seizure. The police get called out. There's footage of this, the police getting called out, him having a seizure in the car. And he says that because of this marriage, because of Sherry's violence, he had his jaw dislocated. He lost 30% of his vision in the right eye. These are all documented violent altercations. February 2018, she's convicted of aggravated assault for tasing her brother-in-law in the neck, Rowan's brother. October 2021, she tried to run her husband over with her car. November 2021, she assaulted her husband with a bar of soap and smashed his face into a mirror. There's a protection order prohibiting her from even approaching her ex-husband. By this point, a few weeks leading up to Khadijah's murder, Rowan says the families have facilitated at least 3 peace meetings. So in Yazidi religion, marital disputes are resolved through community mediation. I imagine like this is when the marital disputes become irreconcilable. Okay, side note, divorce and separation are a huge thing in Yazidi culture. Yazidism is a closed religion, so you can only be born Yazidi and you must marry another Yazidi, or else if you marry someone that's not Yazidi, you get excommunicated. Some communities have loosened up the rules a little bit to say that you're no longer excommunicated by your loved ones, but it really depends. It seems as if divorce is not unheard of. It's not encouraged, but more people are open to divorce. However, if after divorce you marry someone that is not Yazidi, that could lead to excommunication. So these peace meetings, it's like when you're about to have a divorce, all the male elders from both families will have meetings and try to talk to the couple to figure out how they can resolve their marital dispute. They have 3 mediation sessions. The first 2, Rowan's like, I'm not going to do this. Okay, your daughter is like practically certified insane. And they just keep telling him how much she loves him, how much he means to her and all this nonsense. And Rowan is still trying to save Sherry's face, but he wants a divorce. And finally, at the 3rd mediation, he's like, I know what I need to say. I just need to tell the truth. He says, if a husband says, your daughter has been cheating on me, then typically the father of the wife will tell the husband, okay, like, you decide what you want to do now. And he's like, I want a divorce. And that's the last time he saw Sherry. She moved out, moved back in with her parents. And that was a huge problem for Sherry. A lot of Sherry's friends were called in to testify by the prosecutors because the prosecutors are like, the doppelganger theory. Remember, she needs to get away from her parents. Her friends are sitting on the stand and a lot of German reporters are like, this is the most insane trial that we've ever covered in our lives. These little gas station groupies are cursing at the defense attorneys, are cursing at the prosecutors.
Oh, you mean all her friends are also gas station groupies?
Yeah, and all of them are sitting, like some German reporter was like, I've never seen someone sit with their legs as wide open, you know, like guys like to pretend like their ding dong is so massive that they can't even.
You're saying that some of the guys are sitting with their legs are like reaching as far as they can.
Yeah, in a court setting is just inappropriate. But also, I think it's like.
Interesting.
At that point, they're like doing splits.
So these people are out here supporting Sherry.
No, they're just being called in to testify and they just like snap at everyone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right.
So Sherry is complaining to her friends. Her friends are testifying like, yeah, I saw her after the divorce and she's complaining that her dad would only let her leave the house for 20 minutes every single day. So she goes from living with Rowan, being able to go out for 3 days at a time, be a gas station groupie.
Yeah.
And what's Rowan going to do about it? Nothing. But now that she's back with her very strict religious parents, after a divorce, they're in full control. They're not letting her out of the house. They're not letting her be a gas station groupie. They're controlling everything that she does, and she's sick of it. One witness said, I saw her in the middle of the road. She was like parked on the side of the road. All of her car doors were open. The trunk was open. So I was like, is she looking for something? I thought maybe her car broke down. So I pulled over and I'm like, do you need help, Sherry? Like, did something happen to your car? And she dramatically pulls something out. And there's a little tracker in her fingers. And she just tells me, my father, that son of a bitch. I guess she found a tracker in her car and her dad is tracking her. So the prosecutors are like, look, she has every reason to want to get away from her family and she can't. Then the prosecutors bring in Rowan's brother. Yeah, where, you know, the bizarre incident where she uses a taser to get him in the neck. The brother-in-law testifies, she showed up to my house. I didn't even know her really at the time. I didn't even know who she was. She introduced herself to me as a friend of my brother. She was completely distraught. She was crying, claimed that Rowan was stealing and using drugs. And then she suddenly tased me in the back of the neck with a taser.
That's their first time meeting?
Yeah.
What in the world?
And then she ran down the stairs. Then she comes back up the stairs. He doesn't even chase after her because he's like on the ground, tased. She comes back up the stairs and said, I don't know why I did that. I'm so sorry. Please don't tell anybody. And starts profusely apologizing.
And he called the...
He said, I naturally went to the hospital and filed a police report. And he says, and then they got married. And then I met her uncles. The entire family is weird. They're weird. They also hated me, the brother. They just hated me. You know, one of Sherry's uncles said about Rowan's brother, we have a plan for him. Whatever that means. Yeah, they just keep saying weird things. And Sherry blames the brother-in-law, stating, he made my life a living hell for Rowan and me. He was the one who persuaded my husband to force me to terminate my pregnancy. So Sherry is claiming that she was pregnant with Rowan's baby. And Rowan was like, that was definitely not my baby, trust me. And Sherry is like, well, your brother was the one that convinced you to convince me to terminate the pregnancy. I mean, both Rowan and his brother are like, that's definitely not true, okay? Now, Rowan's brother testifies, and then the prosecutors then bring in another guy. His name is Vulcan. He gets up on the stand, and he tells the judges, I'm the guy that Sherry paid to kill her brother-in-law, Rowan's brother. And everyone's like, what the hell is happening? He's like, that wasn't the original money-making plan, first of all, okay? So when I met Sherry, originally we were going to go into business together to open up a COVID testing center. Because, like, remember back then, you used to have to go to a testing center. They shove, like, a 3-foot-long Q-tip up your brain, like you're getting lobotomized. And then they wanted to do that. But instead, Sherry starts talking about perhaps before they do that, maybe you could kill someone first. And Vulcan is like, I should start going along with it. And the prosecutors are like, why are you going along with it? And they said, I don't know, she just seemed kind of dumb. And she had money, so he's like, I was going along with that. Sherry offers him $10,000. Kill Rowan's brother. I'll give you 5,000 euros in advance. Sherry thinks that her brother-in-law is the reason that Rowan even wants to get a divorce right now. So, you know, once he's gone, Rowan's going to be obsessed with her again. He's the one that supports this separation, so it must be his problem. The two of them, Vulcan and Sherry, they put together their approximately 7 brain cells. They come up with this masterful plan. The plan is he's going to kidnap Rowan's brother, administer date rape pills to him, change him into swim trunks, throw him into Lake Starnberg so that his death would appear to be a drowning. She tells Vulcan, all I need is photos to prove that you did murder him and you'll get 10,000 euros. 5,000 euros in advance right now. And if successful, quote, this day will be more beautiful than any other day on earth. She also sends him an 18-minute voice message where she's enthusiastically screaming, no mercy, no mercy. Make sure you shove the pills deep in his throat.
They played all that?
Yeah, in the trial. Obviously, the testimony from Vulcan and the corresponding evidence is damning to say the least. But her attorney tries to spin it. Her attorney says, according to my client's own statement, this specific allegation of wrongdoing presents itself in a completely different light. The claim is that a man proactively approached her, not the other way around, and allegedly offered to kill her brother-in-law. That raises a distinct set of questions, entirely independent of whether she genuinely desired the act or took the offer seriously, or whether she might have subsequently withdrawn from the plan. They said a whole lot of nothing, but they're basically trying to be like, maybe she was testing him to see if he would do it. She did give him the 5,000 euros. She did. And Vulcan argues in court that he just did it to get some easy money. You know, she has money and she's also a bit stupid. That's a direct quote. He testifies that at the trial. But the interesting thing is, like, the prosecutor's like, thank you so much for testifying. So you're actually arrested for fraud. Because regardless, you took money and did not deliver a service.
You took money and you didn't kill someone?
Yes.
That's a fraud?
Yes. So they arrest him for fraud.
You're kidding me.
They also charge him with tax evasion, which is apparently a very German thing. Like, they take tax evasion more seriously than the Americans.
That's crazy. That's considered a fraud?
Yeah. Maybe he tried to get a lower deal.
What?
Eventually, but he was, and
I can't believe this.
He got sentenced to, he had his own separate trial. The fake hitman had his own little separate trial, and he was found guilty and imprisoned for a year. Because,
wait, how is that? I don't understand.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's probably something in their code, like their legislation.
Okay. You think it will happen in America too? I cannot imagine this being fraud though.
We have very specific laws for conspiracy to commit murder. Maybe they don't have like specific laws, so this is the one that fits the best.
But what I'm saying is, let's say he never intended to kill and he still took the money. He's like, I'm just here to scam someone.
That's fraud. I think that's why maybe they charged him with fraud, because he's not like trying to kill. So he's just a con man.
Okay, this is weird. Okay.
Yeah, it's all very strange, but they get him for fraud and tax evasion because he didn't pay taxes on the 5,000 euros he got in cash. And as if this case can't get even more confusing, the main prosecutor theory is that this is a doppelganger murder, and that's actually what it's known for just when it goes viral on a global scale. But that also kind of has its plot holes because it's an escape where nobody flees. If she got someone to be a doppelganger, killed them so that she could flee.
Right.
She doesn't flee. Sherry is literally arrested driving around leisurely through town. That's how the arresting officer describes her demeanor. If she killed Khadijah to take her place as a dead body, would she not skip town and start a new life? She doesn't do that. So then some people argue it's because she was waiting for Rowan to get arrested. She's not trying to die and disappear and start a new life. She wanted the police to arrest Rowan for her murder and then she would leave. She was gone girling him. But that also necessarily doesn't make sense because there's no indication that she was tracking Rowan, tracking the investigation. She was genuinely just hanging out. By the way, she also went back to her gas station groupies after she was dead. And they're like, aren't you supposed to be dead? And she's like, I'm in some shit. Some people are after me. They're trying to frame me. Anyway.
Yeah, this is... Wow.
It just doesn't make any sense, which then leads to a black magic theory. And this was a theory that was heavily debated in court. Eventually, the court denies it. A lot of the black magic theory comes from humans doing what they do best and kind of just being idiots. So in Sherry's car, when police search it, they find two things. Two small pieces of paper folded together, one into a triangle and then another one into a square and then taped together with scotch tape and then wrapped in foil. When they're unfolded, people discover writing on them that nobody can decipher. And one of them has a picture of Sherry and her ex-husband Rowan taped to the back, but the words, no one can decipher the words. So this theory comes about that Sherry killed Khadijah as a human sacrifice so that Rowan would come back to her. That's why she doesn't flee or escape town. She stays. When they ask about this paper, Sherry's like, I've never seen that before ever in my life, which is refuted by the fact that her fingerprints are found inside. Like after you unfold the scotch tape and the foil, it's like inside. Then there were news reports that Sherry had been online searching specifically for a magician. So all of this is coming together until they're able to find out who wrote this undecipherable words on the paper. It's a religious leader in the Yazidi faith. They're called sheikhs. She's looking online for a religious leader, but the way that they translate it is like she's looking online for a magician because the word they use to describe their religious leaders in Yazidi sounds like magician.
Okay.
So they're like, she was looking for a magician, dark magic. So then she finds one and the prosecutors find him. They bring him to court. They're like, tell us about this black magic that you're doing. And they're just basically talismans. So, you know, in religion, when you want to be blessed or you are looking for specific things in your life, religious leaders in certain religions will write talismans for you, you know, on pieces of paper. But the whole questioning gets weird because he's illiterate. So he wrote it, but he can't tell anyone what it means.
There's no meaning. It's just bunch of scribbles.
Yeah, and like the prosecutors don't believe that. So they're like, no, it's black magic. Just tell us it's black magic. And then he's like, no, actually, I'm genuinely illiterate. And they're like, no, we don't believe you. And then they make him try to read it. It was just like a whole thing. And then he was like, it was revealed to me in my dream. So that's why I wrote it.
What is going on?
The judges ultimately rejected the theory of human sacrifice, which means why the hell did Sherry and Shakir kill Khadijah? Maybe instead of focusing on Sherry, the answer lies with Shakir. Because nobody can figure out what he has to do with any of this. Most people believe he is the one that physically carried out the killing and stabbed Khadijah. Medical examiners say that it could have been a man, it could have been a woman based off of the stab wounds, but it's really important. So in Germany, for murder, you get a life sentence, but you're eligible for parole after 15 years. Unless there's special circumstances, and stabbing someone 56 times is a special circumstance, which means that you would be eligible for parole after 25 years. So Sherry and Shakir's attorneys are like, no, she's the one that stabbed her. And then they're like, no, he's the one that stabbed her. And everyone's just trying to figure out. And it's just, I don't really think it matters. Throw both of them in for it. Khadijah's dad says, in court, I faced my daughter's killers. I was only 10 feet apart from them. What do you want to say to Shakir? I want to eat him alive. I want to devour him whole. There are text messages between Shakir and Sherry, and the day before Khadijah is killed, Sherry is messaging Shakir things like, tomorrow is going to be wild. There's going to be a lot to do tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. This is the night before the murder. After killing Khadijah, they both head back to Shakir's place. There's no evidence that either of them are romantically involved afterwards, but they part ways, and both of them are kind of on the run, kind of not on the run. They both stop by the gas station. Shakir goes to the gas station too to hang out with his friends. He's got scratch wounds on his arms, and he even tells a friend, I killed an innocent girl for this whore. They're like, who's the whore? Who's the girl you killed? He doesn't clarify. The brass knuckles are found in Shakir's apartment. His DNA is found on Khadijah. The prosecutors, they just keep going back and forth on what Shakir's motive to help Sherry was. I mean, this is a girl that he's only known for a few weeks. Why would he kill Khadijah for her? So sometimes the prosecutors think that it's sex. Sometimes it's money. There's no evidence that money was transferred, but maybe it could be the promise of money. Shakir is silent the entire trial. He does not testify. He never gives a defense. He never tells them, no, this is what happened. Sherry, on the other hand, she gets up on the stand. And she says, let me tell you the day of the murder. My original plan was to just meet with Shakir, but he requests that I bring a can of gasoline with me. So she does. She meets up with him, he takes her phone, and then he guides her to a strange address. She's the one driving. He tells her to park the car, she does, and then a girl walks up to the car, approaches the car, and just based off the energy, it seems like the girl and Shakir know each other. Girl gets into the seat, Shakir moves to the back, and Sherry's in the driving seat, and Shakir is telling Sherry where to drive. They start driving into the forest, but out of nowhere, Shakir's like, pull over, I need a smoke. She pulls over in the forest. He goes, takes a pee. Everybody gets out so they can smoke a cigarette. Once Sherry's done, she walks back to the car to get in, but then she hears a scream. Hey! She whips around, and she sees Shakir just pummeling the girl Khadijah in the face with brass knuckles. Quote, he had brass knuckles in his hand and was hitting her on the head, right on the right side. I think it was against her eyes and forehead. When I saw that, I was shocked. I fell to my knees. I screamed. I was paralyzed for a moment. I couldn't breathe. I saw him continue hitting her head. So I ran over to them, and with all my strength, I pushed him away from her, and I yelled at him to stop. She was gasping and whimpering. He grabbed my arm, dragged me to the side, and when I looked up at him, I saw his face, his anger, and the way he yelled at me, and I got scared. I thought, now it's my turn. He's gonna come after me. I took a few steps backward, turned around, covered my ears. He grabbed my arm, pulled me towards the car, and threw me inside. And then I turned around, and she's in the driver's side now. She turns around, and Khadijah is in the back somehow, lying there. He dragged her into the car. Shakir gets into the passenger seat, and Sherry says he threatened to kill my family if I didn't stay in the car. He wanted me to keep driving, but because my legs were shaking so bad, he had to hold my knee steady as I pressed on the accelerator. He is screaming at me, drive, drive now. Then they get to the road, and at some point he tells her to pull over on a supermarket, parking lot. He tells her to get out of the car. She gets out the car, and then she hears screaming inside the car, and he's just stabbing Khadijah in the back seat, which the police are like, actually the evidence shows that Khadijah was stabbed in the forest. But anyways, she says, I was frozen. I fell. I lay on the floor. I covered my ears. I didn't dare look. And then I looked toward the car, and I could see the two of them. It was like they were fighting. She was screaming inside the car. Eventually, everything was covered in blood. He walked around the car, threw the knife across the street. He put on a fresh t-shirt, pushed me back into the car, took Rowan's jacket out of my trunk, covered Khadijah with it. He gets in, orders me to keep driving. He had in his hand a new knife. I steered the car back onto the road. He pressed down on my leg again because I didn't have the strength. And then at the end of all of this, she looks at Khadijah's dad in court. I can't get the images of what he did out of my head.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
She spoke with confidence?
Yeah. A lot of people said it was terrifying because she was just emotionless the whole time in a very creepy way. And a lot of people testify about Shakir, and they say that he's actually a harmless guy, which, I mean, I don't know what people's perception of someone can even hold up in court. His ex-girlfriends testify like he's never had any rage or anger towards women. I don't know what any of that means, but Something is definitely odd with Shakir. An inmate says that he was given a list of 13 people from Shakir, and he was told that he will get paid per witness that is killed.
Who's paying who?
Shakir is like, here's a list, and he gives it to his cellmate. And he's like, for each person that is killed before the trial, I'll give you money. That's what the inmate claims.
So he wants this inmate to pull some strings to kill some witnesses outside.
Yes. Now, Shakir's attorney is like, that's not true at all. The prison guards, they search the cell and they find a list of witnesses and their addresses with plus or minus signs next to them. It doesn't necessarily mean it's a hit list, but it is there.
What does plus or minus mean?
No one knows whether it could be they're going to say something positive or negative about me, or I want them dead or I want them alive. Nobody knows. And just when everyone thinks that this trial is going to wrap up, most people can't even make sense of the theory. I mean, maybe the doppelganger theory is the most relevant, and then they're just kind of dumb that they don't flee. I don't know. That's like the one that most people are going with. Everyone just thinks Sherry is dumb, but this is the theory that she thought. This is the motive that she originally had. Then they bring in, right as they're about to wrap, a man walks in to testify, and his name is Furkan. Some people call him Furfur. He's a local rapper. He says that he has a connection to all of them. He's like, I'm connected to Shakir and to Sherry and to the victim, Khadijah. He knows Shakir through a mutual friend, and he claims that he was dating Khadijah and he went back to Sherry's hotel with her. Let me explain. Furkan is an interesting character. Okay, so he mainly stakes a claim at the local club. He's not a gas station groupie, he's a club groupie, and he is described by people who know him as, quote, Furkan is trying to break into the rap scene. He's a big, flashy guy with a 10-foot long cloud of perfume trailing behind him. That's pretty much what he's like. He's like, I'm here now. Look at me. So everyone, I gotta be the center of attention. Well, recently, Sherry asked Furkan to go back to her hotel with her. And there was this whole incident. This is what Furkan is testifying. He went back to the hotel with Sherry. She had a hotel room. And she's just like trying to unbuckle his pants, is trying to kiss up on him. And he flat out rejects her. He's like, she was trying to pull down my boxer shorts and I pushed her away and I said, piss off, you slut. Okay? Whether this is true or not, it's up for you to believe. He thinks that maybe she was upset that he was in love with Khadijah.
What?
Yeah. So some people are like, either Sherry was rejected and was upset that he liked Khadijah, so she killed Khadijah. Or some people are like, well, maybe he told her to get rid of Khadijah and then they could be together. And that's why she killed Khadijah. Regardless, the day that the investigators went to go talk to Furkan, he had gotten rid of his phone, which is very suspicious. But they state there is no evidence to link Furkan to this crime. There's no investigation into him being part of anything. But it just leads people to wonder if there's a bigger reason to why Sherry specifically went after Khadijah. Was it because Khadijah was one of the only 26 people that responded and was willing to meet up? And is this a doppelganger murder? Or is this a murder out of jealousy? Like, what is it? And I think that's why this case goes so viral. I mean, I think obviously the whole doppelganger classification of this murder and what it's most commonly called, it has all the points that make people wonder what the real motive is. But also, it's just everything about Sherry's demeanor in trial for Germans was so odd. She'll come in covering her face every time with like a packet of folders and papers. And then every break that they get, her mom is just like supplying her with snacks every day. She's laughing and giggling with her family. A lot of German reporters believe that she was actually acting quite flirtatious with her 4 attorneys as well. She kept twirling her hair. But ultimately, both of them are found guilty, which again, for Sherry, that means 25 years before she's eligible for parole. And for Shakir, it's 15 years. Khadijah's dad is very upset with Shakir only getting 15 years. He was really distraught. He says, in the courtroom, I saw things I never expected to see, things that cannot be understood with the mind. But did I see the truth? No. Some netizens have taken to point out that Sherry was delusional, thinking Khadijah was a doppelganger because it's so obvious that they look nothing alike and that they don't even compare. But with that is the doppelganger murder. What are your thoughts on this case? Let me know in the comments, and I will see you in the next one.